I'm assuming that this is my cue.
Yes, indeed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is CL King, and I am delighted to be with you in a much more dynamic capacity than I have been in times past. I am joining Miss Bettina Carey as her co-host this morning for the quarterly We Empower You Summit. Now, there's something about when people can come together, even virtually, to use synergy and collaboration to really go to the next level that we all want to do. And I am delighted because in my role this morning, in the capacity that I get to fill for these next few moments, I get to introduce to you the lady behind all of the greatness that we see going on. Let me just tell you a little bit about her. Miss Bettina Carey, as you guys know her, she is the diminutive 4'9.5" Latina, and she inspires and empowers women to create big, gigantic, huge results. They break through. This is what she says. No, don't say breakthrough anymore. They shatter their earnings glass ceilings. They kick self-imposed limitations to the curb and live their legacies now. Now, Bettina, she is high energy. You got to take your vitamin B, C, and D to keep up with her. But when she's not coaching, or when she's not doing a virtual event on stage or conferencing with a small cohort of women, she is helping people rise above their challenges. Her championship strategies and straight talk compel women and men to find a whole new gear to succeed beyond their wildest imaginations. Bettina's forthcoming book, which I am going to get an autographed copy of, Shattering Your Own Glass Ceiling, Unlocking Your Inner Power and Hidden Potential with Your Master Key, is being written during COVID-19. Guess what? She's got it done, and she's done it even in the midst of a pandemic. She's a well-known, business-savvy woman. She's got a great leadership mind. And more than all of that, because we can heap accolades on Bettina all day, I looked at her resume and I just said, I don't feel worthy to introduce this lady. But more importantly, she is in the business, y'all, of empowerment. Now, when you can get someone that says, listen, I'm not going to hold all the power to myself, but I'm going to train and teach people how to have that power that gets me through that glass ceiling. That's somebody we want to connect with. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your virtual hands together for my friend and sister, the one and only Miss Bettina Carey. Welcome, Bettina.
Thank you so very much. It's so great to be here today. I am so thrilled to have you also hosting with me this wonderful We Empower You Global Virtual Summit. And it's September the 8th. It's a Wednesday, and this is our 6th summit. So thank you so much, CL, for joining me here today. And we're going to be talking about the shattering the revenue glass ceiling. That is all that I'm about these days. So yes. Take it away. I'm here to answer anything you have to ask.
Well, Bettina, time really flies when you and I get together. As you know, it just seems like when we start talking. So I'm going to get right to it because I know that we've got a lot of things to get through a 12-hour summit. And you allowing me to be able to kind of interview you to kick this off is the highlight of my illustrious career. So, Bettina, what was your life like before We Empower You?
Well, I actually have been through a lot. Let's just say from a very young age. In high school, I became the victim of domestic violence when I fell in love with my then boyfriend, and who I then married, and he caused the death of my firstborn. And from that very beginning, I started on a road of empowerment. And that's what I've been doing ever since. To empower myself was the very first step, of course. And then along the way, I became an empowerer of others. So that's what I'm here for. That's my mission, my vision, my purpose, and everything I'm passionate about. So we're here to talk about all of that, I assume, right?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things why I asked that question is important because oftentimes people see us in our current state. And I think it's inspiring to hear that it hasn't always been like this, and you had to have some tenacity. I remember when I interviewed you on my show, didn't you tell me about jumping into like a pool of snakes or something like that to overcome some fear? Didn't you wasn't it something along that line?
Well, it's an interesting story because it happened about 3 years ago when I went to Costa Rica. Right. And I was there with a friend, and something jumped out of the water suddenly, and I looked at her and she looked at me, and we were like, what the heck was that? And we got out of there as soon as we could. And then we went to the beach and we asked some people, what was that? And they said, oh, that was a snake. And I came to Costa Rica fearing maybe sharks, but I had no idea about the snakes that might be in the water, or the caimans for that matter, or the pythons that might lie on the beach. And so it turned out that particular moment, I realized that snake represented fear, that false evidence appearing real, right?
Right.
And it disappeared all of the other fears that I had in my life, because I realized in that moment when I discovered that there were snakes in the water, and I had been basking with my head in the water and had been enjoying myself for days, unbeknownst to me, where these snakes were in the water. And then I later found out, by the way, that they were poisonous snakes.
Oh my.
But the codicil there was that their mouths were really tiny. and the likelihood of getting bit and dying was pretty small.
Right.
So for about a day and a half, I could not actually go on the beach and go into the water rather. And I found one of these snakes lying on the beach dying. And I realized, oh yeah, those snakes, they have really tiny mouths. They couldn't do anything to me. So the very next day I was able to go in. And that's what fear can do with us, right? It can paralyze us,
right,
and stop us or block us from success. And this is just another example of how the inner workings of the mind can keep us from, being and living into our full potential. So I'm here to say that what I'm doing is unlocking that hidden potential with my master key. And I'm here to help others to do the same, because most of what goes on in the world about the glass ceiling, the revenue ceiling in particular, has a lot more to do with ourselves. We are our own worst jailers, right? Not the outside world. And although there are outside world factors like me growing up as a woman, and graduating in the 70s and having only, no college education mind in my parents' mind, or no, college education in my teachers' minds, and ending up in a field that was very classic for women. At the end of the day, once I overcame all of those outside barriers, the only barrier that I had to really overcome was my mind. And it's still to this very day, the only barrier that I address every single day is mindset.
Man, that's so powerful. I'm thinking, Bettina, sometimes when the sun goes down and I'm in the house by myself, my spidey senses tingle, and I'm just like, what am I getting all nervous about? That really, it's a battle of the mind. And when you realized that you had been swimming with some little mouth snakes, you swam a whole lot differently the next time you got in that water, didn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's powerful. Overcoming your fear. So one of the things I want to talk about, because I know we got a short amount of time, and it's cool because I'm used to being under the gun when I got to interview somebody. I love it. What have been some of the benefits you've experienced being an entrepreneur all these years?
Well, some of the benefits that I've experienced have to do with the fact that I am always surrounded by a variety of people that seem to be attracted to what I'm doing. And that is my number one strength, is called connectedness. And it's the gift that keeps on giving. And there are literally over hundreds of people that are going to be here today throughout the day. And they're here because they're connected to me first, but they're also connected to others. So that's been one of the biggest benefits of walking this path along the way.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, I am a recipient of that spirit of connectedness, and Bettina, really, you really do embody that. I just watched how there was some technical glitches going on in the beginning, and you were so smooth and so good with it. I would absolutely lose my mind. I feel for my poor staff, because when stuff don't go right on our end, I'm going crazy, and you just got it there, and people are drawn to that, Bettina, that spirit of, I want to connect with you, and connections are powerful. So we talk about the glass ceiling of revenue, and I know that a glass ceiling is a metaphor, but it's a reality for many people. But do you find that there are different types of glass ceilings? Let's explain that a little bit so people can understand it.
Yeah, I always say the glass ceilings with an S, because there are many, many glass ceilings. And what's interesting, if your car goes off a bridge and it lands in the water, and you try to actually punch through with your fists or your foot, there's no way that under the pressure of the water that you're actually going to shatter that glass in order to escape. In fact, there's a little tool that you would use to hit just the corner of one of the windows, and it immediately breaks into a million pieces, right? And the shattering of glass ceiling has to be done with very careful precision, because we don't always know what it is that's holding us back, right? But it just sits there right over our heads, and we can try to punch through it, but it's much like punching into plexiglass. It just bounces right back. And so what I've discovered is that a lot of the things that bind us, and bind me, I should say, have to do with limitations that I learned at a very young age, adaptations that helped me to survive in domestic violence, helped me to survive in the circumstances in which I was a young girl. And those circumstances predicated how I would behave in the world, but it can also preclude the future for me. Having said that, there are many glass ceilings. We bump into them all the time, almost like bumping into them in the night. Right. And I'll share a really great example. So when I was working recently with Nigel Henry, who goes by Master Nigel Henry as a master teacher, I started this financial miracle challenge with him. And on the Monday, I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to set a pretty lofty goal, but not too much further than I can handle. And I bumped into within day 1 and day 2 that I had a little bit of a laissez-faire attitude about money and about shattering this particular glass ceiling. And by day 3, I realized that I had eaten up 2 days of my financial challenge, and I only had a couple of days left to meet that goal. And I'm very competitive about things when it comes to myself. I compete inside. Right. And so then I left less time to actually achieve the goal. And as soon as I disappeared that glass ceiling, which was like, oh, I'll get that contract next week. It's okay. It's no big deal. All of a sudden, I went right for the business and I closed a lot of business. In fact, it was the highest revenue producing week that I'd had in the history of the company. So those kind of glass ceilings can be sitting on your head. And until somebody puts you to the test, you might not go after the opportunities that lie before you. And now, after having completed the second FMC, the Financial Miracle Challenge, I'm actually going for $1 million day. Get that. I know I can do it. If I achieved 1 week of what is possible, I can achieve $1 million day. I know that to be true.
And, if you achieve that $1 million day, we're getting on a plane and flying out to Seattle because you said you was going to buy us dinner at that cool restaurant that you go to,
by the way, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? It's a will, right?
That's right.
When you speak the language of intention, when I speak the language of intention, that is when things happen. So get ready for things to be happening.
That's powerful. So do you have time for 2 more questions?
I have time for 1 more.
Okay, she's gonna give me 1 more, ladies and gentlemen, just 1 more. So I'm gonna ask the marquee question. The book, Shattering Your Own Glass Ceiling to Unlock Your Hidden Potential with Your Master Key. What was the genesis behind this book? I really want to get this out in the atmosphere because everybody's got to get their hands on it. So what kind of helped you and inspired you to write this?
Well, I actually started writing this book about 17 years ago. And at the time it was called It's a Man's World. And I was in my boohoo, It's a Man's World sort of soapbox. Right. And I went to a conference put on by Patrick Snow, and one of the radio announcers there said, what you're really talking about is not It's a Man's World. What you're talking about, it's a myth. The glass ceiling is a myth, that you're really shattering some other things in your life as opposed to the man's world. And with that, I evolved to the title of Breaking Through Your Own Glass Ceiling. Until last year, in June of this last year, through December of 2020, when COVID had reared its ugly head and everybody was crying, in their beer, I decided to shatter a 6-figure in 6 months. And I did it with ease, I would say, and with the support and help of many others, including Miss Lee Romanoff, who's here today, and Shay Vaughn, and the team behind the scene, Janet Francis, and Art Johnson, and Tammy Stamps, and Blake Messer, and David, and Larry, and so many people, Ingrid, and Aileen, who helped to really brand all of this. So that's the evolution. And so having shattered that glass ceiling, I had a self-imposed limitation in the back of my mind that I could not write a success book if I had not shattered the revenue glass ceiling. And once I did it, then it opened up the doors to changing the title and also to exploring getting it done this year. So this book will be out this year.
Yeah, that's so powerful. What a great thing. Get your copy, ladies and gentlemen. Shattering Your Own Glass Ceiling to Unlock Your Hidden Potential with Your Master Key, written by none other than Miss Bettina Carey. She did tell a falsehood this morning, though. She said she graduated in like 1970 something. She just graduated like 1993 or something. We know the truth. Bettina, just let it out for everybody. Thank you so much, Bettina, for this opportunity to kick off the We Empower You Summit with this great interview, really letting people know what type of person you are, the heart behind what you're doing, and we support you 100%, Bettina. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here for me, of course, and we're going to be bringing you back to do a little bit of speaking on your own, and I'll interview you in just a short bit. So now let me go ahead and change my screen up here momentarily. I'm going to bring up our next set of speakers. This always takes a moment. You can bear with me. I am going to be announcing Mr. Romerick. Are you in the house, Mr. Romerick?
Yes, I am, Bettina.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, there we are. So I'm introducing Romerick Nadiri. He is one of the young African leaders invited by President Obama to the US in 2014 in the framework of the Mandela Washington Fellowship. Romerick is from Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa. He is currently running an English language training institute with the vision of turning his country into a bilingual country by 2045. He has 17 years of experience in training. He is passionate about entrepreneurship, English, and leadership. Among the people he has been empowering so far are kids, students, and women for whom he designed Best Youth Camp and a business education program, 2 programs to bridge the gap of graduate work readiness and help to reduce the number of 12 million African graduates coming on to the marketplace every single year. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to introduce your guest for your program, The Book Club, and then I'll put you both on the screen here. So next interview is with none other than Princess Nwako Ibrahim Pam. Her dedication, excellence, and diligence is the personal motto of Princess Nwako, who vows to empower lives for sustainable change in every country, community she lives in. From remarkable work with early childhood development and special needs children to founding an expert professional women's network to co-founding the Korea Africa Economic Association to working at the International Criminal Court at The Hague and the International Criminal Tribunal in the former Yugoslavia, Nwako has indeed left her mark. She has received awards from the Korean and Nigerian governments. As co-author of the book, My Voice, she collaborated with prominent women around the globe. Her life's work inspires and mentors all people. Let me pin you both up here and get the party started. Okay, I think I have you both up there. Nope, hang on one second. Let me get, there we go. There we are. Okay, go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much, Bettina. It is always a pleasure to be, attending the virtual summit. And today it is my honor to have Mrs. Princess Ibrahim Pam, as you introduce her. Miss Princess, welcome once again, and thank you for accepting to be part of the virtual summit, the 6th virtual summit. It is an honor for me to have you today. So would you just add something about what Bettina just said about your introduction, please?
She did a very good job about that. But let me take a minute to say hello to everyone on the Empower Summit and to thank Bettina Carey for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to empower women and to talk about our work in the different communities we live in. And also to say thank you to Remerick for having me on your program. And I hope I'll meet your expectation. So I'm a mother of 5, a grandmother of 6. I'm a linguist, a speech therapist, a social entrepreneur. I live in South Korea, and my husband is an international investigator. He works with the Green Climate Fund here in South Korea, and I'm the founder of the Expert Professional and Business Women's Network International. I'm also the founder of the EPBWN Consultants International. Is a consultancy created for women in the network to be able to find financial independence through the consultancy setup as soon as we get more jobs allocated to us with different companies. Yeah.
Perfect. It's always a pleasure to talk to you because recently you accomplished something very, very amazing. And today, during this interview, I want you to talk about your new baby because you published a new book entitled EIO, okay, EIO. And we'll talk about this in a few. You've been visited around 50 countries thanks to you and your husband's careers. Can you tell us how you've been able to handle it? Mainly your professional life, your family life, and your social life, please?
It's very difficult. How do you handle that? Having been plucked from your comfort zone, and then as a young wife and a young mother of 5, starting my journey in Europe, if you think about handling it, then you put yourself in a very difficult situation. So what I did was to handle it day by day and making sure that I have a strategy. Listening to Bettina just arose a lot of nostalgic feelings in me, looking back from where we started from, as a mother of 5 in Europe without help and everything, I had to be strategic. I had to organize myself in such a way that I am not lost in everything, trying to be the best wife and the good mother I have to be, and at the same time to pursue my career. So it was more of determination and resilience to know that I will not be left behind by my family, because sometimes a lot of women are left behind by their family. Their children grow up, they are well educated, they graduate, they are working, their husband's career, they get to the peak of their career, and you are looking around you, what have I achieved, what have I done? So very, very early on in my expatriate life, I decided that I will not be left behind. I will work at par with my husband. So with that mindset, I was able to rebrand myself in the different continents I've lived in the different exotic countries I've lived in. I've never lived in a purely English country per se. Our first posting was in the Netherlands, where they spoke Dutch. I had to learn Dutch so I could read my letters, I could communicate with the locals, I could interact with the officials of the government as is required of me. And then we now moved to Tunisia, where French and Arabic was spoken. I had to brush up my French. I had to learn a little bit of Arabic just to adapt and enjoy my environment. Then the brief stint with Abidjan, then finally we were brought back here to South Korea, where I have been trying to learn Korean, but because of the so many languages fighting themselves in my head, it's quite difficult to get to that point like I did with the other languages. So how do I manage that? It's just being determined and enjoying myself. It's a sweeter, a bittersweet experience. It comes with the leisure of being a diplomat's wife, of traveling around the world, and at the same time losing your financial independence, because now you have to rely on your husband for everything that you need. So if you don't have that emotional stability, you might just find yourself in a place where you don't like. So for me, traveling the world is a plus for me, because what I did was using the experience of traveling the world to enrich myself financially, to enrich myself emotionally, and to enjoy life, not using it as an excuse not to attain my goals or not to pursue my dreams. Even though it's every time I get to the top in any country, my husband moves me away again, and I have to start to rebrand myself. Like now, we've lived for 5 years in Korea. I'm well established. I'm well known. My businesses are going very well. By next year, I don't know which of the other continents or country he will be taking me to. So you never can handle it. You just have to prepare your mind, and be content with where you are, and don't stand still. Anywhere you find yourself, like Bettina said, you must break all the glass ceilings holding you back. You must fight all the fears that are holding you back. So that is as much as I can say about having to travel to so many countries and living in so many continents. Thank you.
Wow, that's a very great and rich experience. Moving from continent to another continent, from countries to countries, getting to learn Arabic, French, and Dutch, and now Korean. This is amazing. This is amazing. And you just mentioned the EPBWN. So would you just let us know about the EPBWN and how many branches do you have in the world today?
Yeah. Okay. Let me talk a little bit about the brain or the reason behind EPBWN. As a young expatriate, spouse who left her comfort zone, who left a very high-paying job back in Nigeria to a new country where I became dislocated and became a housewife 24/7. It wasn't easy. It affected my self-esteem. It affected me emotionally. It put a lot of pressure on close relationships around me, because then being the kind of person that I am, I wasn't content by just being a leisured woman or just sitting at home. So there was that struggle with me. But so I did all the teaching job in Netherlands, where I had to find my way, I had to develop myself, I had to be determined to succeed in life. So by the time I was getting to Tunisia, I was quite an experienced expat spouse, So when I got to Tunisia, I found that a lot of the expatriate spouses were very unhappy. The situation there was not convenient for them to either start a business or a career. They couldn't get employment based on the diplomatic status of our various husbands, and so many language barriers, certification of your certificates, so many barriers, just making it impossible for us to excel and for us to pursue our dreams. So when I realized that, and I decided, to call some women together and say, look, when you stand alone, you're unable to fight a battle. But when we come together as a group, it's very difficult to defeat us, and we'll be able to support each other. So that was the beginning of what is now known as EPBWN International, which means the Expat Professional and Business Women's Network International. It all started in Tunisia in 2013, when about 25 women from about 18 different countries around the world came together to empower themselves. The first aim of that meeting was to make sure that our CVs were active, so that when we go back home, we're not left behind by our peers. Because what happens is that we enjoy this diplomatic life with our husbands all over the world, and when we go back home to our home countries, we are displaced. Our mates and peers have left us behind, both financially, both professionally, and we don't know where to find ourselves. So our aim and a purpose for setting up EPBWN was to make sure that we're not left behind, to make our CV active, to be able to network amongst ourselves, to improve and rebrand ourselves, so that we'll be useful to ourselves, both in the countries where we are now and when we go back home to our various countries.
This is great.
EPBWN started with one chapter in Tunisia, and now we have about 9 functional chapters in different continents, and we have representatives in about 25 countries, and we're still counting. And we have new chapters being organized to start very soon. And so we have expanded organically, because the way I set up the network is just for empowerment, capacity building. And these are things that so many women, especially the expatriate spouses, are in need of, because they really don't have a community where they can fall back onto. So we created this community to actually support ourselves, make sure we rebrand ourselves, make sure we help ourselves to be financially independent, make sure that we're able to keep our career on track, and make sure that we're useful to the communities where we are being posted to. So EPBWN has been in existence for the past 8 years. We work with international organizations, we work with international banks, we work with multilateral organizations, we work with individual firms and individual people, we work with NGOs, we work with governments, parastatals, agencies, UN agencies, as many collaborators that we would work together to achieve our aim. We work with lawyers that help with domestic violence and sexual harassment of expatriate spouses, foreigners living here in Korea. We work with the Korean government to ensure that the expatriate community and the Korean community interact in such a way that they exchange culture, education, and other things that are useful to both communities.
So you do confirm that EPBW is not only about African people, but different nationalities. Different nationalities.
Yeah, EPBW cuts across religion, cuts across culture, cuts across people, cuts across educational background. Is a platform where anybody, we have representatives in Philippines, we have representatives in Netherlands, Brussels, United Kingdom, United States, name them, Brazil, India, it's Africa, Singapore. We have so many collaborators around the world. So it's not an African thing. And even if it started as an African network, we have gone beyond that. The world is a global village now. So no entity can be classified to a region, as all the establishments are expanding and becoming global. So the EPBW became a global network where every ethnic group you want to look for, it's found in it. But the key to emphasize this is a platform that has gone beyond all those labels. We are here to empower any woman, any man, any youth, any professional that needs the empowerment to survive. Our key is making sure that every woman is financially independent, emotionally stable, and career wise, they are content and they're happy with where they find themselves. We also deal with identity clash, to find out who you are, to make sure you discover who you are, to be comfortable with who you are, and to work with what you have to achieve your ultimate vision or goal in life.
Okay, that's great. I just mentioned your new baby, your new book, So would you just tell us more about the new book, Pro, and how can people, get to know about the content, and how they can also get the book? I know you have it on Amazon, I think. So can you tell us more about the book, please?
Okay, thank you very much for bringing that up. I recently authored a memoir called Iyawo the Expat Pro. Is a chronicle of my life. Is about my experiences in life, about the things that I have been able to go through, about looking forward to the future. Is a book that cuts across every culture, every background. Is a book that every human being should read, especially women, because it talks about my challenges, my failures, my successes, my trying to change my life in a very restricted environment sometimes. It talks about how incidences in your life can change you. Like I shared with you the other time, if I had written this book 15 years ago when it was in the making, it would have been a very maybe childish, flowery book. But 15 years after, I look back and I read the book and I see what tenacity, what resilience, what determination can do in the life of a woman. I say to people, as a woman, there's nothing that is unattainable to you. You just need to apply yourself. You need to believe in yourself. You need to be strategic in everything that you just conceive it. Once you conceive it, put it down in writing. Once you put it down and write it, it becomes a reality. Give it a name. There's something about a name. Anything you dream about, you must give it a name. Once you give it a name and you write it down, is your reality. It becomes a reality. So what the Expert Pro has been in the making for the past 15 years. Have always had this desire to write my story in my own voice. It is a legacy for my children, my grandchildren, and generations to come, that they will get to know who I am through my voice, through my writing, not a hand-down history, but each child that bears my DNA will grow up one day to pick up that book and say, oh, this is about my great-great-grandmother. Oh, this is about my grandmother. She was a person that did this. She was a person who lived in so many countries. And that will be a challenge to them to know that no matter your background, no matter where you're coming from, everything is attainable to you. You just have to believe it. You just have to work towards it. You just have to be strategic in your thinking to bring your dreams to reality. There's nothing that is beyond you. You have to try. Like my father used to say to me, may he so rest in peace. I miss him so much. He says, try, and try again until you succeed. There's two answers in this world. One is yes, and the other is no. And none of these answers are permanent. One can change at different times in your life. So never be discouraged when somebody says no to you. He may say or she may say no today, but tomorrow that no can become yes. Somebody can say yes to you, and tomorrow it becomes a no. So as a human being, you must be adaptable. You must be flexible in your thinking. Don't be easily dissuaded from pursuing your dreams because of the circumstances around you. So I want to use also this opportunity to thank God for giving me this privilege. I always say to people, when you find yourself in a position of power, in a position of privilege, in a position where you have things at your disposal, you have to be grateful to God because it did not happen by chance. It's not because you're very intelligent. It's not because you're very smart. It's not because you know how to do it. It's just the providence of God. Chance happened to you, and you use that chance very impactfully. So that's why I have decided to use this opportunity God has given to me to impact lives around me. In every community where I live in, I ensure that I interact with the community. I leave my trace with them. They know that there was a woman called Princess Wakego Ibrahim Pam that passed through this country, and she made different contributions to the lives of the community, not just the expatriate community, to the lives of the community, the locals, because those are the ones that will stay behind after you have left their countries. So I just want to also use this opportunity to thank my husband, who promised me when I was barely 18 that he was going to take me around the world, who has successfully taken me around the world more than my expectation, and giving me the opportunity to be who I am today without being an obstacle or making life unattainable for me. So I want to use this opportunity to also shout out to him to say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And to my children who have also been my supporters, who are my graphic artists, my reviewers, my editors, and everything you want to think about them. So I want to say thank you to my lovely children who have supported me all the way, and they have not left me behind. In everything they've done, they've tagged mommy along. They've encouraged me that mommy, you can do it. So That is what Iyawo, the Expert Pro, is all about. I recommend the book to everybody who is struggling in one way or the other in your lives. Go through the book and see the things I have had to struggle with. And here I am today, content, happy, and still a lot to achieve. But I'm happy that I've been able to co-author a best-selling book, My Voice. My memoir is the second book. My third book will be coming out in November, and my fourth book will be coming out in December. So find your niche. Find the things that make you happy. Find the things that will make you financially empowered. Find the things that will give you stability emotionally, because if you're not emotionally stable, then you cannot be financially stable, because those things affect your thinking, your acumen for what we empower you to create wealth. And I also want to use this opportunity to say to women, God has given us the power to be creators of wealth. You know, I have 3 girls, and I always say to them, I don't want you marrying because you want to marry a millionaire that will take care of you. I want you to be the millionaire for me, so that you can take care of yourself and you can also support your husband. Because growing up, we have men who were overwhelmed with taking care of their families, and the women are made not to use their potential. But the times have changed. Women and men should make sure that they reach their potentials, so that they will have a loving and a stable home where one or the other is not denied of their rights to attain their dreams. Thank you.
It's always instructive. Yes, it's always instructive to listen to you. And I know when you talk about wealth creation, you and Bettina and also Liv Romanov can get along, because they are always talking about, you know, wealth creation. So last but not the least, do you have any upcoming projects or events you are working on, so that people can join or join you before it's launched?
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the projects in EPBWN. We have a summit coming up on the 22nd and 23rd of October. It's on a women's leadership and empowerment program. The theme is financial independence and mental health of women in global society. We wanted to just talk about how the means where women can rebrand themselves, how you can make use of what you have within you or in your home to make money, to create wealth for yourself. Gone are the days where we're looking for white-collar jobs, where we write letters for people to employ us. The jobs are becoming thinner and thinner, or almost non-existent. We're getting to a point where we have to create the kinds of jobs we're looking for. So please join us to see how you can create wealth with what you have, with the talents that God has given to you. You know, when we, I don't know if all of us are Christian, but as a Christian, I remember the story of the widow, the widow of the man of God who died and left her with a lot of debts, and she was crying. And one of the prophets went to her and said, "Why are you crying? What do you have at home?" She said, "I have nothing." And the prophet said to him, "No, you must have something in your home." And then she remembered she had the purest of oil in her home in a very small bottle. And the prophet said, "Bring it." And she brought it. And that oil, the Bible recorded that the oil did not stop running until she ran out of container. We are people that have talents that we've not been able to identify or recognize or appreciate, or to know the value that comes with these talents that are within us. So come to the summit and learn how you can explore the talents that you have, the opportunities around you, to open your eyes to see the opportunities around you, how you can rebrand yourself, how you can run with the little that you have, and then it becomes something. Because when I started the Expert Professional and Business Women's Network 2013, I never knew it was going to be this big. I never knew that it was going to grow from continent to continent. So don't think about the future. Take the first step of faith. Start whatever ideas you have in your head. Believe in yourself. Don't listen to all the noises around you that, oh, you cannot succeed. Everything is attainable. Once you believe that, no matter the noises around you, no matter the discouragement, no matter the circumstances you find yourself, you will succeed. You have to try and try and try until you succeed.
Yes, people like you, Princess, and CL King and Bettina are so great motivators that we can, never stop listening to you. But because time is running out, do not forget to drop, all the information about your next event in the chat, so that people can, get tuned to this event. So the last question will be, what will be your last word for this interview, Princess? And would you say hi to our French-speaking members of our book club who are watching now at the moment? Thank you.
Bonjour, bonsoir, bonsoir to all my French English Club speaker members. I love you. Thank you for tuning in. I'm looking forward to working with you in the future to help you to actualize your dream of being an English speaker. And I'm looking forward to Romera making Abidjan a multilingual country. That's a huge task, but like I said to you, everything is attainable. So thank you, members of the English Club Abidjan. Looking forward to having other events with you. And please log into an event on the 22nd and 23rd of October. And then we have another Christmas project fundraising for street kids for school fees for the next school year. So if you get our invitation, please know that it's for a good cause to support children who are sleeping on the street, that we found accommodation for them, and we send them to school for you to donate graciously to taking care of their needs back home in Nigeria. So thank you very much. Thank you, Bettina. Thank you to all the speakers that have come to this summit. I hope you find what you're looking for. I hope you have the strength to pursue your dreams after this summit. Thank you very much, and you all have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Princess. God bless you. God bless your family. So, Bettina, we are done for this interview. It has been a pleasure for me. So I will just leave a French word to my people, listening. C'était un plaisir pour moi d'avoir Madame Princess Ibrahim Pam dans cette interview pour donc contribuer à notre façon à ce Virtual Summit. Merci de votre attention et restons connectés jusqu'à la fin de ce moment. Thank you very much and take care. Thank you, Bettina.
Thank you.
Thank you both. This was a wonderful presentation, and we have a few more minutes, so I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, Romeric, thank you for being a member of the We Empower You Club, and also for bringing us Princess to our stage. I mean, who gets to have a princess in their midst, right? Wakigo, you're just a blessing in our lives, and we can't wait to enroll you in the We Empower You community as well. So there were a couple of questions that were asked inside the chat, including where they can get your book and what's the title, and is there any way that you can share your contact information? So if you wouldn't mind putting those in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning.
Thank you, Bettina.
And with that said, I'm going to switch over to introducing officially now Mr. C.L. King. Hang on one quick second. This always takes a second. Okay. With that said, let me bring back to the stage Mr. C.L. King. After experiencing sexual and physical abuse, neglect, and homelessness as a young child, C.L. King was placed in a group home and foster home throughout the Northeast of Ohio. And he had someone that was very instrumental in his life that walked in when he had foster mom Ruth E. Plowden join him in his journey. And you know what she told him? She said that he could take all the tragedies that he had experienced as a child and use them to make excuses or use them to change the world. Well, CL picked up that and he started running in that right direction. And he's been doing it ever since. And man, is he ever changing the globe. He's in so many countries and so many parts of the United States where his show is in impact 24/7, is listened to and watched. And I make sure that I plug in every single day to CL King. After an honorable tour in the United States Marine Corps, CL and his wife and 6 of his 7 children settled in Eastern North Carolina, where they live now. And students and adults around the world have benefited from his story and his passionate, dynamic delivery, as you heard earlier this morning. This is why administrators and organizations continue to request his events throughout the entire year. Nearly 400,000 students and families have been a part of his distinguished journey and his empowerment. He is not only involved in North America, but he is changing lives all across the globe. And it is with pleasure and honor and distinction that I welcome to the stage Mr. C.L. King. Join us now to give us a little bit of an introduction of yourself beyond that, and then I will join you and ask you some questions.
All right. Well, thank you. And Princess, I just want to say that, I'm taking a screenshot of my computer right now so I can tell everybody, hold on, let me get the screenshot there that I got you. I got you now. I said, man, I'm in the virtual stage with a princess. You don't get to do that every day. So what an honor to meet you. God bless you. God bless my other friend. If forgive me because I'm terrible with pronouncing names, but the gentleman that interviewed you, I've met him before, and just so great and honored to be with all of you wonderful people. So yeah, what she said was exactly right in terms of adversity. And I was born in adversity. I was born in a crucible of fire. It was hell. And to put it in a book, even, I have some apprehensions because there was so much dynamic tragedy that took place in such a young age. From the span of about 3 to about 14 was just hell on earth. And so, but it was that one person that came into my life, that one foster mom, after being in many foster cares and many foster communities and group homes, that said, listen, we understand that you've been through a lot. And we understand that you've gone through a lot, but we want you to, she told me, I want you to know that you can change the world with that message. And so with that, that's kind of how it came about. And we've been doing it ever since. And plugging in with people like Bettina and all you great people here in this community has really just done more to further enhance that mission that we're on to try to reach the entire globe with a message of impacting lives. So that's that, Bettina.
So impacting 24/7 is your vision, your mission, and your purpose in life. And you have garnered the support of folks like myself who sponsor your impact on the world. And I am happily a sponsor, and thank you so much for the opportunity, because you are going to change the world. We are changing the world. Hang on just a second. Let me mute somebody there. And, we found each other through, I think it was the podcast collaboration community. Mm-hmm. And we ended up having such synergy, and it's kind of like the sparks that flew in terms of possibilities to team up together to impact the globe. I mean, you're a rock star in my life.
Well, I'm just like this. I'm a little pebble, maybe.
You keep saying that, but you just do so much. And I just want to thank you, for being able to impact the world and the lives of others. You focus on youth. Last week, you ended up doing a speech on your show that was so phenomenal, that was helping to direct the youth to really walk a certain path. Can you share a little bit more about your youth program, and also your what you're doing to raise funds for any programs that you're doing?
Yes, ma'am. I really do believe that the lifeblood of the continuation of society is in our next generation. We've got to continue to make an investment. Somebody made an investment in me, and I think we just got to continue to do that. Even though I speak to adults, sometimes talking to adults is tough. I'm just telling y'all, sometimes us adults can be we're critical, we're judgmental, blah, blah, blah. But when I get in front of an auditorium full of young people, man, you can just connect with their hearts. And I was talking last week. I didn't know you watched that, Bettina. I got to start being on my best behavior, knowing Bettina's watching what I'm saying, because I am a bit of an intense speaker. But anyway, I was talking to the young people about the lure and attractions of life. And I took it from a story about this arch in the Red Sea, and divers dive down to this area where there's this beautiful arch, and there's light on the other side of the arch. and they dive down thinking they can go there, but they're ill prepared. They don't take enough air, and 200 people have died in an attempt to get through the arch. So it's a lure, it's an attraction. I'm now talking to our next generation about the lure of the arch, the attraction of drugs, the attraction of sex before marriage, the attraction of those things that get our young people in trouble. And so I have set out, and our team has set out on a mission of almost like door-to-door, hand-to-hand Mortal Kombat to say, we're not going to let one young person slip through the cracks that comes within our radar. And yeah, it's great to be known around the world, and yeah, it's great to have a big platform, but really it comes down to this, man, impacting one life one day at a time. And so we created that program. Our show is called Impacting Life 24/7, which Bettina has been on, and I'm going to have her on again so I can just have more time to ask her more questions since I didn't get enough time today. And our podcast, we utilize that to bring, we've called it now, catch this, we call this a cathedral of resources. That's what our podcast is called, because every night we bring people on like the princess who have stories of impact. And what we do is we say, listen, it doesn't matter if you're in the Philippines or if you're in Nigeria, man, if it's that one person that tunes into an episode of hearing about someone overcoming an obstacle in their life, that's what we're honing in on. And so our sponsors and the folks that have helped us are really helping us push this message out when we can get back on the road. That's really what we love to do. But we offer these services virtually now to schools and community centers and organizations for free because our sponsors help us. And that's what we do. That's what our heartbeat is. And partnering up with someone like Bettina Carey, when I hear impact, when I hear breaking glass ceiling, when I hear let's go beyond, I'm like, I got to connect with that person.
I love it. And, the impact that you have, you start with the concept of impacting one life during the 24-hour period of time, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. Right. But the truth of the matter is you impact hundreds and thousands of lives every year with this show and with all of your different trainings that you do. Yes, and I'm just so wildly impressed, I have to say. And you had an interview with a gentleman the other day that had a little bit of a sketchy moment in his life, let's just say. And tell us a little bit about this, selecting your speakers and the impact that you hope to leave as you're interviewing them on your podcast.
Well, here's what I want you to know, man. I dress really good. I wear fine clothes, just like a lot of y'all on this show. But I also recognize that not everybody and not everybody's life is the way it appears. Right. And this gentleman, he was in the restaurant business. He was doing well, but behind closed doors, he was battling a drug addiction. He was skimming money off the top from the business. And he wound up finding himself in prison because for embezzlement and drug use and stealing a car. All of this led to him being thrown in jail because of choices that he was making. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, choice is powerful. And I'm not trying to get religious on y'all, but some people say that God's will is the most powerful thing on earth. That's incorrect. Man's will is the most powerful thing on earth, because can't nobody make you do nothing you don't want to do. Try asking your kids to make their bed. Y'all better make that bed or I'm coming up there. You go up there, that bed still ain't made. You better clean your room, clothes still stuffed under the bed. Man's will is powerful, and it's based off of this thing called choice. And when you can, and the beautiful thing about that guy's story is he could have chosen, after getting out of jail, being on probation, all the stuff that he went through, he could have chosen to go back and revert back to the stuff that got him thrown in the slammer, right? Well, I'm depressed. I deserve to take drugs. I'm lonely. I deserve to gamble all my money away. We make excuses and choices for every single thing we do. And that guy said, no, I learned my lesson. He learned his lesson in jail. In the pit where there was no substance, where there was no names and lights, where there was no grandeur. He learned his lesson in jail. And when he came out, he said, you know what? I'm going to change the world. I'm going to help people who were in my position. And if we do that, if we can just help someone who we see going through what we've been through, man, what a great world this will be. And I think sometimes I get frustrated because social media magnifies the negative, and we hear about this side going against that side. And I'm just like, I tune all that junk out. You can't come on my show if it's going to be negative. We bring people on like Bettina and others that say, hey, listen, I've been through something. Listen to me. And if I can just get one person in a 24-hour period to listen, man, we've done a lot.
You have. And when you interviewed me last, you basically said that the ceiling that we had created was now the floor. And
That's
so
right.
every time we're together, we create another ceiling that we puncture through, and then we make it our floor. And that's where, it's like put one foot in front of the other. And, you're absolutely right about you can't lead a horse to water and make them drink, right? But recently I learned that you can actually put some salt on the tongue to make them thirsty. And Paul, who's out of Uganda here, had a speaker on that mentioned that. And I just love that saying, because you are putting salt on people's tongues, and that is making them extremely thirsty. And I really cannot thank you enough for being who you are on the planet. Now, you have a big family. You have folks that are just now entering into their own lives, and share a little bit about your family.
Well, we're blessed we've got 7 children. We've lived here in Eastern Carolina for Laura, it's going on 30 years now. Our 26th wedding, I think it was 27. I don't know how many years we've been married, but that's coming up here that's coming up on the 12th. And our kids are just about all grown and emancipated. We got one last kid in high school. The kid after him or before him, my second youngest son, is getting ready to go play in the Army band. He's been playing drums since he was 2. He's going to play for his country and get paid to do it. I absolutely love it. Our kids are really the bedrock of why we exist. But yes, let me just say this one thing to parents. We also have recognized that our kids are going on with their lives. And mom and dad are going to be left alone wondering what to do in this house. So guess what we've started doing? We've started taking trips and saying, see y'all, because I got 4 left in the house, 21, 20, 18, and 17. And I said, you know what, guys, y'all going to go off, get married, do your thing, leave mom and dad with the dog, and we're going to be lonely. So we're not going to go and rediscover ourselves after our kids leave. We're enjoying ourselves now. So that's but kids are a blessing. It's been 30 years raising them, and now I think the next 30 is going to be about me and mama.
Yes, absolutely. And you have a Marine Corps background, and you're like a drill sergeant. My father was in the Army, and so I recognize that, that choice, that's, that drum that you're beating to. How did your Marine Corps background help to develop you? And I think you started kind of young, right?
I did. I went in the Marine Corps right after high school. I knew I needed to get out of Cleveland, Lorain area after I was leaving my foster mom. And guess what? I had an opportunity where the foster system will take care of you for a year, pay all your bills, put you in an apartment, the whole 9. So basically you could live off the government. And I said, no, I need to go stand on my own 2 feet. This is best for me. And so I went and signed up for Uncle Sam's Marine Corps. It was interesting because my foster mom was kind of like, I'm kind of like my foster mom. She was a drill sergeant too. A woman with 83 foster kids over 30 years. She was she had to be tough. We were kids from the hood, from the roughest parts of Cleveland, and she took the hardest of the hardest. So when I went to boot camp, it was enjoyable. I mean, like, I enjoyed boot camp because my foster mom had kind of prepared me for it, that I wasn't spoiled. I wasn't self-centered. It wasn't all about me. And it was the military life and what you're doing, even though it's not as extreme, it's about we. Yeah. It's never about me. You weren't even allowed to say I in boot camp. It's never about me. It's always about we. And I just got to give you one closing thought relative to that it ties with your We Empowerment Summit. when we think about what our global environment is, we are all hearing about sequestration and isolation and social distancing and getting away from people and hiding in your house and all of that. That's fine. But I want you to know the power of we. The emperor penguins are they produce a family in the coldest, most inhospitable time of the year in Antarctica. They choose to have a family and produce a baby in the coldest time on the planet Earth. The worst time to have a family is when the emperor penguins do it. And when that mother passes that egg off to the father, because she's got to go 8 weeks to go find some food, he has to make a choice to be about I or to be about we. And when the emperor penguin males are left behind, they all get together in a huddle and they begin to shuffle together. Why are they doing that? Because they understand the power of we. They stay together and circle in that huddle to keep each other warm. Everybody's got to take a turn on the outside, but they're all doing it together. And I heard Bettina, the thought process of this summit is, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then you've got to go together. And here's what I want you to understand, that when we are empowering somebody else, we are going to go so much further than we could ever go by ourselves.
Woo! You just lit me up. I am totally with you. That African proverb is the theme for this conference, and we are living into going all of us together to, forward. And we've got, let's just get, I'm going to go ahead and put us on gallery screen here. And I want folks to go ahead and unmute themselves, and then I'll have to mute everybody, including you, CL, and then bring you back. I want you all to open up your mics and just start shouting out, where the heck are you from? And we've got Paul Wafula from Uganda. Go ahead.
Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire.
On Washington.
Greenville, Oregon.
Carolina.
Oh, from Dubai.
California.
Peter, Uganda.
Berlin, Idaho. Uganda.
Miami.
Carrie from Canada.
Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa.
South Korea.
Uganda.
Dubai.
Dubai.
Santa Clarita, California.
On Washington.
California.
All
Washington
right.
State.
Hallsville, Washington.
There we go. From the smallest town to the biggest country, we actually have people represented from all over the world. CL, what do you think about that?
Man, I tell you what, the princess said something really good, that the earth has shrunk, the globe has shrunk, man. For us to be able to use technology to bring people all around from all different corners of the world, this is truly impressive, truly amazing, and it's really exciting to be a part of it.
I am so, so happy to see so many people represented. Now, you happen to reach a number of countries, a number of cities, and a number of states. Give us a little bit of a rundown as we finally close here.
Yes, ma'am. Well, when we first started our Impacting Life 24/7 mission, even my dog, my golden retriever, Samson, would not listen to the show. It was an absolute train wreck, y'all. It was a disaster. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm a professional speaker. I'm not a DJ. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew I wanted to make an impact. And so, but one thing that I found was that showing up every day mattered. Even if you show up disheveled, it still mattered. Look at the movie In Pursuit of Happiness. Chris Garner showed up to the interview to be a stockbroker, but he showed up with paint on his hands, his clothes disheveled, looked terrible, right? But he showed up. That's how he got the job. So every day we show up, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday on our show. And it went from me watching it and listening to it, and we started to see people with gravitating toward a message of impact. And people are tired of negativity. They want to connect with something that's positive, connect with something that's going to be self-edifying to them and how it can help their family. And so from that point till now, we've been very, very blessed. I think our show is downloaded in 27 countries, in 37 states, and it's on 25 different platforms around the world. And again, I know the best is yet to come. I'm not satisfied till it's on every continent in the world. And I think hooking up with Bettina is going to help me out. So, because she's in outer space, I can't even touch her. So yeah, that's really the goal. The global world has definitely shrunk because of technology, and I know you're going to talk about this today, but man, if you're not using it to your benefit, you're missing out. Because I was a brick and mortar speaker. I mean, I was used to doing 85 to 90 events per year, on the road, traveling, flying, whatever. And then when COVID hit, we all had to learn how to still bring an income, but also make an impact. And so this is an example of that. This summit bringing us all together is an example of the globe definitely being shrunk by using technology.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, it's been a distinct pleasure and honor to have you back here, CL King, as a host of this show and breaking into this wonderful morning for us. Any parting thoughts?
Yes, I do have one parting thought. And it's amazing that you can get a speaker to just give you one thought. Isn't it almost isn't that true, Princess? When they say you got one more thought, I'm like, well, I really got 10 more thoughts, but let me let me just leave you with one. Is that my motto in my personal life is, you can never unring a bell. But the Tsar bell in Russia lost 25,000 pounds out of it because of a crack, and a huge a chunk came out. That is an example of a bell that never rang. We all have a purpose while we were placed on this earth. I would rather ring and it be a dissatisfying tone, or I would rather ring and it makes some folks mad. I would rather ring and it wakes some people up. I'd rather ring and some folks talk about me. That's all right. I would rather do that than be the bell to have a purpose in life and never, ever fulfill it. Fulfill your purpose. Ring your bell. God bless you.
All right, everybody open up your mics and just give a round of applause here to Mr. CL King.
Yes.
Impacting life 24/7. Let's put my view on here. Wow.
Super brilliant.
Yes.
We had our princess, we had Romeric, and we've had CL King, and we are just getting started here. I'm going to play a little bit of music behind the scenes here while we wait for Patrick Snow to enter here. Bear with me, and go ahead and unmute or mute yourselves back again. Give me 1 second. This is your bio break. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and as we're getting Patrick logged in, I'm going to have folks go ahead and speak a word about your experience. So go ahead and unmute and just out loud, one word that describes your experience thus far.
Excellence.
Love it.
Profitable.
Yes.
Learning.
Whoa.
Impactful.
Inspirational.
All right.
Exciting.
It is exciting.
Intelligent.
Oh, yay.
Strategies.
What?
Strategies.
Strategies, yes.
Hidden strategies revealed.
There you go. Keep going, folksies.
Global movement.
Global movement, yes, indeed.
Empowering.
Yes. Ooh. All right.
I can do.
Go ahead.
Uplifting.
I'll say penguins making a difference.
All right, now that we've got the one words handled, let's go for the multiple words like Lee just jumped in about.
Okay, remember to come to my presentation at 12:30.
There you go. Mary West.
To figure out how to create liquid money online. Basically, money being created by visitors' actions through the We Empower You membership. It will be mind-blowing. Nobody talks about this, and everybody should be talking about this and doing it. How many words was that? I took my quota of words.
You did. That's okay. You're allowed.
Learn some useful things about communicating that work for you and people you communicate with.
Yes.
Sign me up for that one, Morey.
All right.
Keep going, folks.
Okay. Okay, well, later on in the day, I think it's around 4 or 5, I'm going to be telling people how to put on a different hat that will benefit their business, how to become a reporter so that you can interview anyone in the world and they will take your call and give you their information, which will elevate you to a higher status and bring on more connections of media connections that you have ever imagined. So you've got to come to see this presentation. I've used it. I have connected with people worldwide that I never expected to ever take my calls. So that's coming up later on in the day. So don't get tired and go away. It's really a cool thing to do.
Absolutely. And Lee is instrumental in making the success of We Empower You happen. Could not be doing it without you. Thank you so much. Blessings, blessings are going in your direction. Folks are asking. Folks are asking about the recording. Yes, we are live on YouTube. If you can't stay for the whole day, you can go to there and get it. And I will get Patrick on here just a second. Is Mary West still with us here? You can go ahead and make your announcement as well.
Hello, I'm Mary West from the Mary West Network. I have a passion for connecting business owners and helping nonprofits. So I have my business networking group. And also we have an event coming up September 20th through the 24th. It's called Being Unstoppable. And we have several great topics and speakers. You can go to my website, marywestnetwork.com, under events and see all of the happenings for that week. Thank you, Bettina.
Thank you, Mary. And you are the reason that I even know Patrick's know. And it was an event much like what you're creating that brought us together. And we've been doing business for more than 20 years or so.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Patrick will be speaking on Friday on September 24th during the week event.
Okay. And I've got Patrick now, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce him. And then we'll get the party started. Again, thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay, with that said, it is with great honor and privilege again that I welcome our next speaker, Patrick Snow. Has staying at home got you interested in getting published? Do you want to turn your book into a bestseller? Want to become a highly paid professional speaker, consultant, or life coach? Well, you have absolutely got to listen up to Patrick Snow. You don't want to miss this opportunity to get personal instruction from international best-selling author of Creating Your Own Destiny, which has sold upwards of 1 million copies in 5 languages, 108 countries worldwide since 2001. This book and his second book, The Affluent Entrepreneur, have both been purchased by John Wiley & Sons. He is also a contributing author to Chicken Soup for the Soul. His newest book, Boy Entrepreneur, was published in 2014, and he has also recently published a 26 audiobook set on Audible titled Becoming a Best-Selling Author. Who is this? None other than Patrick Snow. Welcome to the stage here, Patrick. And we're going to do things just a little bit different, as you recall. We're going to actually have you go ahead and have folks sign in as if they were doing your Monday call.
Yes, I'm super excited about this. I'm going to set my timer. We're going 40 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I want to hit the start button. So thank you, Bettina, for having me. Bright and early here in Maui, Hawaii, 7 a.m. and we're ready to go and make this happen. So yeah, I'm a firm believer that writing and publishing a book is the world's greatest marketing secret in the history of all business. If you look at the power behind the book, it allows you to leverage your credentials, to boost your authority, and to communicate your expertise to your target market. So as a writing coach, speaking coach, book marketing coach, and coaching coach, other entrepreneurs are always asking me, what's the best way to attract more business? What's the best way to get more clients? And my answer is that you write and publish a book, that you use that book as your platform to stand on, to launch or grow your speaking, your coaching, your consulting career, or whatever business that you're in. Allow that book to become that added value that you bring to the marketplace. So yes, we're going to do this a little bit differently here in a few moments, but my mentor, Dan Pointer, taught me that the #1 most respected career in North America today is that of a brain surgeon. And the #2 most respected career in North America today is that an author. When you are an author, that means you are the authority on that subject matter. So when you have the word author next to your name on your business card, people will believe you. Because today, with all the internet marketing and social media, everybody out there claims to be the expert in this and expert in that, even if they're, on day 1 of their new business, which is fine. But the point of it is, a lot of times we don't actually believe what we see on the internet anymore because everybody's advertising and yelling and screaming. It's all just a lot of noise. When you write and publish a book, it totally sets you apart. So many years ago, about 18 years ago, I've been publishing coaching, book marketing coaching now for speaker coaching over 25 years. And about 18 years ago, I kept thinking to myself, how can I add more value? What can I do to add more value to my business? Because my clients were already getting a 1-hour one-on-one coaching session from me. So what I wanted to do was figure out a way to add more value. So about 18 years ago, I created an Inner Circle Q&A call every single Monday. And I'm going to give you guys the phone number and the pin and the time. And Bettina has twisted my arm and she's asked me to open this up to anybody in the We Empower You family so that they too, or you too, can dial in and have a listen to what this call is all about. So mark your calendar. It's every Monday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern time. That phone number is 605-475-3200, 605-475-3200. And the PIN number is 1083722 pound. 108-3722 #. So Bettina asked me, since I've been a guest speaker on here many, many times, that we actually do a sample inner circle Q&A call today, right now on this program, so you guys can get an idea as to what that is all about. And in doing so, maybe that can whet your appetite or encourage you or nudge you along that much closer to getting your book written and published, so that you also can become a best-selling author, a highly sought after coach, a highly paid professional speaker. And I will tell you what, with all the drama and chaos going on in the world today, adding that additional credential and credibility to your name as a being an author is going to definitely help you as maybe you do more coaching and consulting moving forward. So Bettina, let's get started and welcome everybody to the Monday morning Inner Circle writing, publishing, book marketing, speaking, coaching, consulting call. I do this call every Monday, same time, same pin, same phone number. You're willing to ask any questions that you'd like on this information empire industry, and I'll do my best to answer those questions. So I think, Bettina, you've got 4 or 5 or 6 people that are going to ask a quick question, and we are going to go from there and answer those. Is that right?
Yes, actually, folks can go ahead and unmic themselves. Mary, Moria, some of your existing folks, TU Knapp. We've got Sally Page. I'm looking through here. Who else? Lori Whaley. And anybody who's been a participant of the program that Patrick does, go ahead and unmute yourself rather, and go ahead and ask your question, introducing your book title, where you're from, and your question to Patrick.
Who's going to be first?
I'll jump in. This is Sally Page, and my book is Super Conscious Hope. And I would love to ask Patrick, what are the best ways to really spread my reach as I market this book?
To spread reach. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm writing down the questions because that's exactly how I do this on Monday to market book. Very good. And where are you from? And tell us your website if you have that set up yet.
I'm from Saratoga, California, which is part of the San Francisco Bay Area. And my website is lifeforcedirectory.com.
Very good. I'm a huge fan. If we don't stand up and shout out to the world and tell the world who we are, what we stand for, what we believe in, nobody else is going to do it for us. So one of the things about this Monday morning calls, I want everybody to network with each other. I want everybody to promote whatever workshops and events that they are doing. So Sally, we will answer that question. Very good.
Thank
okay,
you.
Mary, to you, Lori, or Maria. Go ahead. Who's next?
Patrick, I have a question for you. It's good to see you here.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. My name is TU Knapp, and I have to just give you massive accolades, Patrick, because my book, Healing the Holes in Your Soul, is on a truck heading to my house right now. And I cannot wait to have my hands on the first copies that would not have happened had it not been for you. I really appreciate all your guidance. And my question is—
well, show your proof book before your question. If you have your proof book nearby, show it to everybody so they can see it.
I hope I can do it on a virtual screen.
The reason why we do the proof book is so that you make certain that all of the little minor errors get adjusted and taken out. Typically, there's upwards of 5 or 7 or 10 errors in that proof book stage. So great job to you.
Okay, that's the best I can get on a virtual screen. I hope you can see it, Patrick.
Yeah, we can see it. Very good.
Okay, I'm thrilled to pieces. I can't wait to see the end sheets on it. I can only dream, and right now it's, like I said, it's on a truck heading out today. So my question, the website is healingtheholesinyoursoul.com, and it's a beautiful website provided through the We Empower You membership. So I just have accolades for Bettina Carey and Lee Romanoff as well, because this is a beautiful family. And a year ago, I had no idea this would even happen. So I'm thrilled to pieces that it is, and how the pieces are coming together is amazing. But what I wanted to ask you was, we also I've heard you talk about ebooks, and right now what I have is just the hardcover book. And what would be the next step to take for me right here, other than obviously sharing my book and getting it out into the marketplace? So if you could give me some guidance on that, I would appreciate it.
Very good. We will answer that. Excellent. Okay, we got 3 more on the call. We got Mary, Mariah, and Lori. Who's next?
We also have Carey Castle.
Oh, okay. Why don't you go ahead, Carey? Go ahead. Excellent.
Carey Castle here with, I'm in Canada, by the way, just to say location, author of The Domino Diet. And it's basically—
Hold your book higher. Hold your book higher.
Okay. Thank you. Dietitian who meets life coach, who meets other parts of myself, that decides it's not about the diet. It's actually all about your thoughts and how you breathe and so on and so forth. So I combined that into a book. I am saturating the market in terms of Facebook. I am stretching myself into LinkedIn and so forth. And I wondered your thoughts on, stick with one powerhouse social media, or do you spread yourself amongst them? And a certain formula maybe, and I'll leave it at that, because I think you'll be able to channel into that question and eloquently answer it. I know that about you.
Okay, very good. We can definitely answer that. Excellent. Thank you for joining us today. All right, who's next? We got 3 others. Mary, Moria, Lori, and then we'll get started with about 25 minutes of answers. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Moria, and my book is Pleasures and Ponderings from None to Nudist to Now. And the question I have is, are there any best places to bring copies of your book to share? Not necessarily if they don't buy them, but like to senior centers, retirement communities, libraries, and so forth. Are there any particular places that are most useful to share your books?
Very good. We will talk about that. Excellent, Moria. Thank you. Okay, and then Mary and Lori, and I also do speaker coaching and also coach coaching. So Mary or Lori, do you guys have questions about the speaking business or about the coaching business?
Looks like Mary's up. And then also there may be a couple of people that want to take a shot at this too. So go ahead, Mary. Next.
Let's see, you wanted a question about the speaking or coaching. So for speaking, how do you even get started with getting speaking engagements?
How to get started. Very good. How do you go from free to fee? So there we go. We'll answer that. Very good. Excellent. Okay, let's see if we can get a question on coaching, on the coaching business.
Also, Wendy would love to ask a question.
Go right ahead, Wendy.
Might also have a question after Wendy.
Yes, for sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Bettina. Hi, Patrick. It's great to see you.
Hello.
My name is Wendy Sweet, and I am working with Patrick, and my book is titled Intention versus Impact, Discovering How to Master Communication. The art of communication, I should say. So my question is this. I have aspirations of becoming a speaker. And do you have any thing that you would recommend that we do to enhance our speaking skills?
Yes, enhance speaking skills. Excellent. I can answer that. Very, very good. Thank you, Wendy. Okay, we have time for 1 or 2 more. And we'll see if we can get a coaching question in here. That way we get a good roundabout overview. Anybody else?
I'll ask something.
Okay.
Okay, regarding the coaching, I've always dreamed of becoming a coach, and I'm one of your clients as well. My book is entitled The Woman You Were Born to Be, and that's about overcoming all of your obstacles in life and how to continue striving against all odds. Since I rode a donkey to school when I was 6 years old, and now the subtitle of the book will be From a Donkey to a Tesla. So thanks to Patrick helping me out, that book will be done sometime next year. And my question about coaching is, how do you start on your coaching before you even have your book? What is the best way to start making yourself known around? I have a good database through my young 65 and a half years old. So I need to know how to start that coaching program.
Very good. We will answer that. That's Yoli Diaz in Southern California. So Yoli, thank you for joining us. I want to thank all of you for joining on the call today. And so now we're going to get in with the answers, and I'd ask you to go. If we have one more, go right ahead.
Paulette.
Hi, Patrick. I don't know you. I have not followed your work. I'm not a student. So here goes. On a coaching level, who is Patrick Snow? And by the way, beep, which is a separate issue that I just raised. Yes. So Patrick, I also wanted to let you know that my book is in journal form at the moment. It's called Fashion to Funeral, and the tagline is How to Die in Style.
Wow. Okay. So who is Patrick Snow, and comments about your book? That is a wonderful thing. We will definitely do that.
Thank you.
So why don't we get started with that? If you guys could all mute out. Again, mark your calendars. We do this call same time, same pin, same phone number every Monday, 605-475-3200, 605-475-3200. The PIN number is 1083722#, 1083722#, every Monday at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Those calls typically go about an hour to an hour and a half. We have anywhere from 20 to 30 to 40 callers. The first 20 to 30 minutes is typically introductions, networking, and then we do about an hour of content. We're at about 25 minutes here, so I'm going to answer these questions maybe a little bit more compressed than I normally would on that, because I want to respect the time. So who is Patrick Snow? I'll start with Paulette's question. I'm an underdog that's been pursuing my dreams, goals, and visions my entire life. I'm 52 years old. I live in Maui, Hawaii, born and raised in Michigan. Growing up, I wanted to play in the NFL. That was my goal. I played sports all the way through. I had a back injury playing college football. So at that point, I transformed my athletic discipline into my academics and into my career. And I started reading books on personal growth and development voraciously. And I think between probably 18 and 22 years old, I read a couple thousand books. And then I started speaking. I took one speech class in high school, one speech class in college, and I loved it. But the problem was I couldn't get any speaking engagement. So I continued on. And I'd say between 22 to 26 years old, while I lived in Seattle, I must have given 300 speaking engagements to churches, to schools, to Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, FBLA, DECA. And I kept speaking, but the problem was I couldn't get paid. I got free breakfast, free lunch, free dinner, free pens, free food, free parking. And finally I had to come to Jesus talking. I'm like, what am I doing wrong here? Why can't I go from free speaking to fee speaking? And the answer that I heard back completely changed my life. And I want you to write this quote down. I heard back from the universe this message. And that is, if you want what others have, you must do what others have done, and you will get what others have gotten. If you want what others have, you must do what others have done, and you will get what others have gotten. So at that point, I looked at all my mentors all over the world in the speaking space. Tony Robbins, Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy, Dr. Stephen Covey, Wayne Dyer, Deepak Chopra. Every one of them had one thing in common, and that was they successfully wrote and published a book, and then they used their book as their platform from which they stood on to launch their speaking, coaching, and consulting career. So there I was, 26 years old, having given 300 speaking engagements, never yet been paid. So I made a decision that with my C grade in my college English class and my C grade in my high school English class, that I was going to set out on a journey to write and publish a book. And so I did just that. And in doing that process, I spent 5 years of my life and $20,000 writing and publishing, creating your own destiny. I had no idea what I was doing. So I made every mistake that you could make. And over the course of those 5 years and $20,000, I learned what you should do and what you shouldn't do. I also learned that there's about 100 decisions to make in the process in writing and publishing a book. 100. Most people make 20 or 30 of those decisions correctly. I learned the hard way why it's important to make those 100 out of 100. So I wrote and published Creating Your Own Destiny. 10 years later, I sold the book to John Wiley and Sons in New York. And this is the same book via the New York published version with John Wiley and Sons. We did a 2-book deal. And so this is my second book, The Affluent Entrepreneur. And after making that mistake of selling my rights to a major New York publisher, I went back to self-publishing and I published Boy Entrepreneur. So the good news is I know the New York publishing industry like the back of my hand because I did my 2-book deal without using a literary agent. But I also know the self-publishing industry like the front of my hand because we published about 1,500 clients over that 25 years. So in addition to doing those coaching, I'm a professional keynote speaker. I've done about 3,500 paid speaking engagements. Been blessed to get some major media, been featured as a cover story, USA Today, New York Times, Forbes magazine, 1,000 radio, TV interviews. But none of that matters. What matters is about you. So what I've done is create a complete turnkey A to Z writing, publishing, book marketing, speaking, and coaching system where I take the guesswork out of the process for you. So instead of you spending 5 years and 20 grand like what I've done, you will probably invest upwards of about $10,000 and you'll get your book published in 8 to 10 to 12 weeks or so. 3 to 6 months if you're on the faster side, 6 to 9 months if you're on the slower side. And then what I teach you to do is use that book as your platform. And then I teach you the professional speaking industry, the coaching industry, the publicity industry, and anything in this information empire industry. So who is Patrick Snow? Patrick Snow is a deeply spiritual, strong man of faith, dedicated to helping you get what you want, to helping you achieve your dreams, your goals, your visions. And I love coaching other people to achieve their goals. One of my mentors, Zig Ziglar said this. He said, you can get everything in your life that you want as long as you're willing to help enough other people get what they want. And when you help others get what they want, you in turn achieve your dreams, goals, and visions. So Paulette, I'm going to give you my private cell phone number and you can send me a text and I'd be honored and thrilled to offer you a complimentary 30 to 60-minute consultation. When you send the text, tell me your name, your time zone, and let me know that you heard from me on the We Empower You network. My private cell phone number is area code 206-310-1200. Again, 206-310-1200. Make certain that you give your name and your time zone. And people are shocked that from stage with 500 or 1,000 people in the audience, I give out my private cell phone number. And they come up to me afterwards, Patrick, I can't believe you did that. And I said, well, there's a really cool thing that happens. When you give out your private cell phone number, then people will give you their private credit card number. So that's how it works in this business. As an international best-selling author, having sold upwards of 1 million books in 5 languages and 108 countries, people assume I'm this billionaire, trillionaire, that I don't care, that I don't have time. And people will misjudge you as well and think you are that same untouchable. So what we need to do as a coach, we need to let people know that we care, that we are accessible, that we're willing to give a complimentary consultation. And when you do that, that will jumpstart your coaching business. So let me dive into the coaching question next. So Paula, hopefully that answers your question.
That was awesome, Patrick. Loved it, and thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yoli, how do you get started in coaching? Well, first off, I have a quote I turned many years ago that says this, that leadership is not given, leadership is taken. So you need to all take the leadership role in your life. Don't wait for someone to give you permission to write that book. Don't wait for someone to bless you or grant you permission to become a coach. You have the experiences, the skill sets. We've talked about this before. All of us have had adversity that we can turn into other people's university. We have messes and messes in our life that we can turn into our message. We've heard that phrase again and again and again. So what I want all of you to do is understand that you don't need to be certified to be a coach. You need to be qualified to be a coach. Because when I went through this 25 years ago and I started my coaching business, I couldn't find anybody to qualify me. To certify me in the space of writing, speaking, coaching, publishing. So I decided that I was going to create my own system. So I have 1,500 clients all over the world that I publish, and my news to you is I don't even have a coaching credential. So you don't need one either. But what you do need is life experiences. So anything that you've done, any trauma that you've overcome, any adversity that you've beaten, that qualifies you to be a coach. So the first step, Yoli, that you need to understand to launch your business as a coach is nothing happens in business between buyer and seller until an offer is made. And if you don't make that offer, they're going to assume that you're that billionaire, trillionaire, untouchable author that doesn't care and doesn't have time. And so you, as the business owner, you need to be the one making the offer. And the way that you make an offer is to have a coaching script. And you guys heard me deliver my coaching script to Paulette a few minutes ago. It's simply this, that I'd be honored and thrilled to offer you a complimentary, no obligation consultation. So you need to use that phrase via text, via email, via voicemail, via social media, in person, as you go to networking events. Instead of doing your 30-second introduction at these networking events, you need to do your 30-second coaching offer. That my private cell phone number is this. Here's my business card. I'd be thrilled to offer you a complimentary consultation. And the more offers that you make, the better off that you're going to be. Now, secondly, I want you to know that you cannot improve that which you don't measure, or that which you don't measure, you cannot improve. So this is a little shot glass, and I don't know if you can see this. These are some gold coins. And I take these gold coins every day and I pour them out of the shot glass and I pour them on my desk. And every one of these gold coins represents a revenue producing activity as a coach. Either I'm sending a coaching agreement, I'm doing a coaching discovery call, I'm making a complimentary coaching offer. And every time I do that, I take a coin and I put it into the cup. Now, you might not need to do this at this level, but because I quit my job almost 20 years ago and I'm unemployed, because I'm actually unemployable, I couldn't work for anybody else the rest of my life, I need to create a measurement system to keep my prospecting up. And with that being the case, I do 30 revenue producing coins per day. Times 5 days a week, that's 150 a week. Times the 4 weeks, that's 600 a month. Times 12 months, that's 7,200 coaching offers per year. And the reason why I'm able to do well financially, to live in Maui, to provide for myself and my fiance and live the life of my dreams is because I'm willing to do what other people aren't willing to do. And that is that I'm willing to make offers. And some people are going to take me up and do a complimentary call and other people won't. Big deal. Either way, I could care less. Les Brown said, never let someone else's opinion of you determine your reality. So some people will take you up on that complimentary discovery call. Other people won't. So what next? And you go into that discovery call with a heart of service. That's what this industry is about. You could all make more money in real estate. You could probably make more money in day trading or the financial services industry. So this industry is not about making money. This industry is about a lifelong journey of serving other people, helping them achieve their dreams, their goals, their visions. And I can tell you this, I don't know of another more honorable career out there in which you can have complete control of your schedule in doing this. And yes, with all the drama and the trauma that's going on in the world today, and by the way, all my resources say that we're looking at about another 3 or 4 years of this chaos and drama, 3 or 4 years of these challenges. So when you launch your coaching career, you are taking the leadership role in your life. You are allowed to work from home. You have the ability to earn as much money as you want or as little money as you want, to work as much as you want or not to. But the best part about it is you will develop massive amounts of friendships all over the world by serving them as your coach. And this is why I believe this is one of the most honorable industries to be in. So to answer your question, Yoli, the way that you get started as a coach is you create your coaching offer, and then you start delivering that coaching offer 5, 7, 10, 12 times a day, or in my case, 30 times a day, by phone, by text, by email, by going to virtual meetup groups and doing your coaching offer in front of those people. And when you do that, great things will happen. I had a woman client in Boulder, Colorado. She was getting ready to go broke, and then she hired me as her coach so that she could make it as a relationship coach. I challenged her to go to a meetup group every single business day. The first month, and by the way, to make her coaching offer, first month she did it, made $6,000. Second month she did it again, she made $10,000. Third month, she says, Patrick, I don't have time to go to these networking events anymore. I don't have time to attend the virtual networking events, because now in my third month, I made 12 grand because I'm so busy with the referrals that I'm getting from all of these clients that I met at all of these networking events that my coaching industry is now flourishing. So that's how you get started. Yoli, great question. Moria, you had asked a question about places to share your books. And I would say there's 2 places that I like to do right out of the get-go. Number one, every time I pass by a library, I walk in, I give the librarian a copy of my book. And then they take my book, because it's in hardcover, because it's 250 to 300 pages, and it's not some crappy homemade thing that we did at the local print shop down the street in a back alley. When they look at it, they go, oh my goodness, this book. And like, for example, this is the dust jacket, and you take the dust jacket off, and we actually print the actual dust jacket as this image wrap technology on the book. And then we do this bright white paper. And that's what we do. We do world-class books. So these librarians, they get my book and they go, oh my goodness, and they put them on the shelf. And now hundreds, if not thousands of people will see that book over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Another thing that I've done, and I call this proactive stocking. And I'm looking at my time, 7 minutes. I'm going to finish through here real quick. Proactive stocking means that you walk into a bookstore, you go to the window display where everybody's walking by on the sidewalk, you take your book out of your backpack and you place it directly in the window so that the passerbys on the sidewalk that look through, they're going to see your book that you've left behind. And oh, by the way, I get all my clients global book distribution with Ingrams. And once you're set up with Ingrams, now your book will be available at bookstores worldwide, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. So now somebody sees your bookstore in the window, they take that book up to the register, they scan it on the barcode, and they go, wow, we have 0 books in stock. You must have gotten the last one. So now they sell you your book, and then what they do is they order replacement books to be put on the bookshelf. Wow. And oh, by the way, if you get caught, the only thing that you're guilty of is gifting the bookstore your book. So those are 2 things to do to give away. TU, ebooks. Yes, when we have our clients print the book, first thing you do is get the book in print, because a printed hard copy is the single greatest marketing strategy on planet Earth. Next, then you do an ebook. And there's 2 companies that we use, either bookbaby.com or smashwords.com. And they format your book into the dozen different ebook formats. Then they distribute it to about 2 different distribution outlets throughout the world online. And then they play collections officer on your behalf. So bookbaby.com and smashwords.com, they take care of everything. Once you're done with the ebooks, I recommend that you do the same thing with Audible or acx.com to get your audiobook done. And then once you're done with that, I recommend that you go to your book and you find the exercise lines that we do in the book, and then you reprint those exercise lines into a companion journal or a companion workbook. So at the end of the day, you're going to have a printed hardcover book that you strategically give away to get speaking, coaching, consulting. You have your audiobook, your ebook, and your companion journal. So hopefully that answers your question. Sally, what's the best way to spread the word and market your books? My mentor, Bob Moad, taught me this. He said, when you speak, business happens. When Sally speaks, business happens. When Bettina speaks, business happens. When Paulette speaks, business happens. So I would put you on a program that best fits your personality. But what Mary West and I did for years and years and years, every single Tuesday night, we would do a becoming a best-selling author workshop or teleseminar via the phone call. And then later we started doing those via Facebook Lives. So every Tuesday night, we would do this becoming a best-selling author event all over the globe, market it to anybody and everybody.
Bonnie, Gary, Bernie Pinello, or 4 others.
And then every Thursday night, we would do the exact same thing, except we'd find a local coffee shop or a local restaurant that would have a back of the room area for meetings. And they would always give us this meeting space for free. And then in return, we would have all of the people that came to the workshops. And a lot of time we'd have 10, 12, 14, 8, 6, 20. And those people would purchase coffee, food, dinner, or whatever else. And that's how we got the free room. So I think there's probably 2 or 3 or 4 years we were doing this every Tuesday night and every Thursday night. One week, I had 2 RSVPs to a coffee shop. I'm sorry, 4 RSVPs. And I know that 4, only 2 were going to show. And I kept thinking, I can't give up that much time for only 2 people. And then this little Bob Moad bird said, when you speak, business happens. When you speak, business happens. So I decided to go to this event because with only 2 people there, I kind of felt like literally by the time I got on a ferry boat, fought rush hour traffic for an hour, got set up. I needed to leave like 3 hours before the event. It's going to take me 3 hours to get home. So we're talking about a 9-hour outing in order for me to show up for 2 people. I showed up for 4, 2 didn't show. The first woman looked at me and she said, Patrick, I have to go to the dentist in 10 minutes. And I was devastated. And I felt like the biggest loser or failure because now I'm doing this workshop in front of 1 person. And as soon as that 1 person left to go to the dentist, I'll never forget. The other guy stands up, he grabs his billfold, pulls his credit card out of his pocket, throws it on the desk. He said, Patrick, I'm so excited. This is one of the best days of my life this month because I'm so jacked. I get you all to myself for a private 3-hour coaching session, just you and me. And here's my Visa card, charge it the $4,000, let's get started. And I thought to myself, when you speak, business happens. And in that moment, I've never prejudged an audience. And in that moment, I don't even care if people show up. And when I do my over the phone workshop, sometimes I will obviously promote it all over social media. Sometimes we have 0 callers. So the next day people say, well, how was the workshop, Patrick? How was your teleseminar? How was it? And we could have 0 people on the line. And my answer was, it was spectacular. And the reason why it was spectacular in my mind, I'm thinking, because nobody showed up. I got an hour and a half of free time to do other things. And then they asked me, is it too late to sign up with you? Can I still work with you? And of course, the answer is yes, but I don't need to tattletale on myself to tell other people that nobody showed up. You do the event for the opportunity to promote it on social media, not for how many people show up. So hopefully that answers your question, Sally. Carrie, social media. Do you do all of them or one of them? I have them on all of them, but Facebook is my primary one because that's my target market. Twitter is more business and politics. Instagram is more younger folks. Facebook is my target market, age 30 to 80. And I find that people on Facebook are more into personal growth and development. People on Instagram, they're more into selfies and, followers and all of those things. So yes, I would say have a positioning on all of them. LinkedIn, I'm on there as well. But again, I find that LinkedIn is a lot for the career climbers and the corporate America. I have one on all, but I primarily focus on Facebook, and you might want to do the same as well. The key thing is, in this business, I don't want you to focus on selling books. Yes, I've sold 1 million books in 5 languages in 108 countries, but some of those books I made less than 25 cents a piece. When you sell 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 books at a time, you might make $0.25 a book. And the reality of it is, if you focus on book sales, you're going to make an additional $10, $20, $30,000 a year. So what I want you to do is focus on strategically giving away your book. to those people who have the ability to hire you for speaking, coaching, and consulting. And if you do that, you'll make an extra 100, 200, 300 grand a year. So an extra 100, 200, 300 grand a year is better than extra 10, 20, 30,000. And oh, by the way, when you focus on giving away the book, then you get the speaking engagement. Then the audience falls in love with you. Then you have a captive audience. Then you can sell books in the back of the room. My all-time record for selling books in the back of the room is $5,815. But I made $10,000 on the speech. And the only reason I got the speech was because I mailed the book. So this business is 5 steps. Number 1, you write and publish the book. Number 2, you strategically give the book away to people that have the ability to hire you for speaking, coaching, consulting. Number 3, you follow up because the fortune's made in the follow-up. Number 4, you follow up because the fortune's made in the follow-up. Number 5, you follow up because the fortune's made in the follow-up. So your book is nothing more than an arrow. That arrow points to your website. On your website, there's your highlight video. On that highlight video, they can taste and touch and feel and smell and emotionalize your passion, your energy. They want to determine, are you boring or not? And then once they feel your energy, they say, Patrick, can you bring that energy to our stage? And the answer is yes. So then I come on stage and I do an hour and a half humor, entertainment, inspiration. We'll talk about that in the last question here in a second. And then in doing so, I always make a coaching offer at the end. Because if you don't ASK, you won't GET. I once did a speech in Vancouver, British Columbia, and another speech in Phoenix, Arizona, where I made very little on the keynote speaking, but I made 20,000 in back room coaching sales. So the biggest mistake that I see my clients do is focusing on book sales. I want you to focus on giving the book away like Halloween candy strategically to the right people on October 31st so that you can get those speaking, coaching, consulting. Okay, we got 10 seconds. Last thing. How do you enhance your speaking skills? According to Wendy, is stage time, stage time, stage time, stage time. Dottie Walters in her book, Speak and Grow Rich. There's my timer. I'm going to finish up right now. In her book, Speak and Grow Rich, she says you need to give 300 speeches before you can get paid in your lifetime. Most of you have already done 250, 275, 295, because every book report you've ever given as a kid, every speech that you've ever done at a networking event, all of that counts. So stage time is how you get better. So again, I invite all of you to join me any and every Monday on my Inner Circle writing, publishing, book marketing, speaking, coaching mastermind call. That phone number is 605-475-3200. The PIN number 1083722 #. Again, 1083722 #. I'll put that in the chat as soon as we're done. And if you have any problems dialing in, just hang up and dial in again. For those of you that are interested in becoming a best-selling author, a highly paid speaker, a sought-after coach, I'd be honored and thrilled to offer all of you a complimentary, no obligation, 60-minute coaching consultation. The way that you schedule that is send me a text on my private cell phone number, 206-310-1200. Again, 206-310-1200. Let me know that you heard from me from Bettina, and we empower you. And also my website is becomingabestsellingauthor.com. Again, becomingabestsellingauthor.com. And I think, Bettina, I'm going to do a breakout session later in the day. So I'll be curious to see how that goes. If you guys have enjoyed this message, feel free to join me in the breakout room, and you'll have way more time for one-on-one Q&A back and forth. Okay, Bettina, thank you very much. God bless you all. Love you all. Take care.
Thank you so very much, Patrick. That was awesome. And Wendy wrote in to say you knocked it out of the park, and I couldn't have said it any better myself. Fantastic presentation. Again, Patrick is going to actually do another session, which is a 30-minute breakout session coming up later in the morning here, actually in the early afternoon. And I can't wait to have you back, Patrick. Stay on, because next up is going to be your favorite master, Nigel Henry.
Can you tell me what time my breakout is?
Yes, just give me 1 second here. Yeah. Let's go for the schedule here. Un momento. So we do the breakout sessions starting at 1:30. Everybody gets a minute that's presenting to talk about their presentation, to welcome in some new folks that may have not been here this morning. So come on back if you're leaving. And next up, I will be bringing up Master Nigel Henry to the stage. Thank you so much, Patrick.
You guys are in for a treat. Nigel is the man.
Yes, you love Master Nigel, and so do I. So here we go. Un momento, por favor, as they say. Bringing up my Latin here. So welcoming back Master Nigel Henry. He is typically working directly one-on-one behind the scenes with me, the chief, or the ambitious, highly gifted, extraordinary, out-of-the-box individual who has desires or intentions of being known as the number one or the greatest or the disruptor in my industry or profession, while making a massive beneficial change in the world. His specific service, for which he is highly compensated, is engaging me, his client, in a proprietary form of thinking methodology called activation conversations, which we're going to have one today. This typically results in me experiencing sudden, massive explosions in my mastery performance and in my capacity for sourcing and contributing insane amounts of value at ludicrous speeds. Master Nigel's Activation Conversations covers the full gamut of my world, including my life's calling, global impact, business performance, health, relationships, and personal lifestyle. Welcome to the stage, Master Nigel.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh, let me give myself a round of applause. Yes. Hey, the great Master Patrick Snow. Oh, I always feel good when he's talking. I'm so glad that I'm following Patrick because I like using him as a model, working version of my message. He's actually the working version of my message. So Patrick, if you're okay, I may interact with you again like we did last time. It's like a great double act because I'm like, it's very rare to meet the working version of what I'm talking about. I also like to acknowledge Angel Paulette Hamill, a recent encounter of another working version. In fact, a working version of it was Bettina. Bettina was the biggest modeling working version of my work that I've encountered. And since I met her, my life has changed exponentially. So Bettina was asking me, Nigel, what are you talking about? Can you send a 50-word description of what you're going to talk about? I'm like, that's a very stressful thing. I believe in the Patrick Snow method of talks. He lets the audience determine his speech. And if you notice what he did, he said, okay, I'm going to take questions, and he wrote it down, and then he constructed a presentation in the moment that served the audience at that time. That is a piece of mastery that is built into everyone on this call. And my intention is to activate that capacity right now. Okay, woo, Nigel, you just made a big promise there. Woo, are you feeling the turbo? All right, so who is Master Nigel? I think I'm more in Patrick's question. I'll tell a story. Born in Jamaica, born in England, raised in Jamaica by my grandparents in the hills of the Blue Mountains, where the best coffee in the world comes from. And then I was reunioned with my parents in England when I was about 9 years old. And that's when I was activated. I found out that there's a lot going on with Nigel, and my father noticed it and put my talents to work. So in retrospect, I see that I was a gifted child. He didn't say that, but he just kept saying, Nigel is brilliant, Nigel is great, Nigel this. And he went and told everyone in the community, the shopkeeper, the banker, everywhere, Nigel is great. And he used to do this trick on me. He would say, Nigel, he was a construction guy. He had his own construction company. And he'd say, Nigel, take this money to the bank in Lindley. It's Barclays Bank. So I'm this little 10-year-old. I walk into Barclays Bank with a wad of money. And the cashier looks over and they're like, there's a little black guy here with a wad of money. They press this little button on the desk, which means we have a situation. And the bank manager comes out of the bank from behind closed door and comes over and looks over and goes, oh, that's Henry's son. It's okay. And I'm thinking, how does he know who I am and why that's okay? Because my dad went around and spread the word to everyone in the community that Nigel is great. And so I'd go to shops and they're like, I go to my little corner Indian shop. Oh, so you're the great Nigel. Okay, I guess so. It was embarrassing, quite frankly. So I grew up in an environment where my father set up an environment that said Nigel was great, and I had to live into that expectation. I hated it, actually. I found it very embarrassing. I'm just going to share one more embarrassing story. My dad was a businessman, so he went to the Jamaican prime minister was visiting England, and they're like, oh yes, send the business people to meet the prime minister, so that we can show that we have some Jamaican business people in England. And so my dad took me to the Jamaican embassy to, Nigel, I want you to see the prime minister of Jamaica. So I'm thinking, great, this is great, lots of business people. And then he gets up. So I'm thinking he's going to ask a question. And then he said, the most embarrassing thing in my life, I would just like to announce that my son, Nigel Henry, is going to be the next Prime Minister of England. I'm like, what the? It was so embarrassing. I literally crawled out of the event while he was talking. And so he's describing this great to-be guy, and I had left the building. And I was so peed off that he kept on putting me in this situation. I am not great. I don't see myself that way. And he just and it was just, I had enough of this stuff. And he had a word with me and said, I'm sorry, son, I just think you're great. Okay, 40 years later, Nigel's doing the same thing. I walk around, and when I look at humans, guess who I see? Great ones. And I'm thinking, do these people know that they're great? And a lot of people actually have an issue with that word. They're like, Nigel, that's a little bit egotistical. You need to humble yourself and be normal. And I'm thinking, no, really, you are actually great. I don't think so. We're just a normal person. I'm just a normal person. I'm like, there's something wrong. There's an error in the software. I'm just going to race to the beginning of my talk now and say, I became a software engineer. And my first job was to work on the A320 Airbus. Does anyone know what that is? The airplane is the actual challenge to Boeing. So yes, we have an engineer in the house. It's basically the first European airline that flies by computer. And it was challenging to the Boeing 747. So that was my first project in the lab. And basically my job was to debug the software. Because if there's a bug in an aircraft software, that thing is coming down. So my job was to remove the bug to make sure the plane stays up and it doesn't have any glitches and you hear about a sudden crash of an airplane, okay? So in the lab, I was looking at software. This is supposed to work. This is supposed to work. And you remove the bug if it's not working. Does anyone remember buying Microsoft MS-DOS way back in the day? Is it just me? Oh, is there anyone here who has a computer? Back in the day, you buy MS-DOS and it crashed. You know why it crashed? Bugs in the software. The hardware is fine, the software had bugs. And so Microsoft debugged it and they would just release another version. Now speed up to year 2000, Nigel is hired by a huge company, I think it's GE, to deal with the Y2K bug. Does anyone remember that? Come on, you should all be young enough for that one. Okay, the Y2K bug. And what was that? A bug that was going to shut down all the computers, the mainframes that controlled all the financial services around the world. And if we didn't shut down that, kill the bug, like Corona, the world would come to an end. Nigel was hired to manage the project to debug the financial services software for GE Capital. And I led that project in the Bay Area, and I had a schedule. We clearly, and I created this outcome called, by the way, Y2K was okay. Remember that? I had to tell them that in 1999 so that they would have better expectations. It's okay, guys. I've been to the future. I've seen the mountaintop. We're okay. So now we're back in 1999. Let's keep on trucking. So this is how I got here. While I was at GE, they said, Nigel, we're just amazed at your magic. How do you do that? We'd like to offer you a job. Patrick, this is where I joined you, man. In the year 2000, they said, we'd like to offer you a job. I'm like, job, wow, director of IT. And just then, this happened to me. I am sitting, I'm listening to the person talking to me, and I hear my inner voice come through and said, well done, Nigel. You have successfully removed the bug from the mechanical computers. Now I would like you to remove the bug from the human computer. I always wanted to work with people instead of machine. I was a great engineer, but I like people. Who likes people? Raise your hand if you like working with people. Yeah, people. And back then in the Bay Area, 2000 was the beginning of the .com, and everyone was going tech and .com this. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go .humans. I'm actually going to focus on going in the lab and working on humans. So I began my journey to debug humans. And lo and behold, my peoples, after 5 months of working with people on the streets who appeared not to be functioning right, I found the bug. My claim to fame, and I think my friend Angel Paulette said, Nigel, this is Nobel Peace Prize material. I'm like, yes, Paulette, have that arranged, right? The bug that is interfering with humans, I actually found it, and I'm gonna give you access to it right now. In true Patrick style, I must publish. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick has been an inspiration to me because I live in a lab. This is my lab here. And in the lab, we don't care about what's happening in the world. But if you stay in the lab and you don't publish, you go broke. So Apple publishes their thing that they do in the lab every year. And it's called iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, iPhone 4, iPhone 5. So I agree with Patrick. Publish often, publish frequently. So I'm going to publish to you in the chat the list of virus-infected words. And you can just click on the link and download it at will, but I'm going to be speaking to it as we talk. So what I'd like to say to begin with, I'd like everyone to just repeat this quietly to yourself, and then we're going to unmute and repeat it together in sync. I'm going to 1, 2, 3, like that. You see, now we can all speak in harmony. So here's the line that everyone's going to speak together. Ready? My voice is my moneymaker. Repeat. My voice. Do it quietly. Rehearsing first. My voice is my moneymaker. Okay, now we're going to do it in harmony. 3, 2, 1. Unmute.
My voice is moneymaker.
One more time together.
My voice is moneymaker.
One more time. One more time.
My voice is my moneymaker.
Very good. All right, now all on mute now. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Now, one of the things I found when I was starting my business in the lab, I found that people functioned when they were talking. But the whole industry, the education system is saying, you got to listen, Nigel. We can't all talk at the same time. I'm like, I just proved them wrong. Did you guys see that? Everybody spoke at the same time. And did you all hear each other? Yes, because we're singing from the same tune. So the first thing is, how do you get humans to speak from the same tune, even though we're all different? The first word, which is the first disruption that I had on Angel Paulette, is I said, Paulette, And I think someone spoke to it. I think it was the first speaker. And in fact, it's the theme of this summit. We go further together. Now, can anyone hear a virus word? That was a clue. We go further together, right? It turns out that this we word is a very, very powerful word. And the definition of a virus word is a power word that's used without awareness. Patrick, I need your thought on that. Patrick, man, you're the words man. I need your thought on the definition of the virus is a powerful word that's used without awareness. Any thoughts on that? Oh, great, Patrick.
You become what you think about, and whatever you think about is what you speak. So your speaking programs your mind. So I agree.
Now, Patrick, you mind if I interact with you because you're
I just finished eating breakfast, so I'm good to chat.
Yeah, so that's great. So what I call Patrick, in fact, I learned not to project and to ask questions. Patrick, number one, are you a gifted person?
I try not to.
Beep. Did you hear that? Not. That's the number one. That is the root of all evil. N-O-T.
I will tell you this. I played sports my entire life, and I believe those people that are involved in sports or other activities have an unfair advantage in life and business because they learn about teamwork, discipline, whatever. So yes, the answer is yes, because of the way that I was raised.
Which one? Which question was that? Yes to?
Yes to being gifted.
Oh, I am gifted. Now, Patrick, you took too long to answer that, man, because I had a word with your manufacturer. That's one of the things I had to learn as an electronic engineer. Go to the manufacturer, get the diagram and the spec, and look at that before you look at the object in question, because then you'll know how it's supposed to work. And I'm like, I had a word. I'm like, excuse me, boss, is Patrick one of your pips? Yep, Nigel, definitely, straight from the lab. Oh, okay. Is he super gifted? And if he says otherwise, dismiss him. I just dismiss what he has to say. This guy was loaded. I'm telling you, we made him loaded. He's one of the specials, loaded. So Patrick, can you please honor the creator and speak the truth? Are you super gifted?
Yes, I'm blessed from God, my creator. With these
That's correct. So why are you trying to dumb it down, man? Who are you trying to please?
I think we're all programmed.
Who's this we thing now? This is the word here.
I think I and many others have been programmed.
Don't project your stuff, Patrick.
Yeah.
Own it. You see, this is what I'm doing. This is the great one here. The reason I work with Patrick, because he is built to deal with hazardous conditions. Patrick, did you just wake up and was just lucky, or did you come through hell to get here? Did you come through hell? I didn't say park in hell, come through. You were tested in the fire, were you not?
Yes.
Good. You know what we call that in engineering? QA, quality control. All the components on the aircraft is heat and frozen tested under hazardous conditions before we put it on the shelf. Patrick has been tested and certified as badass, as you were saying. Patrick, are you super gifted or not? You don't have to be modest with me. I know the spec.
Yes, God made me that way.
Thank you. And that's exactly the answer you should say every time, because there's no point dumbing it down to make others feel comfortable.
And my parents also supported me similar to your father.
That's right, because you know what the world is saying. There's another group of people who are also called we, and they say we should not be too, what's that word, Patrick, I'm looking for?
Arrogant.
Arrogant. By the way, did you notice my
narcissist? Arrogant.
Yes.
Ego.
Patrick, now I looked at the spec, Pat, and none of those words are on here.
Yeah.
So where are these words coming from, my man? It's incoming. I call that incoming. Patrick was sent here for outgoing. Patrick is God's gift to the planet. He's a giving machine. Have you noticed? Dial my number and I will give you a consultation. Patrick is modeling my teachings, man. I don't even met the brother, but all I can tell you, my boss, which is his boss, said, there are some specials on earth who I have placed here for modeling the way that I intended at the beginning. And they're called the master. And I was talking to Angel Paulette. Yes, and she said, Nigel, I'm uncomfortable with that word master. Ooh, it has what she call it? Connotations. What's the word she said? Paulette, what's the word you use?
I mean stigma.
Stigma. What is that? I'm like, stigma. I'm like, let me remind you of the word master. It is not a gender specific thing. It is related to all matters that are created. And I can, again, I'm using Patrick as my reference here. Patrick, have you heard of this guy called, what's the piano player that's blind? Help me, somebody.
Ray Charles.
Ray Charles. Have you heard of Ray Charles?
Yes.
Do you know his claim to fame? Or yeah, because if you know the story, it's better if Patrick tells it, because then I won't be making it up. Patrick.
I saw the movie years ago. It was inspired. I don't remember all the details, but
okay,
extremely talented musician.
The essence of this, he was super talented according to the spec that God made. Yes? Another gifted brother, and he put it out. Yes, he was putting it out. He was playing his music on stages, off stages, on the street, wherever his talent was going out. And then because he was putting out value, the world loved him. And the record companies, they're like, hey, brother, would you like a job? Come and work for us. And like Patrick, he's like, whoa, what's this work thing? I don't work, job? Ooh, no, man, I need to be independent to do my art. Ooh, I need to put stuff out. And so they said, well, that's how we do it here in the studio. You come and you sing and work for us, and we own your content. Patrick told us that story, didn't he? What was that, Patrick? What's the move you told us not to do? Don't give.
Yeah, the biggest mistake of my life as an author is selling my rights of 2 of my books to the #1 business publisher in the world. Huge mistake.
In other words, you gave them your talent and they got the royalties from it. No, man, own your gifts. Own it. God gave it to you to make money with, for you to make money with, not for someone else to make money with. So back to the thing. So Ray Charles was so badass that all the record companies wanted him. And they said, oh, come on, man, sign with us. And he said, I will sign with you on the one condition. Patrick, you know what the one condition was?
I don't recall.
Well, this matters, Patrick. Who knows what the condition was? Even if you heard the storybook, you can speak because the voice is the moneymaker. Troy, what was the condition? Troy.
I will say the condition was that he maintained the rights.
To what, Troy?
The intellectual property, the music, the distribution.
It has a name that starts
The master copy.
The Masters, it's called. The Master. I retain the right to the master. What was he talking about, Troy? What's the master?
The original creation, I would say.
Thank you. The original version, the final cut, the one that was edited in the lab. What did Patrick call it? The book with all the edits done. What do you call that, Patrick, in publishing land?
The proof book.
The proof book. This is the one that's
been prototype.
The one that's been debugged.
Yeah.
When it's being debugged, we multiply it, we copy it. So the definition of the master is the final version from which others are replicated. Replicate means copy, right? The final, this is the version that we did in the lab. And then God said, let there be, oh, this is fine. I want Patrick in the world. Ooh, this is my best. Ooh, yeah, ooh, oh Lord, this is, ooh, words cannot describe. So he just says, ooh, this is, if I put a label on him, he will be diminished. So we have a word that describes something that cannot be labeled. Here it is, Patrick, phenomena. Phenomena. Paulette, on that word, I'm a phenomenal woman, right? Don't put a label on me, I'm too bad. I'm just too, Prince was bad and he had a label called Prince and they tried to restrict his operation. So he just deleted the label and said, by the way, everybody, I'm now the phenomenon previously known as Prince. He deleted his name. He's like, yep, I'm just a phenomenon. You just have to deal with it. As soon as you label me, you limit me. Words are all limiting. So pick the baddest, strongest, baddest, highest word that you can get. Now, it just turns out this word master, Paulette, means the original, according to Troy, the original version that was created by the creator from which others are replicated. So in the record company, they don't sell the masters on the street. They keep it on a tape and put out this thing called a vinyl copy. You remember that? What? And they say to the artist, how many copies have you sold? I'm a best-selling writer. How many copies of your book have you sold? You know why? Because the master is still on your computer, Patrick. And that's the version you put into version 2, iPhone 4, iPhone 5. That's how Apple became the $1 trillion company. They keep the masters and upgrade it for another release. Does this make any sense, Patrick? Because you're my reference, man. If I'm talking beat, you need to edit me. Shut me down. Thank you, my man. So, all those who know that you're the master, raise your hand and unmute yourself and say, I am.
I am.
I am.
I am.
Now, before I did that, people were like, Nigel, why do you call yourself master? You know, Jesus is my master, and I have a problem with you being master, Nigel, because now I've got to call you master. And the reason I call myself master is to model my own speaking. I am the master, and I know that all people are masters because God only creates originals and the finest and the best. So as far as I'm concerned, this is Master Troy, Master Patrick, Master to you. Everyone on this call are original masterpieces, aren't they, Ingrid? Ingrid, are you master? Are we looking at the original creation here? Now, Ingrid, you got to use your voice because it's the money maker. You see? Ingrid.
Okay, here we go.
I am the master. Just say that.
I am the master.
Are you the master, really, Ingrid? Or are you just saying that?
You know, I would say 75% I'm believe it, 25% I'm just saying it. Sorry to admit that.
Okay. Now, I noticed it's 75% belief. Now, thank you for saying that, Ingrid, because I'm now going to delete belief as a way of being. Oh, man, you got to believe it. Okay, so I'm just going to say this, my peoples. These are my peoples. I got certified by Bettina to own these people as my peoples. Okay, so Ingrid, I understand. Don't believe anything you believe, Ingrid. Say that. Just repeat that back. That's weird.
What was that?
Don't believe anything you believe.
Don't believe anything you believe?
Yeah, because
I believe. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, you know, I know the industry. Patrick can verify. Again, I like Patrick because anytime I say something disruptive, he looks up in the sky like, man, and then he writes it down because Patrick is wise. Patrick, I think the industry has been focused on belief. Whatever you believe, you can achieve, right? There's this focus on, and it's putting a lot of weight on the mental capacity to believe things. And I have looked at this belief under a microscope. That's what I do in the lab. I look at words under a microscope. And I'm like, oh, does anyone know how to create a belief? Let me see. Carla seems like she's quiet. Carla, are you there? Can you unmute and say something for you, your moneymaker? Carla, if you don't talk, you won't make any money. Carla? Okay, who's that? Bettina. Oh, yes. So I'm looking at all the people where they just have this thing going on. Let me show you what it looks like. This. Can you see that? That is the people I'm calling on. Those are the people that are not making enough money, all right? Because there's one thing to not have your image. There's another thing not to have your voice. Okay, so anyone who has one of those things going on, I shall be calling on you to see if you're here or you're just a phantom. Okay, let me see this Paul dude. Paul Wafula.
He's there.
Okay, good. I thought that was an image. Now you're lucky. I was going to think of it. Paul. Okay, what was I talking about? Paul. Master. Are you the master, Paul?
Yes, I am.
When did you decide that? First of all, do you believe it? This is Ingrid. Stay with me, Ingrid. Unmute yourself because I'm still talking to you. Ingrid. Yes, Paul. Okay. Yeah, we're talking. We're having. Nigel's invented this modus operandi called trialogue. where 3 or more people are talking at the same time. Paul, can you handle that? Is that too much for your mind? Can you talk?
No, it's all right.
Great. So, Paul, are you the master?
Yes, I'm the master.
Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Whoa. Okay. Now, Paul, how long have you believed that? You got to believe. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Carry on.
No, since I started listening to you.
Oh, it's a new belief.
Yeah.
So what did you believe before you heard me? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. If I had come up to you before I'd start talking and say, excuse me, Mr. Black Man, you look like a powerful dude, I'd say, are you the master? What would you say to me?
Yes, I am. No, I would have said, yes, I am.
Oh, well, wait a minute. So you would have said it before you believed it, correct? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Talk to me.
Yes, I would.
Great. Ingrid, look at this. He said he believed it after he heard me, but yet he said it before he believed it. That's interesting, isn't it? That's an interesting to look at. So there's another aspect of Paul that seems to override or replaces his belief. So Paul, man, where'd you get this answer from if you didn't even believe it?
I've seen the manual.
Which manual?
The book that was the model that created, the person that created me is manual.
So you have the blueprint of the master installed in you somewhere. Is that what I'm hearing?
I look at it frequently.
Now, I think you might be talking about the Bible, right? Are you talking about the Bible?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, it's in there. But some people can't read, and it's written in English. So this is what I'd like you to consider, that there are 3 realms within the temple, Ingrid. 3 realms. 4 realms, actually. But 3 are important. One of them is the mental realm. The other one is the physical realm, the hardware, software, hardware, and emotional realm, feeling, anger, passion. These 3 realms, what I consider make up the temple, okay? And the mental realm has been overloaded because of like, Nigel, you got to believe first, you must believe before you achieve. And I'm like, I don't remember believing anything. I just knew stuff, Paul. Patrick, that's what I'm trying to get to. Somehow I just knew some stuff, Patrick, and I can't tell you how I came to believe it. Now, what I did find out is if I repeated it over and over, I would believe it. So belief comes from repetition, Ingrid. It comes from repetition. That's how we believe that 2 + 2 is 4. Actually, in other mathematical systems, 2 + 2 is not 4. It's only true in decimal. But because we were taught at school and repeated over and over, 2 + 2 is 4, 2 × 3 is 6, we sang it so much that we believe it. So if you want to believe anything, just get people to repeat it. So if I want Paul to believe he's the master, well, I'd have you repeat it over and over again. Repeat after me, Paul. I am the master.
I am the master.
6 times, please.
I am the master. 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 I am the master.
Now, if I want to install it in his body, I'd have to dance it through. I'm the master. I'm the master, right? If you move the body while I'm talking, it embodies it. And that's how children are taught to believe things. So that's why I said, Patrick, don't believe anything you believe because somebody installed that software. The original software was installed in the spiritual realm, in the heavenly factory. And it is called knowingness. And as long as what I hear affirms what I know, can anyone mute out so that we, except for Ingrid? As long as I affirm that which I know in my heart, the heart is where all things are known. The spiritual realm, God speaks in my heart. So Patrick, have you ever woken up and you just know something and you don't know where you got it from? Just like,
yes.
What do you call that, Patrick? What's the name for that? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Can't make money.
Spirit or inner intelligence?
Thank you. Inner intelligence, spirit, same name, intuition, God talking, the voice of God. I heard that talk to me to tell me to delete, erase that job and go and debug humans. That's how Nigel got started. And I had no data, no external evidence of this is something sensible to do. In fact, I kept to myself specifically because I thought people would think that I'm crazy and they would label me less than my father did. Any thoughts on that, Ingrid? This is the key thing here. This is the fundamental. There's an inner knowingness within all beings. It was installed in the factory, and its job is to talk to the mind, but instead the mind is getting external data from the ears. And when it comes in, we get to believe what we hear. And that's why Nigel said, don't believe, and can you believe? Because it probably came from external. So now back to Ingrid. Ingrid, what are you saying now? What, do you believe or do you know that you're the master? Do you believe or do you know? Two different things.
What's the question exactly?
Are you the, here's the question. Are you the master? All right, hesitation. I love that. That means she's thinking. What are you thinking, Ingrid?
Well, I'm thinking all these other little people in my head, you know, who jump around and tell me other stuff.
Yes, that's why I said don't believe them, because they are making a lot of noise. Now let me ask this question, which is speaking to your inner man, or as they call it in the scriptures. Do you know that you're the master?
In certain areas, yes.
Now, there you go. This is where you're diminishing the great Ingrid. The master is not a region, it's a creation. In the factory, when you were being made in heaven, I think, were you created as the original version of excellence that others were designed to copy?
The first part I agree with.
Which part?
The creation of excellence.
Whose excellence? You or just everything, general?
Mine.
Oh, well, speak on that. This is where the I comes in, Patrick. This is why I was focusing on the I. Can you say that in the first person about your own creation? I?
You tell me.
No, that's the thing.
Sorry, my brain. You know, my brain. I'm on different levels at the same time. You know.
I know. This is my point.
It's
Her
very emotional,
mind,
and then I have to think and keep my thinking
Thank you.
and sentences. You know.
This is what I'm thinking.
Put out
this
there.
This is exactly my point. Ingrid's mind is interfering with her heart. Ingrid's mind is super developed and has a lot of programs running right now. And I'm asking a direct question to her heart, and her heart is trying to get access to her mouth. But in the meantime, the mind is, wait, whoa, we got some thoughts about that, interfering with the expression of the heart. Ingrid, your heart is the boss. Tell your mind to shut up and be quiet because the boss is talking.
Shut up, the boss is talking.
Now let's hear what the boss has to say. The heart is the boss. My heart says.
My heart says, you are okay, you are the master.
Put in the first person now, because you is a virus word.
I am the master.
Yes, look at her body nodding now. Just say it again, because this is what your heart is saying.
I am the master.
Now, the body doesn't lie. And when people are telling the truth, their head starts nodding like, did everyone see that? Her head is like, yeah, that's right. That's right. She has an attitude. I'm the master. And people might start labeling you as narcissist because your heart is saying that you're great. And you know, the narcissist is just a program. It's just a label. Programs are just labels that people want to use to limit your greatness, Ingrid.
You know, I have to tell you on a very personal level that it's very interesting that you're talking about my heart, because I'm actually in the ER last Tuesday and spent 4 hours because my heart was acting up. And in the end, it turned out it's kind of all okay. I still have a meeting with a cardiologist on the 22nd. But what I mainly want to say, it's very interesting. I think the heart has a big big thing. And if the heart is not listened to,
thank you.
Then, you know,
Well, stay the first person. If my heart is not listened, if my heart is not listened to,
if I don't listen to my heart,
then it will act up. I'll tell you that.
It will act up. It will act up. So that's what I see what happened to me recently, you know.
Excellent.
And I think, yeah, I think that goes to the core, literally, I would say. Yeah.
Core word, the word core, I think is French for heart. So that is the root of my conversation, that there are beings who are heart-centered. They are heart-powered. Everything is heart. They do have superior CPU, like Patrick, but it's surrendered to the heart. The belief is overridden by the intuition. The mind has lots of programs running, but when the heart is talking, I just say, be still and know that the boss is talking. So that's what meditation and all these practices are for, is to quiet the second in command. This is Spock here. The heart is Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk is talking. And Captain Kirk was like, we'll go north. And Spock was like, that's most illogical. Captain, how are we going to get to north? Captain, Spock, we're going north, set course for north. The heart is boss. So that's the first rule. So back to this question. I see Carey there. Carey, I've got to thank you, Angel Ingrid. Oh, did I call you Angel? That's another term of expansion that people have a problem with. So, Carey, can I talk to you? Can we talk? Who said that?
Carey?
Yes, Carey. So, first of all, are you a heart-centered, heart-powered woman?
Yes.
Are you super badass gifted?
I am gifted, and I'm a freaking master.
Oh, you just preempted all my questions. Are you disruptive?
Yes.
Are you one that fits in with the industry, or do you act like Uber?
No, I do not fit in with the industry.
Thank you. Look at that. You see all your people over there getting excited? All right. What else is there? Are you entrepreneurial, meaning you cannot get a job? If you say you tried, you applied, your system would no, what are we doing? Why are we applying for a job? I'm an independent person. Okay. Are you an entrepreneur?
Yes.
Very good.
When you wake up, you cannot go back to sleep. So
I say that in the first person.
When I woke up, I could not go back to sleep.
Because you're driven by some force within you.
Yes.
And you have instruction from the boss. Must be on earth to make a difference. Are you here to make a difference?
I'm definitely here to make a difference.
So these are the attributes of my peoples. My peoples. You understand my peoples? Now, I have a name. I've labeled my people. And I think I got this label from a download, and I just test it out. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to do a test on you, Carey. This question I'm going to ask you does not require Spock, right? This guy gets to, but it does require Captain Kirk. Like whatever Kirk says, that's the answer. And you don't get to think about it. Don't give him a chance. It just came out, Nigel. I'm sorry. You ready?
I'm ready.
Carey, are you an angel?
Yes.
Done. Enough said. That's it. You're qualified. Carey, are you here to change the world?
Yes.
Then, Carey, I'm labeling you. I here anoint you as a change angel sent by God to disrupt the planet. Ooh, your heart is talking. What's it saying? It's saying more yes?
I'm saying thank you for affirming that. I'm here to do the job. And
you were sent.
Yes.
Now, I think one of the earliest speakers spoke about the will. And there's the will of God. And I heard him, he was speaking passionately, and he was speaking about strategies and tactics, right? There are a lot of, in leadership, strategies and tactics. Nigel doesn't really teach about strategies and tactics. I mean, Patrick can help you. I recommend join the class. Patrick's strategies come from a higher place. So what I'm here to do is amplify what comes before that, called principles and essence. There's essence principles, strategies, tactics. The angel's food is essence and principles, okay? We eat essence. Give me some good food, Nigel. I can go and learn strategies and books and read stuff, but this essence and principle thing, it's a downloaded thing, and it's not even coming in, it's already resident in the heart of the angel, Carey. So let me use more engineering terminology. So back in the day, when you bought MS-DOS, and to some extent Windows 99, does anyone remember those days? My God, right? And you plug it into your PC, whether it's a Dell or an Acer or whatever it was, invariably it didn't work. And you're like, oh, another Microsoft product. And Microsoft is, hey, we spent a long time in the lab. You know, Bill was like, put thought into this thing. It's supposed to work. So we call up support desk, 800, whatever. Hey, I just bought the software and I plugged it in and it's not working. And they're like, it's supposed to work, there. But what am I doing wrong? Oh, do you have the activation code? Huh? The activation code. It's on the package. It's a little strip of numbers on the package. You got to type in the activation code. Okay. Do it right now. 1, 2, 3, about 900 numbers, right? You type it in and then reboot your computer. Reboot. It's working. Oh. The software was designed to work, Carey, and it requires an activation code. So angels do not need motivation. They need activation. So that's what Nigel's here, to upgrade the industry from motivation, inspiration, transformation. My people don't need any of that. My people needs activation, because the master software is already on the hard disk known as the heart. My people need to speak. Somebody needs to activate that. So Angel Carey, does your heart agree that this code is already there? What Nigel's speaking, I know this. Nigel, I know this to be true. Is that why your body is nodding? Is that why your head is nodding? Are you nodding, nodding in agreement? Or did I teach you that and you believe what I'm saying? Or you just know it to be true? Which one? You believe or you know?
It's all the above.
No, I recommend that you start believing. That's RAM. There's a lot of bugs in RAM. You must always clear down your computer before you load the operating system, okay? Have you ever noticed if you leave your Mac on for too long, it will just start doing weird stuff? And what Apple will just tell you, reboot. And what that does, it clears memory. And it will reload it from the hard disk. And you're like, oh, that's better. In other words, your mind has been taking in too much virus from the world. And every so often you need to clear your mind, brainwash. I recommend brain cleanse. I know I'm not supposed to do brainwashing, but I am. I'm a brain cleanser, because the mind must be cleared for the heart to be heard. Oh, Lord, that was a good one, Patrick. Come on, that was a good one, I have to say. The mind must be cleared for the heart to be heard. And so if I've been in the world listening to all sorts of manner of beliefs and projections onto me with the you virus and the we virus, like we're all limited, aren't we, Carey? I'm like, Carey, no, Carey, you need to, this is what you say, Carey, I'm exempt. And you do this. You see how I've walked across the screen? I am socially distancing myself from this belief system. I am socially distant. And I found that my peoples are socially distanced. All my angel friends live in a lab somewhere and they don't participate in mass consciousness. They love to say, we are all going through a hard time in Corona, aren't we? I'm like, not me. Corona was a blessing, man. I'm sorry, I'm socially distancing myself from that to avoid contamination of the virus. Okay, what do you think of this? See, look at that, her body wants to talk. So now we're gonna ask Carey to put her thoughts on loudspeaker, which is coming from her heart. Speak it out, sister. Teach it out, in fact.
Well, it's so affirming to the thoughts that I call it COVID creations. I birthed the book out of the time. You're speaking to another title that's coming to my mind that starts with the word activating. So you are just speaking through my entire body, and thank you for affirming what I'm here for.
Affirming or activating that which was on your hard disk.
It is definitely on my heart because it's choking me up and the whole nine,
You know what the choking, I'm going to speak to the choking thing. When our angel's getting choking, What that means, I was telling Angel Paulette this, is called value constipation. You're having value constipation. I'm sorry, it's a diagnosis. It's very common amongst my people. Value constipation. Who would like to explain what value constipation is? Unless, if you don't explain it, I'm gonna have to ask Patrick again. So Patrick, since you're so wise, call on someone for me so I could bring somebody out. I know Angel Carey's got the answer because it's on the hard disk. Go ahead, teach it out. Go ahead, teach it out.
How about T.U. Knapp? She's a brilliant soul. She's got a lot of wisdom.
Wait. Carey is got her moneymaker on, and it's time for her to get paid. Go ahead.
I'm a dietitian. I know all about constipation.
Thank you. Teach it
all the remedies. So you're backing up the pipes with not allowing enough flow. So get rid of the garbage, social distance that garbage, out with it. And
out with it.
Come in. And by the way, I think your mind to clear so your heart can veer. So if you want to have a rhyming title.
Oh my, well, you got to teach that. You got to own that. That's a piece of royalty. Anyone who buys that has to buy it from Carey because her money maker produced that. Carey, man, you need to own everything that comes out your channel. That was from the hard disk, wasn't it? So Carey, can you see? Sorry, may I call you by your true title now? Is it okay? Carey, yeah. Angel Carey. Angel. So by the way, Angel Carey, I'd like to gift you this so that you can gift it back to the group. Identity activates superpowers. Just speak that back to me.
Identity activates superpower. Is that what you said?
Superpowers, plural.
Yeah, powers. Identity activates superpowers.
Now put the I on it and the my.
My identity activates my superpowers.
Try that again.
Just what you said?
Yeah, no, I want you to say it.
My identity activates my superpowers.
You see the body moves, right? Now, and what that means is I've called you by the highest word I could find that represents your spiritual essence. Angel. The angel is the only thing that is produced in the heavenly factory. And the angel, you know what they love in the heavenly factory? Can I get a human experience? I want a human experience. I want to go to Earth and make a difference. There's a long line. It's a tough calling, especially if you come in. How much do you want to downgrade? In order to downgrade to human, you must consume virus language. You have to go mental and forget your heart. And then you'll have the human condition. What you can't do, life is hard, virus, pandemic is holding you back. But if you refuse to downgrade, you go, oh, pandemic, I rise above that. Oh, I love some challenge. Oh, give me some challenge up in here. You see, the angel loves these things because it causes them to rise. Give me some, who is it? Let's tell a story. Princess. Every single angel that's spoken has talking about how their tribulation was what they used to work out, right? Oh, I was in jail, man. I worked out in jail. That's why I'm so buff. My tribulation, angels use challenges. That's why Nigel's offering the financial miracle challenge to find out what my limitations are so I can flex above it. Angel Carey. Angels are above things. We don't get brought down. We fly higher. The mountain's in the way, we rise above it. We don't have mountains as challenge. We have mountains as invitation to elevate. We are flyers, super performance. Yes? Does this make sense? Okay, let me just check, because I could talk forever, and I know that there are other speakers here, but let me just check out how many of my people are in the house. All those who know in your heart that you're an angel, unmute your voice and say, I am.
I am.
I am.
So I'd like to acknowledge Angel Bettina for exposing me to my tribe. You know how long I've been looking for you peoples? I have a specific business mission to locate, assemble, and activate 144,000 change angels. That's my business. If you go to my website, that's what it says. And so people are like, Nigel, what's with the 144,000? Are you Jehovah's Witness? No, it came from the download. I'm sorry. It was just a thing that came through and I wrote it down. I don't question Captain Kirk. I just write down what comes through, Patrick. I'm channeling, okay? And I don't even know what it means. I just get this number. Where do I get 144,000? And then I just sit with it, but I examine it in the lab. Nigel, this is my lab. I look at things under a microscope, and sometimes I look in a telescope to see further, but most of the time in a microscope, looking at the thing in more detail. And it turns out this 144 thing is a multiple of 12. And 12 is some multiple of 3. And it's 4 times 3. And it turns out the number 3 is the spiritual number. Has anyone noticed? And the number 4, I was told, is the earth number. Earth and spirit is called an angel on earth. So I also got downloaded that 144,000 is the critical mass number when the consciousness of the planet is so badassery that even the normal people just rise up against their will. So the person that was saying willpower, right? The only will that humans have is the option to downgrade. You have the will to ignore the truth. Yes, that is your human right. But if you give up your will, you will have to surrender to the truth that is known in your heart. So it turns out the angel's number 1 verb that gets stuff done is surrender. A companion verb is allow. I surrender to the divinity in me and allow it to inform my mind without question. And when I don't question my divinity, it's called faith. Oh, Mary, what you thinking there? Mary, you seem to be paying attention. Does Mary disagree? What is Mary thinking? Come on, Mary, speak for us.
It is called faith. You're right. You're right.
Teach it out.
I'm loving all of this. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Why? What are you loving, Mary? I was going to go back to constipation because the angel Carey is going to teach us, by the way. He's speaking today. He's going to teach us about this. We must clear the system, right, Carey? Cleanse it out. Clear the mind, clear the body. Carey, for some reason, right, it's permitted to cleanse the body and wash the body. But in we land, the agreement people, we are not allowed to have brainwashing. What's up with that? No brainwashing allowed. Nigel is saying not only are you going to get brainwashed, you're going to get brain cleansed, you're going to get your mind cleared so that it can be renewed from your hard disk, your heart. All right, back to Mary. Mary, you were teaching, I think. Go ahead, Mary.
Yes, our mind needs to be cleared. And I love how you you pointed out that we all are the originals.
Wait, who's this we, Mary?
All of us. I am.
Thank you, Mary. The way that the angel influences is by modeling in the first person. The most critical modeling, like if you want to impact people on billions and billions of people with no effort at all, be yourself. Now, if you say we're all, that's why I'm against the we word, not against it. It just usually, it's often used to agree with limitations.
But I don't know how to get to the list of speakers. I have one speaker up right now that just came up when I clicked on the link. My number is 206-963-1058. Linda, thank you.
Go ahead. I had to mute everybody. Nigel, can you go ahead and unmute, and Mary also?
Unmute Mary.
That was.
It was Linda. She was trying to reach us. Mary. Yes, Mary, I'm bringing me full circle to the we virus, okay? Mary, there's a list of virus words. I put the link in the chat and it just has them all there. I invite especially Patrick, because he's the man of the word, to examine it. Just examine the word. Don't believe a word I'm saying now, because I can talk, but examine and use your heart to examine it with your heart, because the word is the creator here and the heart knows the truth. The mind is programmable from external. These 5 senses go direct to the mind and is called conditioning and propaganda. So I don't believe the propaganda that I was raised in, man. I'm deleting. That's how I got here. I had to delete everything I learned to get back to the hard disk. Mary, teach out, please. Teach it out. Teach out, Mary. Go ahead.
Okay, so I am the master.
Yes.
Yes. Use the word I. Yes.
Yes. Keep teaching.
Yes. Oh, let's see.
Now let me enhance. I am the master teacher. Say it that way and see what happens.
I am the master teacher.
Now, does anything pop up in your mind like beliefs, like woo, whoa, whoa? Am I qualified for that? Whoa. Are you getting any of that noise? That Ingrid, she sort of mentioned it.
Well, maybe a little bit.
A little bit. That little bit is called doubt. It is what slows down.
I'm not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Just
yes,
just
so
a little
bit.
That little
go up in volume just a little bit, Nigel.
Yes, I am. I had to take off my
headset. Yep.
Because they died. So I'm going to speak closer to the mic on my speakerphone. So what I'm saying, most of the programming that's in my mind is about restriction. We can't do that. It's not okay to publish. Who's going to believe me? This is what coaches have to deal with most of the time, the limiting belief and programming that's been stored in the RAM, memory. And the heart is saying, I want my book to touch the world. My book would change the world. Yeah, but, and if you listen to it, it's a set of words that is designed to limit performance, Mary. And if you hang out with Patrick and do his coaching thing, he will clear you. In fact, he will get you with so much momentum that you don't have time to listen to it because you're just moving so fast. And, oh, Patrick, should I be listening to that noise? No. Because I asked him, the question was, Patrick, how can I get my book done fast? He goes, Nigel, we have the 22-week version, and we have the 12-week. And what I heard was high performance. And what I found is that action sweeps out thought. If I'm moving, I don't have time to think. And the angel is a high performance being, okay? So whatever you do it fast. Now, what was my topic? I think I was supposed to talk about money. Let me bring it home. First of all, my voice is my moneymaker. That's my signature thing. And I think that's the theme of this conference. My voice is my moneymaker. So as Patrick mentioned, I may have a great book, but I make my money from speaking. Patrick, is that true?
100%.
The big money is in the talking. The book is my tool. Oh, he did it like this. Yeah, I stand on this platform to talk. Yes, Patrick is my man, I'm telling you. He's saying the money is in the speaking. You need a platform. Hello, book. Yes? Now, Nigel has another name for book. Book, or any written version of my spoken word. I call it banknotes, Patrick. Banknotes. So I'd like to terminate a practice that has been inflicting my peoples called being a student. Let me see who's paying attention. Mary, have you been being a good student? Paul, are you a student? Where's Paul? Did I lose Paul? Paul, are you a student?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you a good student?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Lord, sorry about that. I'm sorry for you. Whew, I'm sorry about that. Paul, let me remind you what's on your hard disk. You were born a master teacher. Just repeat that. I was born a master teacher.
I was born a master teacher.
Yeah, that's what's on the hard disk. And then you went to school and became a good student. And you know, ever since you've been going to school, you've been consuming knowledge, right? Have you been taking it all in? You take notes? Do you take good notes, Paul?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, what about Harry? You take good notes when you're in mood? Yeah, I don't recommend that, Harry. It's a bad habit. It causes constipation. What is constipation? Constipation, value constipation is when values coming in and values trying to get out at the same time. And if the volume of value coming in is greater than the volume of value going out, then you definitely accumulate, right? That's the same principle for any other health condition. But value constipation is what's happening to my peoples. So how do they get value going out? They channel. They channel, angels channel. They have that halo above their head and it's connected to the universal internet spiritual realm, and they download value and it comes out their mouth and they speak. Back in the day, they're called prophets, men of God, a woman of God, and they just talk, and somebody called a scribe would write down what they had to say. But their moneymaker was doing the work. Thus said the angel Carey, I think, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, wow, that was deep. Did somebody write that down? Record what she's saying. And then no one, the scribes went on strike or something. So Carey's like, didn't you guys write that down? And so people were writing down her words. But for Carey, she wasn't writing down. She was giving the notes. She wasn't taking notes. She was giving them. So she gives notes. Carey, you give notes for a living. You don't take notes. Even in a session like this, your job is to give notes, which is why I'm having you talk. Yes? And yes, so then when somebody writes down your note, or if you write it down for your book, Nigel called those notes banknotes. What is a banknote? A piece of paper with writing on it, where the words that are written contain so much value that you can exchange it for US dollars. Oh, I think that's Patrick calls it a book, right? So, I'm just talking about principles here. Words come out of an angel. They're so full and loaded with value that when they're written down and someone reads it, they go, oh my God. Oh, have you read Carey's book? Oh my, when is the next one? I'm buying the pre-order because her words are full of so much value. I just want to give her all my money. And it is the written word. The banknote is less valuable than the spoken word, as Patrick has verified, you see? And so the spoken word is where the magic is. So now that I'm speaking, I got to look at each word under a microscope because words do work for me. And there are certain words which Nigel has identified as virus word. And as I asked Patrick to verify, the virus word is a powerful word that when used without awareness causes harm. When it's used with precision and attention, it's called surgery. Carey, did you get that? Send it back, Carey, because it might sound better when you say it, because you're a professional. You're just making stuff up. Can you send it back, Carey? Unmute and talk about
it. You are speaking my language.
Speak it out though. I don't want to speak your language. I want Carey to speak her language.
I'm hearing it's everything is an ectomy when you do surgery. You're taking away, cutting away. The word desire, the word decide is to cut away from. You are speaking the language of our desire, of the God of the higher power.
Thank you. That's what the angel does for a living. They're not trying to lead anybody, although leadership is a big deal. They give wise counsel to leaders. So this group is not here to become leaders. We're here to advise leaders, kings and royalty. This is why our words are so precise and potent, because we whisper in the leader's ear and they're like, say what? Okay, I have decided that this is where we're going. What you say, Carey? Oh, and we're cutting away certain policies. Say more, Carey. Can you write that down so I can just rehearse it? Right. So, Carey, your role is to advise royalty. The people who have responsibility need your wise counsel because it comes fresh from the source and they want to hear you. But if you want them to be interested in you, just follow Patrick's guidance, create some banknotes, okay? And they're like, oh, I read your banknotes and really, I implemented them and I made lots of money. Yeah, that's why they're called banknotes. But if you really want the real McCoy, you got to have me speaking in your ear. Yes, Carey, we see you. We see you, okay? Deep food is what we do here. So, Mary, can you call on someone so that we can hear another voice? and then I better check in with.
Oh, how about TU?
TU, everybody calls TU. TU gets called up every time. She must be a speaker in demand. TU, would you like to use the stage or would you like to grant someone else the stage?
I'm having a difficult time hearing you, Nigel. I'm going to go ahead and pass to,
yes.
Oh, let's see. How about we pass to Brian Gregory?
Gregory, please. Oh, my man, another master of the word. A master of the word, indeed. Brian.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Your thoughts, please.
Okay, brief me quick. I just tuned in and I didn't hear the question fully.
Very good. So you're forcing a summary. So first question, here's a deep question for you. Brian, do you listen to your heart or your mind, or both?
Heart is it's closer to me than to the subconscious than.
You sound like one of my pips. So you're a heart-centered man, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is for your heart. Here's the question. Just quickly, the heart is really fast. It's a high-performance component. It doesn't need processing. Are you an angel?
Am I an angel?
Yes. No thinking.
Yes.
Done. Enough said. Carey, we got company. Okay, this is good news. You're amongst the greats. So what we found out is that the angel fundamentally has this halo thing that is an antenna to the spiritual realm where all things are known. And it downloads directly to the heart. And then the heart informs the mind, and the mind adds language, and then it spits it out as wisdom. Does that describe you?
I think that's very accurate.
And then what comes out your mouth changes the environment of the listener. I mean, it doesn't change the physical and the inner. Your words just changes the world. Do you find that to be the case, the great Brian, Angel Brian?
Yeah, I believe that when you're speaking,
this was the issue, Brian. We found out an angel does not function on belief, but on knowing.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with the angel. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm talking about you, the angel. Brian, go ahead.
I agree. It's from knowing. You have to know it in your heart, or you can't communicate. You're never going to
communicate. May I interrupt for a little millisecond and remove the word you and say the word I instead and see what happens? Go ahead.
I know it in my heart. Therefore, I communicate from the heart to others.
That is called modeling. That is the master right there. Brian, what was just done is what has to be replicated. Everyone can replicate that verbatim and get the same experience. When I speak in the first person, I'm speaking in the I am, which is the name of every human being on this planet. So when Brian articulates his message in the I am, he's automatically activating the I am in all those who hear him and speak like him. So Brian, your job is to scale up Brian. You're the highest and the best, buddy. It's time for you to be replicated. By the way, do you have, go ahead, yes.
Let's turn up the volume.
Well, this is how we do it. Moneymaker, you gotta have bigger platforms. And second thing is, Brian, stay in the first person. Let's create a new movement called Brianism. Oh, I think he has. It's called, what's the name of your company?
Admanity.
Admanity is delivering the philosophy of Brian.
True.
That's right, Brian. Is it going to change the world when people use your thought, the downloads from Brian?
The world will change when advertising meets humanity, and that's what admanity is.
Oh my God, teach that again, bro. That was deep. Advertising meets humanity.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that from? Did you learn that from somewhere? Where'd you get that from, man?
I created that word from the heart, evidently.
Thank you. My man, my people are called innovators. My pips innovate. We invent stuff. We don't read books. We create books. We download. We are the iPhone 15, right? There's an iPhone 15 and my people are creating it. We're called change angels. Why? Angels are direct connect to the source, and then we spit out wisdom that changes thinking, environment, methodology, industries, disruption. Can you feel a brother up in here, Mr. Brian? Angel Brian. Yes.
I think you are human 2.0, Nigel. Ready for
We
launch.
don't have human 2.0. Human is a downgrade of an angel. Let me just recap. This is what you missed. All beings, God only makes angels in the factory. And an angel is basically a spiritual being. All right. And then there's a desire to have a human experience. And it's a great line, man. The spirits are waiting to get a human body here. It's a privilege to come here. But it requires massive amounts of effort to downgrade from all knowingness to limitations. It's work, dude, to downgrade. And some angels are just lazy, like, nah, I'm not, no, I just want to stop right here. That's my people. They're like, hey, I'm not going any further. I'm just staying in my knowingness. And so I can just download and stay close to God and everything. Because this human thing, human downgrading is just too much suffering. Let me just stay high. Yes, stay in the spirit. So they kind of live on the edge. We call them mystics. They're half in the spiritual realm and half in the world. And because of that edge, we download. And then we can, like Patrick, he can flex in the world, but he's not of the world. He knows how to navigate the human condition, but he's not bound by it. He just knows how to move around it. That's what we have in our coach. You see, hey, don't get caught up in that noise. Go in the noise, disrupt it, but don't get caught up in it. Does this make sense, my friend? And this is why all angels use their voice as their instrument. Does your work involve speaking, Brian?
It's almost exclusively doing that.
So all angels, number one superpower is the voice. And what Nigel's saying, when you have power coming out without awareness, it is called evil. What? Nigel, what did you say? Power without awareness is evil. Let me demonstrate. Don't model that, Nigel. Demonstrate it. You give a baby a powerful instrument, a sharp knife. What does the baby want to do? Okay, my time is up, by the way. So, Brian, can you help me out here? What does the baby want to do with a knife? Everything. Put it in their mouth.
It's gonna do something not good.
Right. But it's a knife. The knife is not dangerous. It's just the consciousness of the person holding the knife. Now, you give the same knife to a surgeon who has been trained to do heart surgery, and he's not in his, he's on the street, like, give me a knife, get me a knife. Like, that's a sharp object. Yeah. What's he going to do with the knife, Brian?
Something awesome.
He's going to do what Carter talked about, dissect, remove, cut something, make it work again, right? So language is exactly like that. Words are powerful, and the list of virus words that I posted are the power words that limit the flow of value. They can just shut it off. And if you intended to shut it off, then use that. But if you're just spitting them out and you didn't know, you say, I didn't know I did that. Oh my God, we call you a victim. We call you an evil person, dark side. They've gone dark. So with that said, I'm going to honor my host, Bettina, because she's keeping me on track, and just say, the voice is the moneymaker. There's a list of words that I posted that when used without awareness, it causes blocks to the flow of money, blocks to the performance of the mind. It just blocks up the whole body and causes constipation. And then I start getting this desire to take, to consume. Consumption comes from having a blockage of outgoing. And I think that's it for now. Over to you, Bettina. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody, for I can't hear Bettina.
Okay, everybody, a round of applause here also. Aplausa, as they say in Spanish, aplausa. Thank you, Nigel. That was just a little bit of a taste of Nigel. We've been bringing him for our Wednesday meetings the last several weeks. He's going to be doing a breakout session here. Thank you so much, Nigel. This was totally completely satisfied my desire to get folks into the groove. And my intention is that everyone get to experience the Financial Miracle Challenge that's coming up in September with Nigel, because I am intending that everyone shatter their revenue glass ceiling. And I believe Nigel can help you there. So thank you so much. Next up, I am going to be bringing on a really great speaker who already had shown himself here. We have also created another wonderful relationship here with Brian Gregory. Thank you so much for joining us back here again, Brian. And let me go ahead and introduce you more formally as we do here on this show. All right. Brian Gregory, the CEO of Admanity and creator of the Admanity Protocol, the world's first emotional algorithm for small business brand analysis, is here with us today. The Admanity Protocol can analyze any company's brand in 5 minutes online, then create agency level advice on how that business should and can market themselves and advertise emotionally to reach those most likely to buy. The algorithm identifies the ideal tactics, strategies, and formulas, ad formulas that can be used, as well as a myriad of other marketing recommendations. It is a breakthrough for small businesses that need the strategies, as well as for the ad agencies that are hired to create them. He has been an entrepreneur for 40 years and has spent 20 of those years in the magazine publishing, advertising, and ad agency business. He's written the book, Sheep Don't Eat Complicated Grass, and is very passionate about the advantages of emotional marketing. He is an advertising sales master, author, speaker, and an expert on emotional marketing and branding tactics. Welcome to the stage, Brian.
Thanks, Bettina. Hey. Yeah, it's awesome as always to be here. Gosh, and I got to live up to that introduction. I'm going to have to channel my my superpowers here today, and I hope I will do that. I'm going to be speaking today for 30 minutes, and then a little later on in the evening, I'm going to do a completely different segment. Just in case you're wondering, it won't be the same material. So if you get a chance later this evening, we'll do something completely different than this. I'm going to do something different today. And as most of you, or a lot of you are already aware, Admanity shows small business people how to advertise, how to get their marketing message across, even though they may know the nuts and bolts of their business better than anyone. Most often when it comes time to communicate to another human being what we're all about in the best possible way, we run into some stumbling blocks. And one of the things people always ask me is, well, what do the ads look like when they're done right? and I'll share with you some huge examples in my second segment later on. We're going to show you some big brands and how they spent millions of dollars and they did it right and they made billions of dollars, and that's all great. But I'm also going to share with you this morning something I have never done for you before. We're going to show you some before and afters of actual ads run in local markets by regular old folks who have ordinary local businesses. And we're going to show you how we can improve them using some of the Admanity principles. And then I'll share with you at the end how you can get into Admanity through Bettina. But for now, I'm going to share my screen. And we're just going to, this will be fun. For those of you who aren't advertising wizards, I think this will really give you some understanding of just how simple it can be. And really, great ads are simple. So let me share the screen here. Oh, hey, Bettina, can you enable that for me?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure. So we're going to share with you some not so great ads in the beginning and improvement after we've applied some of Admanity's principles to it. So let's see here. Let's go into this and let's see if Brian can make his screen work. We don't want that. We want the We Empower You Summit. Everybody should be looking now at the We Empower You Summit. Is that working out? Somebody say
You have a
yay.
white bar.
Nope.
Nope.
Go to the screen and then stop the share. Go
Yeah.
to the screen that you want to show and then try again.
Yeah. Okay. Get rid of that. Screen share. And it is, sorry, folks. Every time I get in here, they have messed up my little keynote presentation. So let's just see. Let me get that back up and running. What are you guys looking at? What are you seeing, Bettina?
Right now, I'm seeing that you and the share screen is not live yet. So if you
let's
pick the keynote, then go to share screen secondarily. I believe that's how you get there. There, it's coming up now. Yep, you're good.
All right, now we got it. Okay. So what we're going to do today is we're just going to share a little bit about Admanity. This is our super cool logo. And we're going to share a little bit first, just real quick, as we just mentioned, what is Admanity? It's a combination of advertising plus humanity. And that's how the word is formed. In other words, how humanity interacts. And we've been featured on 200 websites now, and I don't know how many podcasts. I've lost count how many podcasts we've been on because of what the program does. It makes something very, very difficult, very simple and easy for the average person. And it's like having an ad agency come in and help you out so that you get all the right stuff working on your advertising. Our mission is to help 1 million small businesses. It's not a small goal, 1 million small businesses to actually understand how to present themselves to the world. And real fast, we use 15 primal emotions in Admanity. And so a lot of you have seen this before. But they're very simple. If you look at them, authority, that's trust, and urgency, that's fear, and ambition is the want of more, and fascination is excitement, temptation, we know what that is. Innovation is what Admanity is all about, altruism, doing good, doing the right thing. So none of these emotions are going to be strange to you. But these are the 5 C's, we call them. These emotions will either give you confidence in the brand, or it will give you comfort. It will give you control over what you feel might be out of control. It will challenge you to do better or be more or get more. And it may also cause you to change, to create something new in your life. And that's what these emotions do. And that's what all advertising does, is a combination of the 5 C's right here. So you'll either get confidence, comfort, control, challenge, or change as a result. So what we're going to do today is we're going to fix some local ads. Now, these are regular ads that were done by businesses that I've been able to help over the years. So what you'll see first is the ad that they did, and then you'll see what I did to sort of help them along. So this first ad is a carpet and cleaning company. Basically, they come in and clean your carpets. And it's pretty hard to make out, but if you see behind the writing there, there's a little child and a mother on the carpet, but it's very, very difficult. It's mostly text is all you're really going to see. And so what we did is we changed this because in most cases, these people were complaining that the ads weren't working well. So we came along and fixed them. And we changed it to this: if the floor was your world, how clean would you want it? And very clearly now we're showing what could happen to the small child if they start picking up, because, you know, kids, like we just said, they put everything in their mouth, and everything that was on the floor is now in their mouth. And where you might not feel like cleaning your carpets today, if you see this image, it just might emotionally motivate you to want to have cleaner carpets. And this ad performed a lot better for them. So just, you know, real simple fix. They already had the right idea, but you really couldn't make it out. And we just made it a little bit more intense. And the next ad, let's see, I think we have some wisdom here. Let's see if this thing will go. Yep. Okay. Babies, families, and pets, if a bad thing will affect them, we'll buy the antidote because we must protect them. So in all cases where you have babies and family and pets, this type of tactic works very, very well because they tend to need our help, right? You feel the family, community, and the protector role. So that's all this ad did, was put you right there in the protector role. Okay, next ad. This is a plumbing company. And I had a fight with these guys. They were really super nice guys, but they wanted all that wording in there. And so my first thing was to not say all that stuff that they do because it just sort of clunks up the ad. But they really, really wanted it. So we compromised. And I asked them, I said, what do people say about you? And they said, well, they say we're really nice guys. And we get a lot of compliments because our workmen are very nice. So I changed the ad to the Nice Guy Plumbing Company. I just gave them a new name. And all of a sudden, the dog is on there. That's not their dog. That's a stock photo. Everything I did with these ads is just easy stock photos. I left all the words on there, but I changed them from a pipe company, which is their logo, to the Nice Guy Plumbing Company, which sounds a lot more fun. It's a lot more interesting when you got a nice guy coming into your house, especially when you got a plumbing problem, because you're probably in a bad mood to begin with. So we just made it happier. And we associated to the dog and to the happiness. So association is simply saying, this is now that. It's not what you think, it's a happy thing. If your product is dull, associate it with something that isn't. A lot of business people think their products are dull, so their ads have to be dull, or they don't know how to spice them up. But like milk and Wheaties, now there's nothing more dull than cereal and milk, right? But Wheaties is the breakfast of champions, and milk, the Got Milk campaign ran for 20 years, comparing to rock stars and famous people. So they just associated their dull product with something that wasn't. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we did the same thing. Now here's an interesting ad. You'll see this kind of ad all over the place. This is a company that fixes garage doors. And it's very cluttered, it's coupon-y, it's a mess. And they're very proud of their truck fleet, as you can tell, but it really is just not the greatest shot. And we're not selling trucks. So I changed the ad completely, and I changed the ad to this. What do you want out of your garage door, folks? You want it to open, you want it to close. That's about it, right? So that's what the ad says. Door open, door close, guaranteed. They're a garage door company, not a truck company. And I left them a little room for some coupons. The owner was a good looking guy, so I put him right there on the ad. It's a nice ad. This worked very, very well for them. But we just simplified it, and we basically got to the pain of the problem. Why would a consumer call you? Because the door's not working. Well, here's your answer. And that's all we did there. People will buy what is guaranteed. Once trust is in play, risk and fear go away. So if you can guarantee your product and do a good job with that, that's very, very important, especially when you're fixing things, if you're in the repair business of any kind. Okay, now here's an interesting ad, because there's a couple things here. This ad is just filled with words. This is one of those people that says, I want my quarter-page ad to have everything about me from start to finish. And I'm surely people will listen to this or read this and find something they like. And also notice that the man in the picture is now getting a hypodermic shot to the side of his head with his eyes closed. So not the best photo for Botox. I asked them, so what do you guys do? What's the big thing here? They said 90% of what we do is Botox. So I said, well, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of the guys getting shot in the head. And we changed the ad, got rid of all the words. And I just changed it to, I know Bo. Millions of people use Botox, but you'll never know who. They just look great. So simple, filled with happiness, no hypodermic to the head. Equal time for the guys, because guys are using Botox too. So he knows Bo. I know Bo. Do you know Bo? Everybody knows Bo. It's just practically a thing. You got to know Bo. And this was obviously a much cleaner and better ad. Again, stock photos. Don't know who that person is in the photo. He was $5. You can never, ever, ever, ever educate people into liking your product. When you see an ad that's filled with all that kind of busyness, that's what they're trying to do. Okay, here's a talent company, and they're trying to convey that you could be discovered and you could be a star, but with this kind of grim looking ad, and the photos are way too small, just wasn't working. And so changed it to discover fame. There's never been a better time to be a star. It's what everybody wants if they're going to a talent company. So I showed the excitement, the happiness of being a star, lightened up the ad, put the red in to make it zing, and basically used the same photos that they had It just looks better. And I added the guy in the middle because nobody looks happier than that guy in the middle. That guy looks like he just got discovered. I think you'll all agree. He's a happy guy. That's what you want the feeling of. So what I envy, I copy so I can be like them you see. Once I am like that, then others envy me. I want to be famous. Once I'm famous, people will envy me. But right now, I'm just envying some of the famous people. So that's how envy works. It transposes from what you envy. Then you become what you envy. And then you hope somebody kind of admires you in the process. Here's an interesting ad. This is a company that sells amusement and stuff. And it looked more like a furniture ad to me because we're just showing product. And I just thought, well, it's just a little bit on the amateur side. So I changed it to this. This summer, don't just keep up with the Joneses, destroy them. And basically, who buys all of this kind of stuff? Somebody who wants to build a man cave, somebody who wants to have all the toys in their house. It's probably a guy. So basically, we just got rid of a lot of the clutter, used symbolism for the games, and keep up with the Joneses. Now you're going to defeat the Joneses. So it's ego. Once ego is triggered, of course, the wallet opens without delay or remorse. So we appeal to the ego of the person who wants to buy all of the cool toys. Here's a great example of a restaurant ad, typical restaurant ad. The food pictures are way too small, and it's just filled with specials and text, things that you might care about, but they, just like everybody else, wants to put everything in the ad. Now it's the Hungry Monk, so it's kind of a little bit of a religious, funny play on monks and religion. So I went with it and I just said wings because you've been such an angel. They love wings, and angels have wings, as we know from, I'm sure Nigel would agree. And the Hungry Monk now became somebody who could forgive you for having some wings because it's not exactly the healthiest snack. So we came up with We Forgive You. So simple. It's just a little religious play on words, kind of fun and cute. And that ad worked a lot better for them. Proving, if I can get this thing to click, nothing complicated is persuasive. Nothing persuasive is complicated. Okay. So the ad before was really complicated. And we just basically cleaned it up, made it kind of cute and fun. All right. Here is a before and after for a company that likes before and after photos. It's a contouring company. And it's an expensive procedure, and you can lose some body fat the way their procedure works. But I didn't like the pictures, and I just didn't think it conveyed the actual pain of the problem. And I found out that what they do is at the end of when you've lost so much weight, you just can't get any more off your body. It's for that ugly, annoying, upsetting, frustrating, embarrassing, stubborn patch of fat that just won't go away. That's what you want fixed. She's holding the frame over the exact area that they fix. Simple, attractive. I think it's an improvement over the other one, proving that when it comes to curing our personal sins, the laziest solution always wins. Okay, whatever you don't like about yourself, somebody gives you a simple, fast, easy way, you're going to go for that, most likely. Here's a hair ad. Believe it or not, this is an ad for a hair salon. And pricing is all over the place, and I didn't like the photo. Some of you may like this picture a little better. Like sex for your hair. Simple stock photo, simple slogan, and hair is huge. We know what the ad is about. No pricing at all. You want the pricing? Go to the website. It'll change. I just want you to see the ad. I just want you to see something that looks like a sexy woman enjoying her hair. That's all I wanted to convey. We all want to be sexy or be with someone who is. As children, we learn to crave acceptance. We want acceptance from others. The desire never changes as adults, by the way. Only the methods of achieving it will change. So here's a fun ad. Now, I didn't get hired by Staples. I think it's Staples or Office Max. And I just saw this ad and I thought, gosh, what a boring ad. Nothing but chairs, 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 chairs. How many times can you show us a chair? So then I just did this. Our lowest chair fares ever. I turned it into a airline thing because I saw this picture of this guy and I thought, oh, this will be funny. Now boarding. Our lowest chair fares, frequent buyers. Just makes you look. And if you want something more charitable, I'll show you that in a second. The confused eye sees nothing. You see all those chairs? The confused eye is just going to look the other way. Confused mind will always say no. but now we changed it to a charity ad just for fun. Experience the good feelings of charity. Turn in your old crummy chair and we'll give you a new one at a discount. And, you know, it's just a promotional idea, but it was more cute and fun and easier to read, and everybody's happy in these ads. And that's very important. Happiness is a big component. The easy way to temper greed, like if you're going to buy new chairs and lots of chairs and show all kinds of purchasing, is by turning it into a good deed. So you always want to temper purchasing and acquisition and getting more with a good reason. So that gives you some idea what Admanity is capable of doing. We show you how to take bad ads, turn them into good ones. And if you don't even have a bad ad, we'll just show you how to create a good one. All right. And we call it a brand analysis algorithm. That's a really fancy way for saying that we worked 7 years and spent an awful lot of money to be able to identify the elements of your brand, whatever it is. The algorithm will figure it out. You take a simple online test. I'll show you that right now. Take a 5-minute test. That's all you do. True, false questions. Very, very simple. Anybody can take this test. And while you're doing that, it's analyzing 1,600 data points. Not bad. Then you get a brand brief, tells you all about yourself, tells you what you are, how you present to the world, what are your characteristics and traits. Then you get to your personal portal where all your documents are stored, and this is free 24/7 access forever. We don't charge for it, and you can read your stuff there, or you can read more articles and watch videos and all kinds of cool stuff that we have for you in there. And you'll get 150 pages of exactly what to do with your brand, the emotions that will sell it, the strategies that will sell it, the tactics that will sell it, the actual formulas you'll use, copywriting, the words, the phrases, everything for your brand, the colors of your brand. You ever wonder what they are? We'll show them to you. These are the colors that psychologically will work best. The gifts you should give. Most people mess that up and they give a box of candy, and they shouldn't. We'll even show you how to upsell your brand. So what you're seeing on these pages is flying by is some actual pages from the report that you get. And it's very in-depth, and it's the equivalent of what an agency would charge about $10,000 for. We also give you Admanity U, thanks to Bettina, and we empower you. Most people do not get this. You do. You get access to all of our articles, our videos, case studies, podcasts, how to use stock photos, and all kinds of extra information that's just there for you to access. Plus, you'll get personal conversation or consultation with moi. That's French for me. And I'll sit down with you on the Zoom call, and we'll talk about anything you want to talk about. We'll talk about your test, your branding. You can show me your ads. I can give you some advice. We'll show you how to rewrite some of your copy, anything you like. I charge $1,000 for a consultation, but we won't charge you 1 single cent. And this is exciting. Coming this fall, this is coming very soon. We're programming it now. Everybody who gets into Admanity will get access to 170 million stock photos. And if that's not enough for you, you have a problem, seek help. You'll be able to buy any of the stock photos for $5 each. You can buy one at a time. No minimum, no subscription needed. And they're excellent, excellent photos. And so if you need a photo for your social media, for your website, for anything, they all come in high res, royalty free. So you can just use them all over the place. And that's coming very, very soon. So to recap real fast, if you get the Admanity protocol for $397, it's a one-time fee. And do it through We Empower You. We'll show you how to do that in just a second. You get everything I just mentioned. You're going to get the 16 advertising formulas for your brand, not just 1 or 2, 16 proven formulas for how to present your brand to the world. You're going to get your library of all your words, phrases, and metaphors. It's about 1,000 words that you should be using right now. If you don't know your words, you're flying blind. We'll give you those free. You're going to get your win backs, your upsells, your colors, the gifts, the psychology, all the extras that come with Admanity. It's a $500 value. We're going to give you that absolutely free. And because you're part of We Empower You, we're going to give you unlimited access to Admanity U, as I just showed you. So you can use that as much as you want, go in as many times a day as you like. It's absolutely free for you guys. And then next, we're going to give you, well, if the slide will possibly, there we go. Whoops, sorry. Let me just go through this again. Wink. And then you get Augmented You. Then you get your consultation with myself whenever you like. You just trigger that when you feel comfortable, and I'll be available for you, $1,000 value. Then we're going to give you a free report. I'll show you that in a second. You can get that today. Everybody gets that today. Just go to admanity.com/WeEmpowerYou. And I'm sure Bettina will put that into the chat. So if you just go there as a member or a guest of our We Empower You crew today, you'll get that free report. It'll open your eyes as to what works in advertising and what doesn't. And all this is $397. It's a one-time thing. You're saving over $4,000. Yes, many of you have already done, you already know, and you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you literally get to see everything I'm telling you first and decide then in 30 days if you want to keep it. And if you don't, you just call us or just send us an email and we refund the money. So we don't have that very often, but we do offer it because it is so much information. It's really, really cool. If you go to that website there at admanity.com/WeEmpowerYou, you can download the free report right this second, and it'll come to your email. And it's a mind-opening report. It'll show you why emotions sell everything on the planet. Always have, always will. And it'll show you how to use them. So I think it's pretty cool. And the whole thing is really less, about $1 a day, folks. It really is. Your business worth $1 a day? I hope it is. That's what Admanity costs. I think we made the cost low enough so that everybody could get it. And that's our goal, is to help 1 million small businesses. And with that in mind, I don't know if I have any time left or if I went over, but I'm going to stop the share. How'd I do? Right on the money.
Fantastic. 12:30. You got us all caught back up. I love it. Thank you so much.
All right.
And another round of applause here for Brian. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So great. I have to say, this is one of the best offers that we have going on because of the simple fact that it'll save you lots and lots of time. I actually have a marketing agency, and we do the long version for our clients up until now. And it costs a lot of money because it costs a lot of time. So if you want to save yourself a lot of money over time, this is really one of the best investments that you'll ever make. Thank you so much, Brian.
Thank you, Bettina.
Parting thoughts?
Parting thoughts? Well, I always tell people we're coming out of the COVID thing. At least I believe that. I think the business landscape is certainly better than it was a year ago. And everyone's going to get back in the water. Everyone's going to try to jump in at the same time, make a lot of splashing noise. Your brand needs to be heard above that noise, whatever it is. I don't care if you have a hot dog cart or brain surgeon. Right now, everybody's getting back into the game. So be smart. Take a look at what the Admanity protocol will tell you how to do it. It's a mind blower. And do it the right way. Don't waste money. Spend money smartly. And even if you don't have a single penny to spend, at least tune up your website. Get your social media working. Get your emails better written. Right? You can do all that for free. Right now, it doesn't cost one cent, and Admanity will show you how to do that as well. So I wish everybody the best of luck. Let's all get back in the water, but let's splash a little louder than everybody else and get your brand message heard.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Brian. Next up, we are going to be bringing to the stage our other founder and president of Income Activator, and that is none other than Lee Romanoff. And I'm going to first share a little bit of a video, and I'm going to formally introduce her to the stage. Give me one quick second here as I change over my screen to bring up her identity. Everybody has their own graphic identity now. And this is really great solution for this. Okay, here we go. So formal introduction for Miss Lee Romanoff. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for seeing my vision, my mission, and my purpose, and really backing me this last year. I cannot thank you enough, Lee. Lee is a motivational speaker who has an action plan on how to start and build your own online income. She is self-made and has been making millions of dollars online since 1994. Lee has entertained radio audiences for decades and speaks to sold-out audiences that love her. She shows how you can activate 10 revenue streams online. The money is in your recommendations, is what she says. By simply sending leads to businesses you recommend, you can make thousands of dollars. She knows what works and what does not work. Lee provides you with the knowledge of what to do and provides you with the website platform to make it happen. And behind We Empower You is Miss Lee Romanoff. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you, Bettina. You can hear me? Everybody's good right now? Yes?
Yes.
Thumbs up? Good.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to start by saying that online businesses are personal. You've got to take a personal pride in them. And I found this video that I think I'm going to share. It's a couple of minutes, and it talks about identifying your business, or, you know, like for instance, I'll give you an example. My car, he is called Crusher. It's actually a huge truck. And my sailboat, she is called Boat Talks. Now, my computer, I don't have a name for it, and I don't know whether to refer to it as a man or a woman. And it's not personal to me. So let's play the video. Let's get some personality to your computer, your online business, and then we'll show you how to make millions of dollars online. So Bettina, have you got that? And can you also share the screen with me?
I'm going to share the screen. This will take just 1 second here.
And enjoy this. It's this comedian that asked a group of men, is your computer male? And then he asked a group of women, is your computer female? And this is what their answer is. Then I will tell you what I gendered my computer as. And then we'll go into the
There was a group of adults who were taking.
Whoops, hang on a second. That was a little, keep going, Lee.
And so then we'll go into the presentation on how to make money, liquid money online.
Okay. Let me get my share screen up. And
okay.
Hide this bar. Okay, let's see. Hang on.
Put the right video up.
There was a group of adults who were taking a computer science. There was a group of adults who were taking a computer science course at a community college. And after a few weeks of classes, the professor decided to have some fun one day as a little learning activity. And he divided them by sex, and he put the men on one side of the room, women on the other side of the room. He said, I want you all to do a project for the next 10 minutes, and I want you to determine what gender computers ought to be. And so they deliberated. And so finally, here come the men. And they voted unanimously that computers should be referred to in the feminine gender. And so the professor said, all right, share with me your points. They had 4 points. They said, the reason why computers should be spoken of in the feminine gender is because no one but their creator understands their internal logic. The second reason is because when computers communicate with each other, they speak in code language that only they and experts can understand. The third reason is because every mistake you make is stored on their hard drive for later retrieval. The fourth reason, these men said, because as soon as you commit to one, you find yourself spending half your paycheck on accessorizing it. Now, but oh, don't laugh too hard, because the women had the last word on this subject. The women voted unanimously. Computers must be in the masculine gender. Why? As they gave their report, they said, first of all, in order to get their attention, you have to turn them on. Secondly, they have a lot of data but still can't think for themselves. Thirdly, they're supposed to help you solve problems, but half the time they are the problem. And the final reason they gave was because as soon as you commit to one, you realize that if you'd waited a little longer, you could have gotten a better model.
Okay, so anyway, I want to tell you that, do you see my computer is named Cliff in the male gender, because every day I walk up to the cliff. And I'll tell you, if you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space. So I'm going to start with my presentation. Do you see my, let's see if I can do this properly. Do you see this $15.99? Do you see Shakespeare?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, this is a good start. My goodness. Okay, so what I want to do is $15.99. That's when Shakespeare's Julius Caesar launched first. And wasn't it amazing? And didn't it make so much money throughout the years? $15.99 is a good number. $15.99 is also the numerology of 6. Your destiny is that of justice. And $15.99 is your best chance at becoming a millionaire. Now, let me just explain this to you. The We Empower You membership is $15.99, and it combines a website that produces what I call liquid money, a TV show spotlight that reaches millions of people, and a sponsorship package where you can get sponsors giving you anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 annually. Now, I'm not going to tell you to do something that I actually haven't done myself, and I did it all by accident. I'm giving you the roadmap on how to do it for yourself. So We Empower You membership includes the Income Activator website, and I'm going to give the example of this website, insurancehotline.com, which I sold for just over $2 million. And what liquid money is visitor actions create revenue. Visitor actions create revenue. If you just do that, this will be enough for you for this whole entire summit. So here's a liquid money formula. What is your message to the world? What is your message? I think most people have that. And it says, what is your recommendation? Because your recommendation is where the money is. You tell people what their next action is that generates you revenue. And if you can partner with a business you recommend that will pay you for leads, you can make an undefined amount of money. So let's go over this. What is your message? My message at the time was find the lowest car insurance rates. Your message might be how to lose weight, what gives life meaning, how to make money from memberships, how to detox your body, how to make your home into a spa, your message here. So define what your message is. And then understand what would people search for to get to your website, because this is your media pitch. If people are searching for lowest car insurance rates, and my message is find the lowest car insurance rates, that's a score. If people are searching for how to lose weight and come to your website on how to lose weight, that will convert. If people are searching for the meaning of life and your message is what gives the meaning of life, they will stay and listen to you. How to make money from your membership. If they are searching make money from memberships, they land on your website, that's it. How to detox your body. If that's what you're saying, the first line of your page where they can read it, that's where the magic lies. So, and then they may say decor ideas, how to make your home into a spa. So you just understand what people are searching for and match your message to the search. So you need to know how the internet works. People search for information, they look for recommendations, and then they buy. 1% of people buy online, but up to 40% of your visitor traffic will convert into revenue if you send leads to a business. If they complete this form that saves them money, benefits them, or entertains them, they will complete the form if it doesn't cost them money to do so. And every time they complete a form and you send a lead to a business you recommend, they will pay you for it. And that's how you make liquid money. And you wonder why companies want you to like them so much? Because anytime you make a recommendation to a company, they go from a 1% buy up to a 40% buy. So even when you are finding businesses that you're recommending, you will increase their sales from 1% to 40% through a recommendation. Now understand, you make recommendations all the time, but when you do it online, you can get paid for it. And to produce liquid money, all you have to do is promote your message, because you can, if you can make money without actually doing, you can make an unlimited amount of money, and it's the promoters that become the multimillionaires. Versus doing, if you sell and sell equals work, that is a deterrent to promote, because you're so busy doing, and only 1% of your traffic may buy. So this is a really hard life. This is a really easy life. So here's the business model. Very simple. You promote your message, and then you make money from leads. I made $5 for every lead, and because I promoted it, I would average $50,000 a month. Now, here's what it looks like. People search for your information. You match their search, so you know what they're searching for, and you make a recommendation to complete your form. If it's free for them to do so, saves them money or benefits them. And up to 40% of your visitors can turn into lead revenue if you follow this very simple business model. Promote, tie it to a lead revenue model basis where you're paid per lead, not per sale, because you do not want to base your revenue stream on this guy's ability to sell. You've already qualified the lead, and that's how most businesses operate. They do not depend on anyone's ability to sell. I give you the lead, you pay me. Now, let me show you what this turned into for me, because this is important. This insurancehotline.com, I did not know anything about insurance. They gave me their insurance rates. I promote it, and I had one insurance broker to send leads to. And because I had time to promote, I would generate about $50,000 a month. Now, the Toronto Star could not believe that I could make so much money with zero advertising. And they said, we want your business model. We want to learn how you do this. How much do you want for your business? And I made it up. I just said $2 million because I'm not an accountant. And they said, we can give you $1 million because we right up front if we don't go to the board. And you know what? If you double the revenue for us in a year, we'll pay you the next $1 million. And what I said to them was, what if I triple it? And they just completely backed off. And they said, double it. And so when I worked for the Torstar Group for 1 year, I just said, this $5 lead is now $10. And I doubled my earnings. And I got the $1 million. That's what's so powerful with leads. You can double your cost of the lead and double your entire revenue. It's crazy. Now, the Income Activator website platform, it tracks your leads and automatically creates your invoices. So it's all done for you. All you need to do is promote your message and find one company that will pay you for leads. That's it. And it's even better because they give you, the company that wants to pay you for leads, they will give you the content. They gave me the insurance rates, and I sent leads back to them, and they paid. This is the business model. It's not writing content. It's not creating packages. It's not doing, it's what you guys do is so hard. If you could just dumb it down and do this, this is really simple. And it works for every business. Give me your content for free and I'll send you back leads. That's it. That's it. Now let me show you something. Look at this beautiful photography website that is barely making a living. Beautiful, beautiful images. And then look at this photography website. The images are okay. Nothing special. They don't look that different. This is a Pinterest website. Now, keep your eye on this lady, okay? Because she is Pinterest's revenue stream. As soon as someone clicks on her, they feature her. And when you want to know more, you click and you go to the website. Pinterest, $1 billion in revenue last year. And the secret is here, she is no different than her, is no different than her. All these clicks go to featuring the referral business that generates Pinterest revenue. And that other photography website, it probably was up 10 years before Pinterest started, still struggling. Pinterest just said, hey, give us your pictures and we'll send you back leads. How easy is this? Have you ever noticed Google's homepage? It's a search bar. You have a search bar too. And when you put in your search, Google presents companies that when you click on them, it goes to them and they pay Google per lead. And that's actually per click. So they don't even get the person's name, email address, phone number, anything, just per click. And if you're wondering how much Google charges per click for the keyword marketing courses, $200, $115 per click. Now, the marketing manual tells you about the Google keyword planner that's in the Income Activator website platform. And so all these marketing strategies, how-to videos, everything is encompassed in the Income Activator website platform. So over 20 years, I discovered, I did a sales revenue versus lead revenue. And I just said, what if I wanted to make $120 a year and I was selling a $20 product versus selling a $20 lead? And what I found, because the product is like, you only actually make about 50% because you have to produce the product and there's returns. You need 3,300 people a day selling 33 widgets. They don't tell you this in your courses, how to make money online by selling your stuff. But for lead revenue, you only need 40 people a day sending 17 leads to businesses, which is all air anyway. And you can do this from promotion. To make $1 million a year, sales versus leads, 27,540 people a day, which is impossible. You can't do it from a 20-page website. But for lead revenue, you only need 345 people, 137 leads. I did this on $5 leads through promotions, promoting to mainstream media. So, multi-million dollar companies send leads to businesses that pay them. And website builders don't give you this software. In your We Empower You membership, you get the Income Activator website that gives you the same tracking software that Google uses, that Pinterest uses, that Angie's List uses, that Insurance Hotline uses, Home Advisor, Facebook. You have the multi-million dollar software there. Attach a business to it that will provide you for leads. So here you go. We Empower You membership, $15.99. Liquid money, liquid money. You're told, create your content. Content is king. You're told, create your own products. This is so much work. Multi-million dollar companies get their content from you, Facebook, Google, and businesses and send back leads. That's it. Home Advisor gets their content from, workers and people that create and build houses and barns and all that kind of stuff. They give Home Advisor their content. Home Advisor creates a directory, sends back leads. That's it. It's so simple. They don't have to even pick up a hammer if they don't ever want to. And neither does Angie's List. So the insurance companies gave me the rates. I sent them back leads. That's the revenue model that made me $50 to $100,000 a month. This is it. And it's the one that Torstar paid over $2 million for. It's crazy. Okay, so these companies that use the lead model, the system is rigged against you. The We Empower You membership platform has leveled the playing field for you to create an ungodly amount of money if you want to through lead revenue. Because right now you make thousands, they make billions. Multi-million-dollar companies don't create their own content, they get it for free. They don't create their own products, and they don't sell to their visitor traffic. That's it. They just send leads to businesses that give them content. Look at your business card collection. You can take your business card collection and it can be your own online directory. I mean, every one of these people that gave you these business cards, they didn't want you to put it in their desk. They wanted you to say, hey, can I send, if I run into somebody wanting to know about a telephone internet communications program, can I send a lead to you? And they would say yes. And then you just say, well, do you mind if I put it on my website? And if I send you a lead, will you pay me $5 or $10? And they will say yes. And then you get their content that they give you, you put it online, and every time someone completes the form, it will track that lead revenue, that lead, send this company a lead saying contact this person. This person will get their contact information. You will get an email saying you just made $10 from this lead. The web platform calculates the lead and creates the invoice. It tracks the lead and creates the invoice. It's so simple. You can even, if you're at dinner and someone says, hey, do you know a good accountant? You can whip out your cell phone, send them a lead. Your accountant may have paid you $40 and they'd be so pleased, they'll buy you dinner. Now you have to understand, when you're selling to individuals and we hit a crisis like we did the last year and a half, selling to individuals is the first revenue stream to go away. But big companies are the ones that have sales budgets and they're used to paying for leads. So look back, what are the businesses that stayed open? Because they will continue to pay for leads. Online businesses, building, construction, well-being of the consumer goods, health, education, transportation. Look at these companies and consider making a partner with one and saying, look, give me your content, I'll send leads to you. Now, what I want to tell you is you always have to be concerned when you're creating a website. Never have a webmaster that has never made money online build your website for you, because your website will never make money online through the lead revenue. You may be able to sell something, and you know what? The Income Activator website platform has a ready to go online store, no upselling. You have everything you need. So the insurancehotline.com company was started in 1994. It is still running today. The leads started at $5. The leads have now gone up to $40. This proves the system, one, the duration of leads. I mean, way back in caveman day, caveman is walking by a cave and he says to the other caveman, where'd you get that fire? And the caveman says, 2 caves down. You know, leads have been at the beginning of time. Leads will continue in 20 years. If you're trying to figure out how to make money online, leads will still be the #1 way of making money online. And again, all the multi-million-dollar companies send leads to businesses that pay you. They do not sell to their visitor traffic. And if you want the proof of that, call up YouTube or Google or Facebook or Pinterest and tell them, hey, but why don't we sell my course? We'll make much more money. Yeah, that will work. So what I'm saying here is that when I create websites, I know how to generate revenue. I know what needs to be done. And I'll tell you, I got a TV show. I ended up writing for the Toronto Star, the Globe and Mail, and I made insurance interesting. And if I can make insurance industry interesting, I can make your business interesting. For instance, I compared car insurance rates to people's age and then their astrological sign. And with this simple comparison, I got over 1 million visitors to my website. CNN interviewed me. I was on in Reader's Digest as one of the top 100 best stories. I went through CTV, interviews, everything. I can make the dullest thing interesting to people. And I really appreciate, I just got a website that I did that I'm doing for Ingrid. And she's a bookkeeper. So we got the title, Bookkeeper Profit. Profits are revealed by great bookkeeping. Debbie, you can be hearing about her. Definitely come into her presentation. I think it's about at 2:15. She's going to be talking about the sign language of your body. The motions of your hands will let you know what's happening in your gut. Fascinating. Lori Whaley, she talks about the success of Japanese fighters. Sumari, sorry, I can't remember the name. Okay, Sumari or something like that.
Samurai.
Thank you. I needed a coach here. See how valuable coaches can be? Now, when most people create a website, what they do is they create a website, maybe have an opt-in form and some content. For people that know what they're doing to create revenue online, here are some of the things you need to have on your website. You need to have a captivating title. You need to have a captivating title, and you can find that on quotes. You can find it on magazines. And what your page is, you need to ensure that you add the keywords that somebody will be using to search for this topic in this page. You need to add a video because Google presents pages with videos ahead of pages without videos. And if you grab a video from YouTube or BitChute or Rumble, where there are millions of views, more than likely, they might be directed to your page so you can get free traffic. Always give your opinion when you do a page, because that presents you as an authority. And then, of course, recommendations. Your money is in the recommendations. Now, always, almost like everywhere they touch, you should be earning money. So you can add a pay-per-click link to an affiliate. But again, the turnaround is about 1%. The Income Activator platform has a fully functional online store. You can create your own courses, affiliate revenue, ebooks, digital platforms. It's all included in the website, and you can add it. Again, it's a hard sell, making money. Lead revenue, if you have a referral form, either sending yourself or other businesses, here's where your money making is. There's a share button where if somebody clicks on that and shares their story, this page asks, do you want us to send you leads? Suddenly you have another referral partner, lead partner. And of course, always a subscribe button, because you've got your potential buyers in your subscribe. So once you've created your liquid money site where visitor actions create revenue, in your We Empower You membership, you get a TV show spotlight. And this 5-minute TV show spotlight is live streaming on Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Chromecast, Google Play, Roku, Android TV, an audience of 50 million. Now, if you can do a YouTube video, you can have a TV show spotlight. So jump out of where the sheep are and jump in to having your own TV show. It raises your bar. Now, sponsorship. So when you've got a website producing liquid money and you've got a spotlight TV show that can be featured on all those stations, the membership gives you a sponsorship package where the sponsors, if they align with your message, and that's find the sponsors that align with your message. We talked about that earlier. You've got over 400 corporate sponsor contacts that are used to giving people between $10,000 and $100,000 annually. And the sponsorship package includes the TV show, so you can have your own TV series. So again, what is your message? What is your story? Because interestingly, the more tragic your story is, the better these sponsors like you. But you can just create an opportunity to the sponsor and say, look it, I have a TV show, and they are always interested in reaches that can reach over 50 million. If you align with my message, we can take my 5-minute TV show and create a TV series, which goes back, which you can redirect people back to your website to create liquid money. And this is such a score. So your sponsorship package includes, sponsorship for $25,000, $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 for your own TV show series. So this is, without a doubt, your best chance at becoming a millionaire, because you've got a website that produces liquid revenue. You work that, you figure it out. It's very simple. Message, recommendation, and company to send leads to. Now you've got a reach, you've got a TV show, live streaming up to 150 million person audience, and a sponsorship package that can fund the TV show, send visitors to your website, and their actions generate you revenue. So nobody can do this for you. You need to do it yourself until you reach your revenue goal. This is how you do it. And I just got a co-host. I just got a co-host thing. Can you still see my stuff, Bettina?
Yes. When you're ready, you can turn your screen back on, your video back on.
Okay, that was weird. Okay, is it back on?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so nobody can do it for you. Do it yourself until you reach your goals. That's a really important thing, because what I find is that people do go straight to this step and they put other people in charge of trying to make someone else do this goal for you. So reach your goal first. So what you should do is don't get anybody to try to do something for you until you reach revenue goals first, because then you will learn how to teach somebody how to do it. But more importantly, concentrate on the media, the low-hanging fruit, okay? Because this is where you can get your voice out to people and grab the people that resonate with your message. And that's so easy, because they hear you on the radio, they see you on TV, and they consider you an authority, and the money starts pouring in. Now, even better, if you can believe it gets any better, the We Empower You membership for $15.99 also includes over 500 media talk show stations with audiences from 50 to 100,000. So it's all sitting there for you. It's crazy. So your $15.99, in some people's case, is less than a month's worth of rent. And you can get the We Empower You membership if you go to WeEmpowerYourLife.com. Just click on the membership link, get the website, the TV show, the sponsorship package, and the media list. There is no better platform. Now, if you haven't been completely exhausted by my my presentation and you want more, if you go to incomeactivator.com, you check out these videos, and they are fun, entertaining videos, and you will learn a lot on how to create a website generating lead revenue. At 5:15, I'm going to be talking about how to become a reporter, because in entrepreneurs, we have all kinds of different hats. And if you can also become an independent reporter, you can reach more people than you can ever believe possible. I'm going to show you how to do that, because I'm also a reporter for the Toronto Star, TV show. I'm a reporter for the Globe and Mail, and I've found out the benefits. So I want to talk to you about the benefits, and you can become an independent reporter today. So as I conclude, go to WeEmpowerYourLife.com, get the membership, because it's your best chance at becoming a millionaire. Okay, so at that point.
So much, Lee. That was wonderful as always. No matter how many times you talk about the We Empower You membership and the fact that Income Activator is backing the We Empower membership, it's the platform from which we've launched. I'm always boiled over by all the twists and turns that I learned from you. And I also want to say, again, just face to face, a really deep sense of gratitude for you, because you believed in me and I believe in you as well. So can't wait to have you back this afternoon. And of course, we have Lee watching and listening in, and her book is actually posted in the chat. And so for those of you who want to go and learn more on Lee's Income Activator site, she's posted the link, incomeactivator.com. And then I also have the WeEmpowerYourLife.com link up for the membership revenue and membership itself. So go get that. And then last but not least, Get Rich by Telling People Where to Go is her book. Snap up a PDF copy right now today. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to go off camera here real quick and set up for our next speaker, who I'm just so thrilled I got to get into this program, because she is one busy lady. She has a lot going on that is powerful, and I mean powerful stuff.
If anybody has any questions for me, if you email me, my email is my name, lee@romanoff.ca. I will answer your questions either through email, but if you include your phone number, I will call you and talk to you.
Okay, Lee, thank you so much. And I'm muting everybody, but I'm going to bring back here our next speaker. And let me go ahead and get you your co-hosting and your pin up. Okay, great. All right. Without further ado, whoops. Sorry about that, Nancy. Okay. So I have none other than Get Known, Get Paid mentor and Amazon #1 best-selling author, Nancy Juetten, who guides subject matter experts and speakers to get known and get paid for their brilliant work in the world, even if no one knows their name yet. The author of the popular Bye Bye Boring Bio workbook, Nancy is also contributing author to the National Speakers Association book, Speak More, Marketing Strategies to Get More Speaking Business, and the world's greatest speakers, insider secrets to move your audience into action. These days, Nancy Juetten guides successful service professionals to book themselves on the right podcasts without hiring an expensive booking agency. Clients welcome more inbound client inquiries, leads, and sales with elevating their own celebrity as a direct result of what she shares. Welcome, welcome to the stage, Nancy. It's so great to have you here. Oh, you're unmute.
Thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. I have been voyeuring in all morning, listening to Lee and the other speakers. So you're all warmed up and ready for another awesome presentation.
Yes, indeed, Nancy. You are one of the most gifted people that I have had the pleasure to know. Literally, when I put into action the things that you direct and instruct and teach and train, or however you want to characterize it, I make money. And in fact, this stage was inspired by our conversations in the early COVID moment. And we were talking about doing more in this Zoom space, and look at where we've both come to. So great to have you. I'm going to unpin Lee here, and you're going to take it away. You've got 20 minutes on the clock.
All right. Well, what a pleasure to be here. And, you know, Bettina, we've known each other for 20 years and have been in each other's worlds all that time, all the different business iterations. It's so wonderful to see what you have created during this time of global pandemic. I think if there's anything that we've learned in the last 18 months or so is that we really do have an awful lot of power to raise our voice and make our impact in ways that perhaps we prior never considered before, if we just put our minds to it and take some inspired action. One of the things I teach people is that you can, if you want to speak more, there is only one answer. And what is that? You speak more. Who here wants to speak more? Let me see some hands, or put a yes in the chat and say, yes, I want to speak more. I like participation. So let me see those yeses and let me see those hands. If you want to speak more, there are 3 legs of a stool that you can work starting today and have all kinds of opportunities come your way as soon as possible. The first one is to speak to people that you are already in connection with through your Facebook group that you lead, or from a live broadcast that you might do from your business fan page, or whatever other platform you own where you have people paying attention to you. The second leg of the stool is to be invited to speak on the stages of people who hold other stages like this one. How lucky am I that I got invited to speak today for the We Empower You Summit and to have the opportunity to meet all of you. And I see many friends of mine here, Patrick Snow, Maria Veston, Paulette Hamel. So nice to see people that I've known for years and I've gotten to work with. So wonderful to connect with you. When you get invited to speak on the stage of someone who already has a platform, you get to benefit from the implied endorsement that they are assigning to your expertise. And then your own halo shines even brighter. And when you stand and deliver value to those people who are paying attention, it is very, very likely that the people who resonate with your message are going to want to know more about you and how they can journey forward in business with you. And so come to these opportunities to speak on other people's platforms with something powerful to say and deep value to bring, because at the end of the opportunity, there's going to be an invitation where someone's going to say, tell me, Mary West, what next step can our audience take to move closer in your direction? And you're going to come prepared with, I'm so glad you asked. And you're going to add some sizzle in the steak, and you're going to say, what I'd really like you to do is that one singular thing that you want them to do so they will run and not walk in your direction. That could be run and don't walk to download my free assessment, which will help you ascertain the degree to which this is an urgent problem and how important it is for you to solve it right now. Or run and don't walk to my 1-800-CALL-MARY page so that you can get on the call with me and we can talk about how to bridge that gap. Or it could be come to my upcoming free training where I'm going to pour into you so much value that you're going to pinch yourself for how lucky you are. And here's the easy to say and easy to spell URL where you can go to get it. When you get an opportunity to speak on someone else's stage, when you come prepared with knowing what the end in mind is, and you can deliver it with impact and enthusiasm, what do you know? People actually go and do that thing that you asked them to do, as opposed to saying something like, well, you can follow me on Instagram and you can check me out on Facebook. And oh, by the way, I'm on LinkedIn. And hey, if you want to send me a smoke signal, you can do that too. Because you know what? When you are on audio or video and people are multitasking, what do you think the chances are that they're going to actually remember any of those call to actions that you extended? That's why, let me ask a question. How many calls to action are you going to extend when you're on a radio show, a talk show, or any other platform? What is the right answer? Give me a finger signal if you can share that with me. How many calls to action? 1. There's a learning for you. Okay, so we're talking to our own people. We're talking on the stages of other people. And then there's this great big wild west out there. And you know what it's called? It's called the world of podcasts. According to Listen Notes, there are 2.4 million podcasts on the air, and there are more going on the air every single day. That is an awful lot of opportunity to raise your voice and make your impact. And the beauty of speaking up on a podcast, especially when the message is a match for the audience, is that you get to deliver value, share your unique point of view, your story, your brilliance in a long form conversation with a host. And as you develop the rapport and show up brilliantly in service to that host and their already established audience, people will get to know, like, and trust you in a way that is very uncommon and, in my opinion, very preferred. Because don't we all have our own inimitable quirks and ways of being that either people love or they don't? I speak in sassy sound bites. I'm somewhat clever. You either love that or you don't. But if you love that and you think I might be the teacher to support you in getting your sound bites heard and seen and celebrated so you can ultimately be compensated, if you have the opportunity to listen to me speak and you know I might be your teacher, when I get a chance to extend a call to action, what are you going to do? You just might decide to say yes to my call to action, and we might be having a telephone call to see how I could serve you more completely. So when you are a guest on a podcast, you get to create those kinds of relationships. And the beautiful thing about podcasts is they live online indefinitely. They are searchable. And when someone does a Google search for your name, guess what? You come up. When we as service providers and professionals and entrepreneurs and people that are out there making money doing something that we're proud of, well, when we're looking for something to solve a problem of our own, we don't just, blindly go and say yes to anybody that has a pulse, do we? No, of course not. What we do is we Google that person. I'm looking for a financial advisor in Bellingham, Washington. Search terms will help you find and narrow down your choices. And then when you find the top 5 financial advisors in Bellingham, Washington, you're going to check out what comes up in a Google search to see what it is that they have to offer. And if there are podcasts that you can listen to, and if there's a website in place where they can appreciate that you actually are taking yourself seriously and showing up well as a business owner, they can do their due diligence without even talking to you. And if you are speaking beautifully on a podcast or a presentation of this type, and they like what they hear, guess what happens? When you do schedule a conversation with that potential client, they're already pre-sold that you are their person because they've done their homework. Have you ever had the situation where you had someone inquire about doing business with you and they wanted to have a consult call, but maybe you felt a little bit intimidated because it felt a little too premature to actually get on a sales call with somebody? Is anybody willing to admit that? I think it happens every day. So one of the things that you can do is repurpose your brilliant podcast guest episodes, because you can say to a potential client, I'm so glad you asked that question about how to become a master of new client enrollment. I know that's a problem that a lot of people have in running their businesses and growing them. I actually did an interview about that with a world-class expert. May I share it with you? You can repurpose that podcast and share it with someone, and then they get another experience hearing you delivering that content or conducting that interview in a world-class way. And that also brings them one more step closer to wanting to do business with you, because you are serving, you are bridging the gap even before you get on the phone. So if you speak to your own people and you speak on the stages where you were invited and you speak up on podcasts, what will happen? People will ask to get on the phone with you. They will download your free gift. They will join your Facebook group. They will participate in your upcoming challenge or whatever multi-day training event that you have coming up. And when you get the opportunity to speak up and share and serve in that way, well, that's your golden moment to extend a powerful invitation for people to do business with you and exchange currency for the opportunity to journey forward together. And that's how you can start smiling all the way to the bank. Now, there's another bonus of speaking up regularly and speaking more that you might find particularly intoxicating, because I know I do. I think I've done, 100 podcasts since last March. And I've been very deliberate and very specific about reaching out for shows that are about building authority, building credibility, amplifying your brand. You want to have the right match for your message, because you can't sell a Rolex watch to a migrant farm worker. You have to have the right match. Well, in the beginning, I just started pitching myself. And I used to be a publicist, and I know how to do that. I know how to do that in a world-class way because I worked with world-class clients like Roger Staubach, the Seattle Design Company, Olympic Hot Tub Company, Seattle Chocolate Company, Fran's Chocolates. I know how to pitch better than most baseball players, and I've never really held a bat. But I know how to get people in front of the right decision makers so they will say yes. And I thought to myself, how can I teach people to say yes to them, right? So my point was, and I just lost my train of thought. This is totally extemporaneous, by the way, I should mention that. How to pitch. What was I saying? Oh my gosh, I just had a blank. I got so caught up in my whoop-de-doo. I'm so embarrassed.
Don't worry, we have editing factors.
It's just so funny. I just had a brain lapse there. Okay. So you wanted to, I know that was what I was going to say. Forgive me. This is the thing that I wasn't expecting. I'm out there speaking on 100 different shows. I'm managing my schedule so that I never let a plate drop or a fork spill. And what do you know? Other hosts hear me speak up on shows, love what I say so much that they invite me to be on their shows. So in the beginning, you are pitching yourself and you're learning new skills to reach out to people who can bring you to their stage. But when you stand up and deliver in a world-class way, and people like what they hear, other hosts are looking for people just like you. And all of a sudden, instead of you having to pitch yourself, you're saying yes to 2 or 3 show opportunities a week for yourself without having to pitch at all. Now, why does this matter? Consider the average value of a client. What does a client invest to do business with you? Is it $1,600? Is it $16,000? Or is it something in between? Let's just pull from air a figure that the average value of a client for you is $5,000. If you do 2 podcasts a week for 50 weeks, that's 100 podcasts, right? If only 1 client decides to do business with you from every podcast, that would be 50 clients. 50 clients times $5,000 is $250,000. Can you see how this could work out? And if you are someone who doesn't love technology, whose eyes glaze over at the prospect of setting up a funnel or doing some crazy thing that seems totally beyond your skill set, can you sit up and stand up and speak up in a microphone in a conversation with a host who's interested in what you have to say and have a judicious call to action that you can extend at the end of it? Can you do that? Would you consider that fun and fruitful? And if so, when are you going to start? Because you know what? Now is the very best time to be speaking up in all the ways that you can. You can speak up to your own people. You can speak to the audiences where you are invited, and you can speak up on podcasts. And when you make a very specific commitment to making speaking up your number one preferred visibility strategy, and you're very clear about what you want people to do as a result of hearing you speak, you will welcome the outcomes that you desire. Now, if you are excited about this and want to learn more, I actually have something coming up starting next Monday that is high value and free. And what it's called is the Podcast Visibility Live Lab. And this is a multi-day training where every day at 11 o'clock Pacific, I'm going to go live to drop a bite-sized piece of content that will require you to do a bite-sized bit of homework and to create a result that day that will help you get media ready, media savvy, and on message. I'm going to guide you to prepare yourself, your mindset, and your message for a much wider audience. You're going to position yourself as the guest that hosts can't wait to book. I'm going to teach you how to pitch yourself and create a relationship with hosts that can turn into lasting referrals both ways. I'm going to teach you how to ping pong people back into your world when you perform beautifully at the microphone so that you can profit. And I'll have a fair amount to share about practice and presence and a few other bonus P's that will make the time you invest with me 1 hour a day for the next several days the best investment you can make to raise your voice, make your impact, and start speaking up on all the platforms where you have an opportunity to wave the flag for your mission and what you're fighting for, your story, your message, your transformation. Because what if you could touch and transform the lives of tens of thousands of people without leaving your house? I know in a moment, Bettina will share the link where you can go to be a part of it. It's called the Podcast Visibility Live Lab. And I believe the link is getknowngetpaid.com/Bettina P. Are you
PVLL-Bettina?
Yeah, put it in the chat. So
I just did, yes.
Oh, awesome sauce. Because when you learn how to do this, this will be a skill set you will own within your own organization for the rest of your successful life. And you will, with consistent implementation, like in anything, achieve everything you want if you just put your shoulder to the wheel to take some imperfect action. I have taught thousands and thousands of people how to do this. And it is incredibly rewarding for me to see the successes that they achieve, because their success is ultimately my success. It would be my honor to have you join me and for you to invite friends, because information this valuable should not be held to your vest. It should be shared generously with as many people as possible so that they can benefit too. If I had one parting thought to share as I conclude today, 18 months ago, the COVID virus came to the world and gave us all quite a shock. We were all forced to shelter in place. Vaccines came along. We were so hopeful. Then, unfortunately, the Delta variant emerged and created even more uncertainty. Those of us who want things to go back to normal are wondering if they ever will be normal again. But if there's any blessing in all of this, is that with Zoom, with podcast guesting, with all the ways we can broadcast our message live, we can take our power back and deal with the challenging situation and have wonderful outcomes still unfold for us, regardless of these kinds of potholes that get in our way. I believe that visibility is not an option. Visibility is an imperative. If you are tired of being a well-kept secret, you're tired of not having enough clients, not having enough leads, you have the power to change all that. And is today the day that you're going to allow yourself to receive information that could change your game and give you that power right now? And if that resonates, and if I'm your teacher, the way I'm showing up today, aside from that one little gap there where I was sort of lost my train of thought, if you like me and the way I turn a phrase and the way I show up, then maybe I'm your teacher. And listen, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain by joining me for the Podcast Visibility Live. And I hope that you do. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the price of admission, you always leave us with many, many, many golden nuggets, right? And you mentioned a couple things along the way that I know that folks will garner from your program that starts on September the 13th. Can you just restate it one more time so that everybody's really clear, because they need to run, not walk, as you say, to sign up on the link that I just put in the chat.
When you participate in the Podcast Visibility Live Lab with yours truly, your podcast guesting guide, you are going to learn how to prepare your message and your mindset. You're going to learn how to position yourself so that hosts want to talk to you. You're going to learn how to prioritize the right shows so that you can be seen, heard, and celebrated sooner versus later by audiences that are already in place. I'm even going to share some powerful resources so you can start picking some of the low-hanging fruit. You might even book yourself on a couple of shows before we're complete. I'm going to teach you how to ping pong people back into your world when you are asked for a call to action. And ultimately, I want you to think about what it is that you want to bring to market so that you can profit, because whatever your call to action is needs to be aligned and congruent with what it is that you do for a living so that the whole thing can be aligned and good for everybody. If you want to learn those kinds of things and get my eyes on your message so that you can transform from blah, blah, blah to magnificent, the Podcast Visibility Live Lab is your ticket. And it's a free ticket. And I hope you'll say yes to it and tell all your friends, because this is my legacy work. You know, I didn't mention this before, but I owned a public relations agency for many years. I've been very successful as an author and a speaker. But when podcast guesting became my #1 visibility strategy, I thought, oh my gosh, everything I've ever done in my life has come full circle, that I could be of incredible contribution to millions of people who need to learn how to do this, and the sooner the better. So this is your golden moment. I hope you'll come, and I hope you'll be made better for having shown up.
Thank you, everybody. Go ahead and unmute your mics and give Nancy a round of applause. Applause here. Fantastic. Thank you, Nancy. And I am so excited to have you here today. I also want to let folks know that we have you tomorrow on the Rainier Avenue radio show, which, by the way, is a direct result of working with Nancy on this podcast guesting, because when that call came that said, hey, Bettina, we'd like you to do a special one-off show for Women's History Month. Are you ready? Can you do that for us? And you've got 7 days or 10 days or so to prepare. I said yes. And Nancy had helped me with my 50-word bio by that point. I'd already started doing some of the podcast guesting of my own, and I was ready. And then the very same day, I got a call from the general manager that said, we'd like you to be on 52 weeks out of the year, 30 minutes every Thursday. How is that? To which I could, of course, respond, yes. And another thing that happened here just yesterday was one of our folks that are here today is Paulette Hamill. Now, Paulette has worked with Nancy as well. And I had spotted my little eye on Paulette a while ago, and she had come to the Nigel Henry presentation this last Wednesday. And lo and behold, when I had a speaker that couldn't make it for one of our breakout sessions, she was top of mind. And the reason she was top of mind is because she's part of Nancy's group. She's part of developing herself through Nancy, and she was ready, willing, and available. And within a few moments, she sent me her media one sheet, her bio, and everything that I needed to literally go to work to get her graphic up and running. And I cannot wait to have you all learn about Paulette here this evening, who's going to be speaking. And so thank you so much, Nancy, for all that you've helped me with, and also what you're doing to help others to get their message heard. And by the way, when you're on a podcast, you're recorded for the remainder of your life and probably many years beyond. So it's an in perpetuity thing that you're doing. And now we have hundreds of We Empower You videos. We have hundreds of the Wednesday meetings. And in addition, we have, I think we're going to be on our 22nd or 23rd show with you coming up. So thank you so much, Nancy. It's great to have you. I'm going to put up.
Can I make one more thought?
Yes, go right ahead.
First, I want to say you're in for a treat with Paulette joining you later today. If ever there was an example of someone who was ready for opportunity before it knocked, this is the woman. And I want to just say this about that. So many opportunities come your way because someone got sick, someone got stuck in traffic. There's a hole in the schedule that needs to be filled. And what if that hole could have your name on it? I cannot tell you how many times clients of mine have been able to step into the breach and show up like rock stars and take their place on a level that they never expected because they were pros at hello. So my parting thought is, believe and behave as if the most important, exciting, intoxicating opportunity is going to come to you tomorrow, and let your whole game rise to raise up to it so that you are that person today. Because Paulette would not be speaking to you this evening if she had not been ready for that opportunity long before it knocked. Be ready for opportunity before it knocks. I don't know if you've seen that movie La La Land, but there were only like 8 women in the audience when she delivered her one-woman show, but there was someone in that audience that had the power to take her all the way to Hollywood for all of her dreams to come true. Things like that happen every day, and that all starts with your mindset. Believing and behaving as if this is already true and letting your game rise up to meet that even before you even think you're ready. Just give that some thought. We'll talk more about it during the podcast Visibility Live Lab. I hope you're all there, and I'm very, very excited to have had this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you once again, Nancy. Now let me bring up the slide for you speaking here tomorrow on the radio. It's radio and TV. And give me 1 second here as I'm searching through. I thought I put this in my little hopper. If not, if I can't find it easily, I will just go on to our next part of our program here, and then I'll post it here in just a little bit. Yes, it's going to have to be in a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Bettina. Thank you, Paulette. Thank you for all of you for being here. And I hope it was of great value to you.
Yes, indeed, Nancy. Bye for now. Okay, and next we are going to bring up Mary West. Mary West is the one who introduced me to Patrick Snow, and it was through her bringing me to his attention and vice versa that I ended up meeting Patrick, and now we've been doing business together for about 20 years. And of course, Patrick had a lot of really great things to say about Nancy last week, just so you know. So let me add a pin to you here, Nancy. I mean, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary, go for it.
Thank you, Bettina. Your summits are so fantastic. I'm excited. I've been taking notes all morning. And so thank you for having me. So I have a passion for connecting business owners and helping them growing their businesses. So several years ago, I started a networking group and had 5 in person here, but because of COVID this year, we're on Zoom, which actually has turned out really well, because now we have people, especially people that can do their businesses anywhere. We have people in California, Oregon, Florida, Canada, all over the United States, and coming into the networking group. So we bring in speakers that do business tips to help our members grow their businesses. We do pay it forward projects. We like to help out in our community. So we have several nonprofits that we help. We have a book club. The second Thursday of each month, Patrick Snow and I are doing Becoming a Best-Selling Author. We started doing that a few months ago again. And so the second Thursday of each month at 12:30 on the link that he put in earlier. And then we do the fourth Wednesday of each month, we have Meet the Author. We bring in a different author each month, and that's always fun to meet the authors and find out about their books. We also do larger events where we have speakers and you can be a sponsor. And I mentioned earlier, we have our Becoming Unstoppable coming up September 20th through the 24th. And Monday, I'll be speaking on 9 dynamic ways to get new connections. And I'll be sharing one of my favorite ways, the way that I met Patrick Snow and started working with him several years ago. And then Tuesday, Valerie Harris from Veris Marketing is going to be speaking on YouTube, can soar on YouTube, and also answering social media questions. Wednesday is Delight Your Network with Bob Ingram. He's an author of Delight Your Network, and he recently wrote a book, The Genius Who Saved Baseball. And then Thursday, you've met Karen McNamara from Click Consultants. She's been on your summit before. She'll be speaking on, let's say, connecting the different generations. And then Friday will be Patrick Snow, and he'll be speaking about the world's greatest marketing secret. So that's coming up the 20th through the 24th. I'll put that information in the chat again. But thank you again, Bettina. Check out my website. We have several different Zooms each week, and we'd love to have you come and check out the networking group.
Thank you. Thank you. And what we've done is we've partnered up with Mary here as an affiliate. There is no cost to be an affiliate with the We Empower You community. And so we're cross-pollinating. And this is our first chance to have Mary on our stage. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you again from years back for introducing me to Patrick.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad I know you, and your summits are fantastic. I'll be at all of them.
Thank you so much.
And to keep telling people about them.
Thanks so much. Yes. We could use all the help we can get because we're out to change the globe, one business at a time, as we say here at We Empower You. For those of you who are watching live on YouTube or on Facebook, I'm here to tell you that I'm the founder of We Empower You, the community, the movement, and the WeEmpowerYourLife.com website. And I can't wait for you to join us here today. And every Wednesday, we have these very specific Wednesday meetings. And then every quarter, the second Wednesday of the month, we have a summit. And this is a 12-hour marathon day with 24 plus speakers on the day. And we do our very, very darndest to get the best of the best. And you've just been seeing this incredible lineup this morning and the beginning of this afternoon. So next, what we're going to do is introduce all of our lineup for breakout sessions. You've actually heard from some of our speakers here, but I'm going to have each and every one of them in the order of the program here. Get us a few, just a 1-minute presentation to feature why someone would want to come to your session. And remember, this is a pitch, right? And so although Nancy hasn't pitched with a bat, we're going to ask you to pitch it out of the park. And the first person up is Patrick Snow, author, speaker, and coach. Either write something worth reading about or do something worth writing about. Patrick shares more insights and ideas. Take it away, Patrick.
All right, my 1 minute on the clock. Let me set my timer so I don't go over. And Here we go. 2 quotes that have literally changed my life. The first one comes from Abraham Lincoln, who said this. He said, "The only way the dead can teach the yet unborn is through the written page." And another quote from an unknown source says, "There's only 2 things you can leave behind on this earth. One is your children and the other is your art." And I firmly believe that writing a best-selling book can become your masterpiece that can have a shelf life of hundreds, if not thousands of years to benefit all of humanity. So my mission on this planet is to empower 10,000 people throughout the world to write, publish, and promote their book that serves as a healing tool full of love, joy, peace, and harmony to the world. And if you feel that you have a book inside you that you want to birth out, as the publishing doctor, I'd be honored and thrilled to help assist you every step along the way to help you make 100 out of 100 decisions correctly in that process of creating a world-class product. So in this session, we're going to answer any questions that you have about publishing, book marketing, speaking, and coaching. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Next up, are you spreading virus words in your spoken language? Remove these toxic words from your vocabulary. Your voice is your moneymaker. If you want to learn more, I shouldn't say if, when you want to learn more, go to Master Nigel Henry, Greatness Activator. He's going to be in our second breakout room. Nigel, take it away.
Okay, thanks. In 1 minute, I'm just going to summarize by saying, starting with a banknote, identity activates superpowers. And what I see in this room are great change angel. A change angel is the Rolls Royce of humanity. In other words, this group holds and sets the standard, whether we believe it or not, beep, beep, virus word, that is the case. And so what has to happen is the angels have to surrender to their greatness. So in my breakout room, I'll be taking up part 2 of what I was saying, which is restoring the flourishing mindset. In the flourishing mindset, it's not about how to, what to, why to, it's who to. And it turns out that the billionaire mindsets, all the things that Nancy and Patrick and all the great speakers are speaking about, it turns out it's about the who, and who is an identity, and identity releases value. The dollars per minute that comes out of my mouth is a function of who I am being. And that is by default greatness, unless I say I'm not. There it is. The only thing that limits my greatness is when I say that I'm not. And I would be having an interactive engagement with my peoples so that when they're talking, I'm listening. What kind of word is that? Beep, delete, and unleash the greatness that is waiting to come out. Thanks to Angel Carey, to remind us that we're here to output value, not consume it. We are the putter outer of value, and value is exchanged for dollars. Put out value, value goes out, money comes in. That's just the basic principle of mastery. Put out value, money comes in.
My new mantra is my money, my voice
is
my money maker. My voice is my money maker.
And so that is alignment with all the other speakers, Nancy, Patrick, everyone that's basically saying everyone in this room is using their voice, and it's about how great I am when I'm using my voice. So surrender to greatness. Let's join forces and activate each other to unleash the greatness that's on the hard disk. It's not something we have to learn, it's something we have to let out. Okay, that's it. Unleashed.
Thank you, Nigel. Okay, and then next up we have Sally Page. Discover creative soul alignment. Experience a deep level of soul alignment that expands awareness and inner clarity. Learn how to understand intuitive guidance from tuning into body awareness that reveals soul guidance. The guidance brings clarity and the alignment together with the practice of coherence that elevates manifesting to a whole new level. This life-changing practice of soul purpose creation empowers inspirations, purpose, and dreams. Welcome to the stage, medical intuitive and soul purpose coach, Sally Page.
Thank you, Bettina. I'm so excited to be here today. Yeah. I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about my story today and how I got to this place. And the people in my group will also be guided through a very deep soul process that will help them align their highest vision and their dreams with what is called for by their soul. And when everything starts to align within them with their purpose and their soul and their vision, life starts to come together and success is magnetized to them in amazing ways. And that is where the magic happens.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And next up, I have Troy. And Troy is going to be speaking on the power of passive. And this is about learning about the cash flow quadrant, the cash flow quadrant, the 40-40-40 plan, and the buy, hold, and pray plan, and provide information about developing passive income in just a short while. And then he's going to conclude a few minutes about insurance. Welcome to the stage, Troy. It's great to have you back. And you're also one of our mentors tonight.
Great. It's great to be here, and thank you for having me. And you pretty much summed it up in your commercial there. We'll go into more detail though, and hopefully have a conversation. Why do most people do what they do? And then, tie in the passive income, and multiple ideas for that have already been shared today. Lee and Patrick specifically have shared some ideas of how to do that. And so that'll be the subject and the things that I'll discuss.
Thank you so much, Troy. And then next up, IQ or EQ for profit. Does IQ or EQ produce higher profits? And what strategies can improve the winner? It's none other than Michaela Passeri, founder and CEO of Love Your Revolution. And she's a returning guest as well. Michaela, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Bettina. Great to be here. So we all are human beings, right? I hope we're all human beings here. And as human beings, we are emotional beings. Yep, I'm sorry to give you the news, but we feel emotions, we experience them every day, and we get to look at them and we get to understand our emotional landscape so that we can operate to our highest performance, efficiency, and effectiveness in our business. So when we take a look at emotions and how they affect us, we want to look at the cognitive triangle. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more about this in my little segment. But emotions are our first line of defense, and they guide our thoughts and our feelings, which guides our actions, which then, guess what, guides our results. And there are 3 top emotions that halt us in our business. And that's what I'm going to be sharing with you today in my workshop, the top 3 emotions that halt our flow. So come to my breakout room and I will be glad to share with you how you can be a master of your emotions.
Thank you so much, Michaela. I'm glad you were able to make it again this year and this season. So the 6th and final offer today is with TU Nap. And TU is going to be talking about your journey to freedom begins within. There is a place inside of you that only you know. Call it intuition, heart, or soul, but it is uniquely yours. It knows your purpose in life and it guides you to your destiny. However, there's one glitch. It's called free will. Many only hear the outer chaos and sabotage themselves because they do not follow their intuition. TU Nap shares her insight into how she has turned up the volume on her inner voice and climbed out of abuse into a life of abundance and unconditional love. Welcome, TU Nap, life empowering coach, author, and speaker.
Thank you so much, Bettina. I'm thrilled to be here. It's such an honor. I just wanted to welcome everyone. My breakout room is wide open and questions within us. And the answers to those questions are actually within us as well. The thing is that most of us haven't figured out how to unlock the door to get through to the answers. So for me, I learned it through writing my book. And what I've learned along the way, I am more than happy to share with everyone. So I'm here to help people unlock that door, turn up the volume on your inner voice. And if you join me in the breakout room, I have 3 golden nuggets to share with you, as well as how you can get a free gift.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So the first thing that's going to happen is I'm going to turn on some music and set up the breakout session. So this is when you get to take your bio break. I just posted the first 3 rooms. Room number 1 is Patrick Snow. Room number 2, Master Nigel Henry. Room number 3 is Sally Page. And Sally Page is staying in this room. So if you want to choose Sally Page, stay exactly where you are, do nothing, just go take your bio break. Now, let me just grab Troy Thompson is in 4, Michaela is in 5, and TU Nap is in 6. I'm going to paste that here in the chat. And make your decisions now. I am going to play some music on the screen, and I'll be right back to let you know when the rooms are ready. Take your bio break while you get a chance. Snap up some food too, I think. Okay.
How long do we stay in these rooms? 40
We're
minutes?
going to stay a total of 30 minutes once we go live with them.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okie doke, going behind the scenes here. This is so funny. This is another way you can use a mask.
So are you gonna create the rooms, or you want me to help assign them?
All right.
Nigel. No money is currently being exchanged.
That's
awesome.
a great time for Troy to do a commercial and make some money. Visit Troy. Troy is the man. He is a financial liberator. Making some money, Troy. Yes, Troy is a angel of freedom. And all angels of freedom make you conscious about your money. Isn't that wrong, Troy? Or is that right? Help out a brother here.
That's correct. That's what money does. It gives us choice.
Yeah.
And so money is made by speaking. And therefore Troy speaks. Troy and money are one. I'm the money. That's what you think. Come to the money.
Is it just me or is Nigel's volume really low?
Oh, it is. It is just me. It's actually.
Yeah. I know my Christmas present for Nigel.
And back my
That's better. Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you for speaking. See what happens when angels speak? Things change.
Yes.
Are you charged up?
Yes, it's been charged. Yeah, angels are disruptive people who make a difference when they speak. So every time Sally speaks, my life gets better. Interestingly enough.
Yeah.
So that's why I like when she's talking. There's a message from Bettina. Room 3 is going to remain in the main room. Okay. I'm kind of nervous. I hope I know how to get to my room.
Just down the hall on the left.
I think you'll just be taken there when it opens up.
Is that right? Okay. Because I could be here, but there are people in my room. Yes. Well, for those who will be coming to my room, I recommend start talking so that it's not a cold start, right? And also, I recommend looking at the virus list and having it printed out or displayed on your screen. So I'm just going to post it in anticipation. Where is it, Nigel? Here we go. I'm going to post it in the main area so that muted. Oh, I was muted. Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, so I posted the list of virus words or the access to it in the main area for those who would like to just have it. There's a blue button. Once you enter the email thing, press the blue button and it brings it up. And you're like, okay, now as I'm talking,
Nigel,
yes.
I need to interrupt you. Your room is number 2. I'm sorry, let's see. Yeah, number 2. Go to room number 2.
I just click on this breakout room thing.
Yes, Troy, you are in room number 4. Patrick, you are in room number 1. Sally, stay right here. Michaela is in room number 5. And remember to press the record button in your room.
How do I go to the room?
On the bottom right, you should see a message to go to a breakout room. I can move you actually.
Please do that. Yeah, do that for me.
Anybody else need to be moved? Just put your.
Bettina, can you move me also?
Yep, we'll move you right now.
Nothing's showing up for me at the moment, Bettina.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. Nothing's for me as well.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a moment to figure it out. So what you can do, I'm going to move the speakers, Patrick and Nigel and Michaela. I'll move you to your rooms. And then if anybody else also needs to still be moved, go ahead and just type in that you need to be moved. It should pop up in the bottom of your screen. Sally, stay right here. Yep.
Oh, I see.
Okay, give us one more second here, or a few seconds.
Bettina, we are not able to record.
We'll give you permission.
Oh, okay, great, because I was gonna start. When do we start?
Yeah, go ahead and go back. Let's give you co-hosting and then we'll get you in there. Okay, you're co-host now. You should be able to record.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Just another 30 seconds or so here to let people move over to their rooms. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go start.
Bettina, I need recording permission, please.
Actually, we're recording this room, so you're good.
Okay, thanks.
All right, now I'm gonna mute everyone, including you, Sally. So you'll have to unmute when I introduce you here real quick.
Okay.
But Bettina, before you introduce her, I have a quick thing.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not able to screen share. I'm not able to record. It says I need permission from the
Okay,
host.
let's get you co-hosting. Thank you.
Okay. And then can you send me back or can I do it myself?
We'll send you back. We'll send you back.
Oh, I got it. I think I can figure that out.
So if anybody is in this room and wants to be assigned somewhere else, just type it in and we'll get you moved. Otherwise, yep. Okay, so we're at 2:06. Sally, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you. And go ahead and everybody mute. There we go. All right. Sally, Sally, Sally. So great to have you here on this main stage. I'm here today with Sally Page. Sally is a visionary speaker, medical intuitive, soul purpose coach, and international best-selling author. She has over 16 years of experience helping people find deep healing for their body, mind, emotions, and soul. Her first career was as a systems engineer on the NASA SETI project. She survived 2 near-death experiences. With each life-threatening experience, Western medicine helped, but didn't heal. She is the host of her own live radio show called World Awakening Vibrations, and is a professional speaker who does live events on stage and online where she shares her most powerful story of survival, where she has her audiences saying, I'll have what she's having. Welcome to the stage, Sally. It's so great to have you.
Thank you, Bettina. I'm so excited to be here today, and I'm so excited to share with these people on the call. Thank you for joining the room, and I'd love to take you on this amazing soul journey. So I'm going to jump right into my story, and I just want you to relax and notice where it resonates with you. So imagine struggling to wake up from a very, very deep sleep. I was struggling to open my eyes. I was struggling to wake up. When I was finally able to open my eyes, I felt disoriented. I looked around the room only to discover that I was in the hospital in intensive care and I had almost died. Whoa, no one expected me to live, yet there I was with my eyes open, breathing without a respirator, and regaining consciousness after 6 days in a coma from bacterial meningitis. Bacterial meningitis is a life-threatening infection of the meningeal membranes that protect your brain and your spinal cord. They swell, putting pressure on the brain and spinal cord, causing severe pain and high fever. While the people around me were watching my trauma, watching my hands and feet turn black, they were discussing when to take me off of life support and let me die. But meanwhile, my soul took me on a profound inner journey. I touched death. I reached into this altered state of consciousness where it felt such great relief to be in this profound, peaceful, blissful, loving acceptance. As I went deeper into this space, I realized there was no more pain or struggle. I was just feeling relief from the everyday life, from the struggles I had with my marriage. I was relieved not to have my dreams crushed by my husband. And I was relieved not to feel the exhaustion of trying to please someone who couldn't be pleased. And as I was contemplating going deeper into this peaceful bliss, I had a dream-like vision in my coma state. I saw my 17-month-old son. There he was with his heart broken and his head hanging down, feeling completely abandoned. And in that moment, I knew I had to make a choice. I chose to come back. I willed myself into my body, and I willed myself to wake up so that I could be here to raise my son. I wanted him to grow up knowing that he is loved and valued. I wanted him to believe in himself and follow his dreams. When I woke up, I had a powerful inner knowing. I knew that I had touched death and that it was expansive and blissful. I knew that I would live to raise my son, but I also knew I would also recover and help other people heal in profound ways as well. I was so secure with this inner knowing that I had that when the doctors came into the room to tell me that my recovery would be very limited and I would just have to live with the dysfunction, it didn't even seem real to me because I had such an inner assurance from the vision I had in the coma state. When you hear the words, you just have to live with it, that is your clue. It is time to take your power back. No one has the right to limit your recovery. These are your call to action to find the solution you need, to find the best way to heal for who you are and what you want to live in this world, the way you want to live in this world. The most profound healing solutions come from the depths of your soul. Deep healing is not just a physical experience. Healing addresses your deepest suffering. So what you think, what you feel, what you believe, and what you focus on can not only cause illness, it can shut down a part of yourself. When I willed myself to wake up, I also had to will myself to recover and be functional to raise my son. And as an engineer, I had a deep drive to find a solution. I explored, I researched, I learned, I read about people who recovered in cases where there was no hope. I trained in many modalities, and I found myself becoming a medical intuitive. I learned to heal by combining scientific knowledge and precision with intuitive awareness and wisdom to help people heal and thrive. I developed skills to perceive the physical, mental, emotional, and etheric energy bodies of a person. I learned how to tune into the consciousness and soul. And what I learned in this process of coming into the work that I do is that there were three important lessons. Western medicine doesn't have all the answers. It helped keep me alive, and I'm grateful, but it didn't help me heal. Never give up, no matter what anyone tells you. You are the master of your life. You get to choose. Your body reflects what's going on at all levels of your life. your heart, your mind, your soul, and your consciousness. My inner knowing guided me to continue to heal, and it showed me areas of my life that I had to change. When I began to recognize that I had to make a change in my relationships because my relationship with my husband wasn't getting better, I realized that it was even impacting my health. I noticed lumps in my breast. I treated them, they went away. And when they returned in a few months, I knew that I had to make a change, and I filed for divorce. Over time, as I was free to be me, I realized how toxic it was to stay in that relationship. My inner truth and my soul purpose were leading me to take the action that would transform my life. I had to face moments of pivotal decisions. I had to push beyond my limiting beliefs that I had to stay in a relationship that wasn't working because I made a marriage vow. I realized that nothing I could do could get my husband to want to be in a relationship and value it. I learned I had to value myself enough to choose relationships that were loving and nurturing to me. I had given too much of myself away, and I finally woke up to a new choice. I am choosing to love myself and be in relationships where I am valued and love is returned. When I was a child, I was taught that loving myself was selfish and that I should ignore my own needs to care for others. And this is not true. The truth of love is that it's not selfish to love yourself. It is necessary. To be your very best self in the world, you must practice self-love, self-care, and self-compassion. These are essential steps to build your superpower of love, and your superpower of love ignites your soul. I learned these life-changing lessons that showed me how essential it is to follow the wisdom of my heart and soul, to tune in and listen to my inner voice. I healed my old patterns, and that brought about a conscious transformation in my life. I no longer resonate with these old energies that held me back. Until you heal and clear dysfunctional patterns, they continue to attract the same pattern into your life, allowing the past to limit the future. When these patterns are cleared and healed, the future opens up to empowering possibilities. I have developed my unique work, teaching transformational healing and awakening to empower your soul's purpose. Your soul invites you into a sacred relationship with yourself, where you learn to know, value, and trust your intuitive awareness and guidance. It is time to love yourself enough to ignite your soul's purpose. My job is to bring you into this reality where you can thrive by living your purpose. If you are inspired to make a profound difference in the world, the clarity of your soul will guide the way. I was inspired to move beyond my limits, to wake up, not only to be alive, but to be strong enough and healthy enough to raise my son. As a leader, as part of a global community, as someone who is inspired to make a difference, where does your heart and soul call you to wake up? Now is the time to do what matters most. Where in your life do you feel called to do something that matters and you have not taken action? When I went into the hospital, I was unconscious. I didn't know that that moment or any of the next few days could be my last moment alive. I had no time to prepare, no time to think about what are my last words? What have I not said that I need to say? Thriving is living your greatest purpose every day of your life. So if you are inspired to lift up life and bring meaningful change to the world, I'm inviting you to take my free soul purpose assessment, and this is what you will experience. This assessment gives you increased clarity about your soul purpose alignment. It deepens your understanding of your soul purpose, and it helps you explore a transformative creative process where you can discover the areas of your life that hold the most potential for transformation to live your purpose and thrive. I am here to help you find this deep meaning and purpose that you desire. Your super soul power is inviting you to live fully and take the free soul purpose assessment. So when you do this, you will be invited into a conversation with me, and we will discuss the amazing possibilities of your soul purpose. And I'm just going to drop this information in the chat. And that link is right there for you right now. And I'd love to take you through a few steps that are a super powerful practice of tuning into this soul alignment. Because whatever your big vision is of what you want to create in your life, in your mission, in the world, your soul will help you bring that vision into the highest alignment, where you bring all the flows into your life into a coherent vision of how to proceed in the highest and best way. And this really makes a profound difference in your life. So I want you to take a minute and breathe deeply and evenly into your heart, and just go into your greatest vision of what you want to bring to the world. What is your gift? What ways do you want to express love? What do you find most inspirational and meaningful that you want to give to the world? Breathe into that and allow yourself to envision the dream. Where are you? What are you doing? Just take a moment to tune in.
Don't give them up.
And perceive who is there with you. What are you feeling?
Thank you.
What is your experience in this moment? Are you delivering something that helps people become a better version of themselves? What is your greatest vision? And when you've got a good feeling for it, where you are, what you're doing, what are the sounds you're hearing? What is it that you smell? What is it that you can touch that's part of this amazing dream of your vision? And from this place, I want to invite you to take it to a higher level. Feel your dream soaring to a more expansive level, something that is far beyond what you've ever dreamed of before, something where your heart dares to lead you and you're not quite ready to go yet. Because we're here to expand your vision, to take you to your highest purpose and highest level. So as you just feel yourself soaring into a more expansive vision, again, check in to what you're doing. Maybe it's something that you've always wanted to do and you've never stepped into at quite this level. So I'm inviting you in this moment to step in to the biggest version of your dream. Feel the love in your heart expanding, because when you're in this highest vision of you, this expands your love into the world in a way that touches people, heart, mind, and soul. And feel yourself in this amazing place of love as it's reaching out, touching other people, growing bigger and stronger in the world. Wow, that love is powerful. This is who you are meant to be in the world. You are meant to be this extraordinary love. I want you to just breathe into your heart space and allow your vision to ignite within your heart. What is the result that you feel that your love is delivering to people? What is it giving others that elevates their life? What is this highest vision of you gifting to the world around you that aligns with your soul purpose, aligns with your deepest inspiration and your greatest joy? How are you inspiring others? And just allow yourself to feel that in your heart. And when you're feeling this in your heart, again, just note, what are you doing? Who are you with? Whose lives are you impacting? What is it that you can smell, taste, touch, anchor your senses? And as this feels amazing in your heart, we're going to activate something you may not have heard of before. And this is a chakra called your Nada Bendu. It's a power chakra that literally weaves your soul with the soul of your creator. It's like the universal consciousness, source consciousness, God consciousness, whatever your word is, this is your most creative power spot. And it's just below your navel, very close to the hara point, if you're familiar with that. And if you just put your hand over it, you're going to feel it. Now, for men and women, we both have this Nada Bendu. But for women, we also have a superpower creation point in our body. It's our womb. And we know it's a superpower of creation because babies come through it. Our womb has a porthole that connects formless with form. It's not just for making babies. It's a creation vessel, a creation power space. Our heart has a porthole that connects us to the heart of source, creator, the divine, God, universe, whatever your word is. Put what is comfortable in for you. So with your hands on your abdomen, just imagine dropping this beautiful creation into this space where your soul power ignites the seeds of your creation. Now, I'm going to invite you to just listen to your inner feeling, your heart, your Nada Bendu womb space, and just ask your heart, does it have any wisdom, any additional information to give you about this dream? Does it have guidance to help you choose the right path? Maybe you have some big decisions to make. Your heart can help show you the best solutions, your highest path. So when your heart feels light, expansive, free, relaxed, or even excited and elated, your heart is saying yes. But if your heart feels contracted, if it feels like it's bracing against something, if you can't fully breathe into your heart is saying, no, that one doesn't feel good to me. So this is how you get your body feedback from this intuitive guidance. Whatever your first word, thought, vision, awareness, or impression is, trust that guidance. Guidance grows as you trust it. And then when you have that answer from your heart, we're going to drop down into your Nada Bendu and womb space and just feel it there, because this is very earth connected. And just see, what is the feeling of your body in this area? Breathe into it. See if your breath is expansive. Does it breathe expansively, or is there a restriction or a contraction? And then ask the same questions. What is the guidance? What is the feedback here? Consider your options and you'll get your guidance. Is there a bigger picture than what I've looked at? Or what is it I need to do to achieve this? Because when you ask these questions, where do I need to grow? What do I need to do? Is there another aspect of this I need to consider? When you know this, it becomes very powerful. Now, because we're all earth beings and we want to create this on planet Earth and maybe beyond, we're going to drop this vision when we have this feedback down through our grounding cord into the earth. And as we feel it dropping deep into the earth, it connects deep, deep into the earth until our roots reach the crystalline core of the earth,
with the information about our highest dream, greatest vision, greatest expansion into what we are becoming. Take a minute, breathe, feel the heartbeat of the earth. Feel that heartbeat pulsing back up through your legs, through the core of your being. What is the earth message coming back into your body, telling you? Take a moment to breathe into it, feel it. What is your highest guidance telling you? What is your greatest expansion message from Mother Earth? And just breathe into it. Whatever you think, feel, or notice is your clue. Now let's talk about clues. For example, if your vision is creating an amazing meditation garden, and you've got this dream about the flowers and the people who can go there and have an amazing experience, then you tune into your heart, and your heart says there's something more. And you tune into your Nada Bendu place, and it says, consider the butterflies. Well, what do butterflies need? If it's a monarch, maybe it needs some milkweed. And if it's another type of butterfly, maybe it needs very special plants so that it can have pure organic nectar, so that when people go to this place, they have inspiration from their surroundings. And then you connect with Mother Earth, and she's telling you, bring in the water. The water element will bring in a balancing energy of the emotions, because water helps balance our emotions, and it will help people relax. It will help people tune into their inner awareness more, to go into this comforting sound of water. So every step, you're getting little clues, and it's your job to sit with it and get the bigger picture. But as you learn to do this, it gets easier. Your inner guidance becomes very profound and can lead you in ways that bring you into an alignment at more detailed levels than you could ever get by just being in this space in your consciousness. Your soul wants to lead you on the highest path. You are here to do something great and amazing and bring powerful change into the world. As you align with your soul, you bring your best self forward. You create the environment of your highest success and your most meaningful life. And that is what I teach people to do. I help people heal through deep healing that goes back and clears their lineage, their DNA, their ancestral lineage, their karmic lineage of imprints that keep them stuck. So I'm going to invite you to unmute, ask any questions, or share an experience. I would love to answer questions or share in a way that helps you. So if you're interested, you can just unmute and ask a question, or you can raise your hand. If you are not sure about how to raise your hand, there is a small little button with a happy face on the bottom right side of your screen. You can just click it and raise your hand. And I'm going to respond to Edna. Edna, share with us what your question is, please.
Sally, thank you for calling on me. I'm just curious about whether in your experience you've seen the same type of illnesses occur with the same thought patterns,
yes.
Like in your situation with the breasts. Is that so? Each illness would have its own thought pattern and vibration. Is that what that's coming from?
It's not that simple, but frequently, for example, if there's heart disease or some level of heart failure, and there's very different levels of heart failure, it can be the inability to fully love, and that can be to love yourself, to love others, to express love, or to receive love. So there's a lot of levels of it. There are 12 qualities of love that I don't have time to go into here. But when the heart is
is not functioning in one of those areas, that's a shutdown in the heart. And it's reflecting what you need to open up to. And I've worked with a lot of people with different types of heart failure, and there's always some aspect of love involved in their healing process. There may be other things as well, but it's always a clue. Where it resides in the body there's always a clue to what's going on in the emotion, in the soul, in the trauma, or in past lives. I frequently clear and heal multiple past lives when I work with people, because when we keep getting stuck, there's an energy that we're holding and don't know that it's there. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Lee, I believe your hand was up. Would you like to unmute and ask the question?
I think
That's
I am
at least the
unmuted,
final
am I?
question, because everybody's going to come back in about 30 seconds too. Go ahead, Lee.
Okay, quick thing. Sally has amazing powers. She healed me, and I was in a really bad place. So there you go. Give her a shot.
Thank you, Lee. Yep. So I would invite everyone to take the free soul purpose assessment and have a one-on-one with me. I would be delighted to speak with you and support your highest soul purpose journey. Thank you for coming to our breakout. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Sally. Let me change my screen here. Just one quick second. Going back and forth here, because we're actually producing back here. Ta-da! Thank you, everybody. Applause for Sally's program here. And it's her first on stage for the We Empower You. We can't say enough about bringing us into that state of awareness around our soul's purpose. That's certainly something that I practice every single day. And you just brought me right back down on the planet where I needed to be after running around in circles the last few days to get this We Empower You off the ground. Next up, as we bring everybody back into the room, I'm going to be introducing our next speaker. And so I'm going to go off camera and put this up on gallery. And who wants to just say, everybody, like one word about what your breakout session was about? Just open up your mics. One word.
Empowering.
Yay.
Empowering.
Fantastic.
You have to die for it.
And you didn't have to die for it. That's right.
I like that, Lee.
Actually, it would have had to have been there. If you're coming in from another session, you would have had to have been at Sally's session to understand what Lee is talking about. It's kind of like the inside joke. You're going to have to watch Sally's session to get the answer to that. All right. Okay. So as everybody is clearing back into the session here, let me get a quick check-in with my producer back in the background here, Larry Domenico. Okay. All right, now here we are with yet another really great speaker on the day. I am so happy to be welcoming back for 1 full hour, Miss Debbie Waldeck. Debbie Waldeck is called the Professor of Hope, Health, and Happiness, but I like to call her Dr. Truth. Debbie teaches you the sign language of your body and has been at the forefront of preventative health education for nearly 25 years. Inspired by her own self-diagnosis with an autoimmune disease and the subsequent effects of the medication on her unborn child. Debbie's child was impacted by the medication and suffered for 7 years, during which time Debbie invested over 10,000 hours looking for answers. Rather than giving up and letting her child spend a lifetime on medication, Debbie uncovered key common denominators of imbalance within the body that contribute to most all diagnoses today. After helping her own child, Debbie has gone on to help thousands of others publishing 3 books and traveling throughout Canada, Australia, and the United States, sharing a message of hope and clarity. Welcome, welcome, Debbie. It's so great to have you.
Thank you, Bettina. Oh, I'm so excited to be here, you guys. This has been a powerful day. And it's interesting. I wonder, why is Debbie here speaking about health when we're talking about business? But I share with you that one of my biggest goals here today is to bring some clarity, just like my background, right? But to bring clarity. And that's what's not happening, is that there is so much fear that's going on right now. In fact, some would argue that the opposite of fear is faith. That's what we hear, of course, all the time. But for some, the opposite of fear is knowledge, because when we have knowledge, then we're not afraid. Think about years and thousands of years ago when there was an eclipse and people were terrified that the gods were coming down and darkening the skies. But when we learned it was simply a function of the moon crossing in front of the sun's path and blocking the light to the earth, there was no more fear. So that is what today is going to be about. And I'm going to share with you why it's so important to understand the sign language of our body. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. I think visuals might help because we're going to really get deep into some things here. And I'm going to start. Can you all see my screen? I'm sure you can. You can see the Dalai Lama.
Yep.
The Dalai Lama, he was asked what surprised him most about humanity, and he answered man, because he sacrifices his health in order to make money, but then he sacrifices money to recuperate his health, and then he's so anxious about the future that he does not enjoy the present. The result being that he does not live in the present or the future. He lives as if he is never going to die, but then dies having never really lived. So that is why I'm here. And I'm so thankful, Bettina, that people have asked for me to come back when this is a business conversation. But I'm going to show you how this really affects business, because we're living in such a time of uncertainty. And that uncertainty can hinder every progress that we're wanting to make. Confusion. And so, believe it or not, before I get into the body or into health, or how it relates, I'm going to tell you a personal story that involved mice. My daughter was 10 years old and she was given a science project, and she chose to take 2 mice and put them in different mazes. But for one, she played classical music, Vivaldi, and for the other, heavy metal, Metallica. And the question was, would the music have an effect on their ability to learn and speed through the maze? And it did. But the reality is we had those mice in our home for nearly 3 months. And I don't know if there's any of you out there as moms that's ever done anything you really regret when you look back. Maybe it's something stupid, something small. Well, what I'm going to tell you sounds really silly, but it's probably one of my biggest regrets. And that is that at the end of the science project, I said to our daughter, okay, we're bringing the mice back to the pet store. And it wasn't a pet store. It was one of those feed stores. It was called the Grange. And these mice were going to be snake food. I just didn't want to have mice in my home. And so we brought the mice back to the feed store. And there was this large aquarium. And in the aquarium, there were over 100 mice. And we had a brown one and a gray one. Why? So that we know which different color to use for our maze experiment. And in this aquarium were a ton of brown and gray mice. So we dropped these 2 mice into the aquarium. And do you know, we stood there for maybe 15 minutes. And we could see our 2 mice amongst the 100 others. The same brown, the same gray. Why could we notice them? Why could we see them for all that time? And it kind of taught me something, which is what I'm talking about today, And it was because those mice were in a little paradise for the 3 months we had them. They were in a clean, happy cage with happy food. They had little games. And so when we dropped them into that cage, they were gleaming, their eyes were sparkling, their ears were alert, whereas the others, their skin was tattered, their hair was tattered, their ears were tattered. And so this is what is part of the sign language of the body, is learning about how to observe in ourselves when we're near the tipping point. Now I'm going to take this a step further. In 1978, and I say this to you because this information I'm sharing with you is known, but it's absolutely not being taught at all. In 1978, Canadian psychologist Bruce Alexander conducted an experiment that would revolutionize the way we look at drug addictions and health. It was called the Rat Park Addiction Study. And so what happened in this study is that they took rats, they put them into a cage, and in the cage, they gave them 2 bottles of water. And one of the bottles of water was exactly that, just plain old water. But the second bottle of water was laced with either heroin or methamphetamines or cocaine. And what they found is immediately those mice would pull the lever for the drug water and just pull it. And they began to use this experiment around, how do we deal with addiction? How do we take them off? What do we do? Well, Bruce Alexander was watching this and it's like, well, what is the opposite of addiction? The opposite of addiction is sobriety. And that's exactly not the right answer. What happened was Bruce noticed, well, these rats were alone. There was nothing else except for the choice between the water and the drugs. So he created a rat park, a rat heaven, if you will. And in this rat heaven, there was plenty of room to roam. There was fresh food. There was colorful balls. There was lots of females and males and sex and fun and happiness. And then they gave these same addicted rats the opportunity to have the drug water. And when they were in that rat heaven, they didn't want the drug water. In fact, when they were given a choice between the drug water or the rat heaven, rats voluntarily went into withdrawal because they would prefer to be with the fun, with the love, with the compassion. And all of that was because they were in the past in a place of absolute uncertainty and fear. You got to ask yourself, how much uncertainty is there around us today? And I'm going to share with you something today that will offend nobody. With all the different opinions right now, one thing we can agree upon is there is uncertainty. What is the helpful with what's going on in our world today? What about vitamin C, D, and zinc? Great. What about natural immunity? Which vaccine? Ivermectin or hydrochloroquine, remdesivir or ventilators? You know what? I want you to understand that everything I'm going to share with you today is above that. So no matter what your views are, I encourage you to listen, because what I'm going to share with you is going to help you no matter where you are in this world of uncertainty. And the first place to begin is to even understand what it is to be sick. There's really 2 different ways that illness presents itself. It's either with a system breakdown or in catching a disease. When I say a system breakdown, I might mean things like heart disease, kidney failure, Alzheimer's, but something's happened in the body, right? So I'm going to talk about that first, and I'm going to make this so easy. And you're like, oh my God, there's biochemistry. No, I'm only sharing that this is how we think health and medicine is. We have to know all this complicated stuff to be well, and that is absolutely not the case. But if you look at the beauty of this biochemical reaction, it behaves just like a cog. And when one part isn't working, the cog stops and we have breakdown. It's beautiful chemistry. But the reality is that is all we speak about, is the breakdown, the sickness. But we really don't ask ourselves, how did it happen in the first place? We might know one part of the cog broke, but the question is, why did it happen in the first place? It's going to happen primarily for these three reasons: genetics, nutrition deficiency, and toxic overload. And I'm going to talk to you about that in a way today that you may never have heard before. But it's because of that that we seem to think that sickness hits us like the boogeyman in the night. See the little boogeyman down there at the bottom? But it never does. It never does. There are always early red flags and warning signs. And with that, and when you understand, you can bring certainty into this world where we're so consumed with fear and that uncertainty. So let's look at really, how do we get sick? You tell me if it makes any sense to you at all. And it's as simple as this. We get sick, we catch something, I should say, by either ingesting or inhaling a germ. Think about it. Is it as simple as that? Right? But in our world today, we are learning about the immune system, the immune system, the immune system, improve the immune system, improve the immune system, take CD and zinc, get vaccine, immune system, immune system. But I want you to understand that that part that we're being taught represents 20% of the immune system. 80% we're not being taught at all. And it's that 20%, 80% that is directly involved when we ingest or inhale a germ. And I believe that it's this lack of understanding, this lack of knowledge, this lack of information is why 95% of all health dollars are spent after we get sick. You know, I made a joke, and I was hoping that Bettina would play a 5-minute video that's on my website. And I really thought that this presentation would be prefaced by that, but I want to share something with you. You know, in that 5-minute video, I ask if 95% of all health dollars is spent after we get sick. Question is, where is their true preventative health education? Where is their true preventative health education? I know there's health coaches, but I mean amongst the masses. So interestingly enough, I asked this question, and this was about 9 months ago. I was doing another summit, and I always check what I say. So whenever I present something, you have to know, after the thousands and thousands of presentations, I will check the day before any stat or anything I share to make sure it's current and relevant, or that you can find it to back up and verify what it is that I'm saying to you. And I'm going to blow you away with some of what I'm going to show you today. So this 9 months ago, I looked at, what about preventative health education? And I'm looking and looking, and I found something. I found an app called the CDC Health IQ. It's a game you can download onto your phone, CDC Health IQ. And so I got it. I was all excited. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's really beginning to be a push for preventative health education. So I played 100 games. Each game is 10 questions. I played 1,000 questions on that. And you can play it easy, medium, and hard. Mixed it all up. And I will tell you, after playing 1,000 questions, and anybody who knows more about the Zika virus than what a ho-ho would do to your body. There was no preventative health education. So it brings me back to what was in the video. And I'm going to ask you a question, because we got to reframe what we're doing here. So question, why is it that Fred and Wilma get onto the same airplane? Why is it that you and your sister, Jessica, get on the same airplane, but Fred walks off with airborne illness and Wilma feels fantastic? And you would say, well, I guess for Wilma, she has a stronger immune system. Or you might say, well, Fred, I guess it hit him out of the blue. This out of the blue is what we seem to think, because you don't recognize the early red flags and warning signs or understand the sign language of our body. Just like your sister, for example, who's diagnosed with lupus, and it seems to be out of the blue. We're hearing so much about people getting XYZ out of the blue. They were so healthy. Your daughter that's diagnosed with depression or anxiety, out of the blue. But what if her colic early on was an early red flag and warning sign of a struggling immune state, or her allergies and asthma, or later her PMS and depression? So what's happening is we're having a misunderstanding of really what it is to be sick. What is the immune system? So let's dig into that, because it isn't out of the blue. There are sign languages. Your body is sending signals, but it's like, you know, Greek and your body's speaking French. We're not being taught what it means. And part of the reason with that is that if you think about in our country, if you ask somebody or look up in the dictionary, what is the definition of health or healthy? The answer is free from illness. That is the answer to health. And it's interesting, if you look up the synonyms for illness, you'll get like 75 different synonyms, but for health, maybe 3. Robustness is one of them. We really haven't clarified what it is to be healthy. And it is not going to the doctor once a year and checking your blood pressure and your blood sugars. It's a day-to-day thing, because what happens is, where is the gradation of how healthy am I? Am I super healthy? Am I bulletproof? Am I starting to cheat a little? Am I noticing a few little sensitivities? Or am I like Fred, near the tipping point of illness? Meaning, am I the one that's going to walk in that plane and walk off sick when both of us were in the exact same contaminated petri dish of recirculated air? Then why one would get sick and one doesn't? And it still goes back to that immune system, but immune system is something we need to redefine just a little bit. And that's what we're going to be doing here, because they're always the early red flags and warning signs. What are they? Red flags and warning signs of an immune state that's out of balance? Well, things like ADD, ADHD, allergies, asthma, autism, bedwetting, bipolar, bruising, constipation, depression, diarrhea, earaches, eczema, your kids being aggressive and fighting, headaches, juvenile diabetes, leg cramps, rheumatoid arthritis, and many, many other autoimmune diseases, sore throats, tonsils. You see, the problem is we're in an epidemic. And the reason we're not seeing it is unspoken, is because we continually put each one of these conditions into a separate bucket: the ADHD bucket, the asthma bucket, the autism bucket, and now 151 different autoimmune diseases in 151 different buckets. So we act like they're all different, but in fact, every single one of them has at their root the same 3 common denominators of imbalance in the body. The same 3 common denominators. So we go back to this immune system again. And the immune system, we're taught, is in our blood: lymph nodes, tonsils, lymphatic vessels, thymus, spleen. And that's really all that we learn. But in fact, you guys, that's 20% of our entire immune system. But where is that other 80%? That 80% is actually in the mucous membrane. The mucous membranes, 80%. 80% is in my eyes, my nose, my lungs, my gut, my birth canal. Now you think about this. When you and I get on the airplane and we're exposed to the same pathogens on any given day, each and every one of us historically are exposed to 10 to the 23rd power of pathogens, germs, virus on any given day through antiquity. Yet we were created with a body that was designed to tolerate that. And how did it? It did it because we were designed with the mucous membrane of our eyes and our nose and our lungs and our gut, our birth canal, all the orifices where the mucous membrane, and in that mucous membrane is actually what I call your outside immune system. Your outside immune system. So you look at that outside immune system. And I wonder, I should say this, in 1996, when I began to see after 10,000 hours of research that if I Googled asthma, now when I say Google, you have to understand there was barely an internet at the time. I spent most of my time in the medical libraries, but when I would research around, and you guys think of it, and I challenge you, write down any health condition your loved one or you are dealing with. Let's say it's depression, it's allergies, it's asthma, it's PMS. Think of any of your children, your mom, your sisters, your cousins, your friends. And what are they dealing with? Well, something, because over 50% of our children have a diagnosed chronic health condition. Over 80% of Americans are on a pharmaceutical drug. So, but when you look them up, here's a fun game. Go and put down the condition, depression, for example, and then put into it the word cytokines. cytokines. That means inflammatory chemicals. Plus, and if you put NCBI, N like Nancy, national, NCBI after this, no matter what, plug it in, asthma plus cytokines plus depression plus cytokines plus just anything, pick it. And you're going to find clinical research that shows, wow, yeah, when people are depressed, they have these elevated cytokines. My point is there was consistently in 96, I saw 3 common denominators. Today, I'm talking to you about one that's different, this outside immune system. So in your eyes, your nose, your lungs, your guts is a mucous membrane. And I asked myself a question, Sally, way back in 97. Okay, so I've got in this mucous membrane an outside immune system. The question is, was I born with it? Because I'm certainly born with white blood cells. I'm born with a thymus. I'm born with the immune system inside my blood. But am I born with this that's outside my body? And the answer is no, you are absolutely not. It needs to be cultivated and developed just like crops. Before I share with you what that looks like, let's understand what it even means to have an outside immune system. This outside immune system is damaged in so many Americans today because of our environment and because of what's been going on for the last 50 years. Bottom line, we've heard these words now for the last 18 months. We've heard the word virus, we've heard the word antibody, and we all know what a germ is, okay? And the only thing we've heard about is all of this in the blood. The virus gets into the blood, then it attacks our body. We have this antibody, but you guys, how did it get in there first? You either first had to ingest it or inhale it before it gets into the blood. That first line of defense, your outside immune system, is exactly that, your first line of defense. It does not negate anything regarding taking vitamin C, D, zinc, this, that. It doesn't negate any of those things. But where no one is talking about, how does it first get in? And if this outside immune system is compromised, then are we going to be more in trouble? And the answer is absolutely yes. So please, let's start thinking about the immune system just a little differently. The outside immune system. So you take that same germ, virus, and antibody. The difference is, and I'm making this super simple, guys, in this mucous membrane, you have what I call bouncers and guards. They're like soldiers. These are a different kind of antibody than what's in the blood. They behave entirely differently. Why? Because we, through nature and the fact that we're exposed every day, all day, breathing, eating in the dirt, walking around for thousands of years, we are exposed all the time. So we have this robust system in the mucous membrane that says, okay, when I see you, germ, I'm going to cloak, degrade, and destroy you. I'm not going to let you get into the blood. So the more of these bouncers and guards that are in my mucous membrane, my eyes, my nose, my lungs, my guts, the less chance the germ gets to get into my blood. Problem is, a lot of people in America and the world don't have a lot of these bouncers and guards anymore because of what's going on in our environment. And without them, there's a lot more chance for the viruses and germs to get into the blood. And over time, when you lack those bouncers and guards, and the body is constantly under an assault that it was never designed to be under in the blood, then you see the increase in the system breakdown. So it's not just genetics. It's not just nutritional deficiency. It is a breakdown of our first line of defense, our outside immune system, that is the protector. First line of defense. Is it perfect all the time? No. But the more we have, the less opportunity for the germ to get in. So I encourage you. This is current research. You have to know, and I published 3 books, 300 medical references, 2010. I can't find a lot of that research today. It's very deep and buried, but I still can find some. So this just published in 2011, that bouncer, that guard in my mucous membrane, and I don't want to get sciencey here. It's not about being sciencey. It's about thinking about our immunity in an entirely different way, creating more certainty and less fear. But its name is secretory IgA, that bouncer, that guard. And actually, if you research, it has a tremendous role in our immunity. In fact, if you look at it, when I say they cloak, degrade, and destroy the germs, clinically, they literally have a sticky coating, essentially, that grabs it and carries it out. So it behaves very differently than everything we've been taught, especially in this last 18 months, about what an antibody does inside the blood. In fact, host defensive mucosal surfaces, and you'll see on the right-hand side, it said these antibodies showed to be effective in neutralizing. This is 2019. Neutralizing things like influenza, even HIV, Epstein-Barr. And so a few of us know about this outside immune system. This was published just last year. The role of SIGA, and I'm not even going to say the word. But I said, it doesn't matter what your belief is about everything in that slide I had on uncertainty about which way you want to go with this disease. Doesn't matter which way you want to go. But because we're seeing already variants, I believe every single person, no matter where you lie on the spectrum of what we should be doing thus far, every single person really wants to be improving their first line of defense, this outside immune system. Because as an immune barrier, secretory IgA, these are the bouncers and the guards, can neutralize SARS-CoV-2 before they reach and bind the epithelial cells. So what that is saying is that is exactly what I said. They cloak, degrade, destroy, and remove them before they have a chance to get into the blood. So I'm always asked, you know, when I shared years ago, and this part is what I've spoken about for 20 years. And those some of you who are guests that have heard me a million times, but people always ask when I ask that question, where do we get it from in the first place? If we're not born with it. And I learned that initially we receive this inoculation, I call it, but it's not the kind of inoculation that we're taught. It's a maternal inoculation, meaning it comes from the mother during the birthing process. And these bouncers and guards are very much related to the microbiome, the health of the microbiome. participates in dictating the numbers of the bouncers and the guards. So interestingly, when a mom births her child, the bacteria in her birth canal very much matches what's in her intestinal area. And I mentioned that there's been things going on for 50 years that have declined this quality of maternal inoculation, or what I call first life, such that we're seeing more and more buckets, more and more conditions in our children and our friends, because we've introduced so much over these last 50 years into our environment that damages the bacteria in this microbiome, but we've not taught mamas that if we improve it, it participates in the quality of immunity in the next generation. You've heard about things like the microbiome, you've heard about probiotics, and those are fantastic, but understand that we have hundreds of different, we should have, in a healthy person, hundreds of different kinds of probiotics, bacteria in our gut. And that's a conversation in and of itself, but I will share with you that if you want to supplement with a probiotic, I totally support you, a probiotic, but actually one of the stronger ways to improve those numbers is through fermentation. Because if you buy a probiotic, as an example, you're buying, it's Activia yogurt, it could be the best, Dr. Amy Myers, Symbiotic 365. There's wonderful, wonderful brands. The thing is that you're taking in 3 to 10 different strains of bacteria when we need hundreds and hundreds. And unfortunately, what's gone on in our farming practices, we don't have that diversity. So an easy thing to do is once a week, go to your favorite Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, farmer's market, grab something, grab a cabbage, grab carrots, grab asparagus, and ferment it. Because what's going to happen is the bacteria that came from the soil that's in that plant ferments and creates something that's far, far, far more robust than just a probiotic. And there's something else that's very new, and that is lactoferrin, potential preventative and adjunct treatment for COVID-19. Now, where the heck does lactoferrin come from? Lactoferrin is only found in colostrum. I have been suggesting colostrum for many, many years because colostrum is essentially, well, it includes immunities, but it is the first milk. And that is part of why we've seen this decline, because for now generations and generations, our society, now our world, hasn't received this first life, which affects the immunity in the outside immune system. So with that, I'm inviting you to go to the sign language of your body. And I'd like to give you a booklet, just a little PDF white paper about little things you can do to improve this outside immune system. And again, it's for everybody. Just go and put your name and email address. Now, if you want to go a little further, I want you to know that here we are in the We Empower You Summit. And for years and years, I've shared a message and I've taken clients. But I'm actually modeling what Lee Romanoff said earlier today, and Lee will be speaking after me here today. And that is, and also what Master Nigel said, and that is this: I bet you that there's a lot of people who are listening here today that have a voice, that have a story, that have a message, that want to help improve, to help our friends, our family, our town, our city, our country. And we need a voice. At the same time, where we speak, sometimes that voice can be hindered. So what I've done in working with Lee is this website, as an example, is not complete. Sign language of your body, trust your gut. If you go in, you're going to see 50 different topics, but they all relate. Why? Because as I mentioned to you, though we put them all into different buckets, they all have the same few common denominators of imbalance. And we can begin to understand what it is our body is saying. And it's saying, hey, my outside immune system is struggling here, and therefore I am more vulnerable to the next health scare. All of those pages are not complete, but I tell you, I am modeling after Lee. And in that, though you can go here and see that 5-minute video that is an overview of all of this, if you want a consultation for not long, I personally will do it today with you, a complimentary consultation to answer certain questions and also to provide you with just a little booklet to give you more depth, because we just have a limited time here today. But understand that as time goes along, you and me and everybody who's listening here today, we are focusing on being a voice and getting a message out. And if you are wanting to be a voice, then maybe you're happy to work in your neighborhood, in your town, and coach 10 or 20 or 30 people a month or a year and share this information. But some of you want to speak just a little louder and to more and more people, because guess what? I can't do it all. Some people wouldn't relate to me. You've got a story. You need to be heard. And so if you have a message, we're collaborating together. And in this is why I have taken on this platform with the sign language of your body, with Lee and with Bettina, because within it, we're creating a directory, a network where me and you and Miss Domino Diet, we can get on a broader platform and speak to hundreds and hundreds of thousands, millions of people, and share a message. And those people are going to be clamoring in, asking, I want somebody who's going to talk with me one-on-one, who's going to hold my hand. And you know what? Not every one of us can do that with every single person. But you know what we can do? I'm happy to refer them to Jessica or to Karen, to Lisa, who wants to do that. And so for that reason, I encourage you, if you have a message or want to be part of a network where we can share and spread this news, go to the We Empower You membership site. Go there. I think for some of you, you're thinking, wow, I want to kind of be in business, but I don't know how to do it. Well, I'm telling you, with this We Empower You Summit, you don't need to have 30, 50 years of research behind you. You need a story and your voice. If you don't exactly know how to answer every single question, guess what? You can refer them to a person who does. But we need your voices louder and clearer and stronger. And so with all of that said, that membership, as Lee shared earlier, includes your own web platform. It includes, if you look at the membership, the free things I'm going to share with you in just a second, but your own 5-minute TV commercial spot, access to the list and availability of angel sponsors that would support you in your business venture, and so much more. But Bettina doesn't even know this. Personally, I have been running Body Mind Blueprint, where I teach people how their imbalances in their body are literally affecting their mind, they're affecting their emotions, they're affecting our own ability to manifest as we're out there sharing or focusing on our affirmations and our dream boards and our goal boards. And we think, gosh, why do I stay stuck? And we're not realizing that this body that's out of balance is sending signals that's going straight to the very part of the brain, the amygdala, hypothalamus. I'm not going to get into that now, but it's literally hijacking those positive thoughts that you're attempting to spit out to attract this abundance that you are. This imbalance in our body is even hindering our ability to hear that higher power, that intuition, that still small, sweet voice. It's very important. In my Body Mind Blueprint, I have created 30 modules. And in the 30 modules, there's 3 chapters. One speaks about mindfulness and how this physicality is affecting emotions, hidden signs of anger, so much and so forth, as well as physical body, and an exercise. Anybody who gets the We Empower You membership today, I'm giving full access to all of those modules. And there is information that will answer so many of your questions as it relates to the little bit that I've shared here today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bettina. I don't know if Bettina has any questions. I know I want to make sure and listen to what Lee has to say. And I'm also here if there's a question that somebody wants to ask me here today. And this is the next 5 or so minutes that we have.
Thank you so much. Everybody open up your mics and thank Debbie for that rock solid truth that we all needed to hear. I call you the Dr. Truth because you are. And I was just thinking and sharing with Larry here that somebody's going to give you an honorary doctorate in your lifetime. And it's going to be a school that is a leading school, a futuristic school. And I actually envision you having a Nobel Peace Prize someday. So I am intending that this word become the absolute truth in America, in the world, and that all people get to hear Debbie, and the work that she does is so, so important and so valuable. Thank you also, Debbie, for the accolades that you've given us here today for the We Empower You community. As you know, Lee Romanoff is essential also to this success that we have. Shay Vaughn, who's not here with us today. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for being a member and for really getting this, because what she's been trying to teach us, not just trying, intending on teaching us, is absolutely the way to wealth and prosperity, the way to abundance. And you're getting it and you're understanding that. And so I can't thank you enough. We did have somebody who wanted to open up the mic and ask you a question. And specifically, I believe it's Christian. He also, sorry, I don't know if it's a he or she, so I better not say which one. Christian, go ahead and open up your mic and ask away.
Yes, good evening. It is Christian. That's a he.
Christian the he, Christian. Yay. Nice
Yes,
to have you. Where are you,
I saw
logging
that.
in from? You're from Uganda?
I'm from Ghana.
Oh, Ghana. Okay, great. Thank you. Go for it.
I learned that recording will be found on a certain website, but I want to know equally whether we will have the access to the presentation slides.
I can give you the presentation slides, yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'll get you two.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Lee has a question.
Well, actually, it's not really a question. I just want to congratulate Debbie for the Income Activator Nobel Prize contest from our school. Now you've got it. Debbie, I am going to be doing a presentation within my presentation at, I guess it's 5:15 or 5 o'clock. And I'll be running your video because I want to show people the steps you took to create a liquid website, creating liquid money, the 5-minute TV show Spotlight, and now the sponsorship package. It's a 1, 2, 3 step. You are going to be known around the world, Debbie. You are going to be a multimillionaire 10 times over, and you're not going to have to spend a dime of your money because sponsors are just going to throw money at you.
Yeah.
And if anybody's interested in seeing how this works, join us for the time
don't quote times yet because things are moving
later.
around.
The time later.
At this time of the day, we start to run a little bit. And Debbie, I wanted to ask you, because we can close with your 5-minute. I missed my cue.
That'd be great, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me cue it up as we share questions.
Why this is important, you guys, is it took me a while to really get this, because I'm like, I need to be coaching and helping these people. But at the same time, if you've got a message, and I know so many of you are listening, and after this is over and you're listening to the recording, isn't it better to share your message loudly and to millions? And there's many, many, many people to hold their hands and do this how to. And I'm saying this to you because for all this time, I have taken clients, and I am phasing out of personally taking clients to give me the opportunity to share this information on a platform and allow those who want to do the personal coaching. And in fact, I have people who will be doing personal coaching. They want to do the personal coaching and they don't even have to create the curriculum. They already have all the modules that are already created if they want to. Then there's others like Ben Greenfield, who is an amazing, incredible nutritionist and health coach in this country. I'm happy to refer. That man thinks the same way we do. He's got systems in place to help educate people. There's Dr. Aaron Matson in Kent, Washington, if you're looking for somebody local. And this is my point of taking together and bringing these referrals together, sharing the message out loud. It could be in Denver, Atlanta, Maine, and then referring them out to the ones that are, if the persons need their hand held through it. So this is going to be, and why I believe that the income activator, it took me a little while to really process this. Maybe it was ego, but I'm ready to let go and ready to fly.
It's going to be great, Debbie. But I love that your video is spectacular. 5-minute video. Everybody watch. What sponsor wouldn't align with Debbie's message and throw thousands of dollars at her? Give her a TV series and all the traffic that goes to her website, the visitors' actions, create revenue. Perfect. Tina,
I don't know if
do you have
Bettina's
that?
going to play it, or is Bettina, are you going to play it?
I am indeed. Here we come with this beautiful.
I'm going to mute
I'm going to
myself.
play it right from your site, Debbie.
Yeah, just take it right from there and expand the screen if you need to. You know,
Yeah, sometimes it's a little blurry.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So I will do it, and then we'll hope it doesn't do any blurring on me.
When you understand the sign language of your body, you will have the power to prevent illness. 95% of all health dollars are spent after the diagnosis, but your body's been sending you messages revealing imbalances in the body, making you vulnerable to sickness and disease. So why did Fred and Wilma get on the same plane and Wilma walked off feeling great while Fred walked off with airborne illness? Well, you might say Wilma had a stronger immune system, or it hit Fred out of the blue. But just like your sister, recently diagnosed with lupus, out of the blue, or your daughter, just diagnosed with anxiety or depression, out of the blue? Was your daughter's colic early on an early red flag and warning sign of a struggling immune state? Or what about her allergies or headaches, her PMS or constipation? Folks, we're experiencing an unspoken epidemic. Our new normal means there are 151 autoimmune diseases. More than 50% of our children have a diagnosed chronic health condition, and 80% of adults are on some prescribed drug. This may be normal, but it is not natural. This is an unspoken epidemic because we place each new disease in a separate bucket. The asthma bucket, ADHD bucket, depression bucket, and yes, the 151 different autoimmune diseases in 151 buckets. Yet every one of them has at their root the same few imbalances within your body. Unfortunately, we treat the disease, but not the root cause. Imagine you're in a leaking boat and you have a bucket and you dump the water and stay afloat. But how long? Similarly, you have asthma and you use an inhaler. This is great for the short term, but what about fixing the boat, the root cause? Do you think that depression is a deficiency in Prozac? Or is ADHD a deficiency in Adderall? Or your headaches, is that a deficiency in ibuprofen? Learning the sign language of the body is about fixing the boat. Think about Fred. Was the airborne illness really out of the blue, or were there early red flags and warning signs in Fred that sickness was around the corner? Fred was taking vitamins C, D, and zinc and generally ate well. He thought he was healthy, but it's not his fault because by definition, healthy simply means not sick. Sickness does not come like the boogeyman. There are always early red flags and warning signs. 8 months ago, both Fred and Wilma began to experience a bit of constipation. So Fred took a laxative, but Wilma, she began to learn the sign language of her body. 2 months later, both Fred and Wilma began to experience allergies. So Fred took a Benadryl, but Sue learned that her allergies were because of a breakdown in her outside immune system. This was new to Wilma. She had never heard of an outside immune system. But 80% of your immune system is actually outside of the body and resides in the mucous membrane of your eyes, nose, and lungs. But the majority resides in the gut. The remaining 20% of the immune system is what we're taught about in the blood. Wilma learned that although it's helpful to take things like vitamins C, D, and zinc, unless she improves her outside immune system, she will always be vulnerable to sickness. So though in the same plane with Fred, exposed to the same germs, Wilma had more soldiers or bouncers and guards in the mucous membrane outside of her body. And these soldiers are special antibodies that act very differently than antibodies in the blood, because when they see a germ, and they do every day, they immediately cloak, degrade, and destroy that germ. If there are enough soldiers, less germs will have time to penetrate into the bloodstream and trigger sickness. This outside immune system is your first line of defense. And sadly, many have no idea how close they are to the next health scare. Where is true preventative health education? It's nowhere, when 95% of all health dollars are spent after we get sick. Heck, you can download the game app called CDC Health IQ, but if you played 100 games or 1,000 questions at the end, you'll know more about the Zika virus than what a ho-ho does to your body. Friends, we spend more time researching how to up-level in the Candy Crush or latest video game than we do in understanding the sign language of our body. There has never been a more critical time to invest in learning about your body. It has never been more urgent to learn if you're super healthy or near the tipping point of sickness. So stop dumping the water. Let's fix the boat. Let's address root issues. Let's learn the early red flags and warning signs. Let's learn the sign language of our body. Use the form to book your consultation with one of the body sign language translators today. Understand your body better than your doctor and never fear sickness again.
All right. Worth waiting for, right, everybody? Awesome.
It's better to do the appraisal.
Awesome
I mean,
video.
because unless you want to back up Monday before you order the appraisal.
Muting out everybody. You have to unmute again, Debbie. Sorry. Sometimes people get on their mics and don't know it, including myself.
Yes.
All right, Debbie, I think that's a wrap. Your final thought?
I just want to know, like in the chat, I'm going to look in the chat, if it resonated with you, if it made sense with you, that there is an outside immune system and there is something that we can do about it. And it is a next step in helping to improve our health, bringing some clarity and removing some of the fear.
Thank you so much, Debbie. You have a final question. Is Jessica raised her hand? Take her question and
absolutely
wrap. Jessica, can you unmute?
Oh, I was just raising my hand to say hi and that I agreed with her. That's all.
All right, we'll take that. Thank you so much, Debbie. It's been a pleasure to have you. As always, I learned so much from you. Your health advice has been so invaluable, not only for myself, but I hope for the audience that's watching and listening. And we'll have you back next time, of course, because we cannot do without Debbie. Thank you so much. Okay, next up, I'm going to go off screen for just a brief second because we have another requested speaker that comes back again and again. I have known Johnny Severy for, going on, let's see, 2004, 2008. 2008. And we've been connected at the hip ever since. And I cannot wait to bring her up here more officially. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Hang on one second. I got my producer going on in the background here for me. Whoops. Hang on. I missed a step there. Okay. After so many hours, you start to be rummier. Okay, great. So I am so excited to welcome Johnny Severy to the stage. Johnny is the principal and owner of Managing Dynamics, and she's known as a people development champion. Joniki's company, Managing Dynamics, was founded in 1999. She supports her individual and organizational clients through training, coaching, and working with teams. She's excellent at gaining trust and encouraging possibility thinking, and builds long-term relationships with her clients. Joniki also works with individuals in life, spiritual and wellness coaching. As an intuitive, a skilled empath, she brings unique insights to her clients. In addition, she's a national trainer in emotional intelligence and gifted in interpersonal skills. But most of all, she is my dear friend, and I cannot tell you how much I love this woman. She delivers training all over the place, and it is by far some of the best training I've ever experienced in my life. I hired her sight unseen the very first time I booked her, and she's delivered ever since. Thank you, Joniki, and welcome.
Thank you, Bettina. Well, I have to say that Debbie Waldeck is a remarkable speaker and is so following so much of what I'm going to teach you today that it's almost like I want to go like, do what she did, I'm done with my talk. So maybe what will happen, Debbie, you'll tell me, is we'll unpack what made Debbie's talk so remarkable, because she followed a lot of the known practices. And what I'm going to teach you today is really from following excellent speakers. This is not a book presentation class that comes out of some Harvard Business Review. It is actually, what do top performers do that makes them unique? And the key in that is really understanding the brain. And what's very interesting is that we have the right and the left side of the brain at the simplest level. The right side is more affective. It's about your emotions and your caring. And the left side is more linear and traditional and structured. So I'm going to do something that I did in Chicago. And what I did in Chicago, I was speaking to a biotech industry organization, human resource retreat. I was hired at the last moment to give the only personal developed class. Everything else was biotech, HR, laws, federal regulations. It was in Washington, DC. I was unknown to the group, and I was going to present next to the opportunity to go shopping in Chicago on the lake. So you could hear Joniki or you could go shopping. I knew I was in huge trouble. So day one, I was a table hopper. I looked like Bettina Carey on steroids. If you've ever met Bettina in person, you know this woman is on fire with connection. So I go to every single table. I ask them what's important to them. I ask them if they've ever lost a relationship. I ask them if they've done any selling, if they've ever not been able to convince somebody of something. And I kept asking these questions of inquiry relating to things that they recognized they would have liked to have done differently. And then I cajoled, begged, and tap danced, inviting them to come to my talk. And the universe being grateful, I got 125 people out of 145 to come to my talk. I'm 100% sure if I hadn't done that, it wouldn't have happened. But this is what I want to tell you that makes a talk work, and then I'll explain why. I had very high rapport. I was in a hotel. Back in the day, I was in heels, a three-piece suit, nylons, the whole ball of wax. I was some corporate Vogue something or other, trying to be all that and look good in front of the room. And the talk went really well. The energy was high. Everybody was really enjoying it. And I said, how many think we're in rapport? And they raised their hand, and I said, how many think we're in rapport enough for me to do my seal imitation for you? And the group kind of went, what did you say? I said, my seal imitation. So they went, you do a seal imitation? I said, well, I do many imitations. That's one of them. How many of you are ready for the seal imitation? So they all said yes. So I literally laid down in the floor, in the aisle between all these people in my three-piece suit with my heels. And I went like this. I flapped my shoes, I flapped my flippers, and I barked. The room went roar. Everybody burst out laughing. I got a lot of backslapping. And then I went into that moment where the brain goes like, did I go over the top? Are they going to say like, that woman is like a complete fool. But I went, you know what? Felt good to me. So here's the test. And here's what the point is. The next day, the 12 people that did go shopping found me and said this, oh my God, you're the seal woman. I'm so sorry I missed you. Now, do you think that they thought they missed the presentation training. No, they missed the woman being a SEAL in the hotel at the Hyatt on the lake in a 3-piece suit with nylons and heels barking. Now, what does that have to do with my talk? Well, I'm going to bring it up because what's actually true, and Bettina, do I have the ability to bring this up? Do I have capacity? I'm going to see. It says disabled participant screen sharing, so I can't bring it up. If you can bring it up and I have control, that's.
Oh, we'll bring it up for you. I mean, you can bring it up now.
Okay, perfect. All righty, thank you. So the whole point about the talk that I want you to understand is that the number one thing that we're looking for in all talks is how do we get the audience to lean in? How do we get them to actually and pay attention? Can you all see that? Would you let me know if you cannot see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
We can see it.
All right. So speaking to persuade, what are we all doing with every single thing we're here about? We have something to say, something to share, something to teach, something to offer. And in order to do so, we have to help the listener and the responder feel encouraged and influenced. We want them to feel that they are interested. So basically, it's the difference between somebody leaning back and going, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want your whatever. Or they're leaning forward saying, oh, tell me more about the gut biome, if it was Debbie, or tell me more about what's happening with my outside immunity. And so the idea is this, that really we're speaking to two sides of the brain at all times. And we're speaking in three formats. We're speaking as the presenter, meaning who we are. We're usually, in my particular formula, giving three main points. Within those 3 points, there are going to be many subpoints. And then there's a delivery method, something that we're offering that we believe meets that audience. For quite a while, I was doing all in-person training. So my energy in person in front of the room, I'm going to lay down and do a seal. You did not get the same seal on Zoom because I didn't know how to pan my camera down on the ground. I'm not wearing a 3-piece suit. And by the way, I didn't have enough rapport to get away with it. So I chose not to do the full view. So I had to adapt my delivery method to Zoom, which we're all doing as we move forward. But here's the bottom line. When you're speaking to somebody, you're creating meaning in the mind of a person, stimulated by the words and the actions of another. So I'm trying to create meaning that is stimulating somebody else so that they do something. What do I want them to do, be, think, believe, or understand? What do I want them to do, be, think, believe, or understand? So I communicate ideas, feelings, needs, attitudes, goals towards those people, and then they react to them. But here's what happens. If you look at the bottom of this slide, you see that there's a value translation resulting in meaning for them. The bottom line of every presentation is, it doesn't matter what I say, it only matters what you get. And if you hear the words but do not get the meaning I intend because you have your own filter, then you're going to get the meaning you intend. So the number one goal in a presentation is to plan to influence the listener so that they hear in the way you want them to hear, in the value you want them to hear. And this process works one-on-one, it works in small groups, it works if you're giving a stand-up report. The same formula works everywhere, although it's designed from modeling, meaning we follow and protocol people, and we say, do they even know what they're doing unconsciously as they're being such good speakers? A lot of good speakers are natural, but often they've learned. But the question is, do you know why you're so good? And this is what we were tracking to find this formula. So when you speak to both sides of the brain, let's talk a little bit about brain science. The brain sorts as a survival mechanism 80,000 times faster for danger than safety. That is how we stay alive. It is looking for what could go wrong, because what could go wrong could harm us. We do have the ability to sort for happiness. We can sort for good news and a friend and someone we love, and we can run across the room to give them a hug. But if somewhere along the line we hear a sound that sounds like a backfire, but also a BB gun, the brain will just stop even though you're in a restaurant and your mind says, I'm totally safe, the brain says, if I've heard it before and it was dangerous or it hurt me, or put this in quotes, I think it could have hurt me. Because the brain can't tell the difference between real or imagined. So if the brain thinks it could have hurt you, it's going to put cortisol and adrenaline in your system just in case you are dangerous. Why is that important in presentations? Because the first 4 to 6 minutes you stand in front of anybody, whether it's to talk to them on an office report or in front of 1,000 people, they'll decide how they feel about you. And if they decide you aren't worth it, you aren't that good, they don't like your jewelry, your hair reminds them of their grandma who made them crazy, they will shut down. And so then they're listening in conscious mind, because the right side of the brain is critical. It's linear. It's discerning what's safe, what's not safe. It's our soldier of logic. So once I go from right brain, which is open, warm, receptive, engaged, and interested, to the left brain, which is distant, cautious, discerning, and questioning, and then looking for why I have this bad feeling about you, everything shifts. And the first time I met Bettina, we were at an event. She was wearing a gorgeous red dress. She was with a gentleman that I knew, and she got my attention on the dance floor, and I was standing off to the side. And when they left the dance floor, I walked up to her, and when my friend introduced her to me, I took both my hands and put it over one of her hands. And the first thing I said to her is, "You're a woman coming into her power for the first time in her life." That was my first greeting. I didn't say hi. I didn't say it's nice to meet you. That is a right brain connect like crazy. I wasn't doing it to follow this system. It was a genuine comment, but the opening between a person who says, I see how remarkable and powerful and amazing you are, and I see it now activated. The seer and the one who's seen, that builds a bridge that has lasted between us our whole relationship. And what was that? I created rapport by making that statement. And so more than ever, we've got to influence the listener to be receptive to our thoughts, our education, our perspective. When we have rapport, we will give people benefit of the doubt. We will hear them better. I have people that, let's say I'm out with a friend trying on an outfit and it's a color that I wouldn't usually wear. And I walk out just kind of liking the fit, but thinking, I don't like the color. And my friend says, oh my gosh, that is the best color on you. Why don't you ever wear it? Because I have rapport, I'm going to look again at the mirror through their eyes and I'm going to say, you know, that is a really good color on me. For example, Ingrid, who's here, took a couple of photos on me, and on a couple of occasions, I've worn a very pale green top. And to this day, when I go shopping, I say, I have to find something in the color Ingrid likes because that color is so good on me, because Ingrid proved it through photos. It wasn't a color that I did or didn't like. It just wasn't a color that I thought about. So rapport is the gateway to influence. So the question in this whole training that we will address is, how do you create rapport? So the left brain is rules, schedules, shoulds, systems, limits, calendars, and to-dos. And it's in what's called monochromatic time. Monochromatic, the word mono means one. How long does it take to bake a cake? How long does it take to walk to the store and back with the same exact gait and meter? How long does it take to watch a TV program that's exactly an hour long? Well, it takes an hour. Polychromatic is really the area of rapport. How long does it take to fall in love? How long does it take to make a friend? How long does it take to prove your value? There's no time. There's no, oh, 1 hour and 10 minutes, you'll be in love, or 5 years and 2 months, you'll be valuable. Because this is tangential. It's in the right brain. It's ideas, it's creation, it's nonlinear. So you want to gain rapport and gain receptivity through both sides of the brain. Your talk has to be engaging, comfortable, warm. They have to trust you as a speaker. Debbie had that tremendously. She was warm. She was smiling. There was not one judgmental comment about other practices, even though she could have said a lot. It was more inviting you to consider a view. She said it in a way that was slow enough, meaning not so fast that we wouldn't keep up. She gave us left brain tangibles. She gave us facts and statistics, so that both the right and the left side of the brain said, I'm enjoying this talk. I trust this woman. I feel good about her information. The information looks credible to me. I'm going to keep listening. I'm going to lean in. So the left brain collects facts and information. It needs focus and direction. It has limited information storage. So the left brain makes pretty quick decisions. So you can see that I wear a lot of bracelets. I always have. But if I'm going to a more conservative audience, I will take a lot of my bracelets off. Why? Because haptics and proxemics are what we wear and how we look. And people will come from their view to look at you, and they will decide if you look like them, if you feel like them, if you feel trustworthy. So if I come in really unique and different clothing, if I come in with a lot of bracelets, if I come in with kind of an unusual hairdo that's really fashionable in some groups, but not in others, it doesn't mean that I'm not attractive or really interesting or somebody that has a style. The question is, does it distract the listener from hearing my message? Are they so busy trying to figure out why I wear all those bracelets, or why I would wear a hairdo like that when nobody else does? And in the world of marketing, if you're 10 to 15% different than what the listener recognizes as their world, they get a little suspicious, like, she's a little too eccentric, or she's a little too hippie-ish, or she's a little too corporate. And when I was with a company called Right Management Consultants about 20, 30 years ago, we were wearing the same three-piece suits, nylons and heels. And it was right when Microsoft was starting to go casual. And I kept saying to my boss in the Seattle office, we've got to go casual. When we show up at a Microsoft opportunity for business, because we did what's called executive coaching and we did outplacement. If they were downsizing or releasing somebody with a package, we would help them get their job, get a new job somewhere else. But I told my boss, I said, if we look too corporate, we'll look stuffy. And there were some other companies that did what we did. And I said, they're going to pick them because they're going to see us walk into the room, with our suits and our everything. And they're all just newly discovering jeans, feeling totally free, able to be their comfortable selves. And then we come in looking like we're going to charge you a lot of money to do a really high-end service and you should be lucky to have us. That's a disconnect. So the right brain, on the other hand, collects subjective information. The right brain's asking, how are you dressing? How does your voice sound? Do I feel comfortable with you? Do I trust you? Do I feel that you're a person that is congruent? If you say something, are you acting the way you're saying? So the right and left brain are looking at you the moment they see you, and they're making two qualitative decisions. The right brain is saying, do I trust this person? Do I feel good about them? Do I want to listen? And the left brain is saying, are they logical? Do they make sense? Can I follow what they're saying? Does it feel trustworthy? So the first thing you do, the first step in the 8-part formula, is you pace your audience. Pacing is a term from relay races where there's a team of runners and they are passing a baton. And when you get close to passing the baton, the next runner comes close to you. And you don't want to pass the baton too far back, you're going to drop it. You don't want to pass it too far front because they're going to drop it. You want to run side by side. That's called pacing. 2 runners in a relay race passing baton, run side by side. Another term for that is mirroring, that you want to be as close or similar to the audience that you can get so that they feel that they can trust you. And you want to give them some impact story, some information, some fact. I opened up telling you that I actually got on the floor in a high-end hotel and barked like a seal. And that's my personal story. And I like personal stories best, but you could also talk about COVID. You could also, and you'd have to make it not funny and not a joke because you don't know what the piece is, but you could start by saying, I want to acknowledge you and all of us because we're amazing and remarkable and resilient. Every one of us is here today because we have been paying close attention to how best to adjust and be as productive and balanced as possible during this very different time. I so appreciate everyone's well-being and focus, and that you've arrived here today. And I can't wait to get to know you better. So now I've piggybacked on a common experience. I've given the audience praise without diminishing other people who may have struggled through COVID. And I've said, I can't wait to meet you. What I don't recommend is cracking jokes. I don't recommend making jokes about politics or anything that has happened, or bringing up anything in the media that is questionable or split, because there's 100% chance you've got both beliefs in your audience, and that will have them lean back and go, okay, I'm not going to listen. That also goes for in a small social event. That also goes for a one-on-one meeting with a boss or an important person in your life, where you want to create some rapport and you open with the wrong comment. And I know if I dropped my screen and I asked you how many of you have been somewhere and you said something, and the moment you said it, you went, uh-oh, I can see already that was a really bad thing to say. And I'll give you an example. I was at a city government training, and they were having to downsize. And so they literally were being asked to do more with less. I did not understand that those words, more with less, had been used for a year. So I'm giving them a talk on being productive. And I inappropriately, without checking, used the words, this will feel a lot like more with less. And then 2 people actually raised their hand and said, you need to stop. Because we're not going to have an outside presenter tell us more with less also. So you got to figure out some better way to tell us how to be productive when all they're doing is taking our resources. So as you can hear, I walked into anger, and I walked into something I hadn't seen coming. So part of what you also do in pacing your audience is you call ahead and you say, is there anything I shouldn't talk about? Is there anything about this person I need to know that's sensitive? So that when you come in with whatever you want them to consider, you already know a little bit about what's better choices to make. Now, what did I do when they were so upset? The first thing I did was I said, I want to thank you for the courage to confront me. And I want to see a show of hands. How many of you are also feeling very frustrated about the term more with less? A lot of the hands went up, probably 25 out of 30. So I said, okay, then you tell me what's a better way to talk about how to be efficient and productive during a time when your resources are low. I want you to break into 3 focus groups and come up with better language, because I want to have common language, but I don't want to give you trigger language. So I reframed the group. I gave them an activity to solve their very problem, which was, we don't like those words. They upset us. So when you gain rapport and you pass this baton, it becomes a way to make sure you're in the right rhythm of somebody. And quite literally, it can be as simple as sitting the way they sit. It can be as simple as using a keyword. So let's say someone says to you, I'm so angry about the traffic and how bad it is, and how, I just can't get anywhere without spending an hour on the road. We used to be taught that you should say your meaning of their word angry. We were told to use another word to let the person know we understood. But there's a 50% chance that what you think is angry and what it means, and what I think is angry and what it means, are different. So if I say, oh, you're so upset, and they go, I didn't say I was upset, I said I was angry. Now I've distanced them because I picked the wrong word. So instead, you use something called representational language. You say, oh, tell me what angry means to you. I understand it, but I think it would be really helpful for me to know, what exactly are you angry about, and tell me more about that. Now you've invited them to teach you what they're experiencing. So when you maximize similarities, you build rapport, you establish receptivity, and you prepare the way for leading. And leading doesn't mean you're a leader in front of the room. It means leading the conversation. It means having influence over the conversation. You can pace mood, you can pace environment, you can pace expectations. So what Debbie did was, as she moved towards her education, she began to talk about ways that she helps other people learn this information. She built an opportunity for us towards the end to reach out and connect with her, to experience her new website, and to stay in relationship with we empower you and look at the gifts that we're being offered to join and all the strength of this particular group. So she set up 3 things. She set up her own credibility and value. She gave us real education that I certainly saw was excellently prepared. She gave us visuals that were easy to understand. She recommended that we stay in relationship with the group and told her value. And then she showed the movie, and then she gave us the opportunity to access her website. So you can pace mood, expectations, the group and the individuals. And we are kind of a unique group in that most of us have our own business or are interested in that. So that makes it much more easy to pace than a group of non-connected people in a public talk where you really don't know why people showed up or what their needs are. So when you pace the audience, you know, you're really pacing the conscious and the unconscious mind, but the unconscious mind, which is the right brain, is the one you want to reach out to, because that's the relationship. If I like you, so let's say I'm listening to you and I'm really enjoying it, and then you make a mistake. If I like you, I'll say, oh, she made a mistake. And then if I don't catch it and the audience is comfortable enough, you might even raise your hand and said, Jonica, you said Thursday, but I think you might have meant Wednesday. I would say, oh, thank you so much, Susan, for letting me know. Yes, you're right. I did actually mean Wednesday. I really appreciate you catching that for me, because they have rapport and because they feel good about me, because that came from their right brain, they don't judge the mistake. But if I make that mistake and they've already sat back and decided they don't feel good about me, they don't like my bracelets, they don't like how I sound, then when we make a mistake, they probably won't say anything. They'll elbow 6 people in their audience and start talking. She's making a lot of mistakes. She's really not that good of a speaker. And pretty soon, by the time we're done, they have shifted totally to conscious mind, left brain, and they are now judging all the things we're doing wrong. So when you open, these are some of the things you can do. You can use humor, drama, self-disclosure, stories with a moral. Turn of phrase is like, put that in your pipe and smoke it, or ask not what you can do for what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Demonstrations, role plays, all kinds of things. But you want to make sure that you know the audience. So if there's anything sensitive for them, you do not go there. If you don't know them, you actually scan all of your high impact techniques to be non-political, non-invasive, non-triggering. So this is something that was in a newspaper, gold, 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 68 rich men and steamer, stacks of yellow. So that's a high impact technique, because just like when we were learning about admanity, it's what you see first that gets your attention. So if I were in the gold rush days and I saw this, I would see gold, rich men, and 5,000 to 100,000. My brain would just say yes, right? So Klondike Gold Rush, I'm going to succeed, you bet. And this success will enable me to give my family better home. So the connection with the right brain is, I want that, I want what's on that visual, and I'm just going to say yes. So if you can get the listener to lean in and say yes to you as someone they want to know more about, learn more from, or connect to, you're halfway there, because they've already decided that you feel like somebody they want to learn from. So this picture is Mount Rainier. And the person who was giving this talk was talking to an audience. And before she showed the picture, she actually, so she started by this. She said, a picture shows 1,000 words. And so before she opened the bit of the Mount Rainier, she talked with the screen empty. There was no visual. And she said, Mount Rainier is gorgeous and beautiful. And she's speaking to 300 people in a very scientific conference. And then when she showed the picture, she asked the audience, how many of you now have a better understanding of how beautiful Mount Rainier is? So she was setting up something that she was wanting to educate the audience in. So she said, how many of you would say a picture is worth 1,000 words? So she got agreement for the audience. Then she says, I want to talk about functional thermometry, a key component of patient care. And a thermometry machine actually is a machine she was representing, which will show heat and different colors in the physiology of a person. And when those colors and different heat maps show up, it tells the practitioner different kinds of illness or wellness. And so she said, she went on to say, you know, this can be used with complementary diagnostics tools that can show chronically ill areas and strengthen the doctor-patient relationship. And you could print this and go home and talk to your loved one about the yellow on my abdomen, or the elbows that had red, or the yellow in my throat. And so she used the connection of that a picture's worth 1,000 words as her lead in to selling a machine that showed pictures of the wellness of a body. So what we know, if we think about how people hear and respond to us, the words we speak is about 7% of the impact. And you can remember that because many times you'll be listening to somebody and part of you will not be listening to the words. But while they're talking and you're watching their mouth moving and you're catching some of the words, you're thinking, I really like this person, or I'm going to have to check in a little more because I know what they're saying is important, but you're enjoying it. Your voice is 38%. Like how your voice sounds, the demeanor of your voice, the tone of your voice will have people lean in or not. If I sounded like this and my voice had this different flat tone, or I was up in my nose and I sounded nasal, you would probably be less interested in hearing me. What really engages people is gestures. And if you look at TED Talk, there's a TED Talk formula, and it talks about, there's a certain numeric in the TED Talks, which I don't have memorized, that if you do so many gestures at so many minutes, people believe you more than if you give a great talk with very few hand movements and it's a brilliant PowerPoint, they believe you less. There's something about hand gestures that makes people feel more connected. So the first 3 minutes that you begin speaking is when you want your energy to be high, engaged, and present. So they feel they want to listen. So when you look at your presentation, the second step is where is it going? First is engage them. Second is where is it going? And you want to develop this overview of where you're heading. So if you remember, Debbie previewed us to what she was talking about for the signs of the body language of health. And she was going to debrief what that was. And I talked about presentation, presenter, credibility, and content. So you want to lay a foundation for the speaker. So now we're in our left brain. So in the open, we're in our right brain. They're going, ooh, I want to listen. The step 2 is now, what do you want to listen to? So we're going to give them 3 main points. We're going to say, I'm going to talk about, Aristotle, I'm going to talk about Jung, and I'm going to talk about Einstein, and I'm going to talk about perspectives of wisdom. So in my talk, I would have a whole development on Aristotle, I would have a whole development on Jung, and I would have a whole development on Einstein, so that you would now know those are the 3 main points, but within those, I would have subpoints. So the presenter is part of the instrument of speaking. How you show up, how you look, your cadence, your voice is very important for creating that rapport. So you want to introduce yourself, you want to qualify yourself, you want to be very vulnerable. So for example, if you are very intellectual looking, you might want to take your glasses off. If you're really young, you might want to put some glasses on. If you're a woman and you're very, let's say, corporate looking, you might want to do something that makes you seem a little more fun. In other words, people are going to get visual input round 1, and you want to be intentional about what message you're sending them. Do you think about how you dress? Do you think about your jewelry? Do you think about your hair? Now, I want you to hear something. I'm not asking you to be inauthentic. I'm asking you to find ways to make the listener feel comfortable. And if how you dress or how your voice sounds is hard for people, there are ways to improve that without losing 1 ounce of who you are. It's merely a tool to help people not be struggling with that and to actually listen to you. So when I've done presentation trainings, when people talk through their nose, I ask them how they feel about their voice. And they'll say, I don't like it. I talk, and then so I'll teach them how to breathe differently. Or if someone has a voice that's scratchy, I'll teach them how to relax their vocal cords and to do mindful training, mindful training, so that they can become more calm. I invite them to turn anxiety into energy, because a lot of times people are in the front of the room looking stressed because they're scared. They say speaking in front of people is the #1 fear that exists for people today. So you've got open, you've got focus, now connect. Connect is what this means to you, what I want you to get out of this talk today, what I'd like you to walk away understanding. So now I know I like you. You've given me 3 main buckets to work on, and I know what you think I should be listening for. So you help me focus on what to pay attention to. So you want to connect the way the audience thinks. You want to refer to their interests and speak in their jargon, so that once again, you're not using anything that causes them to be distracted. And why is that so important? Because the brain is sorting 80,000 times for danger. And how many of you have heard a talk and you really liked it, and then it progressed, and then they say something and that thing triggers you? And then you can feel yourself going, okay, here it comes. Nope, I don't like him. Nope, if he thinks like that, I'm not having it. And so that poor person didn't know they used a word or framed it in such a way that it offset your feeling of trust. And from that point on, you're sitting literally or metaphorically with your arms crossed, thinking, I can't wait for this talk to be over. So when you link to the audience, you're explaining how the information will benefit them. And Debbie did it. She said, I want you to understand that we have this outside immune system and that you can work with that. And it is something that you can learn about. It's something you can affect and influence. And when you have this body of knowledge, the usual things on NIH or other places, which is all about the disease, will be less relevant to you than your own support, your own immunity, your own ability to resist disease. That's the key. So then that's what's in it for you. What's in it for you here is to learn the 8 parts of a wonderful presentation practice. So then if you want the audience to be involved, you can say who agrees, you ask them to raise their hand. We have that ability in Zoom and chat. Ask easy, safe questions. I ask a lot of questions. Sometimes I'm hired by a company to do required training or things that will certify people. And I always say, you have permission to pass, because I have an uncanny ability to call on you when you're checked out. So if I call on you when you're checked out, just say pass, no problem, because I don't want to embarrass anybody. Second, I ask questions that they can't get wrong. I don't ask stats. I don't ask stats or data that they can forget, because that, again, embarrasses them. Once you've embarrassed your listener, you've set them apart, they feel untrusting of you. So I'll ask things like, what's your opinion about this? Or as I read this, what does it mean to you? And I always say, you can't get this wrong, because this is your interpretation. I 100% honor and respect your view, so that people really feel good about learning from you or hearing your talk or considering what you're asking, because they feel you're being respectful through the whole experience. So then you have your modules. Remember, we have open, focus, connect, which we preview. There's going to be 3 modules. Then for each module, you'll have what's the point. So we're going to talk about Aristotle. I'm going to give you some content about Aristotle. I may tell you a story about Aristotle. I may tell something about what Aristotle did to prove a point. And I may ask you to participate in an experiment that Aristotle did that's current today. Then we go back to Jung. And so basically, we repeat this module 1, 2, 3, where you get their interest, you give them content, you use some high impact techniques, you usually have a demonstration. And a demonstration can be as simple as they fill out a check sheet. So it's them on them. They turn to a neighbor, they talk to someone else, or they raise their hand, or they respond to a poll. But people can only listen for about 8 to 12 minutes before they start wandering, unless you give them one more thing to see, one more thing to consider, something new to understand. When in doubt, you 100% leave it out. You do not want to give anything you're not sure they're going to like, because if it's not audience proofed material, you'll end up like what I had happen. Another time, I'm hired by a biotech company to go to Colorado to help the sales team. They had a pollen formula and some honey that were anti-allergens, and they were a small company that had been owned by Bayer, and that's B-A-Y-R, like Y-E-R, like Bayer aspirin, and they bought themselves out and wanted to be a small standalone company. And the leaders felt that doctors may be suspicious of them because they weren't connected with big pharma. So my job was to teach the salespeople how to influence and persuade the doctors to like this new structure and their smaller capacity, because they'd be flat. They wouldn't have any difficulty making decisions. They didn't have to run it up the food chain in big pharma. I arrived, I started my presentation. I was talking to 15 salespeople, and 5 minutes in, the leader said, "What are you trying to teach us?" And I said, "Oh, well, I understand that physicians are just now learning about this self-purchase of your organization. And one of the things I'm going to do is give you some ways to help them see the value." And they said, "You're wasting our time. We've already done all that." Okay, I got flown to Colorado. I was told by the vice president of sales and the CEO, this is what this team needed. So what was the problem? Big internal communication disconnect. They had been previewing with the doctors all along, and the doctors were all on board. So right there, I had 2 hours. I had to put away my PowerPoint. I asked for 2 flip charts with markers, and I said, "Who's ever lost a sale?" They all raised their hand, and I said, "Let's debrief each situation and give you some alternatives." So I mean, I had to tap dance. What am I telling you? I didn't ask any of the salespeople about this. Had I, didn't think about it at the time, contacted a couple of them and said, "Hey, I'm going to be giving you a presentation in Colorado. I'd love to know kind of how the doctors are feeling about this." And if just 1 or 2 of them had said, "We love it," I would have changed my whole presentation. So you cannot audience proof enough, ever. So when you summarize, you've got open, focus, connect, 3 main points. You never say in summary, because if you say in summary, they're going to check out. They're going to say to themselves, "Oh my gosh," they're going to review it. If you remember Debbie's presentation, she showed the same slides over and over again, maybe 2 or 3. What was she doing? She was summarizing information to validate its importance, but she never said, "I know you've seen this before," or let's watch this again, because every time she presented it, she had a new segue, a new view, or she was intentionally helping you remember how important it was. So when you are at the end of a one-on-one with your boss while you're asking for a raise, this formula works, but you don't say, "In summary, here's what I've said to you." That would offend. But what you do say is, "So I did my homework, sir, and I looked at a couple of things. You know, I looked at the market, I looked at our industry, I looked at my own history, and now I'm here to ask you to help me understand what it would take for me to qualify for a raise or a new responsibility, which might include a raise. I'm very interested in moving forward and advancing my leadership and to add my value to the company. Do you have any questions about what I presented? Am I on track? Please help me see what you're understanding." But you didn't say, "To summarize my main points." And so then that person will say, "You made sense," or "You didn't," or "Here's what I want you to know," or "I'm really impressed," or whatever they want to say. So then at the end of the talk, you tie it back to the beginning, which might have been, "I want to talk to you about my career, and I want to talk to you about some ideas I have for developing my career," which is really the way you're going to present it, instead of saying, "I want to ask for a raise." Because in the context of talking about your career, your 3 points would be, what's the market? What's my particular position being paid? What are some career paths? And then what would it take me to access some of those paths? So you might close the talk by saying, "I would love your feedback on if I access the right research. At the beginning, I told you I looked in these 4 arenas. Please help me know if I was on track. I so respect your thoughts." And then you might close with a high impact or humor, and you might say, "You know what, this is the most wonderful opportunity to spend a half an hour with you. I know, our work doesn't connect very often, but just to have you hear me and to give me your thoughts, I just really feel so valued. Thank you so much. I'll be back, and let me know if some of the things we've talked about can progress. What's the best way to contact you? And do you want me to email you or that?" And then at the end of the day, you say something like, "I'm so excited about possibilities here. That's a high impact close. Or I'm so excited to have had such quality time with you. I feel so confident in where our company's going. That's a high impact technique. So when you speak, this is really important. Assume 100% accountability for everything you do or say. Do not share a fact you're not sure of. Do not give an opinion vetted by public media that you can't prove. And here's what's tricky. In today's world, we are full of misinformation. And the biggest mistake you can ever say is according to experts. Please take it out of your lips. What experts? There are pro-vaccine experts. There are con-vaccine experts. Debbie, in her own brilliant way, said that when you look at the CDC, they're advising you around dangerous things that they are being taught to be concerned about, but they're not educating you in personal wellness. So she can't say anything bad about CDC because they're not offering what she's offering. But she can say, if you want to go to an expert, you have to ask yourself, what's their focus? Which is why you don't say according to the experts, but you can do what she did. According to the CDC, I got so excited about this app. And then I went through 1,000 or more different articles. And I thought, oh my gosh, here's what they're doing. I totally thought it was going to be how to stay well. They didn't say that, but I had hoped for that. But in fact, what they did was educate everyone on all the things that are health concerns. And so Debbie brilliantly, by just pointing that out, saying, I, on the other hand, am giving you a new way to understand your body and the language of your body and a new perspective around being healthy. And so then you also want to be brief and concise and to the point if you are making a point or making an ask, and then be responsible for the accuracy of your message. So as you can see, when you give a presentation, it's very important that you have done a thorough job. And I would say the biggest thing is be 100% planned and 50% flexible. I cannot tell you how many times I had an hour talk and then somebody previously took 20 minutes of my hour and now I have 40 minutes, but my slides actually say have an hour talk. So I will say in front of the room, I call it calling it in the front of the room. I'll say, I'm so glad that Mary Jane gave this wonderful talk. And I'm so glad that as she extended a little bit into a longer time, we got to learn so much from her. And with that said, I want to make sure that I give you the right amount of information because Susan's coming up at X time. So you're going to notice in my presentation, I'm going to progress on a few slides. Feel free to contact me to get those slides, or you can see my email. I'd be happy to be more in depth with you, but I want to keep the timelines going. And thank you so much again, Marianne. And then I just say I'm going to progress these 2 slides so that what I've basically learned how to do is expand or collapse a talk within 20 to 30 minutes at any time for any reason. And so I'm never, ever a problem. And they'll always say, let's put Johnny here because she can integrate the time. She can get us back on track. And she does it in a way that nobody feels like they lost anything. And so the other thing is that you've got to check in with your audience. It's hugely important. I was at a biotech conference, and of course, being the dinner speaker is almost death, right? They're tired, they're drinking. I'm sorry, Debbie, they're all eating sugar, and their whole system is going, right? And so all of a sudden, you're standing up there, and you've got 40 minutes, and you can't tell what mood they're in, except you can see how tired they are. And I remember there was a speaker who was very serious topic, big science. Okay, bad idea late at night. Okay, that was the first mistake. Second, he wasn't a presenter, he was a scientist. So he overfilled his slides with information and just wanted to make sure we knew everything that any scientist would want. And he had no time for questions. So as he progressed, you could see that the audience couldn't keep up. He was way over their head and it was the wrong time and people started leaving. I'm going to tell you something else. If you have 300 people in your audience and within 15 to 20 minutes and you have a 35-minute talk, they're starting to leave. The first thing I would do, standing in front of the room and says, you guys are so smart. You've had this huge long day. If you're tired and you're not able to pay attention to this, I get it. I have a commitment here. Raise your hand if you want to hear my talk. Come on up. Let's get close. And the rest of you, thank you so much for coming. Make sure you leave your email on that little sheet out there. I'd be happy to send you the talk. Have a beautiful sleep. And now there's a transition where people can actually leave. And then you just hold that space, and then you finish with the 5, 10, or 20 that have stayed, and they stay. But you could see his energy wane, because as they started leaving, you can see him going, oh no, people are leaving. Oh no. And he was less and less magnetic, less and less focused. And by the time they left, you felt so bad for him. Like, oh my gosh, I just wanted to go give him a big hug. So that's also very important. Read the room as you're speaking. And if it's not giving you what you want, then 100% change something so that the room feels heard and understood and you're respectful. So I've got a few moments for questions. So feel free if anybody would like to ask me a question. I can't tell who's here because there's a lot of no faces and screens. So no upset on my part, but if you're behind there and you have a question, I'd love to answer it.
First of all, I just want to say a great big thank you, Janaki, for your talk. It's definitely very riveting. We're coming into a planning a weekend where we deliver a Janaki program called Speaking to Persuade. And when we first met, I was dancing with a long red evening gown at the Columbia Tower Club. And she saw me from a distance, and our mutual friend introduced us at some point, and she clasped my two hands, her two hands rather, with my hand and said, "You're a woman coming into her power for the first time in her life." And you couldn't have been more true, more accurate.
And I told them that.
And you told them that.
I did, because I said, that's a high impact technique. Now, was I trying to do it? No, it was genuine, but you never forgot it. Neither did I.
No. And then we had a coffee. And then 3 hours later, I had an opportunity some weeks later to book you. And I think it was from February when we met to October when I booked you. And we did a 9-month training with Comcast and the state of Washington and the Jobs Skills Program grant. So thank you so much. You are a soul sister, to be absolutely sure, and you're always going to be in my life. You know that. And I can't wait to do this next coming program with you, Speaking to Persuade. Now, Jessica has her hand up.
Yes.
So I imagine she has a question. Let's take that. Unless she forgot to put it down from the last time. I can't remember. Jessica, do you have a question? And if anybody has any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that the hand could go up or down. Oops. There we go.
No worries.
Great.
Janaki, I just wanted to say that's again the best presentation from someone laying on a rug that I've ever heard.
Oh no.
I use
How do
you
do
as
that?
I use you as a high impact technique. When I meet somebody for the first time and they say, wow, what a background, I say, oh, it's already been coined. But one of my favorite people has said that I'm the only coach and presenter that actually operates off a flying carpet. And that has already been tagged. So Lee, you are in my everyday world for the first meeting of anybody. I speak Lee. So you've affected my life permanently. Thank you.
And most things end in Lee. Janaki Lee?
Yes, look at that. Yes, we have the rhythm.
Oh, how great is this? So we are actually going to be rolling into our mentoring round here pretty shortly, but I do want to make sure that anybody who has a question for Janaki gets to ask it. And of course, those high impact openings are what she's known for. And I've developed that as part of my repertoire as well. So thank you for those tips and tricks. I know we have a lot of speakers, authors, coaches, consultants, advisors, and ambassadors and mentors out there. So feel free to tap Janaki. We are going to be doing that program here come the fall, and it's going to be a Saturday that's convenient for everybody who wants to join in. And that reminds me to also mention that on the third week of every month, that's the third full week of every month, we actually do Be on TV with speakers like Janaki, Shavon. We've got Larry, our video person here who's produces everything for us, and a number of other team members that give insight and information on how you can be produced and producing your own podcast, your own shows, and so forth. Thank you so much, Janaki. It doesn't look like we have any hands raised per se, but loving having you here. And I'm going to go behind the scenes. Oh, there is somebody raising a hand. Who is that? Eric?
Yes, hello.
Eric,
My
hi.
name is Eric, Eric Darvan.
Nice to see you.
It's great to be here. Really like the presentation. And this may be a little not related, but many years ago when thermographs were being developed, I was involved with that. And I was just curious, is that something that it's great to see that it has progressed? At that time, they were using it for experimenting with it for replacing mammograms, and they were getting excellent results.
Thermometry is in a particular market. It's more naturopaths and physicians who are trying to explain symptoms to people through this biomap, which I know you understand. Is it replacing mammograms? Not to my knowledge, because the mammogram has a higher capacity to go into the density of the breast and actually look at, in a more specific way at what's happening inside the breast. But what it does do is it indicates areas to explore. It gives cues to what's hot and what's cold, and so especially if you're a naturopath, it helps you look at remedies and solutions for things that are comprehensive alternative medicine. So thank you for asking.
Sure. Okay, thanks. Very interesting. Glad that it's progressing.
Thank you so much, Eric. Also, I wanted to mention that Shay Vaughn was not able to make it with us here today, and so we gave over her time over to Janaki. I am going to put in the chat the Shatter Your Glass Ceiling program that she and I did a few weeks back. And you can check out her interview with me and enjoy that particular program. She is amazing. Of course, she's a very big part of why we're able to offer 5-minute commercials to every single member of We Empower You. Okay, so I'm going to put on the music for just a few moments and get us all set up for our mentoring round. And you can talk between yourselves. I'll play it kind of on the quieter side. Go ahead and open up your mics and speak up to one another.
Janaki, I wish I had your presentation years ago when I was talking to, at that time I was working with a company and I was feeling out my boss in regard to progressing further. And he asked me what my inspiration was. And I said, is that chair comfortable?
Definitely a high impact technique. Not sure that it was as well received as you had hoped. Well, I once had somebody take me out in her Jaguar. She was a CEO of a really high end presentation company, and she did in fact hire me. But her question was, are you trying to get my job? And I'm sitting in her Jaguar in Arizona, and I went, no, but I do want to be the expert in something. And so I don't have to be you, but I have to be the one. And my expertise was I created rapport in places nobody could with all of our clients. We had assistants that worked with us and we were rated 1 to 5, and they were rated differently than when they were with me. I always got 5s and then they got 5s. So they called it the Janaki quality, and it was this rapport building. So.
Wow. I know I hate those interviews where they say, okay, you're good at this and this and this, and what aren't you so good at?
Oh my God, I know. And then you're just caught. Like, what do you say? How transparent are you?
So I just said my backhand in tennis is a little off.
Perfect. Just enough to say I got the point, and just enough to say it's enough. Perfect. All right, I'm going to step away. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, so let's talk to Sally. What? Hi, Sally.
Hi, Lee.
Okay, so Sally is quite an interesting person. I mean, I guess you can say you're dying to get here. How many times did you die and come back?
Oh, I didn't completely die, but I was very close to it. And twice I was very close.
Wow, that is just crazy. You should have met Debbie earlier.
I've really had my own progression that those experiences stimulated a very valuable conscious awakening of soul awareness that makes my awareness very multidimensional. And it's given me an incredible expansion and shifted my consciousness in amazing ways.
Well, most people are looking for their purpose and they don't consider, you know, things like what you've done, what you're doing. And if they do, it really, really shakes them up and pulls out their purpose. And
Yes,
that's great.
It's true. What people don't realize, if they're not really aligning with their soul, they're not living their highest purpose. And that can even make them sick. If they're shutting down a part of them that their soul is here in this lifetime to express, that can literally lead to illness. And it also just means they keep, running into the walls in what they're trying to do. They're not really succeeding. They're not really thriving. And frequently people don't know why. Another issue is past lives that need to be healed and cleared for people to move forward in extraordinary ways. And I tell people who come to me with illness is, I'm not just here to help you heal. I'm here to help you thrive. And you thrive when you start to expand your consciousness and be aware of your soul purpose.
Yeah, I thought at one point my sole purpose was to do everything wrong at least once.
Yes, and I've done that as well. Best near-death experiences.
Rita, your comment.
Yes. Yeah,
I think all of those, it isn't wrong if we get to learn lessons from them, right? I think, we can put that on ourselves that, yeah, it's a decision in the wrong direction. And then you get to course correct and go in the right direction if you choose, if you know better. And that's what I love about what we're doing here today, because this is awesome, where we get to learn from so many people in their areas of expertise so that hopefully we don't have to, I'm going to say, walk through the landmines and get hit all the time. We get to have other people do that. So I love that, that's what Sally shares, and Lee, especially, that's what you do, so that this way we can, I think, make life more enjoyable, have more fun, flow, and ease around it. I just love that.
Well, it's pretty incredible. Like, Debbie's just a little bit ahead of you guys in regard to creating a website that produces liquid money, and then she's got a 5-minute TV show spotlight, and probably in about 2 weeks she'll have her sponsors, right, Debbie? Anyway, so when you guys start seeing this, and everybody's in line to do it so perfectly, it is, and nobody else is teaching this. Nobody else is showing people how you can be the Pinterest or the Angie's List or the Facebook. It's so, interesting. And I'm hoping that Bettina in the next summit has somebody about time travel, because I'd like to go back and correct a few things.
Yeah.
But if you didn't, Lee, you wouldn't be the amazing woman that you are, teaching us from that, so that this way, actually, while it wasn't easier for you, you're certainly making it easier for us.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing for sure. When I got that $2 million from Torstar, and I said, okay, I'm just going to create a referral website, and I know how to do this. I can be like a billionaire, no problem. And I thought I'd put you know what? Just put your foot in the door for the entrepreneur and go at it. Create a website platform where they can do what the big money companies do, send leads to businesses that pay them, and level the playing field. And that playing field is pretty rocky. It's been a rocky road to level it. But I see just the slightest bit of door opening. TU is coming through that door. Debbie is like pushing it with her head. She's just banging through it. It's amazing to see that.
Pushing with your head, though, I have to tell everybody here, I resisted for probably 9 months, and I didn't even start until April with Lee in this respect. And then in May 20th, I had some really disturbing things happen in my family. And I literally was out, what was it, Lee, from May 20th through 2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
and,
great.
But the point is that, I just decided to just, Lee would give me a homework assignment essentially. And I'm like, I don't understand. I don't, this doesn't feel, whatever. But I just decided to take ego out of the way and just follow directions. And it's just something that I think would be a very helpful advice for everybody. Just trust the process. And especially if you want to have a voice, and if you're ready to not necessarily be the one who is sitting down one-on-one with people, because you can only do that so many hours in a day. Let it go.
Darren Brown, right? We went over Darren Brown's NLP video about the red bicycle, and we dissected that, and you came up with this brilliant presentation, and you worked at it, but it is going to grab you so much revenue, and it's going to launch your voice worldwide. And you've got the water cooler opener of the sign languages of your body. It's Debbie, I'm so excited about this. Do you want to train?
Well, you guys, Lee had me watch. I don't know if you all have or have not, if you were on webinars maybe three months ago, but Lee played a video that was maybe 7 minutes long. And if you look it up, it's Darren Brown and the red BMX bike. You can find it on YouTube. And he's a hypnotist in Britain. And essentially this guy comes in and he says, okay, what do you want for your birthday, essentially? And this guy supposedly had written down what he wanted for his birthday a week earlier, put it into an envelope, time-stamped it. But then he walks in and, he can't really remember what he maybe put down in his thing, or he could, but he used this technique of PWA, perception without awareness, where you're saying things and showing images, and the person doesn't even realize how influenced they're getting. And that really turned me off at first, you guys, because I'm like, don't want to, trick people into stuff. But I just followed Lee's directions, and she told me to listen to the script and then make it around my stuff, health. I'm like, how the heck? The guy starts off his presentation with, I bike people gifts, BIKE, instead of buy, but he just was so quick. And there's all these subliminal messages. I don't know how many hours I spent doing that, not understanding exactly, but it evolved into that 5-minute video where I, got to just be very authentic, but also very laser focused on what was the message that I want to share, because I was that person Johnny spoke about. I wish I had Johnny's training also 20 years ago and 10 years ago, because I didn't pay attention to the trust factor in the room. I mean, maybe I'm too tall or my shoes are too high. And believe me, people would say stuff like that or whatever. Right. And, but it was just about making the audience feel comfortable. And so it's just trusting that process. But in it, there was a time when, you want to give people so much information. And Leah said that to me. And I think that might be relevant to some of us here that I've heard speak before and introduce themselves, because Lee would say, my God, Debbie, don't try to teach the whole time. It's just, what do you want them to, what's the next step? And I had this horrible, still do, habit of, I want them to know everything because they might not hear it again. And then you just throw up on them, and it's just too much information, like that scientist, or people are leaving the room, And so it's been hardly, I got to tell you, it's hard.
I want to say, what you just said something that I think is the biggest problem for people who know a lot. And that is that we have such passion and we want to share it all. I'm looking at all the names of the people here, and some of whom I don't know, but those that I do know, you all are brilliant. And yet, to your point, Lee, if you share too much, here's what happens. Here's how you hypnotize people. You hypnotize them by talking like this. So at some point, they just can't hold on anymore because it's taking so long. And then there's people who talk like this and they say, okay, look up here at the screen. We've got this and we got that and we got it. Oh, it's like, I think of Tommy Lee, who walked across the stage like this. And you're like, I'm exhausted. I don't even have enough time to watch him. I'm so checked out. And then I remembered there was a scientific group. I was with biotech, and these were scientists who were selling risk assurance. And in biotech, I don't know if you know it, but it's big pharma. They have $20 to $30 million burn rate. They don't go public for a long time, and they have a lot of error. And if they make mistakes in biotech, you could lose your company. So they look like GQ models. They were like gorgeous. You really wanted to watch them. They were so darn cute. And they stood up and had 40 lines on their slides, like reading a telephone book to you. And they just went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And I looked at the audience, they were all like this. And then one of them would stop and they'd go like this, and then they'd all, because the other way to hypnotize people is to talk too fast and give them too much information. They can't hold it. Debbie, your cadence is gorgeous, and so is yours, Lee. And so there's a cadence that people can listen to. If it's too fast, they won't listen. And so these gentlemen afterwards, I was hired by a lawyer to critique his talk. And I said, gentlemen, I'm here for so-and-so, but I have some feedback for you, but you didn't ask, and I don't want to impose. And they said, what is it? And I said, what do you want us to know? They said, what? I said, why are you up here? He said, well, we're the most expensive risk insurance in the biotech industry, and we're the most capable of protecting any of your problems, and we have lost no cases. I said, you've never said that. They said, what? I said, you never said that. You never said we are the most expensive, we are the most well-known, and we've never lost a case. What you did was spend 35 minutes giving us lines and lines and lines of information that half of us don't even understand, thinking that we get what you just said. But if you had just said that, I know we're the most expensive game in town. We are the most effective. We have the newest science. We're up on all the laws. We've never lost a case. And then reduce those slides down to what Debbie's were like, key concepts that they could take away, changes everything.
It sure does. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this wonderful, rich dialogue. We're now going to open up our mentoring rooms, and there's going to be 5 mentors that are going to be part of our program here tonight. So let me go ahead and introduce our mentors real quick, and then we will get the party started. How it's going to work is that each of the mentors will go into one of the 5 rooms. I'm one of them, and I'll introduce them one at a time here using my backdrops for each of them. And first up is Janaki Severy. Woohoo! So Janaki, you're going to be in one room. We will assign you the room, Janaki, so you just stay put in the main room.
Okay.
And then everybody knows more or less about Janaki. Aggie Clark has not been formally introduced, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce Aggie, who is also our CFO consultant. Aggie Clark worked in financial services until retiring in 2017 at the young age of blankety blank. I just added that. She earned an executive management certificate in 1999 and attended the UW Women Board Directors Development Program in 2015. Additionally, she is a longtime advisory board member to the UW Consulting and Business Development Center. She previously served as an officer and board member of the Financial Service Centers of America, known as FISCA, and California Financial Service Providers Association. She was honored to receive FISCA's 2007 Financial Service Provider of the Year Award. During retirement, she looks forward to continuing with business consulting, writing, and traveling. And she put me under her wing and invited me to be a part of the University of Washington's Alumni Association. Last year, I was on the at-large board, and this year I became the secretary, which is one of 4 executive positions. Thank you so much, Aggie, for bringing me under your wing. Next up, we have, let me find the slide here, for Troy Thompson. I know I have you in here. Always takes me a few seconds to sort through these. Oh, actually, I see Rita. Let me do Rita first. Rita Bacuzzi is a financial intelligence expert. She's passionately committed to guiding entrepreneurs and business owners to achieve financial peace of mind, transform money conversations, and release money confusion regarding money and wealth. Rita is a proven professional who leads a money mindset movement to raise your financial intelligence and scale to financial freedom. She empowers you to achieve financial independence. Get to core issues on how you release money with proven strategies. Mama Rita Money is how she's known, leads leveled up ladies, wine women in wealth, and money principle workshops. She is CEO of Flourish Inc., creator of Mama Rita Money. And actually, go ahead and introduce yourself, both Aggie and Rita, first Rita, then Aggie, while I find Troy's slide.
All right. Well, I'm excited to be here. Thank you, everybody. And yes, I'm Mama Rita. I'm a financial educator, speaker, and consultant. And I like to focus on, did you know that the only secret to being wealthy is that it's no secret to be wealthy? Really, it's simple. We get to know what smart money people know and do what wealthy people do, so that this way we don't live in angst and worry or pay the price of regret for what you didn't do or did do. And if we don't learn now, then when? Because life is right now, and what we do now determines our future. So when we're willing to commit to a weekend for transformation in our money relationship, connecting our mindset mastery to our money skills mastery, that changes all our relationships. And I love, 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 that it's not a lack of money problem, it's a lack of money education. And I really enjoy sharing the principles that are proven over time for people to be in leadership of their money so that they can flourish.
Yay.
Get to do every day.
Yeah. And next up is Aggie. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You're going to be in one of the mentoring rooms here.
Thanks, Bettina. Hello, everybody. It's very nice to see you here. It's been a great summit so far. My name's Aggie Clark. My background, as Bettina was saying, is in financial services and business operations. What I like to talk with people about is knowing their numbers. I think it's important. If you know where you are today, you know where you came from and what you were, and you know where you want to be, then you can build that path, that financial path, to keep breaking through those glass ceilings, those financial glass ceilings. Measure that along the way and keep your progress going even faster and bigger. So I look forward to seeing you all in one of the mentoring rooms.
Fantastic. And also, last but not least, we've got Troy Thompson, who helps individuals and businesses pay less in taxes, eliminate debt in half the usual time, and grow their money in a safe, liquid account protected from loss. He was an active duty Army nurse for 11 years with deployments to Kosovo and Afghanistan. Troy retired from the U.S. Public Health Service in April of 2018. I also want to thank you for your service, Troy. His nursing background helps him educate people on how to also improve their health as well as their wealth. And as he and I both know, being both nurses, that without your health, you cannot have your wealth. Welcome everybody to this program. This is our mentoring session. And what's going to happen to roll out, exactly what's going to roll out, is that you'll all get assigned to rooms automatically. And we'll need a few minutes to rotate the speakers around, because they might technically end up in the same room. And then once we've had so many minutes with each mentor, then the mentors will start to move. I will be the one staying in the main room. The main room is going to be the number 5. So if you want to be in my session, just stay put. And the others are, let's see, Johniki, I introduced you first. You're room number 1. Rita, number 2. Aggie, number 3. Troy, number 4. Bettina, 5. And Janet, if you wouldn't mind putting that in the chat. If for some reason you've not made it to the room you want, put it in the chat and we'll move you directly. This will take about 5 minutes to move us into the right rooms.
Bettina, I just want to say that I'm not going to limit what I offer to presentation. It's my biggest strategy is how to influence significant people in your life. I do a lot of performance coaching for people that are struggling at work. I do a lot of helping people redefine who the playing field is. So you can add presentation skills / corporate and business politics.
Business, leadership, love, life, health. She's got it all. Okay, Larry's going to do his magic. Just sit tight for just a second. I'm going to flip back to our music while we do this magical affair.
Bettina?
Troy, we need to move you into room 4. Just give us a moment.
Well, Johnny ended up there.
Oh, we'll move her into room number 1.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll flip you.
Okay.
Join room number 4, Troy. It's already set up for you to go.
If I hit leave, well, that's going to leave the meeting, right?
No, don't hit leave. Hit join room number 4. We sent you a notification. You might have to go to your more section.
Okay.
I was asked to join number 5, but then I got booted out.
Yeah, number 5 is me, Art, and so that's why you're in this room.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to invite you, Troy, to number 1, and then we're going to move you to number 4, okay? Okay, oh my gosh.
Here we are.
Directing, acting, hosting, making lunch, breakfast, soon dinner. What more can I do behind the scenes? Promoting, marketing, you name it. So welcome to We Empower You mentoring moment here with us here at the We Empower You Global Virtual Summit, September the 8th. This is Wednesday. We are at nearly 5 o'clock. We've been going since 8:30 a.m. and it is so great to have all of you here. We have a room full of people who might have questions. This is where you get to open up your mics and speak to me and ask your questions. The easiest way to facilitate this, though, is for us to have people raise their hand using your raised hand feature, and that way we can all take turns without talking over each other. So I am going to call on the first person because I know Paulette Hamill is in the room, and I want to make sure I give a moment for her to speak while she's in here. She's also going to be in the main room for her session.
Does she have a twin?
Oh, you know what? Paulette might actually be out. Yeah, she might be. Oh. I'm not sure, but it sounds like the sessions might be closing for some reason. Hang on one second. Let me go back to production mode. Just a second. Breakout sessions. Oh, is there a way to cancel that? Oh, no.
You know, technology is great until it isn't. I was doing some stand-up and I was saying how great, you know, technology is until you get an email with your password in the subject line and your newfound extortionist wants to now deal with you. Okay, so we got join 5. Is everyone coming back?
Yeah, we're not quite sure what's going on the technical side, but go back to your rooms. Oh, geez. Okay, hang on. Let's just.
Virtual musical chairs.
Yes, this is virtual musical chairs. We will set the room back up in just 1 second. We have about 40 seconds when everybody will come back and then we'll just do the same thing again.
And expect a different result?
And expect a different result, yes. Okay. Huh? Five, four, three, two, one. We're going to open up all the rooms again. Okay. This is where we get to abandon ship before the ship goes down. Okay. Since we are on a live production and we're losing time, what I'm going to do is have everybody just come back into the main room. We're closing the breakout rooms. We cannot figure out what the heck is going on. So let's everybody come on back. Okay.
I'm
That was
guessing
kind of fun.
I keep getting bounced back and forth, Bettina.
I know. So what's
Okay.
going to happen is we're abandoning the ship. This mentoring, moving people in is, for some reason, it keeps closing down every 60 seconds. So rather than mess around, we're just going to leave everybody in one room and we're going to have people open up, raise your hand, open up your mic and ask any one of the 5 mentors a question.
Can I finish my statement? I have
Yes.
not. Okay.
Yes, because
Before
you have
my group. I was
yes,
talking, I'm so okay. So there's 5 levels of resistance. There's avoid, tolerate, accept, understand, and embrace. When we're in avoid and tolerate, we don't like it. We feel we're vulnerable. We feel we don't have control. That means we're going to resist. We're going to argue. We're going to shut down. Nothing will move. The most powerful place to step is to accept, which is I accept that Aggie and I see things differently. I accept that Troy had a different education than I do. I accept that Troy and I literally see things from opposite views. But by accepting it, I give him full power to be who he is. I have full power to be mine. Then I move to what's called understand, where I say, Troy, tell me more about how you learn to see it that way. Where is the benefit from what you're seeing? Because I think I'm missing something. And once I'm doing that, I'm not even agreeing with him. I'm just learning and honoring his view so I can appreciate that he is not nuts and hasn't lost his mind and he's not an idiot, that he actually has a whole platform on which he's building his view. And then I go further and I say, well, tell me more. And then I literally stand on his side of the fence, like I'm standing next to him, looking out at the issue from his view. And I'm saying, gosh, Troy, from here, I see what you see. I totally get it. Now, does that mean I have to agree with it? No. But often what that leads to is him saying, well, tell me about your view. But pretty soon what ends up happening is we moved from avoid and tolerate, we go to accept, and then we teach each other different views so that now we can make a better informed decision. Thank you so much, Bettina. I've started that 5 times.
That's okay. And what the original question was?
Well, the question was, what do you do with people who have a different opinion than you?
There you go. There's the
5 levels of resistance. Go to accept, understand, and embrace.
All right. Okay, next person, raise your hand and open up your mic. No rush here, but we are on a clock. Nigel, and then Art.
I think I wanted to build with Janaki. What I heard was, there's a pre-state where the people are like there, and then there's this engagement, and then there's this union somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And in the union place, the final place where there's no much friction or separation, the path that got us there was mutual teaching.
Yes.
And I was just seeing, that's where Nigel starts in his presentation. I regard all my audience are teachers. And so I just have them start teaching from the get-go. No Nigel doing any presentation. Who are you? What do you do? Da, da, da. And I am just leveraging on what you were saying. I was like, why does she make sense to me? And I think what it is, I start where you end, where you.
Well, and let me piggyback on this, because I was a special ed teacher for 16 years. I worked with emotionally challenged high school and middle school youth. I had legal permission to do a full-blown takedown to the ground. I am de-escalation and crisis intervention trained, and I never had a problem with my kids. And the reason was I started every student, even in public school, I interviewed each of them one-on-one privately. And I sat across from them and I put my hand near their tummy. A lot of them were boys, way bigger than me. And I said, I'm going to put my hand near your tummy. Is that okay? And they said, yeah. And I said, I'm not going to read your file. I'm going to work with this part of you. And they'd go, what do you mean, miss? And I say, the middle of your body that's the real you. And they would say, oh, and I said, so I'm not going to read your file until they make me. And I'm going to give you the middle of my body, which is the real me. And then we're going to find together how best to get you out of high school. Are you in? And they would say yes. And so I called it soul speaking. And then in the corporate world, soul speaking is a little less well received. So we moved to the 5 levels of resistance, because most kids came in saying, I hate you, I hate school, and I hate teachers. That's avoid and tolerate. And then I'd go, do you want to graduate? That's accept. Then I'd say, well, who are you? And why are you so mad? That's understand. And then I'd say, tell me more about what you want in your life. That's embrace.
All right, next question. How about we ask Rita a question? Rita, Mama Money. Who's got a question for Rita? Raise your hand or open up your mic.
I got a question. Tell me about your practice around emotional spending.
Practice around emotional spending. Well, my practice around emotional spending, as with most of my teaching, is really about having people be anchored, getting connected and being anchored around their core values. So that this way, it's their core value. I call it a core value compass. When they're in alignment with that compass, they then have the boundaries of what gives them the direction of when they're spending and why. And then that also connects and aligns with their belief cycle. And then I focus on teaching it very specifically on what is their money belief cycle, where did it start, what money stories. So when we get to source, then we can move forward from that and build and create, responses and actions and habits towards success for the results, and not to have it be something of self-deprivation or punishment or negativity, but living in really, I'm going to say, living in that abundant status of what's possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Next question. We've got Troy. How about somebody ask Troy a question? Symmetry Financial. Oh, come on, folks.
Troy, I understand that you're also involved with detox. How about emotional eating? How do you get around that? Because you also got this detox thing going, right?
Yes, emotional eating. That's a great question. And like so many of the other people here, I think it starts with, well, what's leading to that behavior? And those types of things, whether that's emotional spending, emotional eating, whatever it is, typically there's something that I'm dealing with, there's something that's bothering me, and that's how I direct my energy, or that is, for this short-term fix, that's how I deal with it. And so I think the first step is figuring out, why do I do that? And because then it can create a negative feedback loop. So I have this issue, whatever it is, I direct it in this negative manner, emotional spending, emotional eating. Then after fact, I reflect on it and I feel bad about myself because I just ate too much, I just spent too much money. And so then it just repeats. So I think it has to start with some self-assessment. Why am I doing this to begin with? Which is the hard part, because then that means I got to deal with myself and whatever my problem is. And then I got to figure out a more appropriate way to channel my energy, because it's energy being directed in some form or another. So then I just got to figure out an alternate activity to direct my energy into a way that's positive.
All right, next question for Aggie. How about a question for Aggie? I know Art had opened up his mic at some point. Art, are you there?
Yes, I am. Turn my video on. You turn my video off.
There you go.
Okay, start my video. There you go. Do you see me now?
I see you now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I was just kind of chiming into my understanding based on what Janaki said. I mean, it's like we all have different languages and different words to bring meaning to our lives. And what I got frustrated a little bit because I realized that I needed to be more effective in my life. Okay. And so I said, and I need to do that as a matter of habit. And then I reminded myself that didn't I have a book on that? And I had this 7 habits of highly effective people. And I jumped in and, kind of related to what you just said, Janaki, was one of the things that I found myself doing was reacting without having a full, between stimulus and response, having a rich, really creative left brain, right brain. I really relate to everything that you said. How do I actually use my self-awareness? How do I use my imagination? How do I use my conscience? And how do I use my, my willpower to hang in there and add a lot of value to people's lives and my own life? So it's not just a matter of technique of how to engage people in a speech, but how to connect at the heart, how to really communicate that I'm a decent human being and I recognize, I see you and I raise you up as a human being. Okay. And so I'm just really ecstatic. It's almost like I'm being carried on this divine journey, listening to you, Bettina, and everybody here. We all come from a different place, but I'm getting this kind of unified message that that I'm seeking to understand. And one of the habits in this is to seek first to understand and then to be understood. That is such a cool thing, because that opens up a whole new thing about this person really cares for me. Yeah, he made a mistake. He triggered me on this word or triggered me on that word, but he's a cool person. And I do that with Bettina. Bettina and I sometimes don't agree. And we're in that process of kind of doing my stuff on my own. But there's a deep love that I know that she understands, and I understand that she has for me, which creates room to grow. And I think that is what we need to do in the world. That's what we need to do on the planet. Not everybody's the same. Not everyone has to do the same thing that I'm doing, even though I believe in what I'm doing. But not everybody has to do the same thing you do. Okay? What you do need to do is communicate with, hey, this is what I'm seeing. Oh, what are you seeing? Oh, wow, that's cool. I didn't see it from you. You did it, Danica, really well. I didn't see it from that perspective, but I get it. Oh, man, that's such a rich thing. That moves us from antithesis to thesis to synthesis, okay? And then it becomes like a win-win for everybody involved, okay? And so I am just ecstatic that, Spirit has taken me to this path. I'm kind of doing it privately. You asked me to be a part of this mentor thing. I wasn't ready for it. I'm still not ready for it, but I'm ready enough to say that I believe in everybody in this room in every way that you are, making meaning in your life. Okay. That's the gift of this We Empower You Summit, is that there's a lot of room for people to do their own thing, but still be connected with the community. That is so beautiful. And it's such a credit to you, Bettina, in terms of where you're going. Does that make sense?
Yes, and of course, growing and with the help of the likes of you, for sure.
And I want to say something about what Debbie brought out, because I'm certified in trauma-informed care, and Art, you just said something, and Nigel said something, and Troy said something, and Lee. We forget that the body somaticizes our emotion, that the vagus nerve in the body will take the hit for our emotions, and it will cause us to feel out of alignment with our intention and our spirit. And a lot of times addictions occur because people have not fully addressed all the ways they're taking in their pain and their sadness and their loss. And they can have a 40 million hours of head therapy, but if the vagus nerve in the body hasn't released the somaticized trigger, you will still feel depressed. You will still feel unworthy. You will still feel wrong. And so I think it's really important that we look holistically from the physical third dimension in the body, all the way up to Art's beautiful talk about the soul, and Nigel being on this beautiful, we're all teaching each other. I think there's this great integration where we don't want to forget any of the parts.
Yes, and I know Lee has a comment, and then I want to have Aggie answer one of my questions.
Okay, you're right after me, because I was going to ask Aggie about the game of money. Are we living in a holographic Monopoly game? Aggie, can you just explain where you're coming from?
That is one of the most interesting questions I've ever gotten. Are we living? Yes and no. I think what I like about what Rita and Troy are talking about, embracing the idea of money and the emotional side of it, I tend to look at it more of the gaming side. Money is really an interesting topic. It is so personal to people, how they earn it, what they did to earn it, what they can spend it on, and what problems does that solve? How can they lift people up with it? So I really enjoy the topic of money because it means so much to people. Now you go into a life-size Monopoly game. That's one way to look at it. There is a game called the Game of Life, where you're also doing a lot of other things other than buying and selling properties. And I think sometimes it can be fun to look at things like a game. But I also go back to, you need to know where you are on the game board. And so one of the things I tell people is to know your numbers, because if you know where you are today, how many of those dollars do you have in your hand? But can you buy Boardwalk, or are you going to be buying Connecticut Avenue? You know, and what can you put houses on them? Can you build that hotel? You know, are you going to pass go and collect another $200? And then how are you going to build upon that? So you know where you are today, you know where you want to go, and then you figure out the path to get there so that you end up winning the game. So I like that analogy, Liam.
Yes, I love the game of life too. So, you know, we've known each other a number of years now. I think it's going on 10 or thereabouts, and how we found each other is a long story, but you've been there, especially recently for me, and I can't thank you enough. And, you know, I practice this philosophy called, you only get in life what you have the courage to ask for. Ask for a lot, right? And go where you're celebrated, not just tolerated. And, you know, what we're creating here is this really wonderful community. In working with Nigel in the latter part of June, I was able to execute on an idea, a concept, a goal of creating revenue for one 5-day period that multiplied over 52 weeks is $1 million, right? And then most recently, I participated in his other financial miracle challenge just a couple weeks ago. And I realized that mathematically, this concept, when I can replicate that week, 52 weeks out of the year, that's $1 million. When I can replicate that in one day, that's $1 million day. And so what's happened in exercising this philosophy and working with the leaders like yourself and Lee and Nigel and others who are helping me align my message with my money, there's a distinct possibility that in the next 6 months to a year, I'll have $1 million day, right? With just the right approach. So you and I have been talking about this behind the scenes, and you come as a president from an organization, your executive level thinking is what I'm having you answer this question. What are some of the steps to getting straight to the money conversation as it relates to We Empower You?
So some of the steps I would take, and some of them are what we've talked about. We've talked about putting together an in-depth business plan. That also tells the story. You have the number stories and you have the word stories, and building that out so you can sell the organization, not that you're going out to sell it, but sell the concept of the organization to investors, to lenders, to other people who want to be involved. And I think a business plan is a great way to start, because it makes you're doing a lot of things, Bettina, that you could write about. That book that Patrick talks about, do something that is worth writing about. You do that day in and day out. And a business plan, while not a book, it's another type of a written material that is going to tell that story and can actually turn into a book should you want to go that direction. So that's something that we've talked about. I'm also a believer in going back on the financial side of it and being really disciplined. And we've talked about that, where business and personal are separated, and you know where each one is, and you understand how those all work together. And I can see Joanna's nodding her head, because Joanna and I were talking, and she is a bookkeeper, and so we were agreeing on some of these numbers issues. I think the other thing too is, as you're bringing more people into the organization here, and the value that it's bringing, the value of We Empower You continues to go up. And so then we go back to all of these wonderful communicators in the organization. How do we communicate what the value is? If people don't understand what the value is and how to use it, then they're not. So what can we do better in order to communicate the value of the organization? And then they're more excited, they get involved, the value increases, the value of what we've been able to do just over the short period of time that I've been involved. Every month, every week, every month, new people are being involved, new talents are coming into the organization, and everyone is lifting each other up. So now how do we turn that into the real story on how valuable that is, and how much that's worth to everybody more, and it's more than numbers. How is it worth to how we feel about what we're doing, how excited we are to be involved in what we're doing and involved with each other. And I see Nigel's raising his hand, so
Yes,
I'm gonna
I would love
pass this back to you.
Take it away from here, because Nigel's completely exploded my mind into possibility thinking. I mean, I was always a big thinker anyway. I mean, I rubbed two pennies together for many, many years, including back when Aggie and I met. I was creating these amazing 200-person conferences and expos back in the day when I was being funded with sponsors. And then, you know, I had a moment where I kind of pulled back and retracted. And then I came out on my full glory again when COVID reared its ugly head. Nigel, take it away, because I know you have some comments that would be valuable around survival thinking versus flourishing thinking.
Okay, I was trying to ask a question, but it was going to turn into a teaching
moment.
Yes, I'm a natural teacher. So the first thing I want to say is money is a who. Money is a who. And one of the first things I shared with Bettina is to change her questions from how to raise money, what's the strategy, to just straight up who. Like every question regarding money is a who. So who is our ideal customer? Who has the money? Who's an investor? Who's willing to give us money? Who's our fans? Who's our banker? Who's our CFO? Who's our bookkeeper? It's a who thing. But the highest who thing is this question: who is the money? And that's what I said to Bettina. I'd like you to shift everything and go to I am the money. I'm not making money. I am the money. So when Bettina is on stage, the money recognizes her and says, over there, all money, traffic that way. So that's what I wanted to share with the rest of the group. Just know that I'm the money. I see that Lee is the money, and everything she talks about is money. So to me, that's what I hear and see when I'm talking. Then the other thing I was going to ask Aggie for, just to start the dialogue, at least this is the thing I've been thinking about, is the relationship between a spiritual commodity known as value and a three-dimensional commodity known as money. And what I found out is these two are related. And this is the mind shift thing. I'm going to just share it because it's very disruptive. That the word spirit, the word God, the word love, and the word value are all the same words. So if someone says I'm a spiritual being, what they're saying is I'm a value being. I'm a spiritual being having a physical experience. I'm a value being having a physical embodiment. And then the rest of it is getting that value converted into currency, 3D. And so I wanted to say this word, which I really would like to ask Lee and Aggie about. Valuation. That word, to me, is the conversion of spiritual commodity value into tangible 3D currency. And have you got any thoughts about valuation? Just that word and where it applies and where is it applied to We Empower You right now. Valuation.
Okay, well, values. Here's what I think, that everybody here has a lot of good core values. And what I'm finding and seeing is that they're being buried. And what I'm trying to do is show everybody a system where you can tell the world what the values are and why they should be paying attention without financially bankrupting yourself. And that's what happens. If people with really good values then say, buy my product, and then they buy the product, and then they're buried for the next year. So if I can show the people here how to say, here's my voice, and if you go to my website and complete this form, and you're generating revenue by doing it, and also feeding other people business and allowing your voice to get heard around the world and your value system, that's what makes everybody here really world leaders.
Aggie.
So I'm gonna follow on what Lee's saying, because I think what Lee has done is she brings us immense value by how she teaches us to increase monetary value to ourselves. But money isn't the only way to count value. I'd look at time. I would look at energy. We're all energy beings. We all have a finite amount of time that we are going to be in this physical universe before we move on to whatever it is that we believe we move on to, but it won't be here. So how are we spending that? What value are we creating for ourselves? What value are we creating for other people? And I know I've been in in some of your presentations, Nigel, and as we create value, then the money flows. But money is it's a way to count the value. It's not the value. It's just like a grade in school. You learn something whether you get a grade or not. You create value whether to somebody else, and it may not be in the form of $1. It may be in some other form. So it's just one way to keep score and keep count. But I think value is it's just much broader and bigger than that. And we should be looking at how we create value in the world, one person at a time, one action at a time, or on a bigger stage. And all of those ways to create value are important, and they feed our souls and they feed other people's souls. And they also attract then the monetary wealth that then we can do bigger and better things with.
Yes. And, I have to say, I'm having a direct personal experience with reevaluating my value as I move forward with We Empower You. It's been more than a year now, and we've been doing the summits. And I am really leaning into my production team and all of the things that we do for our speakers and the platform that we create here with the summit. And it just, boom, it hit me today. It's like one of the highest values that I bring to our membership is to produce them. To actually produce this event, minus the technical glitches, is its own valuation. Every member gets the benefit of being able to speak on a stage and hone their craft. They can start small and then work their way up. Everybody gets that commercial, that 5-minute commercial as part of the membership. And it literally just is a big wake-up call for me, because I do spend some degree of time on each of the speakers. Some require less time because they're so prepared. I see Nancy Jutton is here, Paulette, Hamill. They're so incredibly prepared. They can just turn on a dime and bam, they were right there. And I know Tiu, as she, on her own self-disclosure, will say she was a retired postal worker and was, in a kind of a recessed position in life. And as she stepped into and is moving into being a public speaker with a story, with a book, in this year's time, she has really, really leveled up her game. And she's like a poster child for what's actually possible. But this is something that's brand new to me. The valuation of producing this summit, producing each and every speaker, because we do the radio show, we do separate promo videos, all of which are assets that people can use. And then through editing, we can actually deliver to each and every speaker a separate video on top of that. So this is the production company that I've had forever under the Bettina Carey Productions. And by the way, it's what really lights me up. I love to bring all you incredible speakers and talented individuals that are across the world together, as the connector, and promoting others is my gift. And it's, winning others over to bring people into the same conversation. So I love that we're here and we're doing this all together. That said, Lee is up and we're kind of running into her time now. And so I'll give her the last word, and then we'll have her take over the screen, and we'll move us back into speaker mode. Last thoughts, Lee.
My last thought is allow me to screen share.
I believe Larry's got that already settled for you, but I will just
Okay.
go in and double.
Host is disabled. Okay, you have disabled my screen share, and now I'm here.
Oh.
Okay, hopefully this will be it. Oh, you can never tell with these things. Okay, do you see my mouse going around this little arrow?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
my goodness.
indeed.
Wonders, wonders, wonders. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Lee, can I ask, do you want camera on or off?
Oh, definitely. Well, as long as I'm not interfering with the actual screen, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay. So, well, this actually, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Debbie's story, and then I'm going to go back. I'm going to go into the reporting thing that we're doing. But I wanted to really ring home in regard to this value thing that everybody's talking about. Now, again, everybody's position is like everybody has so much good information, but they get buried by doing and running out of money. So I'll give you this very simple process again that everybody should try, because it's always what the multi-million-dollar companies do. So the We Empower You membership, the $15.99 membership, it gives you a website platform where your visitor actions creates revenue, and your visitor actions are simply to complete a form sending a company a lead, and you make money. And as I said, I used to make about $50,000 a month from $5 leads. And I had a TV show, and here we're lucky enough under the membership to get a TV show spotlight where you can feature, and I don't call it a commercial. It is what your value, what your message is to the world, what your value is to the world, because that is actually what the sponsor will align with, is your message. And you get to say, hey, here's my message. Listen to it. It's only 5 minutes. Do you want to align with me? And do you want to go big with this? So going to Debbie, we created a website for her, Sign Language of the Body. It is a great water cooler message that will get her on CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC. And she can talk about trusting your gut. And when your gut is off, there are things that you do that, you know, your body will tell you, if you hold this or you do this, you know, your body will tell you, give an indicator of what's going wrong. And if you can read those signs, then you've got a heads up before you get sick. Now, that's Debbie's message. She can tell the world to go to her website, and whatever condition they may have, they will go to that page, complete a referral form where Debbie sends a lead to a coach, which is real, and a coach would be really happy for that lead. But Debbie gets paid $10, $20, $30, whatever the amount is, and that revenue, that liquid money, allows Debbie to go on the next radio show and the next TV show and the next, because she's making money in the background where she doesn't have to do. And that's the beauty of it. So now Debbie's at the stage where she's got her liquid website set up. Now she's got her 5-minute TV show message to the world. And now she's going to connect with a sponsor and say, hey, do you want to sponsor me? Here's my message. And if they say yes, then they send people to her website that produce more liquid money where Debbie's not doing, she's just earning. So right now, the sponsorship package for Debbie, she includes her TV show spotlight, and she says to the sponsor, do you want to sponsor me for $25, $50, $75, or $100,000? Now, maybe they'll say 25. Debbie can call on 10 sponsors. Debbie can call on 10 sponsors and have each sponsor give her $100,000. As long as she's got now the reach of the TV show network, which is 50 million people, potentially, and a website where she doesn't have to do it because she would be buried doing, and she can just refer business to coaches that flourish. So that's that's what I used to do. And that's what I suggest Debbie continue on. Again, her website, her TV show Spotlight, and now sponsorship. And that's what everybody should do. And it's that simple. And if anybody has any questions, they can call me personally. So let's talk about putting different hats on. Let's say, like for instance, like I was saying, the circus is just one of my careers. The real money comes from the Frosted Flakes. And this lion is, are you up for an interview? Because we are entrepreneurs and we wear many different hats. We are not just one thing. And a reporter's hat is a good one to wear, because right now the media is breaking down and average people are now becoming huge media channels. And this is an opportunity because there's such a big shakeup. And if you want to actually write for different outlets, like say the Huffington Post, it can sometimes be hard to break into this area. And they'll also ask, where else are you reporting and all this kind of stuff. So we have created a website that's called Today's News Media. And it is a website where you can feature stories as a reporter. And the todaysnewsmedia.com, it has actually all these mainstream media outlets worldwide. And if anybody wants to add another world outlet, they just tell me. And we have embedded these news stations up to minute news within the Today's News Media. So you can go to the Today's News Media and you can find out right now, okay, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in China, what's happening in Russia, what's happening in NBC. And you click on it and it goes straight there, but you're still on the same website. So when I was pitching a story to the Toronto Star, I walked into the editor's office and I was not a reporter. And when I was pitching the Star, the editor says, do you want to write for the newspaper? And of course, I always know the word to say is yes. And they said, great. So in that moment between this door and that opening, I was not a reporter, and the editor gave me permission to be a reporter. Ironically, the same thing happened to me with the Globe and Mail. Half a year later, I walked in to pitch the Globe and Mail a story, and they said, do you want to write for us? And of course I said yes. So I waited for these companies to make my decision on whether I wanted to report or not. But I can decide right now if I want to be a reporter. And you can today be a reporter of Today's newsmedia.com. And right now you can be a reporter. And there is no reporter obligations to Today's News Media. You don't have to report. You can have the title of a reporter for Today's News Media. You don't have to write a certain amount of stories. You don't have to do certain promotions. Why this website was created, I initially created for myself because of the advantages a reporter has. You make better connections and you can rapidly grow your business. And I'll explain how I'm doing it, and you guys can jump on the bandwagon with this. So as a reporter, you can get personal introductions to the media. So what I do is I watch the mainstream media and alternative news channels too, because they're growing like crazy. And I see who is being interviewed in my industry. Then I connect with them for an interview, because if they're good enough to be interviewed with Fox News, they're good enough to be interviewed by Lee Romanoff of Today's News Media. So when I contact them for an interview and I say I write for Today's News Media, they will grant me 9 times out of 10 an interview. When I'm interviewing somebody, you automatically establish a relationship with them. And like the lion, yes, I work for the circus, but Frosted Flakes is my main money source. I tell them that I also work in doing this in this field, which is probably relating to their field. So we have a really interesting conversation about that. And then I ask them to introduce me to their media contacts. So he may introduce me to her. So then I would contact her and say, look, I was just talking to so-and-so. He said to connect with you. Suddenly now I am referred by somebody of a high profile, and I've just elevated myself to now getting into that circle. It works brilliantly. So your interviews with high profile experts will increase your traffic and sales and credibility. And here's how you do that. You're being interviewed by somebody that's probably being seen by millions of people. You put half your interview on YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, and then you refer to the second part of the interview to go to your website. Then you grab that traffic. The fact that you're interviewing them equals the level of credibility, and people are more likely to buy from you or want to get involved with you because you're interviewing credible people. I mean, I don't know how else to say that. I don't know. So today's news media, if you join as a reporter, we post your stories. So we're just, along with the, the news, breaking news hour, we'll also post your stories. And being a reporter from experience opens doors. Like it's so many, you'd be sitting at a restaurant and, somebody would say, what do you do? And you say, well, I report for today's news media. All of a sudden your dinner's free. But you're walking into a shop, they're asking me what to do. I tell them I'm, reporter for today's news media, you get free clothes. I mean, it's insane. I've had free clothes, free dinners, free travel to Spain. Okay, if I would do a story with them, the advantages are astonishing. It's basically free anything. Now I'll give you another example. There's this tech convention, and I wanted to report on DEFCON, which is where they go in and really find out, what's happening with, computer viruses and what the attacks can be. And these are really super nerd geeks that are at the leading edge of technology. And I have a tech company, and I admire these people. So I called and said, I'm a reporter of, I was a reporter at that time of Toronto Star. So they let me in. They don't check, actually, incredibly, your credentials. And so I got into as a reporter for DEFCON. And it was amazing because I had fascinating contacts. I met experts and other reporters. This was better than going to the conference. I got behind the curtain. I avoided the lines. I got free stuff. I got VIP invitations, and I got special insights to how this whole organization worked. Being a reporter is a free pass to behind the curtain. Now, today's news media also allows you to post press releases, business reviews, scam alerts. Now, if you have clients, this can be a revenue stream for you, because you can just say to your client, look, for $100, I'll do a press release for you. I'll post it on today's news media. You can SEO it, or you can send it to me. I will do the search engine optimization for it, so it comes up in the search. I actually have my SEO certification, one of the few people in North America that actually has a certification. And they will see your press release for them on the search engines. You can also do business reviews. You can say to your client, let me do a business review, charge them $100 to do a business review, and post it on today's news media. You know, you can create revenue streams as a reporter. You can also do, and this is really important, every client that you have, and even you yourself, should do a scam alert on your own business, because anybody that's doing business with you will search your business and scam alert. And this is a way to, when they do an online search about your business and scam alert, that your good review that you've written comes up. And you should do it for your clients, because there are some people that write stupid bad reviews, your competitors, and just write some good reviews, post it on today's news media. Some of the reporters, Bettina, Pierre, Arita, Andre's funny because he said, I want a page, and I want a page and a half, because I want to tell everybody what I do on my business, which is perfect. So Andre says, here, I can do some reporting for you, and here's what I do if you want to talk to me and, you know, get involved in my business. Troy, Tiu, and Helen, and of course, me. So if you want to become a reporter for today's news media, you just go to todaysnewsmedia.com, click on contact a reporter, fill this in, say, hey, Lee, I want to be a reporter. Or call me directly at this number. Now, the only thing I want to tell you is that I've got to get, it costs $100 to get the reporter up on this website as a reporter status. And anybody that, it's an annual membership. So, but anybody that wants a reporter from this summit today, I will cancel the annual membership. It's $100 forever, which is kind of nice. So you can always be a reporter. So you won't have to pay an annual fee. So there you go. Bettina, do we have any questions on being a reporter?
Let's bring up your camera real quick. Thank you so much, Lee. You are a rock star as always, getting everything squared away for us so that we can be whatever we want to be, so to speak. And I love that you used some of our members as examples, and some even of our affiliates, like Andre's an affiliate. So thank you so much. All right, let's open it up for some quick questions, and then we're going to move on to Brian real quick.
Can I ask a question, Bettina?
Yes, Debbie, go right ahead.
Lee, last year I did a summit where I interviewed 21 world health experts. Of the 21, I would say 11 were super well known. But anyway, and they're already like video done. Is that something that could be, you know, to use it?
Yeah, I would. What I would do, Debbie, is I would have half their video.
Right. I heard that, and put it on YouTube, and the rest go to the website.
And then put it on your channel. And I would also include it, into the Today's News Network. And we can do a whole health section.
That'd be pretty cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Debbie, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but you can download the script, the transcript from every YouTube video that you put up on YouTube. So even if you didn't produce it in YouTube, but you upload it to your YouTube channel, there's a transcript that YouTube creates, and that is amazing. It requires some significant editing because it doesn't capitalize anything, and there's no grammatical punctuation, and people sometimes double speak a sentence, but it's really, really invaluable to get the transcript for blogging purposes and creating posts, Facebook, social media posts. So that is very useful. So next up, I'm going to be bringing up Brian Gregory once more. And I want to say a great big thank you to Lee for being there as the floor for the income activator, because that is what we're bouncing off of. And without you, we would not have a We Empower You. So the two of us met several years back, and this is what's come of it. Thank you so much, Lee.
We gotta be more careful.
Yeah, when I pick up people in New York, right? We were actually at a big Steve Harrison conference where we met. And what was that? About a $10,000 experience.
That turned into
We don't charge with
$49,000.
$15.99. He charges like $10,000.
Yeah.
All right. So let me get my graphic up here. Just one quick second. We've already introduced Brian, but I'm going to introduce him in a little bit different way at this point because he's sent me over a little bit of different copy that I can use for this particular session. So let's bring you up again. These slides are so tiny when they're in the virtual side of things. So, okay. This just helps me with editing down the line. So thank you for bearing with me, folksies. Okay, so let me bring back to the stage Brian Gregory. Did you know that every brand and every business has unique emotional formulas that will set its product services better than any other method? The big brands know theirs, but small businesses rarely are shown what to do. Brian Gregory, the creator of the Admanity Protocol, will show us why small brands should market just like the big brands and how to do it exactly. See actual before and after examples of how he fixes small business ads on a local level to mirror what billion-dollar brands do every single day. Only 15 human emotions have sold every product on earth. In this segment, Brian Gregory, creator of the Admanity Protocol, shows some of the most famous ads ever created. You'll not only learn why they worked, but how to use the same formulas for your own brand. You'll find out how to get a personal Zoom consultation with Brian Gregory to discuss how to catapult your brand using the Admanity Protocol too. And of course, we used the Admanity Protocol while we were building the We Empower You brand. I know you have some comments built into your program about that. Welcome to the stage, Brian. It's great to have you back.
Well, thanks, Bettina. It's great to be here as always. It's always fun to see all the other people on the call because I know the names and faces of the people who've already been through Admanity and who have their Admanity reports and they've been through the protocol, and it's just cool, just a cool group of people. For those of you who might be new here, hang out and listen to what all these people have to offer. Just everybody's got a cool factor here today, and it's some good stuff. And if you saw my earlier segment earlier today, I focused on local ads, and I want to share with people why certain local ads weren't working and how we might have fixed them up and how you can improve any ad. Really, sometimes all you have to do is just declutter it and focus it on one thing instead of 25 things, as most of us like to do. But today I'm going to share with you some of the biggest ads ever made. And the mistake I don't want you to make here is to think I don't have anything in common with these companies. These are billion-dollar iconic brands. And what I'm going to share with you just before we show some of the before and afters and how they did it is that almost every one of these brands was near broke at one point, teetering on bankruptcy, stock price plummeting, getting beat up by their competition. So today we look at them and we say, oh, they're so successful, they're so rich, they're so this, but boy, in the day when they had to scrap, they almost didn't make it. And a lot of brands don't make it. We never hear about the ones that don't make it. We just hear about the ones that do, because once they find the formula that sells their brand the best, they rarely deviate from it. They just turn up the volume, right? Once you get something that works, if a slot machine's paying off, well, you just put in more coins and get more money, right? So it's very rare that you see these huge brands switch gears. And what we study at Admanity are the gears that cause them to go from zero to superhero. Because at the time they implemented these changes, they weren't doing well. Then they made the changes and all of a sudden they were doing well. And they didn't change the product one bit. So it was the marketing, it was the message, it was the advertising that caused all those billions of dollars to flow into them. And that just fascinates me, that you can just turn your ad volume knob over to the right a little and go from an absolutely unknown brand to $1 billion brand. And I know a lot of us here today are not trying to be $1 billion brands, but it'd be nice to be $1 million brand, wouldn't it? Or a $10 million brand, or a $100,000 brand if you just started. Anything's better than nothing. And what most local businesses do is the wrong thing. So we're going to show you some of the right things that some of the big guys have done. Listen, they paid millions of dollars for these formulas. They paid ad agencies outrageous amounts of money to create them. And now we get to take them. We can actually use them. We can model them for our own business, because everything that I'm going to show you today, right here, right now, can be adapted to a very small local business, because emotions aren't just for the big companies, and useful words aren't just for the big companies, and colors aren't just for the big companies. They're for all of us. It's all free. Everything out there that I'm going to share with you was just a thought in some ad guy or gal's head at one point. And some of the ads met with resistance when they were tried, and some of the big brands didn't even think they would work. So I want to share some with you today. So Bettina, am I set up for sharesy wearsy here? It says I'm disabled. Some of you have seen me do this. You probably think I'm disabled anyway, because I don't seem to ever make this work. But Bettina, can I?
Let me check in with your hosting status. Just a second.
Boost my status, make me invincible, make me ruler of this event for exactly 30 minutes, and then take it away from me.
Okay, your co-host
Rip it
again.
from my hands.
Not sure how that happened.
All right, here we go. The We Empower You Summit, session number 2. So just enjoy this. This all happened. Every bit of it is true. I'm going to share with you some backstories as well. This is how some of the biggest brands in the world became the biggest brands in the world. And then I'm going to share with you how you can do it too. All right. So if you're a tech company like AdVanity, the first thing you have to do is you have to have a real fancy techie logo. And here it is. Ain't that cool? The AdVanity protocol is our software product that will show you, any business, how to do it. What is AdVanity? It's very simple. It's just advertising, and we combine that with the word humanity. There it is. That simple. It's our own word. We made it up. It's AdVanity. We've been featured on over 200 websites now, all over the place. And I've been featured as a guest on I don't know how many podcasts, because what we do is really one of a kind. We'll get to that in a minute. First, I want to share our mission with you. We are on a mission to help 1 million small businesses. Now that sounds like a lot, but there's about 30 million small businesses out there. So we would just be making a dent if we did that. But most every small business does not know what you're about to learn. And if they could be shown the steps to creating winning ads, winning messages, winning emails, winning social media posts, they would be so much better off, and their people would be so much happier. So we're going to get into it. And first thing I'm going to share with you, and some of you already know the answer to this question: what creates all sales? I don't care what you sell. I don't care what product. I don't care what service. What makes somebody want to buy it? Anybody? Emotions. We are built with a toolbox of emotions, and we have been that way for thousands of years. And this is really what moves the needle. This is what makes the money. It's not facts. It's not data. It's emotions. Your subconscious mind, like the girl on the left, has all of the emotional componentry in your brain. Your fears, your habits, your phobias, the things that make you excited, the things that make you look forward to things, and things that make you happy. Everything that's emotional is in your subconscious, and that is the decision-making part of your brain, believe it or not. The other side, the conscious brain, that's where all the information gets processed and sort of routed to where it needs to go. Now, we all think that we're Sherlock Holmes. We identify with the information side. Right now, we're using the information side to assimilate all what I'm saying to you. Hopefully, you're getting emotional and you kind of like me a little bit, but either way, the information cannot be acted upon. It can only be processed. And so when we design an ad that just has nothing but information, facts, figures, dates, and rational thought, that you end up like this guy here on the right, with your brain explodes because it can't really do anything with it. And this is the way most small businesses design their ads. I know I've fixed thousands and thousands of ads, and they're all doing this most of the time. Tell me everything about my business. It's a book report. Look at all the cool things I can do. Whereas over on the other side, maybe you just show a small child licking an ice cream cone, and all of a sudden the emotion overtakes us and we want to buy the ice cream. It's just so much simpler to stay on the subconscious level. And we'll show you how some of the big brands have done it. One of the biggest, coolest examples I can give you, we all seen these two guys. It's Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock, of course. Now, Captain Kirk is the emotional captain, right? And Mr. Spock is logical and rational. For every decision there is, Mr. Spock tries to make, half the time they end up wrong. The decisions have to be made by the captain. He's in charge. And it's similar to your brain. Now, if Captain Kirk was on your sales team, he would be the star of it. He would be the best salesperson you could ever have. His charisma, charm, and emotionality. If Spock was on your sales team, you'd fire him within 30 days. He wouldn't be able to move the needle, wouldn't sell a darn thing, because he's logical and rational and kind of dull. The persuasive side of everything is emotional, and the resistance side of everything is rational. So if your ads aren't working, it's too rational. If your emails aren't pulling, they're too rational. If your salespeople aren't closing, they're speaking too rationally, meaning too intellectually, too much data, too much facts, not enough emotion. You're not triggering what makes people buy. And that's what Ad Vanity focuses on, is what makes people buy stuff. Because if you're in business, that's pretty important information, isn't it? So don't sell like Spock, doesn't really work. 95% of the consumer purchase decision-making is in your emotional subconscious mind, the mind you don't think about. That comes from Harvard. I trust Harvard. 95%. This is a validated statistic all over the world. Your subconscious is where all the money is. That's where the credit cards are. In your consumers, in their subconscious. We show you how to speak to the subconscious. These are the emotions of the subconscious. Think of it like the language of the subconscious mind. These 15 emotions, you won't find any surprises here. This isn't something new from an MBA and psychobabble or anything like that. That, you know, anybody can understand what temptation is. I think everybody knows what approval means. Everyone knows what authority is, what service is. Affinity is just happiness, admiration, ambition, prestige. We all know what those are. So you're not going to see anything here that's going to blow your mind. However, these emotions have sold everything on earth, and they will continue to do it for as long as there's things to sell. So rather than chasing technology, maybe just learn how to use these, huh? They will either give you confidence in the brand, they will give you comfort to make the decision, they will give you control over what you might have felt was uncontrollable, they will challenge you to do better and get more and aspire, or they will change you in some way. This is what makes product move. You will feel one of the 5 C's just before you whip out the credit card and purchase. The difference is that what Ad Vanity shows you is which of these 15 squares work together to make the sale, and we customize them to your brand. That's what's cool. It's not a guessing game. It's not a dartboard. We'll show you the exact ones that work for you. And what we did is we studied 100 years of advertising, all the best ads, like I said, some you're going to see today, but we only studied the ones that broke through, right? We didn't study all the ads. There's millions of them. Most ads, even from a lot of big companies, didn't work. Okay, so don't feel bad if you have an ad somewhere in your past that flopped. The biggest brands in the world have done it, but we studied the ones that worked because those are the ones you want to use, right? Those are the ones you want to figure out how to adapt for your company because they made them billionaires. So take a look at the flat line there. Nothing much is happening. Think of it as your brand or any brand in the world. And then all of a sudden a new ad comes out and boom, something is going to happen. They've switched gears. It's the same exact product. Everything I'm going to share with you today, they didn't change the product. They just presented it differently. They used the right formula instead of the wrong one, and massive success. So much success that it's hard to believe that all they did was just adjust the formula. So why did these brands grow so incredibly fast? Let's take a look at some of these brands, and I'll share with you what they did. Absolute Vodka. Now, When they came out, it was from Sweden. Nobody wanted a Swedish vodka. The liquor distributors gave them a reception that would chill a glass. 2% market share for Absolute, and not a penny more. They weren't going to give it to them. And Absolute grew in 4 years from 2% to 47% market share. Took the #1 imported vodka in the United States and became the #1 vodka in the world in 4 years. How did they possibly do that? Well, Absolute created an ad with just 2 words. Again, the best advertising is usually simple. And this is an example of it right here. They compared themselves to really cool, interesting things because vodka from Sweden sounded boring. They were even accused of having a boring bottle, but they created 1,500 ads. They didn't stop. They ran ads for 2 decades and they just kept them coming. And this is called symbolic metaphor. And that's how they do it. Now we show you how to do that inside your AdVanity materials. Anybody can do this. This is such a simple technique. Simply elevate your brand by comparing it to something else. Now, how about Axe? Axe was a failing brand in Europe under a different name. They brought it over to the US because they wanted to try something different. And they ran a different formula for Axe here, and it captured 72% of a $5 billion market in just 5 years, dominating the body wash market. And then Old Spice came along and said, hey, we're tired of Axe kicking our butts. Let's use the same formula against them. And they did the exact same thing, only they flipped the script and now they took the market share right back from Axe. How did they do it? This is what they did. All of our formulas are 1 + 2 = 3. That's our simple little way to remember them. So they used approval. The women in all of the ads approved of the product. So they just showed overwhelming approval for the fragrance or whatever the product did. And then the men became the desirable, admirable objects of desire. And so the men were always the stars of the show in the ads. And that is an attraction formula, something that makes us change for the better, an attraction brand. Obviously, fragrances and things like that make us more attractive. And this is how they did it. And they created billions in sales overnight, and they did it over. And I've got so many examples of brands that have used the same formula. It just always works. Marlboro, interesting story. Back in the 50s, everybody smoked something. It was just a question of which brand did you smoke. And no matter what you think of smoking, imagine if this was your brand. For 30 years, it's failed. It is the worst selling cigarette in America, the worst, no question about it. They're at the bottom of every survey. They changed the ad. The cowboy comes out, and this is what happened for them. They had to come to where the flavor is, come to Marlboro country. There's our little list of emotions. And here's how they did it. They showed admiration or envy for the cowboy lifestyle. The cool guy had life handled. This was a post-World War II America where a lot of men were still trying to find their way, and they liked the idea of being just that cool. And you had to change, come to where the flavor is, you got to change. So they wanted you to switch to their brand. And this is a temptation archetype. This is the temptation archetype is about things you want. You don't necessarily need them, but you kind of crave them. And that's how they did it. Now, they went from the worst selling cigarette to #4 right away. They became the #1 brand. They went from 15 million in sales into 5 billion. This is in 1950 dollars, folks. Is now the #1 cigarette brand in the entire world, and it grosses more than all its competitors combined. And they did not change the cigarette one little bit. That's the same cigarette from 1950. It's just the marketing. It's just the formula. They were the first to do it. They took the market instantly. Now, Geico, Government Employee Insurance Company. That's what it stands for. Nobody knows that because it's one of 2,000 obscure brands just a couple decades ago. Now it's the #2 insurance company in the USA. How did they do it? Well, save time, right? 15 minutes could save you 15%. So a short amount of time, save some money. Everyone likes that. That's the ambition trigger. And then we add affinity because they're always funny commercials, and the gecko's cute and the caveman cute and the pig is cute. You know, it's all just to make you like the brand because nobody likes insurance. And that is the approval brand, where all of the brands are similar, yet they trade based on their approval in the marketplace. Let's face it, car insurance is about the same all over town. It's just the one you pick. So they wanted you to pick them. That is a formula for an approval brand. 1 + 2 = 3. How did FedEx go from a company that was getting beat bankrupt practically, couldn't even make payroll. There's a famous story where they gambled their checking account in Las Vegas just so they could make the payroll. This company was hurting for certain, and they ran one commercial, changed their game. John Moshida here, the fastest talking person in the world, to show how fast their service was, overnight delivery. And it changed their whole game when it absolutely positively has to be there overnight. That is affinity, makes you laugh. If you go to YouTube and watch this commercial, just type in FedEx commercial. This is the funniest commercial you'll ever see. Combined with the authority of that positively, absolutely is going to get there. And that's a service brand, it's a brand that does a task for you. They went to the #1 position. They are still #1. They dominate the world. And it was all because of the formula they used in the ads. It's a very simple change from what they were doing before. Here's an amazing story. How did Volkswagen become the best-selling car in the history of all cars? Well, they came over after World War II, and this was a car made by Germany in a post-World War II America. You can imagine the warm reception it got. Has 25 horsepower, and it's ugly. And they don't have any money on top of that. Volkswagen didn't, it's basically a destroyed company because of the war. So they had scraps, and they made the cars from scraps and brought it over here and thought, well, maybe we can sell some cars. This is how they did it. They showed that the car was a lemon. You can see the ad. That's their funny way of saying, we won't sell a bad car. And all of their ads were funny and cute. And they just told the honest truth. Hey, it can't be done. It won't do that. It can't do that either. It'll never be fast like that car. They made fun of their own product, and that was funny. And that was a breakthrough at the time. Now, that's another approval formula. Now, here's what most people don't know about Volkswagen. Did you happen to know that they also own Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, and Bentley? They own all of those luxury brands because Volkswagen, oh, this is great. The General Motors and Ford really blew it here. After the war, General Motors and Ford were actually offered Volkswagen for free. They said, hey, if you want the factories and everything, all the equipment, you can just have it. It's a spoil of war. We won. They lost. Take the factory. They said no, they would not do it. And those companies passed. Now look what they missed out on. Ford revenues last year, 127 billion, not bad. Hey, it's nice to make a little bit of money. Oops, I'm sorry. Been having that problem today. Here we go. Ford revenues, 127 billion. GM, 122 billion, obviously doing really well. Guess what Volkswagen did? 300 billion. They're now the largest car manufacturer in the world. They could literally buy Ford and GM, and these two companies turned them down. And they did it with those simple black and white ads. That's the whole reason they grew. Why did these companies grow so fast? Because they had emotional formulas, and they hit them right on the money. Now, we have all these formulas in Admanity. There are hundreds of formulas that have been proven to work inside our algorithm, so to speak. And small businesses should advertise just like the big guys. There's no difference, except you're going to spend a small amount of money. That's the only difference, because your customers are emotional. They operate just like anybody else. And whether it's Pepsi-Cola or the local, soda fountain, doesn't matter. If it's refreshing and it looks good, you will have the same emotional reaction to both ads. So we teach you how to do it like the big guys. And this is what we call our brand analysis algorithm. So what it consists of is a 5-minute test. We ask you about 40 questions, true, false, real simple, real easy. Anybody can take this test, but it's calculating 1,600 things while you're doing it. Then we share our results with you instantly. You'll know what your brand should be to the world. In other words, how should it present? What are its characteristics and its traits? How should it best be presented to the world? Most people have no idea until we point it out to them. You have a personal portal. This is digital. This is yours 24 hours a day. You can go there and read your materials and a whole bunch of free information, videos and stories and how they did it type of reports. It's very interesting. And then, of course, your brand attraction report. This is your report, custom for your brand, your emotions, your strategies, your tactics. What should they be? We will point them out to you. As if an ad agency had taken months to analyze your brand, we do it in 5 minutes. That's why we've been on over 200 websites. The formulas, the upsells. How about your copywriting? Could that use a tune-up? We'll show you exactly how to do it. Even the colors, the win backs, that's when you lose a customer. How do you win them back? And the psychology of your customers and what gifts should you buy them? They don't want a box of candy most of the time. Just a clue. We also have Admanity U. It's a never-ending masterclass filled with even more free videos and podcasts and how-to information. And because you're with Bettina's group today, you get a personal consultation with myself whenever you like it. After you get your Admanity materials, it's $1,000 value. We'll talk about anything you want. Talk about your tests, your branding. Show me some ads you've done. I'll give you my opinion. Anything I can do to help you during that consultation, I'll be happy to do it. Coming up next is Picmanity. This will launch in about another month. So if you get in with us, you'll get this for free. Picmanity is unlimited access to 170 million stock photos. You don't have to buy an expensive stock photo membership if you don't want to, because we've got plenty of photos here and they're $5 each. You can buy 1 or 100. It doesn't matter. There's no minimums, no subscriptions. That's coming soon. And I'm real excited about this. So everything you get is $397, not $397 a month, not $397 with a big fat upsell coming your way. Just one time, $397. You get 16 advertising formulas ideal for your brand, not some basic stuff that worked for somebody 20 years ago. The stuff that will work for your brand right now. Your ghost library is all the words and the phrases, the metaphors you should be using that you may not be. You get your upsells, your win backs, your colors, your gifts, the psychology. This is all for We Empower You members. You get unlimited access to Admanity U. Other people don't get that, but you do for a full year. And you get the free consultation with me whenever you need it. And the free report today, we'll give that to everybody on the webinar today. And that's the address that you go to. Admanity.com/We Empower You. That's what starts your journey. Now, we're a member of We Empower You, but you have to go to either this website or go on Bettina's website to get into this link. So if you want to just use this one here, that's fine. You'll get they both lead to the same place. And this is $397. Save $4,000 today, and you get 30 days, believe it or not. We actually give you all this stuff for free to look at. You can cancel before 30 days and you get a complete refund if you want, but we let you see everything and then you get to make up your mind. So I think that's really nice, and we don't get too many refunds, so I'm not worried about it, but you could if you wanted to. And you'll get your own copy of How Emotions Sell Everything. This is such a cool little booklet. This will open your eyes to how it really works, folks. It's not as difficult as you think. And most people think it's so difficult to create winning ads. This will show you exactly how it's done. Again, admanity.com/We Empower You. The whole price is less than, well, it's about $1 a day. So if your business can afford that, I think you can afford that. I think you're worth $1 a day to get all of the answers for your brand. I hope you feel the same way. We are doing this to help small businesses just like you, because this kind of information would never be available on the street. And to my knowledge, there's no other website in the world that you can go to get this. And with that, I will stop my screen share. And I thank you so much for listening. As always, you guys are so polite. And Bettina, I guess my time is done.
Yes, and thank you so very much, Brian. You did the back-to-back presentations, and everything about Admanity works, okay? We tested for We Empower You. We tested Johnny, Lauren, and I for our radio program, our podcast that we're developing, and we got 2 separate results, right? So this is something that will save you time and money. And if you want to hire an expensive ad agency, give me a call. If you want to take something that's really reasonable, cheap cup of coffee a day, I would say go for Brian and Admanity Protocol. Thank you so much, Brian. It's great to have you back as always.
Thanks, Bettina. Pleasure as always.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have our breakout sessions. And so I'm so excited to be bringing up some new presenters So we're going to end at 7 for this group. So we're going to need to talk really, really fast. So let me bring up my screen real quick with all of the, the presenters. This takes a moment to configure. So give me one more second here. I'm going to be talking about, first and foremost, whose slide is handy. Let's see who the winner is at this point in the day. I can't believe we're already towards the end of the day. Crazy. All right, Moria, you get to be the lucky one. So first up, and Moria has a hard stop at 7 o'clock for anybody who's going to join Moria. And I love your photo here, Moria, because this is quite an interesting outfit that you have on. And but your story goes a little deeper than might appear to the naked eye, so to speak. So Moria Vestin went from a busy life on an Iowa farm, one of 9 children, to a year in the convent, her BA in English, and teaching sophomores to second graders. She was an event coordinator and admission director at nursing homes, a life coach and communication trainer and author. Check out her pleasuresandponderings.com website and her book, excerpts. And she earned her MA in adult education and was a columnist for 16 years. Her blogs are at moriavestin.com/blog. It is with great honor and pleasure I get to introduce you, Moria. Go ahead and say a few words about your topic.
Okie dokie. I love talking about all the possibilities there are when you're really aware of good communication, about connecting with people and about listening. Some things that seem obvious when you're talking about them, but we're going to do practice because I don't just want people to hear words. I want us to practice things that will make your communication more easy and confident.
Thank you. All right, and next up I have Lori Sugawa Whaley. Lori is a 3rd-generation Japanese-American baby boomer and a descendant of the samurai warrior. Marriage, family, and life kept her occupied. In 1982, Lori and her husband journeyed to Japan and her life was changed. The heritage she once scorned became her newfound focus. She is passionate about her Japanese culture now. In 2005 and 2007, Lori was rear-ended, suffered traumatic brain injury, and was reading at a 7th grade level. Determined to overcome her circumstances, she set a goal to write a book for recovery. The new edition of that book, Let the Samurai Be Your Guide, was released March of 2020 by Tuttle Publishing. Welcome, Lori. Say a few words. Welcome, welcome. You might have to unmute.
There. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay. As Bettina says, I'm Lori Sugawa Whaley, and I am the samurai woman, having overcome traumatic brain injury. And today I'm going to be talking about ikigai. And ikigai is the Japanese concept of finding your worth, what you are passionate about. And I found it just a few months ago because I was looking, I'm going to have a coaching program, which I'm going to release in October, but there are 3 parts of it. And I couldn't figure out what the name of how to find your meaning in life. And then I found it, it's ikigai. But you know what? The ikigai, it could be anybody really, no. Ikigai is a Japanese name. And I love it. I've got the Venn diagram to show everybody how they can find their ikigai. And I believe that's why our prisons are populated. I believe that's why a lot of people are just going, not acting rationally these days, because they don't know what their purpose is. If a person knows their purpose, they will be productive, like most of us here on this call. And so that's what I would love to share with you and anybody that you would know, because I'm up here, I'm very Japanese. I may not look it, but I just love sharing the Japanese way of life and the Japanese philosophy. Thank you.
And one more, I think. Okay, and next up, Rita Bokutsi. I read your promo earlier. Tell us a little bit about your program tonight.
My program tonight is about the 5 pillars to know what smart money people know. And so that we can get actionable and achievable steps to reliable and resilient resources about how to make, grow, and keep money. So this way we can stop that old systemic way of being taught about money and expecting different results, and empower ourselves to explore, embrace, expand, and engage, creating our own financial positioning to flourish financially.
I love it. So we are now at the 6:30 mark. I'm just checking, make sure. I think I have one more speaker besides Paulette. Let's see who else is on here for the docket tonight. Give me 1 second. Scrolling here. We got Lori, we've got Rita, we got Moria.
Brian and Paulette.
Brian, yes, Brian already went, so we're good on Brian.
Okay.
And thank you so much for that. And then Paulette. All right, let me bring up Paulette's screen here. Just one quick second. This always just takes a minute to find. Believe it or not, these are really tiny little images, and I really need my glasses to look things up. So Paulette, while I'm trying to find your introduction, go ahead and explain your session.
Sure. My session today is about connecting legacy and lifestyle for impact-driven entrepreneurs. If you're looking to scale a legacy business and create legacy lifestyle, then I will show you how to put more life in your years, as they say, feed your soul, and fulfill the dreams you forgot you had. So in other words, it's going to be a session about discovering that someday is not a day on the calendar. And once again, my name is Paulette Hamel, the Legacy Lady, and we'll be talking about all things legacy.
Fantastic. And your formal introduction, welcoming to the stage Paulette Hamel, Legacy Life Mentor and Love from Above founder. Paulette Hamel has guided high-achieving entrepreneurs who once struggled to scale their life or feed their soul to find out some days are not a day on the calendar. With her uncanny ability to see and reflect the brilliance of legacy in others, Paulette has helped open the door for big names and businesses on the rise to realize true success doesn't like what's in your own bank account, but in how you have elevated and supported others, paid it forward, and left a meaningful legacy. Her topic: creating legacy, creating a business that lasts, designing lifestyle that you love, and how to do that. Having more confidence, being in community, and giving and contributing. Welcome, Paulette. You're going to be in the main room, and that room is going to be number 4, because Brian's actually already taken his turn. So let's go ahead and move everybody into the room. I've put on some music while we do this part of our process. Bear with us.
So that we're letting them choose.
Which room is Rita going to be in? Hang on one quick second. We're assigning the rooms. Just one quick second here. It just takes a minute here. Okay, so Rita, you're going to be, so
should be 3.
Should be 3. And Lori's going to be 1. I'm going to be, I'm sorry, 2.
2.
I'm going to be 1 with Paula. 4 is Moria.
Okay,
So Moria's 4. Paulette, you're actually going to be in 1.
In 1, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Paulette's staying in 1. So if you want to listen to Paulette, just stay in this room. Otherwise, Lori, go to number 1. Is that 1? No, I'm sorry, number 2. And Rita is number 3. Does that make sense, everybody? Choose your own room. Hang tight. Hang tight, Paulette, rather. All right, folks, go ahead and move to whatever room you prefer. And if you need some help to do so, let us know.
How do you do that?
Okay, so Ingrid, go ahead and type in the chat which room you want us to move you to. It should have popped up.
Okay.
But if it doesn't pop up, we can help you. And
Okay.
anybody else needing a moment. And speakers, make sure you hit record.
Oh.
Ingrid, who do you want to go in with?
Room 3.
Room 3, I'll take you there, right there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Am I in there?
No, you're getting moved. There you go. You're getting moved.
Oh, join, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
There you go.
And Janet and Bettina, I can't share my screen.
Okay, we'll give you permissions.
So do I leave now?
No, you're going to go to your room, but we'll give you permissions before you go.
Oh, and then do I leave?
Yep, go ahead and go to your room.
Oh, can you put me in room
We'll
one?
move you. We'll move you. We'll move you. Don't worry.
Oh, you'll move me?
Yeah, we'll move you.
Oh, thank you.
Record.
Can I move to room 5?
Nigel, who did you want to see? You're muted.
Paulette.
Paulette? Okay, let me take you there. Well, why can't I move you? Oh, you're in her room right now.
Oh, this is Paulette. Okay.
Oh, you should see something that says join on your screen.
We can move you. Just put in the chat where you want to move to.
He's in the right room. He just hasn't joined the room. And Paulette, we're waiting the same thing on room 1.
Yeah, on mute Paulette.
How do you join?
I think we're in it.
If you want to be in the main room, this is the main room with Paulette.
Okay.
Paulette is coming back. Hang on just a second for her.
Okay, I'm here.
There you are.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, Paulette, take it away.
So I want to make sure we didn't lose There was a woman in the room with me. And we had
Do you remember what her name was?
her name is it's Carey.
Okay, I will make sure Carey comes to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you. All right, then I'll just go in and give you guys a little bit of an intro, everybody that's here. So thank you for spending time with me. And what I want you to do is listen closely to these words. I inspire experienced, impact-driven entrepreneurs to be inspired to put adventure, soul nurturing, and discovery on equal footing with money-making efforts. By legacy, right? By creating legacy. So would it surprise you to know that people's ambition has plummeted from 54% in 2020 to 42% as of March 2021 this year? And there's a simple way to reverse that, which is by creating legacy. So as Bettina, Master Nigel, Patrick Snow, and Nancy Jutton have all shared today, your voice is your moneymaker. Words matter. Get your message out. Well, create legacy. I have the tools to give you to speak confidence, to speak significance, to speak in community, and to provide contribution. And that would create legacy business and a legacy life, right? It's about creating impact that will last generations. This is not an end of life prep program. It is something called a legacy creator. In that program, I teach ways to create abundance and fashion the right fit for your future in my Facebook group called the Women of Significance. And I'm live on Facebook each week, Mondays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you wish to get additional information or connect further. So I'd like to open up the floor to everybody that's here. We can talk about anything legacy. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. And if you're interested, at the end of this, I have a gift that I'd like to give to all of you, which is an exact roadmap, some tools and distinctions to wake up rich, right? With memories and moments that matter most. It's the experiences that matter. And I will provide you with the link to that at the end. So I can go across the top if you like. I can start with
I have a question. Yeah,
sure.
Okay. What is the top, if you were to give somebody the top 2 ways of starting a legacy, what would they be?
So to start a legacy would be first to clear the mindset to be prepared for a legacy and to get out that it's an ending activity. This is a beginning lifestyle, right?
I don't understand that.
If you're looking for strategy to be able to start legacy, the first thing you want to do is to be able to have conversation. Second thing you want to be able to do is to learn the art of saying no. Those are 2 steps that will lead you to creating something that will last.
When
right?
you say conversation, what do you mean? Like what kind of conversation and to who?
Sure. So this would be communication with a coworker, somebody in business. It could be with family members that are not able to discuss topics of conversation that involve leading, for example, a legacy business. What does that mean? We're talking about being able to create a succession plan. Who would be the next in charge? Who's the person of responsibility you're going to pass your information to in order to have it continue? If we're talking on the other side, which is personal, and you're talking at a lifestyle level, are there assets? Are there things that you want to leave? That's part of it. The other half of that is, have you communicated wishes that you want to have to take place before, during, and after your life?
Okay, so now how do you create, like, is there a creation of legacy without considering that you're going away?
Absolutely, yes. There are 3. Yes, my process is built on 3 pillars. First one is confidence, second one is community, and the third one is contribution. Having that confidence to be able to have conversations and run plans or systems that are going to be able to put in place distinctions that have to take place for activities to proceed, for the business to continue or to go on a path of growth before selling, if that's one particular avenue. On the other side is to be able to pass assets or create assets or grow those assets. And that will lead to community. The community are people that you bring together that are either like-minded or prepared to be in place to receive these responsibilities that you're going to pass on. That community can be built in several different ways without getting into the nitty gritty. It can be online, offline. There's a lot of different ways to approach that conversation. That community builds a pool, if you want to call it that, of technique and strength to be able to provide contributions. So I'm talking far beyond philanthropy. Philanthropy is a section of it, but if you're going to create a school, you're going to have the ability to be able to say, build or replicate yourself in order for this learning, this knowing that you have established over your years to pass on to other people. That contribution would be in perpetuity. And that is the point of having legacy.
Okay. Can you give me a real live example of somebody that wants to create legacy while growing their business and then considering the death aspect later?
Yes. So I have a client who is in their 30s and decided that they wanted to reverse the tithing that they grew up with. Tithing as in a religious institution, donating 10% of their income. They want to live off of 10% of their income and donate 90%. So we started a strategy to be able to create a nonprofit. The nonprofit grew into a school in Africa out of Kenya. Within Kenya, this school has grown from 1 to 15. They are now going into their 15th school, first one being built for all girls. This legacy that she wanted to put together to be able to leave, in this case, it happens to be in Africa, even though they are based out of Canada, and even though they're founding members and additional funding members are actually in the United States. So this was a conglomerate collaboration. We did this through networking. We did this through talking to different people in a high level. I have something called an inner circle, and that Legacy Creator Inner Circle has put together the brains and the funding and the opportunity for people to have discussions to be able to share these ambitions and these goals and create legacy paths that involved numerous parties, even though it was the responsibility, the dream, and the opportunity of this one particular woman.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nigel, Master Nigel.
That was actually going to be my question. Assuming that someone had not given this any thought whatsoever, and I was coming in blank, I wanted to hear an example of someone where, let's just say they did not even met you.
That hasn't even met me?
Yeah, they've never even, legacy had not even crossed their minds.
Right.
And then they meet you, and then you talk, and then this happened. Do you have any of that? Or the people that approach you already have legacy on their mind, and they just happen to meet you?
Yes, I run or have a Facebook group, a private Facebook group. And within there, every day, I am receiving people that do not know me, that have heard the message, and they come from two places. They're either in a crisis mode and going through a situation, personal, and are looking for legacy help because they hear that word and they don't want to go to a funeral home, they don't want to go to a cemetery, but they want to talk to somebody in that line of work. And there's the other side, believe it or not, it's young people in their 20s to 30s. And they're saying, I have children, I have assets. I've gone through a horrific year and a half. I don't have work right now. I'm going to stay home and be with my kids. They can't get them back to school. We all know the situation of the pandemic. Those people have turned around and said, I need to think about this because I don't want to lose what I have and not be able to pass it to my children. And this incredible resurgence of going into business online, and they're saying, well, now I have something that I want to pass to my children that can grow and is growing, and I want to be able to have somebody take this over for me. I hope that's answering your question, but there are those people that I do not know from all walks of life, from all different countries, that are within this Facebook group, which is the platform I'm using at the moment.
And again, just thinking from blank. I don't actually know what legacy means.
Right.
What is the definition of legacy?
Is more
Period.
four? Okay.
Oops, if somebody could mute themselves. There we go.
Yeah, like, Nigel, engineering.
It's an excellent question.
Yeah, and how do I measure it?
Right.
What is the indicator that I have legacy? I got legacy, man.
Yes. So legacy is individual. It is not just a big bucket that I can slice up into multiple pies. It's multiple requests that come out of a person's life situation, literally, involving business in many cases. And they're saying, how do I protect it? How do I record it? How do I make my wishes known? And that path or that pool of questions allows me to be able to offer them different types of scenarios and situations that go through the same three pillars I just talked about. We get the confidence that it is not something that is out of your control, that this is something that you can absolutely customize and make personal for yourself. There's a community you can do it with that's within the community I've built, or it can be at a one-on-one level. And the third is that the contribution of giving back is in fact what legacy is. It's the giving, it's the sharing, it's the getting back into the hearts of people rather than going through this systematic process of what society or your mind says has to be done.
So is this a trend? Like this is the new awakening thing? Or is it your purpose to bring this?
Yes. Yes. My purpose is to use my words to speak the importance of having this in order, recognizing it, talking about it freely and openly, and not putting this dark, deathly, vision over it that is what society says legacy is. So I talk about the word legacy and use it often in conversation to change people's perception or withdrawal of legacy being life. Legacy is not the end. Legacy is the beginning.
And how receptive are people to this conversation from what you've discovered so far?
In terms of it, whether or not it's important, and if I ask the question, do you want legacy? I will get 99% of people saying yes. When I ask, what is legacy to you? I get not the same answer. I get 99 different answers. So what has come together is like, hey, we would love to talk about this. And here are the situations that occur. The inability to have proper or intelligent communication with people they care about on things that become extremely emotional and explosive and shouldn't, right? And I know beep.
For example.
For example, talking about succession plan with business. If you're the parent, you have children, they're saying, oh, it should go to my children. Really? Is that the right person to succeed the business into succession? And it could be a stranger. So it's identifying who are those people? How do you know who a person is that can manage your affairs and continue that on into the future? If you build a good enough plan, great. If you've got the funding, the financing, that helps. But if you haven't taught that person your values and you haven't spoken your values to your company or your family, then that knowledge is going to become an assumption. When you pass away, are incoherent or decide that you want to sell the company and are ready to pass it on. Now you're sitting there with nothing. And most people in most cases, and I think if there's any attorneys or business people here, they'll know that valuation occurs with somebody saying they have a $5 million company and in effect it's worth $50,000 because it wasn't built to be a successful or a legacy business. It was built to be a successful monetary in their mind, hitting a number. And when time comes to sell or time comes for that business to pass on, not because you're dead or dying, but maybe because you're ready to get out of the business and move it on to a different level or leave it completely and do something different. That valuation is really off the mark. Now, there's a couple people out there in the market, ironically, last week that have launched books and programs that just came out to talk specifically about this. And it is the ability to be able to start your business as a legacy business, as a business that will continue on, or begin your life and raising your children and being with words, communication, and heart set in addition to mindset that will grow them into a very different person, or very different angel, as we say with you, to be able to also project their words and use those words to grow, you know, this greatness into the world.
So do they have to be entrepreneurs to have this conversation with you? Because the examples you gave sounds like, you know, I'm growing a business, and it's our net worth and da da da.
Yeah.
Do regular people on the street, should they be, you know, does it apply to them as well? Johnny on the street, or, you know, I have a job. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, finish what you were saying about the job.
Yeah, I'm just an employee. I have a job, you know, and am I a young employee, or either way, is this a conversation, the legacy thing that I should be having? Does, you know, and do you work with these kind of people, like ordinary person who has never even thought about legacy? They're just trying to survive.
Yeah, most people hear legacy at a non-entrepreneurial level for the first time, typically when there's a crisis. Somebody's passed away, or somebody's really sick, or they are themselves. There's a health crisis. Are they people that I can help and work with? Yes. Am I choosing to work and help with everybody? Not at this time, beep. At this time, I am choosing to work with entrepreneurs because I believe, I know that giving them the words, giving them the tools and the distinctions as to what legacy is and how it can work will have a bigger broadcast and a much bigger worldly help by targeting the few in a good way. I'm not talking negative, but by giving them the tools that will allow them to speak the same words that I'm sharing with them. And typically the thems are the entrepreneurs who have businesses that can support funding, profitability, to be able to enhance their businesses with marketing efforts, with being able to maybe do a little bit more in the terms of giving things away free in the beginning, that will get this message to people that you were talking about that are at the street level. So I am choosing to work with that, that entrepreneurial person first. Thanks. Is there Janet, Francis, or Pierre? Pierre, I see that you're there. Do you have any questions? I think you have to come off mute.
No, I'm sorry. I said I'm absorbing everything.
OK. Et parlez-vous français?
Certainement, oui.
Oui, c'est Monsieur Dieudonné, hein? Dieudonné?
Dieudonné.
Oh, Dieudonné. OK, nice to meet you. Is there anything that you absorbed that you would like to maybe share back with me? What inspired you? What caught your attention?
What catch my attention, really, I've been in this game for a while now. And Lee is one of my mentors. And I met Lee about 4 years ago. And we've been talking about this. And Lee said, Pierre, you got so much knowledge. You know, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. I said, Lee, it's not the time yet, because for some reason, when you want to do something is not clicking. Okay, you have to stay aside and try different things until you come to the point. So I guess this year was the year, and I was talking to Lee. I said, Lee, okay, it's gonna come. When I listened to summit. The last two, no, I did. I think I attended the first. I think two of them.
Okay.
It was, I told Lee, listen, somehow I'm not getting there yet. I'm not getting there yet. But I know when I get there. But last week, Lee and we talked. He said, "Man, you're so excited." I said, "Yes, this is the time."
Right.
I've been working in different deals. But by the way, I'm a real estate broker. Okay.
Okay.
And being in this, it's very difficult for me to see how I'm gonna relate to all of you when I'm so far in New York City and the rest of the people, some of you in California and where else, and it wasn't there. It wasn't clicking for me. It wasn't clicking, and I keep working at it. Bang! Something happened. Deals that I've been working on them for the past 4 years. One, boom, they click. Today, I really not closed completely. I signed a $40 million contract that I've been working on for
There you go. You're creating legacy. You have legacy in the motion. That's what you want. Keep it going. You want to keep that going, right? The whole point. You're in an industry that will affect the world, not only by you selling the property, by the people that are buying the property, and you're following up with a kind of person that will remember you for that life of that purchase, as long as they're within that property. So you can go for generations.
Absolutely.
Right? So you are putting in place with your words the ability to share with people something that is right for them at that moment in their lives. And you know darn well it will change their lives. Because you're putting them into property, right? You're putting them into a financial obligation. You're also putting them into something that they're going to create called a home, right? So I think as a I'd like to call you actually an angel, because you are almost all encompassing right from the get-go in terms of worldly legacy endeavors. You're doing something that I am still working and will work for the rest of my life to achieve in as global a person concept as you've been able to put together. I'm very intrigued and proud to be able to speak with somebody like you, and I hope you realize the impact that you are making on the world, person by person, right? It's the best way.
Definitely. I would like to tell Lee also, one of my associates joined me tonight. Her name is Katia. She's on the call also.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. And Lee, you have an incredible person as part of your team. So Patrick, I see you there and I see your hand is raised. What can I answer for you?
Hi, how are you guys?
Oops.
Oh, I guess it was somebody else. I apologize. Okay.
I'll be real quick and short.
Sorry.
My question is, with regards to legacy, can you comment on legacy that isn't necessarily attached to someone creating wealth or creating money? Can you create a legacy based on your passion, your hobby, your vision, your nonprofit, your gifts to the world that are not necessarily monetarily related? So maybe comment on that.
Yes. So legacy has been a journey that got me here today, right? It's using my words to impact people's lives. There is no money attached to that. It is being able to give them wealth of Paulette, right? And what does that mean? If I can take, for example, my kids, and instead of walking into the room when they come home from the day after school and being like, oh my gosh, take your shoes off, your kids are dirty, you've been out in the dirt, and I turn around and I say to them, I can't believe you're here. I'm so excited to have you home. It is such a different way to have these kids, grandkids, whatever level you're at in your life. For me, it's grandkids right now and a bonus daughter. That also is another legacy. Having a heart that was open at a time when I could take a 10-year-old into my life with the heart that I could give her a life she did not have at the time and do my best to make that a better life for her, worked. I got 2 grandchildren and a son-in-law, bonus son-in-law out of it, even though I was not beep, even though I did not beep, even though at the time my intention was to have a family but Veep, I was not able to have a family of my own. Instead, I was gifted a family that came from very different circumstances than my own. And the legacy that has been created has already lived with me through 2 generations, mine, my bonus daughters, and now my grandchildren.
Excellent. Great
I hope
answer.
that answered.
Thank you. Wonderful. It's perfect.
And anybody else, Francis or Janet? I don't know if you're there, but we can't see you. Or Lee or Nigel, did you have any other questions?
I'm thinking that Carey has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see. I should have pressed the arrow here.
Yeah.
Carey, do you have any questions?
Or
And welcome back. I lost you, my friend.
She and I connected earlier, and then I was zipped out. No, you were doing a great job of answering my question earlier, and Patrick's helped as well.
Okay.
Nigel.
And then I see that Debbie is here. And Paul, I remember you from earlier. I don't know if you're online.
Can I ask you a question about creating a legacy? Can we create legacies through uploading, well, as Patrick does books, as I do videos on all kinds of platforms? Because of the internet, it always keeps things and they never go away. Mm-hmm. How would you best position yourself into a legacy with social media, videos, books? What would you suggest?
So you use some words that legacy is not, and I want to point that out first. Beep.
Bingo.
Right? Legacy is creating. Legacy is not a standard. It's not something that's stuck somewhere. It's not something you add to. It's something you create and grow. So with the internet, I agree. Everything is on there. Everything is recorded. That legacy, and I will take a little sidebar conversation for a second. You can record your voice. You can record memories. You can record mementos. You can record statements, words, sayings that you want to give to the future generations. That is an incredible legacy that is available. When the legacy is taken and given or projected to be a thing, something that becomes a strategy versus a gift, is no longer a legacy. You have now just created a path that is stagnant. It will grow if it's got the money to grow it. It will grow if it's got somebody who's going to force it into being. Legacy is a natural progression that comes from the giving, the act of the sharing, the act of the love, and the unconditional thought, because it is the heartfelt, the heart-centered intention of legacy that makes legacy even come into existence.
So a book is not a legacy?
Not for me. A legacy is the intention that the book was written in, and the intention of the buyer upon reading those words, and how that is going to be applied or empowered or invested into their heart and their being to execute those words into the living, into the world that they're in. So the book itself is not the legacy. The writer is the legacy. The receiver, the buyer, is the legacy. And the legacy in progression is the result of those words that were projected into the heart of the person that was reading it, and how they took action or inaction to be able to allow that to continue. I hope that makes sense.
I love that, because every once in a while, somebody will call me up and they'll say, Bettina, you probably don't remember me, but you forever changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, how? And then they say something that I said to them, I gave them, as an example, my sister who might be watching, I helped her to get out of a domestic violence situation years ago when her kids were in their teens. And to this very day, even just like a couple weeks ago, she tells that story over and over and over throughout my lifetime, how that one meaningful action gave her what you would coin a legacy impact. That's the legacy impact. Going down to Oregon, driving this truck, bringing her family, moving them in to my small 1-bedroom apartment, and all 4 of us, 5 of us living there. And that is what I'm all about. So yes, I totally get what you're saying about legacy.
Bettina, this is a legacy moment for me because your story is the story that was the catalyst to my becoming a single woman at that time. So it was a domestic violence situation, and it was a police woman that came to the house for the second time. And she pulled me aside and she goes, if you don't press charges, you will be dead. And if you're not going to do it tonight, I'm going to do it for you. And that situation gave me so much power. I went to bed that night for the first time not locking my door, for the first time having my daughter sleep in her own room, for the first time being able to not worry about walking past the basement door and if something explosive was going to come out in terms of a temper or a mindset towards me. Anyways, that aside, there was an opening and a space that this policewoman created. And then there was an empowerment that I did not lose and have not lost to this day. Has it affected me? Yes. Has it affected how I see other people, relationships? Yes, but I got through that. And there was a growth that was like, hey, I need to be able to share with other people. You can get out of the messy middle, whatever you want to call it. You can have a business that can be incredibly successful, that does not have to be tied to everything money. And Nigel knows, am I tied to money right now in my life? Heck yeah, I love it. It's a great tool. I think it's got incredible energy. I'm intrigued by money, but I'm way more intrigued by the people behind it and the people that are having these ideas and this impact, like a Steve Jobs and a Bill Gates and an Elon Musk, Oprah Winfrey, Mary Tyler Moore. I remember when she threw her hat off in the street, and Nancy Jutton tells this story because today is her day of September 8th. Why September 8th? Because that's the day it broadcast. She threw off her hat and she empowered women to get out, be single, be a little older, be in a corporation, and be able to run the department. That was huge. Oprah, being able to stand up there as a Black African-American woman and stand in her own and preach to everybody and be able to say within that preaching that you are who you are and stand in that and make sure that that is what you're proud of. And for me, that is legacy. It's the passing on, it's the sharing, it's the gift. If it's not good, beep. If it's not great, keep it in. Shut it down, get rid of it, because you have to make room to speak out, right? The greatness and this incredible life and world we have. But thank you for mentioning that story, because you gave me space here to talk about something that I don't say much about.
Yeah, it's personal. And of course, the years go by and you get an opportunity every once in a while to self-disclose. And what you find out is that there's more of us out there. Yeah, this exact story that we share, and it's our history and our story. So this is what you're really talking about, is the gift that keeps on giving, right? Yes. And I can't wait to invite you and to welcome you at some point into the We Empower You membership, because I have a feeling that we're closely aligned.
I think so. And there's so many people. I want to say thank you to everybody. First, for coming to my room. Second, Bettina, for having this summit, and everybody's on here. I cannot believe that I stayed on as long as I did, but it was the richest words, the richest speaking I have heard in years in one day. And it felt like minutes. And I'm very blessed. And I hope that I can give back some blessings to all of you. And I do have a gift. I did create something. It's called 24 No's to Know. And it is at legacylife.io. So it's there. I just asked you to give me, please, your email address to be able to receive it. And then I've got that there.
As Patrick would say, your confidential private number or credit card.
And yes, or your credit card. I can give you another link for that one.
Janet is listening, so she'll go ahead and type that in the chat so everybody can get that again. Just repeat it for us one more time.
Yes, it's called Legacy Creator, LEGACYCREATOR.io. LegacyCreator.io. Actually, no, it's Legacy Life, the free version. I apologize. LegacyLife.io.
Okay, you made it a little simpler.
Otherwise, you'll be giving me some nice money.
Pierre had a question. Pierre.
Pierre.
Oh yeah, Pierre. Qu'est-ce que tu veux?
First of all, let me say to you, Dr. Henry, the first time I met you, and that was, I think about 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, it had to be 3 weeks ago. And I take 2 out of my vocabulary as a progressive, okay? I don't have to say anymore, I have to, but yeah. I'm in process, I'm doing it, and it works. There's no doubt about it, it works. Second of all, and Lee been telling me, when you're gonna invite some people to the summit, when
yeah.
But tonight, I have 2 of my associates, Katia and Carol. The both is on the call, and you know, this is just to show you when really you're excited about something, it make it easier for you,
right?
You do it. It makes it easier for you to share it with others. You know what I'm saying? And yes. I'm the kind of person. Those 2 people that's on the call, when I talk to them, they know I'm in business because they know that I don't play.
Enchanté, monsieur. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for that. So I think we have 30 seconds if we're not at that right now. Oh, Bettina.
Folks should start rolling in here any second now.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for also sharing your personal story, you know, that history that we both share. And it would give me goosebumps to know that you got, in a sense, saved by the right person at the right time.
Right.
And that is the gift that keeps on giving. I'm sure you've been that to others as well. Thank you so much. And we're going to welcome back everybody as they're coming back slowly but surely. And I'm going to go off camera real quick for one quick second, and then I'll be right back. I'm going to put us on gallery because this is our networking hour that is coming up. And here we go. All right, slowly but surely, we're getting everybody back. Before we start our networking hour, it's a very important time of the evening for me, and I'm going to be sharing with you a very special video that I always produce right in the thick of things during one of the speaker presentations. And so I did the same thing tonight. And I am going to be, this is, of course, the talented Larry Domenico, who records me and edits. And then within minutes later, we are ready to show it for you. So let me check in with him to make sure everybody's back. All right, I am going to bring up my screen here. And let me get on the right page. Can you see that? Okay, let me go ahead and put the optimization on and hide the bar. There we go. Hello, everyone. Bettina Carey here, the founder and CEO of We Empower You, the Global Virtual Summit, and the founder of WeEmpowerYourLife.com website. And I am here on September the 8th, here to thank everyone who is a part of this We Empower You Global Virtual Summit. We have folks that have come from miles and miles away, from different continents, different countries, different states and cities across the entire world. And it is without you that I couldn't do this. So I am so grateful to have you participating in this summit. And this summit couldn't even exist without the help of so many team members here. So without further ado, let me get started by saying a great big thank you to the behind the scenes We Empower You team, made up this particular summit of Janet Francis, our numero uno, and Aggie Clark, our numero uno too. And of course, we can't go without saying a big thank you to Art Johnson, who also was with us up until recently behind the scenes. And it's of course an inspiration to have him on the team as and also a member of the We Empower You community. Next up, I'd like to introduce you to my production team and to thank those team members, including my videographer, Larry Domenico, who's sitting right in front of me, David, who also does all of our graphics for us, Aileen Yost, who actually designed our logo, Ingrid Papsheldon, who did our photos a long time ago, and I'm still using them to this very day, and Blake Messer. Blake Messer is also a genius ad guy, and he is instrumental in directing the path that the We Empower You community is on. Next, I'd like to say a great big thank you to our affiliates, our partners, and our supporters, including the president of Income Activator, Miss Lee Romanoff. And without her support and her creating her company to back up the membership that we are at We Empower You, we would not be here today, I'm telling you. Shay Vaughn offers a 5-minute spotlight to every single member, and it's a commercial, so to speak, that goes on her worldwide TV network. And thank you so much for offering those services. Brian Gregory from Admanity also comes in with Admanity Protocol and a free report that all of our members get. And Patrick Snow and Nigel Henry are also affiliates with us, and they are speakers on the day, which I'll thank them for that as well. And of course, Aggie Clark is our Chief Financial Officer Consultant, and we couldn't be running this ship without her. Next, I want to say a great big thank you this time around to our host, CL King. CL, you just knocked it out of the park. I have to say, your energy is off the charts, and it was heard worldwide. Our speakers, pretty much going in order, included CL King, Romeric Nadiri out of Cote d'Ivoire, Africa, interviewing Princess Wakigo Ibrahim Pam out of Seoul, Korea. That was an awesome presentation. Thank you so very much. I had Nigel Henry, he goes by Master Nigel Henry, and he presented an 1.5-hour interactive session that is mind-boggling, to say the least. Your voice, my voice, is my moneymaker, is the message there. Patrick Snow, we've known each other nearly 20 years, and I cannot tell you how wonderful your program was. We switched it up this year, and it was rock solid. Brian Gregory, you are the man, the ad man. AdmanityProtocol.com is something that everyone should explore in their business. It will save you time and money. Lee Romanoff, as I mentioned, delivered several different sessions here today, and very much meaningful about the membership, about sponsorship, and about media. Nancy Jutton, oh my gosh, a friend and someone who I've known for 20 years as well. And she delivered her podcast visibility lab that it's a live lab that she's going to be doing next week, and it was an announcement, and she covered a lot of ground. Sally Page, you really got me grounded. Your message, your story was phenomenal. Troy Thompson and Michaela Passeri and T.U. Naps, I did not get to watch, but I know that you delivered great value, and I cannot wait to go watch the recordings when I have an opportunity to do so. Debbie Waldeck, wow, over an hour conversation all about our health and immunity, specifically when we need that more now than ever. Janaki Severy, oh my gosh, speaking to persuade, my very favorite topic, and you do it so well, my friend.
And Lori Segal-Whaley is coming up next with Moria Veston and Paulette Hammer, who is new to us. And I can't wait to hear your programs. We're going to have Paulette on the main stage, but I will go back and listen to Moria and Lori as well. I don't believe I've forgotten anybody, but if I have, I will make up for that in a postscript here. But thank you, every one of you, our guests, our speakers, our affiliates, our partners, our sponsors. And of course, we wouldn't be here without one of our sponsors, that's Mattress City. That's a Puget Sound-based company. They have 5 convenient locations. Thank you so much for being our title sponsor for this full year at We Empower You Global Virtual Summit. I knew I forgot somebody. Rita Bacuzzi, Mama Rita Money. And we couldn't have done this without you too. So thank you so much, Rita, and all of you out there who made this possible. See you at the summit.
All right.
That was cool, Bettina.
I can't believe I actually made that happen in the middle of all of this production work behind the scenes. Acknowledgements to all of you who are here still at the bewitching hour. It's 7:25. We have only an hour left to go. This is our time to network. Open up your mic, share where you're from, ask questions, interact with each other. Again, just a great big thank you to everyone for participating. I'm going to just have you unleash from here. Open up your mics, say a quick hello, give us a word, a single word or 3 words or whatever comes to your mind.
Hi, everybody. Legacy. This was legacy in the making.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Hi, Anthony.
Bettina, thank you so much. This was a wonderful event. You put in so much work, and it shows. The schedule, the agenda, the speakers, so motivating. Overload of information right now, and I'm so thankful for that. So thank you.
You're very welcome. And yes, it is a lot of information. Fire hose for sure. Minus a few technical glitches that'll get handled with some editing from Larry. I think we're going to have a golden opportunity here.
I would say so. Absolutely.
Nigel.
Oh, I was just saying, it's great contribution and activation, but the value production is super high. Thanks so much.
I thought Nigel was going to say flourish, and I love that word because that's what life is about, is flourishing and abundance. And so, you know, bringing these abundant, amazing resources all together is just such a blessing. So thank you, Bettina, an honor to be here every time.
Absolutely. You know, I want to hear from a few folks too that haven't spoken. I see Robin Lee listening so attentively. What do you got for us, Robin?
I would say that I didn't get to see everything all day, so I definitely would like to go back and see some of the recordings. But the ones that I did get to see were super on point for what I'm learning, and they created like a synergistic clarity. Okay, I know I got so many ideas and stuff from today. It was great.
That's fantastic. Tell us a little bit about yourself while we're networking here.
I'm a health and longevity coach, and actually I'll invite you all. I'm having a 30-day It's Great to Be Alive celebration because this is my birthday month. And so you can go on Facebook. Great to Be Alive is the name of my group. So you can join, and I'm, if any of you have topics that are related for health and really having fun, like I want to inspire people now more than ever to have fun on the journey and find ways that they can make it fun for themselves and pull themselves out of the depression and the funk that everybody has been in. So so this is like a kind of a good right at the start towards the start of my month to be being inspired by all of these speakers.
Thank you so much. And Robin, who invited you here today?
You on every Patrick call.
Okay, it worked. Okay, Patrick will be happy.
I think TU actually got me to the first summit that I went to.
Okay, fantastic. Great to have you. There are folks here that haven't said a peep. I want you to open up your mics. I know Yoli said a little bit. Go ahead and say a little bit more.
Okay, my name is Yoli Diaz. I've been a realtor for 37 years and counting. It's doing great for me the past 2 years. And I am in the process of writing a book entitled Becoming the Woman You Were Born to Be. Again, it's turning all the adversity. I love what Patrick said. He said, we all have adversity that we can turn into people's university. That's huge. I loved it. And that's my intention with the book. I told you earlier, it's just coming from humble beginnings and learning from my mother, who was an entrepreneur. She just passed away 2 months ago. She was 98 and she was amazing. I learned from her, and don't ever give up against all odds. Continue striving and we'll get to the top. And
sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Bettina, congratulations on an amazing summit. All of you speakers. I love Debbie. It's a lot of information. All of you girls were great, and boys.
There you go. We haven't heard a lot from Troy yet, but go ahead and open up the mic, Troy.
It's a pleasure to be here and to give and receive. And it's my mission to get Lee as excited about insurance. So I'm still working on that. And but I am very grateful. Unless you have done one of these things, it's hard to know all the effort that goes into it. And I know it's quite extensive, and we appreciate everything that Bettina and everyone that's associated with this does so that we can get the value from it, like Nigel talks about.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for appreciating the effort, for sure. There are a lot of moving parts. And with that said, I want to actually have Janet Francis open up her mic. Between Aggie and Janet, I got numero uno and numero uno. They were really backing me up like a pronged outlet this last week in particular, because there are things that go on with our app and the scripting and you name it. So Janet first and Aggie next. What's it like behind the scenes working with Bettina? The truth and nothing but the
truth. It's always exciting. How about that? In very good ways.
Never a dull moment, right, Janet?
Never a dull moment.
How late were we working yesterday?
I was working till 1.
Oh my God.
And then what time were you calling in?
And then I was up by 6:30, but I wasn't very ready to chat with anybody.
And without your effort, I can guarantee you this would not have gone as smoothly as it did. So thank you so much. It makes it
absolutely. So I'm an event girl, so I know how much it takes, and you just step up and do it, right?
To speakers, to make sure everybody has all the details and get everybody to show up on time and everything. It takes someone with Janet's background. Project management, you've got that handled, I'm telling you. And Aggie, of course, helped me this time around with the website. And of course, Lee's always there on the website, but Aggie's getting so good that she might just replace you, Lee. That's a task you will hand over gladly, right?
Go for it, Aggie.
Thanks, Lee. No, it's always a pleasure working with you, Bettina. You have so many big ideas. For only being 4'9½".
I definitely have big ideas. And sometimes things blow up, like our mentoring situation. We never did figure out why it kept, every 60 seconds, it kept shutting us down. And then you have to make that executive decision where you just like, okay, we're not doing that. Apparently the universe wants us to do something else. And you know what? The conversation that unfolded thereafter was fantastic. So that's what we were meant to do, I guess. All right, let's see. Who else haven't we heard from? Oh, Larry Domenico, who's sitting right here. I'm going to have to mute myself so he can talk. Do you want to come over to me, or you're going to open your computer?
All right. Hello, everybody. There you go. You want to turn that down?
On studio.
There we go. All right. Man, that was amazing. There's so much great information and everything in here. It's probably gonna take me a week just to soak it all in, and it's amazing every time every time we do the summit. It just reminds me that this network that we have, we're definitely not alone, and it's a beautiful thing. So thank you, everybody. Yep.
Lee?
Yeah?
I would like Carol and Kathy to say something.
Hi. You want me to say something?
All right, I guess I'll go. I'm Katya. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Pierre, for inviting me tonight. I am super excited because the title is empowerment, and I happen to be the admin of a group on Facebook for 2 years now, and it's titled the Empowerment Group. And what you guys talk about tonight really stuck out to me in terms of legacy, because we've been talking about the legacy movement for a month and a half now through our financial literacy courses. One of our goals is to ensure that we teach financial literacy, because that is not a topic that is really delved into when you're in school. Even when you go off to college, they don't really take the time to teach us about financial literacy. So we go off and we know how to go about making money, but we don't really know how to make money work for us. And I'm so grateful that I've been in the real estate industry for over 15 years. And throughout my practice here in New York, as well as in Switzerland and in France, I've been able to encounter people and be able to help them to acquire properties and be able to not only pass them on to their families, but also to be able to revitalize their community. So thank you so much for inviting me in tonight. I'm gonna put my information for the group, the Empowerment Group on Facebook, and I look forward to continue to networking with you all.
Thank you and welcome, Katya. This is your first summit. Pierre, you did a great job bringing someone powerful to our house. We love it when that happens. And I'm actually seeing a really good friend of mine jump on right now, not to put her on the spot, but Barbara Ozeta and I go way back as well. And we started hanging out back in, I don't know, 2008, I believe it is, or 9. And meeting planner extraordinaire, not the kind that does tchotchkes though. She's the big time. She actually helps negotiate contracts for hotels on behalf of her associations and groups. And I am really great friends with her. We're soul sisters. We're probably 2 peas in a pod. There's so much I can tell you. Hopefully that gave you enough of an opening, Barbara, to open up your mic and say a big hello if you can. Now that I put you on the spot.
Oh, I just want to say hello, but I'm just getting back from being all my extra activities. So just eating some dinner, but I popped in and out all day. I'm enjoying it.
I love it. Thank you so much, Barbara. It means the world to me that you were able to continue life, raising your grandkids and doing everything that you do. And just there's so much going on in your life, football and making sure everybody's situated. And it means so much that you made time for me today.
Hello.
Carol.
I'm Carol, and I was invited by Pierre, and I'm so grateful. I'm so excited to be here this evening, and I'm really very grateful to Pierre for inviting me. This month, I'm a baby into this thing, only thing that I've been shadowing Pierre for about like 3 years. But this month along, so God has opening some doors that I have been meeting people of great mighty, and I'm feeling on a different word. So I am, it's really exciting to be here, and it's for legacy thing. It's coming to clearer to me. And, it was a good thing that I was here and listening to all those information that you have been passing on. And I really thank you. This is the first time, and I I think it's not going to be the last one. So I will be here with Pierre and Katia. I met Katia last Sunday, and she was she's a very powerful woman. So I was telling Pierre about her today, how powerful that she is on me, and I can only say thank you for accepting me and for me to be here.
What do you do, Carol?
Thank you so much, Carol.
What's your business?
I'm a person. I touch so many things, so I don't know what to do. I have a restaurant. I'm a registered nurse, and I am also a real estate agent, shadowing Pierre. And I also taking classes on natural wellness and natural how do I say that?
Stuff for good health.
Natural health.
Yes.
So I'm doing a class on juice, fresh, natural fresh juice, to empower people how to prevent disease and to treat their disease through natural plant-based eating. And I think that is it for now.
Well, that's definitely what the world needs.
Can I say something, Lee?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think AKA for Carol is woman. Every time I hear someone with that kind of story, Carol, I know she's a woman. Because we know how to juggle things. Look at this entire summit and the entire We Empower You. There's a lot of balls in the air going on. And I have to say, without this team of people surrounding me, I would never be able to do this job. Pierre, you had a final comment? And
Yes.
then I'm going to bring up Ingrid if she's available.
What I was going to say is that I met Carolyn in a class. I was teaching a class in the church. She was one of my students. And as I was talking, she said, you said you're a real estate broker? I said, yes. And she said, I just get involved in a project. I want you to join me. You don't have to pay no money. I've already paid for the program. I said, no, I have no time. He said, she said, you can please help me. I went to the program with her and things didn't work out the way we was. I said, Carl, just take it easy. Sometimes you don't mind to lose, okay, in order to win. That's how and we've been working together since then. I met Katia, I think about 8, 9, 10 years ago. Katia is a mover, okay? Katia is a mover. That time, she may not remember, she was selling computer on, what you call it? Katia, help me out. She was selling computer on one of the websites, which I don't remember the name.
So I had purchased stuff from Doba at the time, which was an e-commerce website. That was before everyone knew how e-commerce worked.
Mm. Okay, then she got involved into real estate. She was working with achievers, doing very well. Okay, but what happened is she called me. She told me, Pierre, I'm just with this company now, and so I said, Katia, I've been there, I've done that. I'm not interested. Okay, and she said, okay, I respect you. It so happened 4 weeks ago she called me to get some idea from me, but in between I was into a program, real estate investors and investing. Then I said, listen, they were talking about Airbnb, how to do Airbnb and so on. And Katia is a master of Airbnb. Okay, I said, Katia, now I'm ready. Let's do it. This is how we do. And for the past few weeks, we've been meeting on a regular basis, doing deals. Katia, by the way, the deal is closed today. Okay, I went to, I closed the deal. Okay. So this is how things happen. I have great respect for Katia, great respect for Carol, and we create that team. We support each other. Carol got a restaurant. I'm promoting the restaurant. Okay, I bring people together. Kathy, I bring people. We went in the place for meeting. We inviting churches to come for dinner after church and all this thing. So things coming along very well.
I have to say, this is really fantastic sharing, everybody. Let's see, I know that Ingrid has to head out, so I don't think she's going to be able to comment, but it's been wonderful to have you, Ingrid. Your photos that we shot back in 2013, apparently, you know, Estee Lauder and I are friends, so I've been able to continue to use them. The gift that keeps on giving, Ingrid, thank you so much. And if you wanted to say something before you parted, speak now, unmute. And she might have already left the station here. So I am putting in the chat, by the way, some of the links that we shared with you today. I invite you to check this out, to save your calendar, the chat rather. Go down on the right of the chat once it's open and click on those three little settings balls, and it says save chat, and you can save the chat so that you can have everybody's information that was being shared. I highly encourage people to share their LinkedIn profiles. That's an easy way for us to stay connected. And I actually, Paul, who may or may not be there, his camera might be there, but he might actually have gone to sleep because it is way late in Dubai. And he had an event that was called Inspire about a month ago that I attended. And it turns out that 56 of the individuals there exchanged their LinkedIn profile with me and want mentoring from us. And so I wanted to, you know, just really encourage people to share your contact information in the chat. Everybody download the chat and then you can exchange later. Obviously, you can hyperlink all of these links, and then it's easy. You just click and go, click and go, click and go. Debbie, of course, had her sign language of the body website there, and we haven't heard from Debbie tonight, but she might just be there, and she can unmute. Who else haven't we heard from? Susan, is Eileen, and oh no, did we hear from Eileen earlier, right? Susan, Carey, we haven't heard much from you. You want to unmute? There you go.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the recharge. As a newbie author, thanks to Patrick and his promotion and your promotion on his calls, I'm here today, the whole duration. I ran the marathon with you, and really appreciated the sharing, the wisdom, and my left brain and right brain have been massaged pretty good. To the tune, I can say that I am a dietitian on a mission to bring back the heal in health. That is my mission, and everybody eats, right? Did you know that the word diet comes from the origin Greek word dieta, meaning a way of life? So wouldn't it be nice to have that word be brought back as a way of life? I'll end on that. I've put my information in the links there. Anything the Domino diet, you will find me.
I love it, Carey. Thank you so much. I mean, yes, we're on that Monday call with Patrick. I'm trying to scroll up and see if I can't find that 800 number and his confidential cell phone number that he happily gives out to arrange some time. I know Paulette has her Calendly that she's posted. I think I reposted that or should be reposted, Paulette. And then we've got Nancy. Oh, the get known, get paid. Oh, this is, you guys have to run, not walk on this one. Get signed up. It's free. And you were going to get so much value out of Nancy. 5 days of her content and information will go a long way to developing your skills, your talents, and your abilities in being on podcasts, being in the media for that matter, and perhaps even doing your own show like TU Nap has just stepped up to doing, right? So I encourage everybody to open up to that possibility. Also, Francis is sitting to the left of me, and I haven't heard from Francis yet today. Can you open up your mic? There you go. Oh, no. some people might be actually having dinner or even sawing some logs right about now. We are just 40 minutes away. And you know where I'm going after this? If you live around here, you know I'm 3 minutes from Duke's Chowder House. And that's where I'm going to go celebrate. I wish you all could join me. And we will have an in-person someday, and I'll get to meet some of you that I haven't seen in the 3D, including Lee and Mama Rita and others that joined through Dr. Betty Yoli. You're another one out there in California. I want to go see Brian in Arizona. And all of you are welcome to come visit me here in Seattle. Johnny, I cannot believe you've been piped down here for a moment. You
didn't think it was possible, did you?
I did not think that was possible.
Well, I'm actually learning a couple of interesting things. One is listening. Another is waiting. Another is knowing when it's your turn and when it's not your turn. So, and I wanted to talk about something. I have this little tool here, and I don't know how many of you can see this, but this is really a metaphor for what happens with We Empower You. We start very small, almost like a little atom, seems fairly solid and contained. And then what starts happening is a vibration occurs and we start expanding. And there's a sense of something's filling this atom that's bigger than us. It's more powerful. It has an energy. And then at some point we get really curious, how big can this be? And we find out that this is a dynamic that we're just testing. And this is the capacitance that this tool allows, but we can be in a greater expansion than the tool. The tool is just a metaphor for when we're small, when we're listening and knowing when it's our turn, we're just appreciating the beauty of everyone in the room. But we're also growing by listening. We're also growing by learning. We're becoming a sponge, absorbing this beautiful community and being able to say that as you grow, I grow. And that continues in a beautiful circle. So it's been such a pleasure to be in the dynamics of the quantum world and experience everyone's beautiful collaborative connection that allows us to be greater than ourselves at any given moment. And I thank you for expanding my world to such grace and beauty. Thank you so very much.
Thank you back, obviously. I'm so excited. So we are about to announce the We Empower You membership and some bonuses. Lee Romanoff is going to take it away from here. Is there anyone else out there? That's Susan, Eileen, Francis, Sarah Dean, Lewis. I'm trying to see who we haven't heard from. And open up your mics. Pierre has something last to say.
Sardine Lewis is my niece. She's one of the my guests.
Okay, great. All right. That said, Lee is going to dive deep into real quick about the membership, and we have hopefully shared with you enough stories about what this membership can do for you, and then we're going to have Johnny close us out with a nice
closing ceremony. Looking forward to that as well. So, do I have like another hour or two, or do I have?
I think these guys are really in it to win it. So maybe we could take them to an hour of overtime. That
was awesome, Lee. You made me come back on.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to have an open session, and people just jump in as I explain this. Whether you have an income activator website, whether you have a TV show spotlight or sponsorships. As I had said before, I fell into this in 1994. I had nothing. I had a university degree and started carving candles for the Hare Krishna. Okay, so I found the lowest car insurance rates. I saved $300, and I thought the world should know. That was my voice. I knew nothing about insurance, but I did know that my mother said, never give it away for free. And I think leads is what she meant. So anyway, I took the insurance company's rates and I sent them back business. And I was not going to base my salary, my revenue, on their ability to close. So I said $5. The first person that I contacted, I didn't even know. I asked my friend, Rick, who will pay me $5 for an insurance lead? And he said, Tom. So I called up Tom and I said, Tom, Rick said you would pay me $5 for an insurance lead. And he said, okay. So the first 10 leads I sent to myself to make sure they qualified, because that $5 was really important to me. And when I realized that people would come to my website to get a quote from the software that they had given me, and that these leads were coming to me and I qualified them and adjusted a few things to make sure that that $5 lead I sent to Tom was really good, then I let it go. My voice was save money from insurance rates, or save money on car insurance. That's as deep as I went. My competition was 5,000 brokers, 300 insurance companies. I didn't care. I was oblivious. I was unencumbered by knowledge or experience. And my voice resonated with people, and it resonated with the people on TV that would interview people. In fact, here's what happened. When something bad happened in the insurance industry, it was like crickets in the industry. But because I had no license, they couldn't pull anything from me. They couldn't do me any damage. And the media loves consumer advocates. So when the insurance industry was having like crickets, I was on every TV station, every radio station saying, yeah, those insurance companies, they shouldn't have increased their rates. Come to my website, find the lowest rates. And I got my own TV show. And you know how I got my own TV show? I walked into CP24 and I said, how much does it cost to have a TV show? They said $5,000 a month. I called up a company that got people off tickets. And I said, do you want to sponsor my TV show? It's only going to cost you $5,000 a month. I'll let you be on my TV show for 15 minutes out of the hour. They said, great deal, because they don't want to do a TV show. So all of a sudden now I have my TV show. I don't have to pay for it. I know nothing about insurance. So I invited insurance people on. And because I had a website where I didn't have to I got rich by telling people where to go. I could expand as much as I was just a voice. I was just a message, just a voice on a very simple platform. Lowest car insurance rates. You guys are so much deeper than me. But then I created that software saying, hey, everybody can do this. You guys have a better voice than me. You guys have a more important voice than I do. I am really a puddle jumper. How little of a voice. Can you imagine? So now between the membership, you have the website that Torstar paid $2 million for to track leads according to your voice. You have a TV show spotlight with a potential audience of 50 million that's given to you. You have over 400 corporations contacts that are used to sponsoring people with a voice, a message that resonates. You have it all. We put it together for you. It's there. Jump in and do it. You have Bettina that will walk you through things. All you have to do, the only thing we don't do is we don't do it for you. But if you get stuck or you get lost, call up Bettina. She'll walk you through it. You can't get anything better than this. It took me 20 years to get all these things together for you. It's here for you. And if you sell the friggin' We Empower You membership, Bettina splits it 50-50. So you get $800 annually from a member. You have 100 people that you introduce this platform to. That's $80,000 a year. The only thing we ask you to do is to do it. Bettina, do you want to jump in?
Absolutely. I have to say it's the easiest thing since sliced bread. And yet it seems sometimes that it's the hardest thing to do, to let go and live into the instructions that Lee has given us over the day, over the last year plus. And when applied, it works. Like, it's a brilliant formula. And she and I agreed that when we raised our rate to $15.99 from $7.20, our originally founding members paid $7.20. When we bumped it to $15.99, our share went up modestly, like just by a few pennies and dimes or whatever. But the lion's share went to a member who brings in a member, an affiliate who brings in a member, a supporter, or a friend who brings in a member. You don't have to know anything about business. You don't even have to run a business. When you send people to us that need what we have, and Lee, maybe just dive into the 4 top things that we have here with this membership, and share the bonuses with your book and such.
Really simple. So you have the website platform, and I'll tell you, other website platforms, you have to add on a store if you want that. You can add on a membership, it costs you more. You have only certain amount of things you can sell on your store. With the Income Activator website platform, you have it all. Unlimited pages, hosting, ebook templates, award-winning ebook templates, a fully functional online store with unlimited product lines, a membership software you can use for your own membership. I mean, I had so much money, I just threw in everything I could think of just to make the other website platforms embarrassed, because their model is, we will give you an inadequate website and we'll charge you for the stuff we've left out. The Income Activator model is, we're giving you everything all at once, and if you're stuck, call Bettina. Then we also have the TV show Spotlight. Now, why the TV show Spotlight is so important is because I had called Shavon and I wanted to have my own TV show. And when she heard about the We Empower You membership, she volunteered 5 minutes on a platform. To actually buy that would cost you easily $2,000. Then the sponsorship package, that is just unheard of. I sell the sponsorship package on my website for $15.99, that alone. Then on top of that, the radio show contacts, over, I think it's like 800 radio show contacts. You get to know which radio shows do talk shows. Call them up, present your message. Have them present your message. Get a website that produces liquid money, and you're rock and rolling. Bettina, take it away.
That's it. That's all she wrote, so to speak. Brian from Admanity, of course, is also throwing in a free report that is so invaluable. You're definitely going to want to get your hands on that. Go to admanity.com/empower. We empower you, rather, and get your report. We have so much going on that this offer is literally one of the best things that's out there. The members shared with you the powerful presence that this group is, the empowerment piece, the movement that we are, the fact that we're reaching around the globe, and we're sharing in a 50-50 arrangement with anyone who helps us to move this forward. So thank you, everybody. Next up is going to be Janaki Severy. I will put the link in for joining the membership right here so that everybody has an opportunity. And in the next 27 minutes, we're going to literally dive down into centering and aligning what the day was all about. And Janaki is the master. She is the queen, along with our friend who's missing in action, Lauren Archer, who used to be here, but she's on vacation right now. And together we will close this summit down. Thank you so much, Janaki. Take it away. Unmute.
So
I lit a candle, and I'm actually going to do two pieces. The first one is, what is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur has strong leadership qualities. They're highly self-motivated. They have a strong sense of ethics and integrity. They have a willingness to fail. They're serial innovators. They have a competitive spirit. They understand strong peer network of contacts. They resist the status quo. So these are the things that describe us. We resist the status quo. We have a strong peer network. We understand that there's something greater than any of us individually going on. And we know that in today's world, we really are not able to do anything on our own, that it really does take a village to do anything. And I think the biggest hallucination I had as somebody whose family passed, all my family, all 7 by the time I was 26, was that I was alone. I mean, I believed that physically, because my family was gone, that I was alone. But what was really happening was people have become my family. Bettina is my family. Ingrid is my family. It's very interesting how these things shift. And we understand sometimes that we thought family was just connection with blood. But in fact, family is a sense of commitment to one another and a sense of honoring each of our paths. You know, I'm a little bit of a squirmy bubble, risk-taking woman who operates off a flying carpet. And then somebody is something else. And what I have felt in this group consistently is love and appreciation for who I was, however I expressed myself. Whether I was 100% someone's cup of tea or not, I've always felt the sense of respect. So I want to read something from Mark Nepo in APO. He's a wonderful writer, and I think it may be something that will inspire us. When I need to be refreshed or renewed, I return to the doorways of the heart that have opened me before. I walk and stand beside the big willow, and I wait for its familiar sway to speak to me. I replay that special piece of piano music that made its way into the sore crease of my heart and let things unfold. I make some tea and I sit in my favorite chair and carefully pull out my old and tattered E.E. Cummings book and read, I thank God for this most amazing day. I try to open the hours with softness and silence, the two threads that unravel into gratitude, and wait for the miracle to return. This is the renewing atom of the Sabbath for me. I try to start each day with such a small, endearing moment before the bumps and the nicks and the noise rush in, before the confusion and the conflicts tighten my sense of things. For me, the heart constricts and dilates like the eye. When it's constricted, there is no rest. The world seems smaller and meaner and full of danger. So in Sabbath time becomes essential as a practice that dilates everything tight. These private moments of rest restore, make more out of rest, and loosen the knots of the world by slowing down the heart. In rest, I always remember what ties me to the earth is unseen. Just the other day, I was constricted. My heart was beating like a heron awakened in the weeds, no room to move, tangled and surprised by the noise of my mind. I fluttered without grace to the center of the lake, which humans call silence. I guess if you should ask, peace is no more than the underside of tired wings resting on the lake, while the heart in its feathers pounds softer and softer. And so I know that with each choice of each group, each Sabbath, each connection, I find peace. I find a place where I can rest until I'm ready again to march forward. So I believe this group has become a range of things, from a resting place to a springboard to new beginnings to a place to make mistakes and have somebody pick you up and say, wow, that was awesome. Which direction do you want to go now? And I think each one here, because many of us have been here, this is, I think, the 4th summit, because we believe there's something greater than ourselves, and we believe in each other, and we believe that each of us together is quantitatively more than each of us individually. So I bless and thank each of you You are an amazing group of people with open hearts, big vision, and unlimited capacity. Thank you.
Thank you for blessing us here. That was an amazing poem. Oh my gosh. Where do I get a copy?
I'll let you know. Mark Napo, The Book of Awakenings.
Okay. You certainly know how to do what you do. It's always magical, Janaki. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Now, with that said, I would love it if folks would just open up their mics once more and bless us out, as Master Nigel would say, a word, 2 or 3 on the day. And we have till 8:30. I want us to stay till 8:30, just sending out positivity and impact out into the world, because the world is listening, the world is watching our every single move here, and you are making a difference. I am making a difference. All of the I ams in this room are making a difference. So speak openly.
Okay, 8 words. Get rich by telling people where to go.
Only you can do that. Take us out of a spiritual moment and put us back into a conversation about money, Lee. You are so funny.
I'm just offering balance.
I was going to say, bad girl, what you're going to do with the bad girl now, huh?
Just offering balance. Checks and balance. Rita's turn.
Jackson.
Are we learning that money is a good thing? It's all energy?
It's all energy. Robin, you are
Thank
so
you,
right.
Robin. I like you.
Right, absolutely.
We don't want to undo the goodness of the day, Bettina.
Free consultation to Robin.
Right. Yep, I said money is a currency of love, really, because it is love.
We're getting
it all
up on
together.
Bettina. Yes, Rita. Okay, Aggie, money, honey.
And Ingrid's back too. Aggie.
Rita, I'm looking for lots of love.
Right, right.
All the right places, though, right?
That's right.
Oops.
Aggie.
No, that's all money is love, money is value, money is a way to create more benefit and more great things for the world.
Yes, the more money you make, the more greatness you can make. It's interesting. I was actually at the Inspire conference that Paul Wafula Webwire hosted about a month ago. And one of the topics that was mentioned was about the fact that you can show concern for someone and someone's circumstances, but without money, you can't make a difference, right? So with money, you can make a difference.
Right.
So money is, like you say, Robin, it is energy. It is part and parcel to how the world moves. So let's make lots of money and make a big difference.
Well, here's the thing, Bettina. When I made that money through the sale of Insurance Hotline, I had a choice. I had a path to take. More money or go through an absolute nightmare with programmers for 7 years, creating a website platform so you guys could do it. Okay, call me stupid, but if I didn't have money, I wouldn't be enjoying all that agony for 7 years. But then again, you got people like TU and you got Debbie and everybody else is following Aggie and everything. And all of you now will be partying on islands with me.
We'll be island hopping, right? I love that. Ingrid's back. Let's hear from Ingrid. Unmute.
Oh, I'm just happy I was here, and there will be the time when I speak more, I think. So I'm preparing for that. So it's a lot going on inside myself, and so I feel really all the wisdom that comes from all these different voices and different women I see and different men. So it kind of, I feel just like a meal to be cooked here, you know, kind of all comes together, and I think something will form out of it. So it might be in dollar signs, it might be in energy, it might be in health, it might be in a good spirit and outlook to the next day, simply that, you know. So I'm grateful for that, to have a good outlook for the next day. Thank you.
Yes. And I'm personally grateful that you're listening to your heart right now. Very
Thank you.
Because it's important that you stay on this planet.
Yes, there
That's
we go.
where I live right now until I cross over. It's important that all of you stay on this planet. Okay. Deal?
Yeah. So take care of your heart. I only
Take care of
can
your
say
heart.
that. Yes.
Lori Whaley, I haven't heard from you this evening. Can't wait to go watch your session. Are you there?
Love your necklace and dress, Bettina. Love it. Love it.
My dress?
And your necklace. Gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is hearkening. The necklace was a good friend of mine, Victoria Hardy.
Hola.
Not here today, but she is going to be joining us here at some time in the future to deliver a program called High Integrity Referral Selling. And she had gifted it to me some time ago. And so it was calling my name here today. So thank you, Lee.
You're welcome. Yolanda, did you want to say something?
Yoli?
Sorry, I got a phone call right now. I just wanted to say that I like what you say, Bettina, the gift that keeps on giving. And that's what I see this group all about. We're hanging by each other and giving each other that push. And I feel that I'm hanging on to all of you guys and learning and empowering me to come ahead and stop saying, like Brian Tracy always says, that a lot of us are in an island saying, one day I'll do this, one day I'll do that. So I got to get out of that island and move forward.
Yes,
Yeah.
the getting ready to get ready takes a lot of time and money.
Right.
And, as Nigel will point out, it's the who that will help us to be flourishing, not the how or the what or the why. Or
And how about the camel guy, Bettina?
yes, right. That camel guy had the message of there's either the change or the getting to the change, but there's nothing in between. It's either you're changing
or you're not changing.
Not changing.
And you can postpone the change by taking courses and being indecisive, or you can just change. Like I was saying, as a reporter, I'm either not a reporter or I decide to be a reporter and I do reporter stuff. I am either not an author or I write a book. Okay. I am, you decide when the change is. I am either not a candle carver for the Hare Krishna, and then I become a candle carver for the Hare Krishna. They gave me permission. Give yourself permission to do whatever the frig you want now.
Is that an actual word?
It
Put that in
sounded
the
good.
dictionary.
It was going to become not a nice word, so
you saved it.
It's a real word. It's just short for frigging. Oh, right. We totally understand. Thank you for being so candid and socially appropriate.
There you go.
I have a request for Janaki. Before the night is over, can you make that noise again? It was awesome. What was that, a seal noise?
Oh, you guys, you missed it. I'll give you the quick version. I talked about when you have enough rapport in a presentation, you can actually have the audience bless anything. And I was in the Chicago hotel, the Hyatt Regency, and I had to market everybody to come to my presentation talk. It was the only soft skill of a biotech conference of HR professionals all learning about HR regs. So I influenced 125 people of 145 to come to see me instead of shop in Chicago, which was a big temptation. At the end of an hour and a half talk, I asked them if we were in enough rapport for me to do my seal imitation. And they said yes. So in a three-piece suit with heels, I laid down on my back on the floor of the Hilton between the two rows and proceeded to do this. And the next day, the 10 people who didn't make it to the talk found me in the breakfast line, and their opening line was, "Oh my God, you're the SEAL woman. I missed you."
That's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share a story. It's very personal, but it's interesting. I was, when I was on TV, I got a stalker. And the stalker was like really aggressive. And they would call at around 7 p.m. at night, and they were escalating. And I was thinking, oh, I don't need this. So I went to the police station, Division 54, and I said, this stalker's escalating. I need help. And they said, we can't help you until they do something evil. And I thought, oh, so I went home and I thought, like I usually do, make my problem someone else's problem. So I forwarded my phone to Division 55. So when the stalker called me, they got Division 55 police station. Can I help you? And then my problem went away. And then I thought, this is so great. I could use this for business. So all my customer service calls, I call forward them to my competition. All the bad customer service calls.
You're so funny.
So anyway, it might be a strategy you want to use, but call forwarding, gorgeous strategy.
Oh, you are too much here. Nigel, parting thoughts. We're down to 10 minutes. And then Anthony. Oh, we can't hear you. Oh, you got to get those earbuds that last for more than 2 hours.
Hear me?
Yeah, turn it up a little bit.
No, they're dead now, so I'm on the.
Oh yeah, just volume up.
Okay, I'm just going to speak up because there's no volume control of the mic. But I was just thinking about who we are. The who question keeps bugging me, and I still hold and know in my heart that who we are angels. And as an angel, we have an antenna to the source of all value. The source, when I say that, I mean, so essentially who we are is channels for value. And it just happens that it comes out of our mouth as our messages and conversations. And that in the world, in the 3D world, value is exchanged for money. Value for money, you've heard that. And what I've noticed is that value goes out and money comes in. So as long as we open our channels, open our hearts to be massive rivers of value, and together we achieve more. When we come together where 2 or more are gathered, the volume of, like today's summit, the volume of value is exponential, and therefore the financial monetary is guaranteed. And so the more we accept our spiritual identity, is the more value we produce and the more revenue in the bank. I think that's it.
Yes, value goes out and revenue comes in. Value goes out and money comes in. I love that saying, and it's so true, because it's in the giving, right? In the giving of value that this resource called money comes in. And I've seen that again and again and again. I want to hear some parting thoughts also from Anthony, Robin, Janet, Paul, if you're out there, Barbara, Susan, Larry, Carol, Lori. I think we heard from Ingrid, Francis, if you're still there, and Paulette, and Rita, and Yoli. We got 7 minutes now.
Okay, this is Susan. Can you hear me?
Yes, Susan, hi.
Hi, or Susie. Anyway, I just was able to hop on like the past hour and a half after work today, but I have to say, just being on for the past hour and a half, that I've really, I can feel the love in the room from the day, and I wish I could have been here all day to listen to so many great speakers. And I just want to say, even just the little bit of time I've been on, I just have been able to take away, just feel really inspired, and just want to say thank you to everyone and hope to be on longer next time.
Yes, thank you so much, Susie. Also, you're a teacher, and we can't do life without our teachers. So thank you for being a teacher out there in the special needs world. It's very, very important that you be there. And we do have a recording that we can make sure you get a hold of so you can watch the rest of the day. Thank you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Who's next?
So Bettina, I heard you call my name again. And I'm like, this pot of soup is never going to get cooked. But I realized this pot of soup that I'm making, it's mung bean soup, which comes from your last summit when you had Dr. Clint Rogers on.
Yes.
I wound up promptly getting the book, which I loved. I am just finishing up his 100-day course. And so I had, the mung beans were cooked in my slow cooker earlier, but my herbs keep not getting cooked because I keep participating in this instead of, so when the camera goes off, it's because I'm going this way to try and cook the stuff to go in the soup so that eventually I can eat dinner. And so, but the things that you learn in this summit, if you put them into practice, will absolutely change your life. And so, so it is for sure something that I like to drop in as much as I can because I learn something every time.
Thank you so much, Robin. You put it so nicely there. And get back to your mung bean soup. I'm so glad that you were able to tap into Dr. Clint Rogers because his program is fantastic. Every Sunday I log in, and I think I missed a couple here and there, but very rarely do I miss anything. And I go back and go on Facebook to get the rest. It's an incredible program, that 100-day program. And he was a speaker twice with us. This is our 6th summit. And the next one coming up is December the 8th. For those of you watching on Facebook Live or YouTube, here we are moving on to the next one. We have 4 minutes left. Who's going to pop on last minute? Thank you, Robin. Rita.
I will pop on and just say, I keep on thinking about our lives. And today, with everything that we learned in its abundance, we get to reset, whether it's financially or otherwise, as long as we take action. And that each one of us taking the action to show up as leaders, to be those models, to change even one life. You have changed the lives of many. And I'm honored to be in such an amazing group and company of people with so many vast and different experiences that the learning just never stops. So we get to level up and reset and level up and reset. And what we're learning now is going to forever change not only our lives, but the lives of others in the future, 1 year from now, 5 years from now. And I love that each year over year, each summit over each summit, we get to see that change and transformation happening for so many. So,
oh yes,
we get to live a life transforming the lives of others. And I love it. Thank you.
And so it is. And Anthony, I haven't heard from you this part here. If you want to open up your mic, and then we'll have Larry close it.